Han Yi inexplicably found himself back in his university days, and an unexpected incident awakened his skepticism regarding the system. As long as someone questioned him, he could draw a prize. Thus, he began to accumulate skepticism points through various schemes and tricks, acquiring numerous superpowers, simultaneously leveraging the vast experience from his previous life and the myriad tactics he had mastered. He emerged as a commander for Dian, embarking on a professional journey. As his abilities grew stronger, so did the voices of doubt surrounding him. You must be cheating. Is this even fair? I've never seen a commander wreak such havoc. Yet, Han Yi remained undeterred by these criticisms. On the contrary, his prowess continued to escalate, until he stood on the grand stage of the major finals, clutching the major trophy. When the host inquired about the rampant suspicion of his alleged cheating, he smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am cheating." Chapter 1. It appears I truly am cheating. How did we lose again? The kid has been underperforming all year. I am genuinely at my wit's end. Observing Nico's despondent figure on the screen, Han Yi could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. As a fan of Ji-Mei, he had quietly followed G2 ever since Nico's transfer, witnessing unforgettable moments, including the infamous scene of the Stockholm nuke and the triumphant crowning at Katowice. When G2 was at its zenith, he had anticipated that the 2024 Shanghai Major would be the year Nico fulfilled his dreams. Yet G2 unexpectedly fell to the not-so-stellar FaZe. How could they lose? They have triumphed over FaZe countless times before. Last year, FaZe had scarcely managed to defeat G2, and he could hardly believe that G2 would suffer such a crushing defeat in the crucial semifinals, shattered by the awakened Rops. With a heavy sigh, Han Yi rose to retrieve a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, taking several gulps to lift his spirits. Upon returning to his computer and donning his headphones, he noticed a flurry of message notifications in his ear. He opened the chat window to find a provocative taunt from his close friend. "Dude, I told you FaZe would win, didn't I? You insisted G2 would triumph. I can only say, responsibility is paramount." Han Yi was not the type to take offense at playful banter, especially given the rivalry between their respective teams. Hence, he simply replied with a curt "get lost." On the other side of the screen, Chu Hao wore a victorious grin. "Come on, as a FaZe fan, it'll guide you to a win. Let's log in. Hold on, let's start with a solo match. If G2 can't beat FaZe, how could I possibly lose to you? Laughable. I could easily take you down one-handed. Tomorrow, you'll witness FaZe demolish the Green Dragons, and Big Brother will secure his second major championship." As their banter continued, the match quickly loaded. Han Yi stared at the screen, only to be suddenly engulfed in a haze. Could it be that his vision was failing? Alarmed, he rubbed his eyes, and once they opened again, he found himself momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Chu Hao, noticing his bewilderment, patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's solo, I'll warm you up." Ignoring Chu Hao's jibes, Han Yi continued to survey his surroundings. The astonishment on his face deepened, and as if suddenly struck by a revelation, he hastily clicked on the computer's clock, which displayed a clear date, November 10th, 2019. He had returned to a time 5 years prior when he was still in university. At this point, Chu Hao also sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Han Yi was at a loss for how to explain the situation, uncertain whether he was experiencing a dream or reality. He merely shook his head to indicate he was fine. Observing his odd demeanor, Chu Hao refrained from insisting on a solo match. "Are you feeling unwell? Rest up, I'll grab some food. What do you want? Huang Minji, please. Just chicken? Fine, he'll be back to watch the FaZe match tonight." After Chu Hao exited the dormitory, Han Yi took approximately half an hour to come to terms with the fact that he had somehow traversed time. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign environment, he fell into deep contemplation, recalling the events of the past 5 years. Before his unexpected journey, he had graduated smoothly from university and, following his relatives' recommendations, joined a real estate company. However, the industry soon faced a severe downturn, leading to the company's bankruptcy. After a year of idleness, he resorted to working as a security guard in a local factory, earning a modest salary of $4,000 to $5,000 a month. Although the job was easy and stress-free, it was not the life Han Yi yearned for. Seeing his classmates earning over $10,000 a month, marrying, and starting families, while his savings barely covered a bride price, filled him with anxiety. Unfortunately, it seemed his future was bleak. Determined to not resign himself to the life of a mere security guard, Han Yi resolved to alter his destiny. Just then, Chu Hao returned, noticing the renewed determination in Han Yi. "Feeling better? I just recalled a dream I had earlier and got a bit lost in thought." Upon hearing Han Yi's explanation, Chu Hao did not suspect anything amiss and handed him the Huang Minji. "There's a match today. Once it's over, I'll start taking you down. Even now, I could defeat you with ease. Keep dreaming." Han Yi smirked. Choosing not to elaborate further, he was acutely aware that Chu Hao had only recently begun playing CSGO, with a rank hovering around C to C, and his map knowledge limited to Dust 2. In contrast, 5 years into the future, he had logged over 2,000 hours, mastered several maps beyond Dust 2, and his rank had risen to A. His understanding of maps and marksmanship would undoubtedly outclass Chu Hao's current abilities. Before long, having finished the match and their meal, the two began their solo session. 10 minutes later, Chu Hao stared at the staggering score of 426, utterly speechless. After a long pause, he finally looked up at Han Yi in disbelief. "Did you really just cheat while I was out?" Han Yi opened his mouth, ready to retort with a quip about not being able to handle the loss, when suddenly a faint blue panel illuminated before him. "Congratulations, host. You have awakened the CSGO skepticism system. Each time someone questions you, you will earn a point of skepticism. You have been questioned for the first time. Skepticism points, 100. Host name, Han Yi. Age, 17. Rifle pre-aim, 46. Positioning, 48. Reaction, 86. Tracking, 31. Sniper pre-aim, 58. Positioning, 31. Reaction, 92. Tracking, 56. Submachine gun pre-aim, 40. Positioning, 41. Reaction, 81. Tracking, 43. Map understanding, Dust 2, 76. Nuke, 23. Mi Lane G, 45. Xiaozhun, 47. Death Playground, 24. Train, 18. Building, 19. Question. Value, 100. Extract talent cost, 100. Question value. Daily mission. Eliminate 1,000 bots to gain 1 attribute point. Current, 01000. After Han Yi finished examining the system panel, he opened his mouth but spoke in a barely audible voice. Chu Hao scratched his head, clearly unable to hear what Han Yi had said. "What did you say? Speak louder." This time, Han Yi raised his voice, infused with incredulity, and his words clearly reached Chu Hao's ears. "It seems I've truly activated it." Chapter 2, Mind Reading. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao wore a skeptical expression. "Come on, I know you. Today you have good luck, and since I'm off my game, I'll dominate you tomorrow. Let's head to the room." Han Yi accepted Chu Hao's invitation and began a duo queue, but his attention was not on the computer. Instead, it was captivated by the talent extraction section on the system panel. With a spirit of experimentation, he clicked the extraction button, and soon a roulette appeared before him, complete with a lever on the far right, indicating that it needed to be pulled to initiate the draw. Han Yi did not hastily start. Instead, he examined the prizes displayed on the roulette. The Nikos Preemkinis' Reflex Garrigan's Command Experience Rifle Pre-Aim won. The rewards were remarkably diverse, comprising over 1,000 different options. Some prizes included the talents of professional players, while others provided various attribute enhancements. Beyond these, Han Yi also noticed some unique items, including physical enhancements and superior peripherals. After reviewing all the rewards, a flicker of anticipation arose within him, and he subsequently pulled the lever. The roulette began to spin slowly before eventually coming to a stop on an option that surprised Han Yi. Mind reading description. Read the thoughts of others without needing language proficiency. Gazing at the skill before him, he felt perplexed, momentarily failing to comprehend the connection between this skill and CSGO. Just then, an urgent ringing interrupted Han Yi's contemplation, and upon seeing the matchmaking success notification, he instinctively clicked confirm. The game map was Dust 2, and he glanced at both teams' IDs for convenient communication later to CT. "Hi Han Yi, Kikaka Chu Hao. The girl I like doesn't think of me. Tutu Mama from Flip Garden. Tutu Mama's Grandpa T. Chingu is not wrong. Beetle nut and cigarettes. Just lock me. Don't pretend. Navi's S1 Imple himself. Invincible Minotaur Chief." Han Yi's school laptop loaded the game slowly, so by the time he and Chu Hao entered, their teammates were already waiting for them. As the countdown concluded, the pistol round officially commenced. Han Yi quickly grasped the utility of the mind-reading skill within CSGO. The system granted him the ability to not only read the thoughts of those nearby, but also the minds of teammates and opponents in the game. He could hear everyone's thoughts with clarity. Point 1 teammate will attack B site. I'll crouch at B1. If I can get a kill, that's a win. They'll throw a smoke here to extinguish the fire for my teammates. They'll go first. B is tough to breach. Of course, amidst the chorus of inner voices, there were also some thoughts from teammates. By filtering through these thoughts, Han Yi deduced that the opponents would rush B, and he promptly began to direct his teammates. "Listen to me. They'll hold A alone while you forego B. They will definitely rush B." His commands were met with enthusiastic agreement from his teammates. "Sure thing, brother. Well, follow your lead this round. Everyone to B. Let him hold A, covering." Under Han Yi's guidance, the CT side quickly formed a 4-team defensive formation, leaving the alley and A entirely to him, while the other 4 took cover in the B-bomb site. The decision not to adopt a full 5B formation stemmed from Han Yi's lingering uncertainty. He needed this match to confirm that the thoughts he had heard were indeed those of the opponents. As time progressed, the thoughts of the terrorists began to revolve around their impending assault. Should I smoke this position? Wait for the flash. They'll follow right behind him and let him draw the fire. With this information, Han Yi reminded his teammates once more. I haven't seen them at A or mid. Be cautious. They might hit B. No sooner had he finished speaking than a smoke grenade fell from above, sealing B entrance. followed by the sound of enemy footsteps echoing from B tunnel. The incredulity in his teammates' voices was palpable. Wow, they really are coming. Don't talk, just shoot. With ample preparation, the team remained composed. As the first terrorist charged out of B tunnel, a shot from behind the large box pierced through his skull, eliminating him at the entrance. Tutu Mama from Flip Garden used USP to headshot Chingu. Is not wrong. Despite losing one member, the terrorists did not retreat. Instead, they shouted and charged forward. The second terrorist soon spotted the CT behind the large box and decisively fired 2 shots, killing Tutu Mama, who had just secured the previous kill. Beetle Nut and Cigarettes used Glock to eliminate Tutu Mama from Flip Garden. After dispatching Tutu Mama, he shouted, "The CT holding B is dead. Rush in." Upon hearing this, some terrorists who were considering retreating abandoned the thought and surged out of B tunnel. However, when they beheld the environment inside the B bomb site, despair washed over each of them. While it was true that the CT behind the large box had been eliminated, within the B bomb site, behind the vehicles, and even in the sniper position, there lurked another CT, and the 4 terrorists found themselves ensnared in a web of CT fire. Though they held a numerical advantage, under the overwhelming assault from all directions, they were unable to mount any effective resistance. Within mere seconds, 3 bodies lay lifeless, leaving only 1 terrorist to retreat in disarray from B tunnel. Of course, Han Yi chose not to let him escape. Using his insight into the opponent's thoughts, he accurately discerned the escape route and successfully eliminated him near the terrorist spawn. That a simple yet effective command had secured Han Yi's team a triumphant start. His teammates' praises were ceaseless. Impressive command. Incredible. With this leadership, I can't see how we could lose. We'll win this round effortlessly. Absolutely, Han Yi replied, his face brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated that the efficacy of the mind-reading skill would surpass his expectations. For a CSGO player, the ability to eavesdrop on the opponent's thoughts and discern their strategies was invaluable. He understood all too well what this entailed. He recalled a question he had encountered long ago. If a player in CSGO had poor shooting skills but always knew the opponent's strategies, could such a player achieve victory in a major tournament? The comments below were numerous and varied, yet they all unanimously believed that winning a major championship was entirely feasible. Many even asserted that even if a player did not secure any kills, as long as they could consistently analyze the opponent's strategies, they would be considered the world's top. Commander, imagine a scenario where 2 teams face off, and one team, regardless of how they rotate or adapt their strategies, ultimately falls into the enemy's traps. It is a situation rife with despair. Currently, Han Yi has successfully achieved this with the assistance of the system. Chapter 3. The Fish Fryer. The second round of the game commenced swiftly, and Han Yi found himself spawning in a position closest to the major area. Without hesitation, he equipped a fire grenade and a flashbang, opting for the 9mm firearm. Soon after, he gleaned from the enemy's communications that they intended to initiate with a flashbang. And on this map, there was but one location where such an approach was necessary, the major area. We shall gamble on the major area this round. Let us proceed with 311 at the outset. Having previously anticipated the enemy's action successfully, Han Yi's teammates did not question his command once more. Except for the 2 players closest to the point, the rest promptly followed Han Yi to the major area. Han Yi glanced back at his comrades, Chu Hao and a teammate known as Tutu Ma, and began to strategize. I will throw a fire grenade at the blue box, and you throw one at the door. This will prevent them from advancing. He then communicated through the in-game voice chat with Tutu Ma, wait for my flash before we engage. With the major area tactics set, the trio approached the door. Due to their prior discussions, the 2 players coordinated seamlessly, tossing their fire grenades in unison. Almost simultaneously, the enemy's flashbang soared through the air, blinding the 3 players in the major area. Han Yi promptly activated his microphone to remind his teammates, do not retreat. Wait for my flash. They are delayed by the fire. Upon hearing Han Yi's words, Chu Hao and Tutu Ma halted their withdrawal, choosing instead to remain stationary. As the blinding light faded from their screens, Han Yi discerned the sound of approaching footsteps and, estimating the moment was right, decisively threw a counter flashbang. When it detonated, the prepared trio sprang into action, due to the previous delay caused by the 2 fire grenades, and the fact that the enemy had insufficient equipment following their loss in the first round. Their response was noticeably sluggish. By the time the trio emerged, only 2 foes stood outside the smoke, one close to the corner and the other lingering near the blue box. The 2 enemies were armed only with newly purchased blow dryers, and their attempts to evade the onslaught from Han Yi's team proved futile. In addition to these factors, Han Yi's marksmanship and skill far surpassed theirs. He swiftly eliminated the nearest foe before turning to spray bullets towards the one near the blue box, assisting Chu Hao and Tutu Ma in dispatching him. Finally, with keen awareness, he directed his remaining bullets into the smoke, fortuitously killing an enemy attempting to escape. In mere seconds, Han Yi secured a triple kill, shattering the enemy's offensive. His teammates, who had already held him in high regard, erupted in cheers. And the long-awaited doubts surfaced. Dude, your shooting is insane. You're so cool. Your command is excellent, and your aim is sharp. Are you not just a fish fryer? As this question echoed in his ears, the system notification chimed in time. Doubt value. 1. This made Han Yi's heart blossom with joy. Although, to some extent, he indeed came to fry fish, he knew that admitting it would hinder his ability to garner more doubt values. Thus, he promptly denied it. Today, as performance is quite good, you can ask that guy. It's my account. Upon hearing Han Yi's explanation, his teammates' suspicions lessened somewhat, though they were not entirely dispelled. After all, they were not naive children to be easily swayed by Han Yi's words, and they retained a sliver of doubt in their minds. Soon, as the smoke began to dissipate, the remaining two enemies did not choose to join their fallen comrades, but instead took cover. Upon confirming that no one was hiding behind the blue box, Han Yi decisively communicated with his teammates for a door flashbang. Under the cover of the flash, he successfully charged through the door, spotting an enemy crouched inside, eyes shielded by a desert eagle. He dispatched the foe with another burst of bullets, just as he was on the verge of achieving a quintuple kill. At that moment, the last enemy dashed from behind the left side box, firing while evading wildly. Although Han Yi aimed at him without delay, his precision faltered against the moving target. His initial shots fell short, with many bullets striking the wall behind. And only one managed to graze the enemy, who retaliated with several shots that brought Han Yi down, filled with frustration. However, the enemy was not spared either, as Han Yi's four teammates swiftly surrounded him, ultimately overwhelming him within the doorway. Missing the quintuple kill did not diminish Han Yi's satisfaction with his previous performance. And in the new round, he equipped full armor alongside A-44. This era was characterized by the clash of the 44 against the 553, with the latter renowned for its precision, making players accustomed to the art of sniping before firing. It was during this period that the infamous statement about the ineptitude of those using the weapon emerged. Yet, this bravado did not last long. Merely a month later, he joined the ranks of those praising its effectiveness. Now, in the current version, although the weapon had been nerfed, the 553 remained a formidable choice, serving as the primary weapon for the terrorist faction. While Han Yi had favored the one weapon before his time travel, he found that its slow fire rate and high cost, coupled with its only marginal advantage in accuracy, did not warrant a desire to revert to it. After all, the handling difference between the 1 and 4 was negligible, and with a few more rounds of adaptation, he could easily acclimate to it. He closed his eyes once more, eavesdropping on the enemy's thoughts, and deduced that they intended to target the small area. Han Yi directed his teammates to fortify the small area, successfully executing a counterclearance and acquiring 2 553s. With the addition of these weapons, the enemy's offensive was further thwarted. After consecutively losing 6 or 7 rounds, the morale of the bandits was utterly shattered, leading to a significant decline in communication and camaraderie among them. Han Yi even overheard a comment about a certain female streamer, suggesting that some of them had begun to scroll through Douyin. In a game that relies heavily on tactile feedback, engaging in Douyin scrolling post-defeat is undeniably a sign of negativity and a lack of commitment, as such behavior severely disrupts one's gaming finesse. Unsurprisingly, following this decline in the opposing team's performance, Han Yi found himself emboldened, and by the end of the game, the opponents had managed to score only a single point, while he himself achieved an impressive record of 256. Naturally, this performance was met with skepticism, leading to a total of 13 points of doubt contributed by his 3 teammates and the 5 adversaries. Adding to the previous single point, Han Yi's total doubt points reached 14, fulfilling 1/10 of the requirement for his second lottery draw. In Chapter 4, Elon K, the two continued to play for 3 more rounds. With the aid of mind-reading techniques, Han Yi transformed into a tactical genius, and the opposing team was no match for his strategic deployments, suffering defeat after defeat. Their score increased from 1,300 to 1,400, stabilizing at that mark. Let's call it a night. We can continue tomorrow. It's getting late, and Ho Zi and El Yang should be returning soon, said Chu Hao. Han Yi nodded in agreement, glancing down to realize that it was already past 9 in the evening. They resided in a 4-person dormitory, where the other 2 roommates, unlike their internet-addicted peers, preferred outdoor activities like basketball and maintained a more regular schedule, adhering to lights out at 10 and bedtime around 11. Once the 2 had gone to sleep, the freedom for Han Yi and Chu Hao to communicate as they pleased, shouting and laughing, would inevitably diminish, thus slightly reducing the enjoyment of the game. After pondering for a moment, Han Yi's gaze fell on the daily task section. Kill 1,000 enemies to gain 1 attribute point, current 01000. Han Yi was uncertain how significant this single attribute point would be, but he reasoned that having more was certainly better than none. Moreover, 1,000 was not an insurmountable number, factoring in breaks. It would take less than an hour to complete. Before his rebirth, he occasionally practiced his shooting skills, making this task relatively easy for him. Han Yi first downloaded a shooting practice map from the Creative Workshop and then entered the freshly acquired map to begin his training. Chu Hao, who had already settled into bed, inadvertently caught sight of this scene and sat up with his mouth agape. What's this? You're secretly getting stronger and not telling your bro? No wonder I felt your shooting was off today. You've been practicing while I sleep. Han Yi, of course, denied this unfounded accusation. Nonsense. This is my first day practicing shooting. As for my improved accuracy, do you understand talent? Understand what? We've always been evenly matched. I didn't see where your talent surpassed mine. Chu Hao retorted as he returned to his computer. Which map did you use? I want to try it too. Just wait until I can dominate you tomorrow. Han Yi sighed, snatching the mouse from Chu Hao. I'll download it for you. After setting up the map, both began their shooting practice. After some time, Ho Zi and El Yang returned, and the four exchanged a few casual words before it was time for lights out at 10. Only the sound of Han Yi and Chu Hao typing on their keyboards remained in the dormitory. As fatigue washed over him, Han Yi opened the system panel, discovering that his kill count had surpassed 1,000, reaching 1,005. He stifled a yawn and closed his laptop. Noticing Chu Hao, who looked utterly exhausted, he quickly spoke up. Not practicing anymore. I'm a bit tired. Time to rest. Hearing this, Chu Hao sighed in relief, shutting his computer and lying back on his bed. I'm dead tired. I'm going to sleep. You better not sneak off to practice shooting while I'm asleep. If I catch you getting stronger on your own, who knows what might happen? Get lost if you're not putting in the effort and I surpass you. That's on you. Of course, I'll blame you. Don't think you can play casually. When I wake up refreshed tomorrow, I'll crush you. Don't get crushed again. After their playful banter, they fell into silence, and Han Yi succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, he glanced at the time on his phone by his pillow, discovering it was already 9 o'clock. Looking around, he saw that Ho Zi and El Yang were up and getting dressed. Upon noticing Han Yi was awake, they asked if he wanted to join them for breakfast. Han Yi glanced at the still sleeping Chu Hao and shook his head. I'll wait for Chu Hao. You go ahead. All right, they replied, not pushing the matter further, and left the dormitory one after the other. Once they departed, Han Yi quickly washed up, and noticing that Chu Hao showed no signs of waking, he settled at his computer to embark on a solo rank-up journey. With his skill level, he could easily dominate even without communicating with teammates at this tier. The only difference was the diminished enjoyment of playing alongside others. By the time Chu Hao finally roused, Han Yi had already secured 2 consecutive victories, boosting his score to 1,460, significantly higher than Chu Hao's 1,320. Observing the forlorn look on his friend's face, Han Yi scratched his head. What can I say? You kept sleeping. I couldn't just sit around waiting for you. Chu Hao, aware of his own fault, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I just hope you have some conscience and don't throw me under the bus when we duel later. After Chu Hao finished grooming, the two headed out for breakfast together. Meanwhile, Elon K, who had just started his stream, yawned. As it was morning, the number of viewers in the stream was sparse. He mused for a moment, deciding not to rush into a game just yet. Let us start by checking for cheaters. Once we have more viewers, we can play a few rounds. In response to this statement, the audience in the live broadcast unanimously concurred. Thus, he commenced sifting through intriguing messages in his email and private messages, quickly fixating on a particular fan's private message. Kai Gu. Take a look at this person's perspective and voice. It's rather peculiar. During our games, the opposing team invariably anticipates our offensive direction, resulting in our repeated incursions into the police station. If this individual isn't cheating, then they must be a prodigious strategist. The fan's description swiftly ignited Elon Kai's curiosity, prompting him to download the corresponding game as per the fan's suggestion. Upon entering, he discovered the map was 2, and considering the rank, his suspicion regarding the player's potential cheating escalated significantly. This preconceived notion stemmed from the simple observation that most cheating players are novices who have recently engaged with the game, often selecting map 2 or opting for all open maps. Consequently, the prevalence of cheats on map 2 and other obscure maps is quite high. However, lacking concrete evidence, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. A gentle click of the mouse ushered him into the first match. After a brief discussion, the bandits opted for an explosive tactical approach, advancing towards the area while commands resonated from the opposite side. Follow my lead. I will go solo, and you four will flank. Han Yi's voice clearly reached Elon Kai's ears, eliciting a subtle smile from him as he murmured, "This is intriguing." If his previous assumptions had merely been speculative, devoid of evidence to substantiate Han Yi's cheating, this statement propelled his estimation of the likelihood of Han Yi's misconduct to 80%. The remaining 20% stemmed from the relatively low rank of the player, mingled with numerous novices whose bewildering actions he could comprehend. Had the rank been higher, should someone dare to command in such a manner, Elon Kai would undoubtedly have condemned them without hesitation. Chapter 5: How is his command quicker than the opponent's actions? Unsurprisingly, under Han Yi's guidance, the round concluded with ease as the bandits stormed into the police station, only to be besieged by officers and ultimately retreating in disarray. Elon Kai also noted Han Yi's swift maneuvering towards the bandit base, seemingly aware that only one bandit remained to transition from their base. It could be said he was merely one substantial moment away from firmly condemning Han Yi. He then glanced at the barrage of comments. Noticing the audience had divided into two factions. How does he know all five are present? He asked, not even pretending. He predicted the opponent's moves right from the start. It's appalling. Let us all report him and get his account banned. This rank might just be a matter of luck. Let's observe further. Indeed, in this rank, such occurrences are commonplace. We can't convict someone based solely on this. Witnessing the brewing discord among the comments, he swiftly intervened to reassure the viewers. No need to rush. We certainly cannot reach a conclusion just yet. Let us continue to observe. As he spoke, the countdown for the second match concluded. Elon Kai focused intently on the bottom left corner of the screen, and as Han Yi's avatar illuminated, he once again heard Han Yi's commanding voice. They are going to push towards the main area. We will initiate with a 3-1-1 strategy. Upon hearing this, Elon Kai redirected his gaze to the screen, confirming that the bandits indeed surged towards the main area, which ignited a flurry of comments. I told you so. Yes, definitely cheating. The first time could be explained. But what about this instance? Middle, entrance, small, main, what can't be attacked? Yet he predicted accurately again. Indeed, a cheater, let us remove him. Amidst the onslaught of comments, Elon Kai chose silence, discreetly rewinding the progress bar to revisit the moment at the game's onset. Han Yi's voice resonated once more. They are going to push towards the main area. We will initiate with a 3-1-1 strategy. At this moment, Elon Kai pressed the pause button, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. He realized that when Han Yi uttered this statement, the countdown had just concluded, and the bandits had yet to commence any actions. Those familiar with cheats understand that discerning the opponent's intended attack typically necessitates observing their movements. Yet Han Yi clearly did not conform to this norm. His commands were articulated before the bandits had the opportunity to act, rendering the possibility of cheating implausible. After this revelation, Elon Kai promptly highlighted the matter, and the live audience began to take notice, resulting in a dramatic shift in sentiment. The bandits haven't acted yet he is already issuing commands. There is a limit to how far one can go in wrongfully accusing someone. Exactly. Predicting the opponent's moves twice in succession does not equate to cheating. What rank are you all? Incredible comments. Is commanding well equivalent to cheating? Upon confirming that Han Yi was not cheating, Elon Kai visibly relaxed. With the absence of cheating, he decided to assess this brother's command skills. As time progressed, the second and third matches swiftly concluded. Elon Kai formed an initial judgment regarding Han Yi's capabilities. The commands and shooting skills displayed during these two rounds were commendable, akin to someone fishing with dynamite. While he personally disapproves of such behavior, he acknowledged that it was merely a matter of playing with friends. One cannot forbid individuals from enjoying games together. In his view, simply playing with friends does not constitute cheating. His words held a certain validity, and many individuals within the live stream room readily concurred. The discussion shifted from whether Han Yi had commenced his performance to speculating about his true rank. A plethora of opinions emerged, most of which hovered around the mid-tier. However, as the match progressed, the conjectured ranks steadily escalated. Elon Kai's expression transitioned from initial indifference to one of sheer astonishment. He had now witnessed the 9th round, with the scores between both sides soaring to 8 o'clock, representing an uninterrupted winning streak of 8 rounds. More crucially, throughout these 8 matches, Han Yi's command exhibited no errors, consistently predicting the enemy's offensive maneuvers and directing his teammates to counteract effectively. As the 9th round commenced, with the bandits once again charging into the police station, even the seasoned Elon Kai could not suppress a gasp of admiration. This individual was exceptional. Could it truly not be a prescripted performance? Approaching the game with skepticism, he exited to check the rank ladder, and upon seeing the words ranked match, all his doubts evaporated. He confirmed that Han Yi indeed possessed remarkable strategic acumen and could accurately anticipate enemy tactics. Elon Kai re-entered the game, diligently observing the remaining rounds, utterly captivated by the unfolding events. Except for the last few rounds where Han Yi refrained from issuing commands, in all previous encounters, whenever Han Yi directed, he invariably deduced the opponent's strategies with precision. As for the reason behind his silence in the final rounds, Elon Kai surmised it was straightforward. The opposing team had already begun to falter, rendering further commands unnecessary, rather than indicating Han Yi's incapacity to lead. To ascertain whether Han Yi's prowess was mere luck or a stable performance, Elon Kai subsequently downloaded recordings of Han Yi's second and third matches. 3 hours later, After reviewing all of Han Yi's performances, Leon Kai was convinced that Han Yi truly possessed the ability to discern the opponent's offensive intentions and respond accordingly. This revelation prompted him to take several deep breaths to regain his composure. As a veteran player, he understood the significance of such a skill. Should Han Yi attain a higher rank, he could potentially predict the enemy's movements, even if his accuracy fell short of perfection, reaching 70 or even 60%. Han Yi could emerge as a leading strategist domestically, comparable to the likes of 259. Naturally, this was predicated on Han Yi's shooting skills being at a certain level. Should his marksmanship ascend to the realm of a master, the world would witness the emergence of a superlative commander. The thought that the country had not seen a formidable strategist in years ignited a spark of excitement within him, as he envisioned a bright future for domestic strategy through Han Yi. Yet, whether he was truly a gem remained to be seen. He noted Han Yi's name, expressing admiration while simultaneously resolving that if Han Yi ascended to a high rank while maintaining such formidable predictive abilities, he would recommend him to the authorities. Currently, the ranking had slipped beyond the top 30 globally, yet the roster was not without merit. With an appropriate strategist, they could potentially re-enter the legendary tier. Of course, this hinged on Han Yi's willingness to pursue such a path and whether any foreign teams had recognized his talent. Compared to the overseas environment, the domestic landscape was fraught with challenges. Any player with a hint of talent and ambition would invariably lean towards foreign clubs when faced with offers, regardless of how favorable the domestic conditions might be. Chapter 6. New Talent. Host faces scrutiny. Scrutiny value. 6. Host faces scrutiny. Scrutiny value. 1. Host faces scrutiny. Scrutiny value. 50. As Han Yi sat in the cafeteria preparing to dine, he found himself bewildered by the barrage of scrutiny values that incessantly popped up before him. Since he had accompanied Chu Hao to the cafeteria a few minutes prior to place their orders, he had been seated at the table awaiting their meals when this phenomenon began. With each notification from the system, his scrutiny value surged alarmingly, soaring to over 600 points within a mere half hour. Regrettably, this momentum did not sustain itself. After 30 minutes, the rate of increase in scrutiny values significantly dwindled, often taking several minutes, or even more than 10, to rise by a single point. By the time Han Yi returned to his dormitory, his scrutiny value had plateaued. Upon opening his computer, he noticed dozens of friend requests had accumulated in his list, leading him to surmise what had transpired. Accepting the requests one by one, he soon received a message. I watched Leon Kai's live stream. Your commands were incredible. Let's play together sometime. I'll definitely follow your lead. What did Leon Kai say? After a brief exchange, with the other party's assistance, he quickly unraveled the sequence of events. This revelation sparked an idea. If Leon Kai could garner scrutiny points through his live streams, could he not do the same? Without hesitation, he decided to proceed, recognizing that even in failure, the cost would be negligible. Given that his previous matches had already been viewed by Leon Kai, releasing them online could easily lead to recognition. So Han Yi opted to play 2 more matches with Chu Hao to gather fresh material. Afterward, he opened editing software to cut together the controversial segments where he had employed mind-reading tactics, reorganizing them and registering new accounts on various platforms. He chose not to use his in-game name, as that would be too conspicuous. After considerable thought, he settled on the moniker Benrin. Having completed these tasks, he faced a challenge while titling his upload. As the new account had no fan base, posting something unremarkable online would likely fail to capture audience attention. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yi altered the title. I claimed he was playing. My friend, the master, insisted he wasn't. He. Everyone, help me determine if this person is using cheats. Satisfied with the revised title, he clicked the upload button, ready to share his content with the world. Beside him, Chu Hao observed Han Yi as he completed his tasks, scratching his head in confusion. Why did you choose such a title? Moreover, you haven't even edited your impressive kills. It's all just preemptive shots and commands. In response to Chu Hao's inquiry, Han Yi rolled his eyes, casting a look that conveyed a sense of superiority, as if to say, you wouldn't understand. Noticing Han Yi's disdainful gaze, Chu Hao scoffed, but opted not to pursue the matter further. Wishing to avoid further condescension from Han Yi, with some leisure time on his hands, Han Yi gazed at the over 600 points of doubt value displayed on his system panel and promptly accessed the lottery interface. As the wheel began to spin, 6 attributes unfolded before his eyes. Rifle enhancement, pre-aim 1, rifle enhancement, positioning 1, submachine gun enhancement, reaction 1, sniper rifle enhancement, positioning 1, new talent, awareness, sniper rifle enhancement, reaction 1. Once Han Yi finished reviewing the 6 attributes, his attention was swiftly drawn to the new talent, awareness. He felt an odd familiarity with it, as if he had encountered it before, yet he could not quite recall who it belonged to. Driven by curiosity, he entered the phrase into Baidu and, upon seeing the person's face, a sense of enlightenment washed over him. While he couldn't immediately recall the name, The mention of Lung Shun would resonate with anyone who had played for a while, as they would undoubtedly remember the iconic moments of me La Ji leaping to snipe. Lung Shun had even left his mark with a spray near the white car. Han Yi had been playing this game since 2019, by which time Lung Shun's peak had long passed. Discussions surrounding him had shifted from his jumping snipes to the moniker Lung Lao Lu. Accompanied by a recurring joke in matches, Lung Shun never turns his back. This phrase underscored Lung Shun's status as a former top-tier free agent, indicating that his awareness was indeed exceptional. Soon, Han Yi's thoughts coalesced, and the system presented him with a panel. Awareness. When an enemy attempts to ambush the host from behind, the host may have the opportunity to turn and fire first. After digesting the information displayed, Han Yi confirmed his initial suspicion that this talent was indeed related to Lung Shun's infamous ability to never turn his back. The only uncertainty remained regarding the probability of being able to turn and shoot first, which could only be determined through experience. Next, Han Yi shifted his gaze to his attribute panel. Following a round of enhancements, his rifle positioning had reached 49, just shy of 50, and he happened to have a point of attribute value remaining. Positioning is vital for a marksman, thus Han Yi did not hesitate to allocate that point to positioning, elevating it to 50. With this upgrade, he immediately felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind, encompassing intricate details of various maps and potential enemy positions. This sensation was not a mere accumulation of memories, but rather an impression that, with the system's aid, he had gleaned insights from thousands of matches, retaining all that experiential wisdom. After assimilating this newfound knowledge, excitement gleamed in Han Yi's eyes as he glanced at Chu Hao, signaling him to log in. I've gained considerable insight. This time, I will undoubtedly be stronger and lead you to slaughter. Stop kidding. You've just had a meal with me and played a few matches. How can you claim to have gained understanding? Do you think you're some kind of genius? Despite acknowledging Chu Hao's recent improvement, he recalled that he had not practiced shooting, and once he began his training, he would inevitably catch up. Chu Hao's tone was laced with disdain, yet he recognized an undeniable truth. The gap between him and Han Yi was widening. In response to Chu Hao's mockery, Han Yi, unwilling to be outdone, began a round of retorts. Just play your part. Your role is to be my cheerleader, shouting praises while I dominate. Get lost. Even items can be crucial at times. The two continued to engage in several matches, and under Han Yi's leadership, they ascended to a new tier. At this level, Chu Hao found himself struggling in direct confrontations, but with Han Yi's guidance, he merely had to follow orders, using items strategically to delay opponents without exposing any weaknesses in their teamwork. On the other hand, Han Yi, having acquired the awareness talent, noticed a marked enhancement in his capabilities. Throughout these two matches, he discerned the trigger probability for this talent. Approximately every 5 or 6 times an enemy attempted to sneak up behind him, he would activate Lung Shun's talent, allowing him to pivot and eliminate the foe first. However, not every match would present an opportunity for the enemy to approach Han Yi from behind, suggesting that in a single game, such a trigger might not occur at all. While this might seem somewhat inconsequential, each activation represented a significant disruption to the enemy's perfect flanking maneuver, making it undeniably valuable. Over the course of these two matches, Han Yi's video also began to show results. Thanks to the audacious title, although his likes were modest, the number of replies soared to an impressive 60 or more, with over 300 views. Benefiting from this high engagement rate, the video platform continued to promote his content, contributing over 50 points to his doubt value, suggesting that by the following day, he would be eligible to draw again. However, Han Yi found this efficiency unsatisfactory. Having experienced the thrill of accumulating over 600 points in just a few hours, the prospect of waiting 2 days for another draw left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Moreover, Han Yi observed that despite the high level of discussion surrounding his videos, very few people were paying attention to him. This indicated that with each video he released, he was unable to accumulate followers, essentially starting anew each time. Realizing that this approach was unfeasible, Han Yi was compelled to rethink his strategy. He glanced at his companion, Chu Hao, and casually remarked, "You go ahead and play. I'm done for now." "What's wrong?" Chu Hao inquired. "Nothing, just feeling a bit tired," Han Yi replied. "All right then." Hearing Han Yi's words, Chu Hao shrugged his shoulders and opted to play solo. Han Yi, seated beside him, watched as Chu Hao played while contemplating his next plan, how to transform the skepticism of his audience into a sustainable developmental enterprise. Over the past few days, Chu Hao had grown accustomed to duo queuing with Han Yi. Without him, he clearly struggled to adjust to this new segment, and it wasn't long before his complaints surfaced. "Why are my teammates using their flashes so randomly? How can they be so accurate?" Listening to the continuous lamentations, Han Yi came to a realization. It was 2019, and the majority of players were rather inexperienced. Even at this level, many struggled with basic equipment, while others executed their ultimate abilities in a haphazard manner. Given this, why not become an instructional content creator? He recalled that during the time he traversed, Even straightforward maps like Shah Air had spawned innovative strategies. The most notable was the dual smoke tactic, which obscured vision while enabling the bandits to advance through the center. This tactic had yet to emerge in the current era, and it was beyond imagination. Presently, the prevailing strategy involved sealing off one side of the police house, with everyone rushing through the center to seize the outer sand area. The advantages and disadvantages of the two strategies were starkly evident. With the dual smoke tactic, bandits had ample time to neutralize the threats from the police house before launching an offensive under the cover of smoke. Conversely, the strategy of sealing the police house with smoke led to hurried assaults by bandits, fraught with the fear of simultaneous flanking from both the outside and the police house. Han had lost count of how many times he had perished in the offensive zone due to teammates' deceptive smoke and chaotic throws. In addition to advanced strategies, Han Yi's mind brimmed with ideas for equipment that had yet to be introduced, such as the rapid smoke for the mid lane in Lianyu Shaozhen and the quick smoke for Tiantang Lu on that map. Much of this knowledge stemmed from observations made during matches, along with various derived strategies. With a clear objective in mind, Han Yi decisively launched the game and began recording his material. As the daylight waned, he rubbed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. After several hours of diligent effort, he had recorded various fundamental equipment for the map and included the dual smoke tactic along with the throwing techniques and subsequent strategies at the end. Having reviewed the footage without discovering any issues, he was poised to upload the video when, at a pivotal moment, his hand hesitated. Han Yi had not forgotten that the initial purpose of creating videos was to elicit more skepticism. Although the instructional video was indeed flawless, its perfection posed a dilemma. Who would question a video that appeared so professional? After a moment of contemplation, Han Yi resolved to incorporate some personal flair into the instructional material, recording a technique that seemed plausible but was impractical in actual combat. He had already conceived of this technique. First, he activated the flight mode in the console, positioned himself near the slope of the police house, and threw two smokes to seal off one side. He then swiftly flew to the vicinity of the blue box and, while pressing the record button, tossed a smoke grenade into the sky. Subsequently, Han Yi pretended to run towards the main area, observing the two smokes he had just thrown, and began his commentary. Brothers, this is my self-developed smoke technique, capable of sealing the entire area with just one grenade. Just learn it. Satisfied with his words, Han Yi nodded approvingly and ended the recording. After a round of editing, the creation of a smoke technique that sealed off the blue box came into being. As for the final landing spot of the smoke, Han Yi did not delve into it nor care, for his aim was to generate skepticism, not to rely on the utility of the smoke itself. Upon reviewing the edited video, Han Yi nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to upload his second video of the day. The title is explosive as always, Shah Air's foolish equipment tossing exposed. Pros exclaim this will change their lives. After completing these tasks, Han Yi glanced at the time and realized it was already 9 o'clock at night. He immediately began practicing his shooting, not resting until he had achieved 1,000 kills and completed his daily task before sinking into a deep slumber. When he awoke the next day and saw his skepticism points nearing 200, he thought he was dreaming. Upon checking his phone, he was astounded by an influx of 99 messages, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet when he opened the details, he found that all the messages were scathing critiques directed at him. What on earth happened? Other equipment seemed reasonable, but what was up with that blue box smoke? I told my teammates I was throwing a smoke, and after doing so, it didn't seal anything, and we all got wiped out. You seem fine. But I was stubborn and threw it 3 times. Now, my friends look at me as if I'm mentally challenged. Don't even get me started. Who would have imagined that smoke would land in the small area? I was the only one pushing into the main area, while all my teammates went to the small. And I ended up sealing all 4 of them with 1 smoke. They berated me for 40 minutes in the dead of night. Despite the criticism, the other equipment proved quite useful, and I decided to follow him. In Chapter 8, Han Yi opened his personal profile and discovered that just from this one video, he had gained over 300 new followers. Furthermore, the video was still being promoted, and he anticipated that within a day or two, his follower count would reach 4 digits. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Shao was still asleep, while the other 2 roommates had not returned the previous night. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and he paid little heed to it. He casually picked up his phone to check the time, 8:40 a.m. on a Monday. The first class commenced at 10 o'clock, leaving him no time to indulge in gaming. After a brief wash-up, he returned to find that Shao had also risen. The 2 quickly dressed and made their way to the dining hall. HNY purchased 2 beef buns and a bowl of soy milk, while Shao opted for a bowl of spicy beef noodles at the window, serving Chongqing-style noodles. Despite the dish being dubbed spicy beef noodles and costing a hefty 15 yuan, there was hardly a trace of beef to be found. Yet Shao was inexplicably enamored with it. After finishing their breakfast, they arrived at the classroom at 9:50. The back rows were already occupied by numerous classmates, so they settled for a front row seat by the window. Due to the large classroom accommodating 2 classes simultaneously, the teacher's supervision was somewhat lax, allowing the 2 to pass the entire morning engrossed in their phones. When noon arrived, they chose not to return to the dining hall, but instead ventured to the Chongqing chicken pot restaurant at the school gate. During their meal, Chao proudly boasted about his knowledge. Let me tell you, Chongqing chicken pot isn't actually Chongqing cuisine. It was created by a Fujian native in Shanghai. In truth, apart from the name, this dish has no connection to Chongqing at all. After hearing this, HNY was taken aback, but he maintained a facade of indifference and retorted, I already knew that. Did you think I needed you to tell me? His words doused Chao with cold water, leaving him momentarily stunned in his seat, before quickly regaining his composure. You couldn't possibly know. Why wouldn't I? I've seen it on Douyin. Alright then. Upon learning that HNY had acquired this trivial piece of knowledge from Douyin, Chao was instantly more convinced. As he himself had stumbled upon this fact on the same platform, the earlier pride he had felt dissipating entirely. The reason HNY was aware of this tidbit was quite simple. As Chao's close friend, he knew him well. Chao was not one to engage in studying, and his only source of knowledge was indeed Douyin. After finishing their meal, they returned to their dormitory and commenced a duo queue in a game, sticking to the same map, number 2. The primary reason was that Chao had no desire to play any other maps, and HNY did not press him, as it mattered little to him what map they played. Soon, their game matched successfully. HNY, as per his usual practice, glanced at the opposing team. HNY, Chao, YNZISHN, She NLIWSHHKL, just wait a bit. NINXN, UNZHXNS, ZHSH SUBO, LTing Wing, BUMOMO. Among them, he spotted the last player's name and, upon examining the avatar, noticed it was an adorable ragdoll cat, presumably belonging to a girl. Before he could utter a word, Chao grew overly excited. Bro, perform well this round, and I'll bring the girl over. What do you need a girl for? Boys should be strong, you know. What the hell? Do you have any idea how many months I've been playing this game? I've never encountered a girl. How can I let this rare opportunity slip by? Then I suggest you play another game. Our seniors don't need girls. What do you mean by another game? Chao looked confused, clearly not understanding HNY's words. You'll understand in due time. Meanwhile, in a Douyin livestream, WNIN was engaging with his audience while stretching his limbs. Brothers, let's dominate the opponents this round. Let me see who they are. What a bunch of amateurs. None of them have even reached the highest rank. The streamer, a pure skill-based player, with a rank of 50 stars, could easily dominate this tier. He invited viewers to subscribe if they wished to join in. As a small streamer on Douyin, his daily task involved earning 6 yuan gifts to gain followers and boost his rank. Of course, he couldn't play at higher ranks. His so-called prowess was merely exaggerated bravado, and his true skill level was mediocre at best, capable only of defeating lower-ranked players. His daily earnings were modest, amounting to merely 20 or 30 yuan, just enough for takeout. However, his motivation for streaming was not profit, but rather the enjoyment derived from the compliments of his viewers and the satisfaction of defeating opponents. Go, how are we going to crush them later? As the game commenced, the voice of his followers filled his headset. WNI and lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his tone dripping with disdain. With these opponents, I could take them down just by listening to their footsteps. Awesome, that's incredible. No wonder you're Go. Since their conversation occurred during the warm-up phase, Chao, who had entered the game earlier, overheard every word. Had he been playing solo, he would have likely dismissed their words, but glancing at HNY, he felt emboldened and eager to show off in front of the girl. Stop bragging. Who is this Go? If he doesn't turn on his monitor, my friend will take them all down. Oh really? Who's your friend? Let us see. My friend is this one. Just wait and see how they get crushed. Alright, I'll remember that, and specifically target your friend to see how you react. Upon hearing the opposing player's banter, HNY frowned as he just entered the game. Shut up. Why are you mentioning my name? Chao smirked, entirely unfazed, and confidently declared, what if you actually beat that so-called Go? We can bring the girl along. If you lose, they'll be mocking you, not me. Shut up. Upon hearing Chao's absurd reasoning, Hani chuckled derisively but chose not to engage in a debate, aware that the other party could not truly affect him. Moreover, if one were to discuss mockery, it was the opponent who had initiated it, and there was no need to diminish morale. As for the prospect of defeating the so-called Go, Han harbored a measure of confidence. He had possessed strength even before his transmigration, and with the system's augmentation, his prowess had advanced further. Even against players of the gold or diamond ranks, he felt he still held a fighting chance, unless the opponent was indeed a demon, relying solely on impeccable marksmanship to claim victory. Otherwise, Hani bore no fear. As the preparation phase concluded and both teams agreed to cancel the knife fight, the game commenced. Han promptly activated his mind-reading ability to glean the opponent's thoughts. This time, He intended to impress the ladies. The adversary seemed to possess some skill. Recently nearing level 2, he wondered if the streamer could match up. I hope my voice changer doesn't malfunction unexpectedly after this match. I should check if anyone can order takeout for me. Is this spot suitable for a sneaky smoke grenade to guide my teammates through the side path? Chapter 9. The first pentakill. Upon hearing the mention of a voice changer, Han Yi's expression visibly stiffened. He glanced at the still excited Xiahao, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately deciding not to reveal the truth, allowing him to remain lost in his fantasies. He then surveyed his team's starting position, centrally located among the 5 players. The teammates on the side of the zone were Xiahao and a player named Yun Zishan, while the other side had a player idly sipping soda and another idly waiting. Observing that Xiahao had yet to purchase any equipment, Han Yi conceived a tactical plan and instructed Xiahao, do not buy armor. Instead, purchase 2 flashes to assist me with a small counterclear. Xiahao nodded. After several matches, he had developed immense respect for Han Yi's command. Even if Han Yi asked him to charge in recklessly, he would not hesitate. After arranging Xiahao, Han Yi communicated with Yun Zishan. Let us proceed. Orange, you and I will pressure from the small side, while Blue will prepare flashes to support us. Yun Zishan, without uttering a word, moved his mouse up and down, indicating his understanding. With their simple communication concluded, the deployment was set as the game officially began. Xiahao swiftly made his way to the left-hand box near the spawn and crouched there. Han Yi and Yun Zishan quickly positioned themselves atop Xiahao to ascend to the small area. In this early phase of the game, establishing a human ladder was necessary to ascend quickly, which was why Han Yi had Xiahao purchase flashes, even if Xiahao did not follow them into the small area. His flashbangs could still prove beneficial. Upon reaching the small area, Han Yi heard the mid-lane teammates reporting. They threw a smoke. Be cautious, I can't see anything. Aware of this development, Han Yi and Yun Zishan swiftly moved closer to the small area. Just as they positioned themselves, they heard the approaching footsteps of the enemies. Flash, Han Yi commanded, and Xiahao, already prepared, executed a well-aimed flashbang from the slope, which exploded perfectly above the small area. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yi and Yun Zishan rushed out to find a bandit standing in the center of the small area, blindly thrashing about with his eyes covered. Without hesitation, Han Yi dispatched the helpless foe with a precise headshot, achieved a headshot kill on Yuan Xian Su. After eliminating the bandit, he quickly aimed at the rear point of the small area and the nearby box, but after several seconds, he realized the opponent had no intention of returning fire. Han Yi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and swiftly retreated to the depths of the small area. Almost immediately, as he had suspected, just after he hid, an enemy's offensive flash detonated in the small area. Yun Zishan, lacking Han Yi's awareness, was caught off guard and blinded, forced to fire wildly in confusion. The tides had turned. The bandits were not inclined to spare him. They quickly focused their fire on the blinded Yun Zishan, successfully taking him down. Nian Xin used a Glock to kill Yun Zishan. Impressive, Wang Gu. You made that look easy. Be careful, Wang Gu. There's still one more behind. After Wang Nian eliminated Yun Zishan, the praises from the viewers were overwhelming. Wang Nian chuckled, proclaiming, no need to panic. This rank is a walk in the park. I know there's one right behind. I saw the kill notification. As Wang Nian boasted, Han Yi was not idle. Noticing the bandits approaching the small area, he instructed Xiahao to ready his flash, preparing for a sudden burst. Han Yi positioned himself at the wall corner, waiting patiently for the right moment. As the enemy's footsteps drew near, he was about to coordinate with Xiahao for a swift flash when he suddenly overheard the opponent's thoughts. This time, I'll feign a retreat to lure them out. I'll hide in the recess, and my teammate will cover me. They'll die if they dare to chase. Upon discerning the opponent's intentions, Han Yi felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead and quickly halted his advance. Simultaneously, the enemy's footsteps came to an abrupt stop, clearly having retreated into the recess as planned. What is going on? Why didn't they pursue? I looked up and saw no one. Should I still throw a flash? The bandits, bewildered by Han Yi's sudden halt, were left in a state of confusion. It was only then that Han Yi spoke. Throw the flash. With a flashbang exploding in the depths of the small area, the enemies, who had originally planned to evade, found themselves caught off guard due to Xiao's sudden stop. Unable to avoid the flash, they were left blinded and had no choice but to retreat. This time, Wang Nian, who was positioned in the small recess, found himself in a dire predicament, without the cover of his teammates and confronted by an entirely white screen. No matter how formidable his skills were, they proved to be of no avail, as Han Yi effortlessly eliminated him with a single shot. After claiming his victim, Han Yi did not linger on the battlefield, swiftly turning away and denying the bandits any opportunity to retaliate. Following a swift exchange that resulted in a 1-for-2 trade, Han Yi and Xiahao expressed their satisfaction with the outcome. One took cover on a slope while the other, under Han Yi's command, moved to a larger area to prevent being flanked from both sides. The three bandits in the middle, having lost their cornerstone with Wang Nian's demise, hesitated in their advance. After being easily toyed with and dispatched by Han Yi, Wang Nian's expression darkened. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and addressed the audience in the live stream, attempting to salvage his reputation as a skilled player. Brothers, the opposing team clearly lacks coordination. I will deliver justice upon them. Let us penalize this poor sportsmanship. Upon hearing these words, the audience complied, quickly flooding the chat with supportive messages. Yet, there were some who chose to speak plainly. Aren't you also lacking in skill? What right do you have to judge others? Upon seeing this message, a flicker of disdain crossed Wang Nian's eyes. After confirming that the individual had not offered him any gifts, he promptly muted and blocked them, expelling them from the livestream. Subsequently, he urged the remaining 3 teammates who were still alive. Let us engage aggressively. If we can't secure a victory, I'll make a comeback in the second round. Motivated by his words, the 3 bandits ceased their hesitation and emerged from the small recess one after another. Han Yi's marksmanship remained sharp, as he swiftly dispatched the first 2 bandits who charged out. It was only with the third that his aim faltered, but fortunately, Chu Hao arrived just in time to assist him. With his help, Han Yi secured a triple kill, and when combined with the earlier 2 eliminations, he achieved his first pentakill since respawning. Chapter 10. He must be cheating before long. The second round commenced, and the opposing team's strategy was communicated precisely on schedule. Upon discerning which voice belonged to Wang Nian, Han Yi began to listen intently. Last round, he had mentioned a desire to teach that player a lesson. This time, he would be more serious. Let my supporters grant me a curry and assist me with a flashbang. Let us execute a major breakthrough. If he dares to face me head-on, I should be able to win. Aware of the enemy's attacking direction, Han Yi glanced at his initial spawning position. Finding himself near the zone, after some contemplation, he approached Chu Hao, who was nearby, and proposed a defensive swap. However, this would inevitably slow his arrival near the door compared to the bandits. Thus, Han Yi decided against following the usual strategy and opted for a different tactic to avoid confrontation. On the map, Shire, the common defensive formation is a 3-1-1 setup, as the zones are larger and the distance is greater, necessitating more personnel. The positioning of the 3 defenders is crucial. Typically, 2 would focus on securing the larger area, while 1 supports from near the zone, simultaneously preventing smaller bandits from sneaking up. Besides this conventional defensive strategy, another often employed involves leaving 1 player to guard the larger area, while 2 contest the smaller. This time, Han Yi intended to adopt the latter strategy, and he spoke slowly. Let 2 players contest the small area. I can handle the large one myself. Is that acceptable? Sure, we trust you, brother. Initially reluctant, his teammates, buoyed by Han Yi's recent pentakill and lacking a valid reason to oppose him, agreed. After concluding communication with his teammates, Han Yi promptly equipped himself with full armor, A-44, and a smoke grenade, maximizing the economic advantage his pentakill had afforded him. As the game officially commenced, he swiftly made his way to the vicinity of the platform. Though he did not choose to engage directly, instead, he concealed himself behind a box, ensuring he would not be spotted by the bandits passing through the larger area. Han Yi intended to utilize the smoke grenade in his possession to thwart the bandits' assault. Conversely, the bandits executed their plan as Wang Nian had envisioned, launching a flashbang followed by an offensive on the larger area. Upon hearing the footsteps near the door, Han Yi's teammates in the smaller area quickly informed him while efficiently clearing their side, preparing to assist at any moment. Han Yi remained entirely composed, waiting for the opportune moment. Soon enough, this moment arrived. With 2 smoke grenades detonating in the vicinity, obscuring the view of the defenders, Han Yi no longer hesitated. He threw his smoke grenade towards the edge of the platform, creating a classic defensive cover. Utilizing this smoke, he positioned himself at a sniping spot where he could observe the bandits charging up the slope through the smoke's fringe. However, Han Yi was caught off guard when Wang Nian's voice echoed in his ears once more. They VE deployed a defensive smoke. I'll leap onto the platform, and once my teammates establish a line of sight, I'll burst through the smoke and ambush him. Understanding the enemy's intentions, Han Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. He then adjusted his crosshair towards the box near the slope, pressing down on the left mouse button to unleash a flurry of shots. Wang Nian, caught unprepared by the smoke's concealment, had just devised what he believed to be a flawless, unconventional strategy, only to be met with a barrage of bullets the very next moment. He had no time to react as Han Yi's relentless fire turned him into a mere target. As the screen faded to a dull gray, the reality of the situation dawned on him. His mouth agape in disbelief, his voice tinged with incredulity. Is he really cheating? At this moment, Wang Nian paused, coming back to himself as he gazed at the barrage of mocking comments in the live stream, deriding him for failing to grasp even the basics of gameplay. He understood that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet in order to maintain his persona as the overlord in front of his fans, he stubbornly asserted his position. He was absolutely convinced that he was not cheating. After all, streamers were notorious for exploiting others, and there were hardly any players in this segment capable of defeating him. Moreover, he believed that the opponent's awareness did not match his shooting skills, which he had observed to be mediocre at best. Such individuals were simply deserving of scorn. His words were delivered with unwavering certainty, and by the end, he had convinced even himself, leading many viewers to believe his claims and rally to his side. As Wang Yin prepared to launch a personal attack against Han Yi, the latter remained focused on analyzing the dynamics of the battlefield. After eliminating Wang Yin as he attempted to leap onto the platform, Han Yi swiftly redirected his aim towards the vicinity of the blue car. At that moment, he still had 10 bullets in his magazine, and he calculated that with some conservation, he could still take down 1 or 2 more opponents. Meanwhile, the bandits were undeterred and pressed forward. Soon, one bandit attempted to locate Han Yi's position near the blue car, seeking to break through. However, Han Yi had anticipated this move. The bandit, lacking headgear, was dispatched with a single shot. Subsequently, Han Yi noticed the lower half of a bandit appearing from the slope. He decisively unleashed his remaining bullets, achieving a triple kill. After exhausting his ammunition, Han Yi initially feared for his survival, but unexpectedly, the 2 opposing bandits appeared to be intimidated by his feat, as they hesitated to retaliate. With the cover of his teammates, he successfully retreated to a safer position. Observing his 2 teammates return, Han Yi had no intention of competing for kills, with a score of 4. He reasoned that securing kills for his teammates wielding submachine guns would be more beneficial. His teammates did not disappoint, swiftly locating surviving bandits near the slope and the large building after the smoke dispersed. Following a fierce exchange, each secured a kill. After 3 rounds, Han Yi's record soared to an impressive 80 points, totaling a remarkable 400 overall. Just as he was admiring his accomplishments, a new message appeared in the chat. Nian Xin. Upon reading this, Han Yi was perplexed and could only respond with a question mark. Nian Xin. Cheater. And you still question me? Seeing Han Yi's response, Wang Yin became elated. He feared silence from Han Yi more than anything. His true intention was not to debate whether Han Yi was cheating, but rather to instigate a quarrel, thereby tarnishing Han Yi's reputation and further solidifying his own persona as the overlord to mislead more viewers into supporting him. Chapter 11. Growth. On the other hand, Han Yi was acutely aware of Wang Yin's intentions and had no desire to engage in the bickering he anticipated. He placed his hands on the keyboard, contemplated for a moment, and typed, "I do not accept disciples, especially not you." In an era where such statements were not commonplace, this remark wielded the same impact as a vulgar insult, particularly against someone who prided himself on technical prowess like Wang Yin. In an instant, the chat exploded with reactions. Wait, you can insult like that? Not accepting streamers as disciples? The streamer is a total clown. When cornered, he claims cheating is normal. He doesn't even retaliate. And a single sentence sends him over the edge. How did this streamer become popular? As the barrage of comments flooded his phone, Wang Yin's complexion mirrored the crimson hue of the messages, and his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, prompting a cascade of vitriolic remarks. However, Han Yi had long since muted him, rendering the insults invisible. In contrast, Han Yi garnered a wave of goodwill from the audience. In the 3rd round, Wang Yin's fury clouded his judgment, leaving Han Yi without any substantial information. Nevertheless, the victories from the previous 2 rounds, coupled with the bandits' ill-fated assault under Wang Yin's command, had tipped the scales significantly in their favor, even without Han Yi's leadership. Moreover, during the pre-game warm-up, the teammates had learned of Wang Yin's intent to exploit the game. Fostering an unprecedented sense of unity, none rushed forward recklessly to secure the first kill. As time elapsed to the 1-minute mark, the bandits, under the cover of smoke in the middle lane, chose to advance. However, as soon as they emerged, they were met by defenders who had been monitoring the area. Outmatched in weaponry, the bandits found themselves at a severe disadvantage, resulting in a disastrous exchange of 1 for 5. Only in the 4th round did the bandits slowly regain their footing. Wang Yin's expression grew grave, as this match with long-range firearms was pivotal. He meticulously devised strategies, even detailing each player's positioning and timing for deploying equipment. Yet, Han Yi's unparalleled acumen revealed that the more Wang Yin planned, the more Han Yi understood. As the game commenced, Wang Yin initiated both minor and major offensives according to his strategy. However, before it could gain momentum, Han Yi countered with a well-conceived tactical approach, achieving a staggering 0 for 3 in losses, effectively derailing Wang Yin's offensive plans and forcing the remaining 2 bandits to safeguard their weapons. In the ensuing time, this pattern repeated itself, with each of Wang Yin's assaults being skillfully thwarted by Han Yi. Consequently, the legitimacy of Wang Yin's claims began to wane, prompting the moderators in the chat to start banning certain viewers, exacerbating the already dwindling audience. Ultimately, upon hearing his sister's taunt, "Are you even capable?" Wang Yin completely unraveled. So much so that he did not wait for the game to conclude before hastily exiting, shutting down his stream in record time. With Wang Yin absent, Han Yi's team easily triumphed over their opponents with a score of 162. After the match, Han Yi glanced at the friend request from the ragdoll cat and decisively clicked to decline it. Just as he was about to start the second game, Chu Hao abruptly halted him. Wait a moment, that girl really added me. It must be my skills that captivated her. Upon hearing this, Han Yi turned to look at Chu Hao and discovered that the ragdoll cat had also sent him a friend request. Presumably, she had failed to add him and had thus targeted Chu Hao instead. He intended to caution his good brother not to be deceived, but before he could utter a word, Chu Hao spoke first. I'm going to play with the girl. Good luck to you. With that, Chu Hao exited the room and opened a new one to invite the girl. Observing this scene, Han Yi sighed helplessly and inwardly lamented that some people deserve to suffer, then embarked on his solo journey. Unexpectedly, after merely 2 minutes of queuing, Chu Hao approached him again, his face adorned with flattery. Bro, take me along. Seeing Chu Hao in this manner, Han Yi discerned that he was certainly up to no good. A quick glance at Chu Hao's computer revealed the entire story. Ragdoll Cat, is your friend not here? He is not playing anymore. Ragdoll Cat. Oh, let us play together when we have time. I have to log off now. How about one match? I'm quite strong. Ragdoll Cat. Never mind, I have something urgent. Ragdoll Cat has exited the room. Chu Hao evidently noticed Han Yi's gaze and awkwardly scratched his head. Since she is not playing anymore, let us continue together. Regarding Chu Hao's abandonment of him for the sake of a so-called sister, Han Yi was not inclined to let him off easily. I still remember how you forsook me for her. Enough talk, it's Crazy Thursday. I'll treat you. Order anything within 100 yuan. Upon hearing Chu Hao's words, Han Yi couldn't help but feel somewhat tempted. Both he and Chu Hao came from modest backgrounds. With a monthly allowance of merely 1,500 yuan, a 100 yuan meal at KFC indeed felt extravagant. Furthermore, abandoning a bro for a girl wasn't such a grave matter. Who hasn't done something similar? After some contemplation, Han Yi reeled Chu Hao back into the room. After several hours of relentless gaming, the sky gradually darkened, and their rank finally reached a stalemate. In this segment, Chu Hao struggled considerably, and even Han Yi could no longer indulge in rampant killings. The primary cause for this lay not in their skills, but rather in the inadequacy of his gaming equipment. Particularly, the laptop screen was far too small. At times on the second map, he found it difficult to discern enemies lurking below while standing on a platform, and with a refresh rate of only 60. Opponents would appear to teleport at times. Given his financial constraints, Han Yi knew he could not resolve this issue, so he refocused his attention on the system. He distinctly recalled that the system rewards included peripherals. Contemplating the possibility of acquiring a reward that could be purchased with money, he believed it shouldn't be too difficult to draw one. His doubt value had fermented over the day, now reaching 400 points, providing a fair chance of obtaining a reward. Without much hesitation, Han Yi slowly spun the wheel, and soon the first 3 rewards appeared before his eyes. Map Understanding. Me Garbage 1, Rifle Enhancement. Follow Gun 1, Submachine Gun Enhancement. Follow Gun 1. Gazing at the rewards, Han Yi felt that his luck today was rather dismal. With only one opportunity left to draw, he pondered extensively before ultimately deciding to forfeit, planning to try again tomorrow. He then directed his gaze to the attribute panel, and with the assistance of the system, his various attributes had seen some growth. Host name, Han Yi. Age, 17. Rifle, aim, 47. Positioning, 50. Reaction, 86. Follow gun, 32. Sniper rifle, aim, 58. Positioning, 32. Reaction, 93. Follow gun, 56. Submachine gun, aim, 40. Positioning, 41. Reaction, 82. Follow gun, 44. Map Understanding, 2. 76 points. Smiley face, 23 points. Me Garbage, 46 points. Small Town, 47 points. Death Amusement Park, 24 points. Train, 18 points. Building, 19 points. Questioning Value, 145. Draw Talent, Cost, 100 points of questioning value. Daily Tasks, kill 1,000 to gain 1 attribute point. Current, 01000. Remaining attribute points, 1. In the remaining time, Han Yi chose to complete his daily tasks. After practicing his shooting, his remaining attribute points rose to 2. Without further hesitation, he allocated both points to rifle aim, raising it to 49, just 1 point shy of 50. Unlike previous improvements, this time the enhancement was not as significant. He merely felt that the rifle's aim was somewhat steadier. Han Yi speculated that only upon raising the aim to 50 points would he experience a substantial improvement akin to those he had previously encountered. Fortunately, this awaited enhancement would not take long, as it would merely require completing tomorrow's daily tasks. As the clock unknowingly struck 9 in the evening, Ho Zi and El Yang returned from outside just in time. The 4 of them chatted for a while before the lights out time at 10 arrived. With early classes scheduled for 8 the next morning, Han Yi and Chu Hao lay down early. Just as everyone was preparing to sleep, an unknown voice broke the silence in the dark. Are you all asleep? Not yet. What is up? What do you think the Earth would be like if dinosaurs had not gone extinct? The following day, Han Yi emerged from his cocoon of blankets, wearing dark circles under his eyes and exuding an air of lethargy, letting out a reluctant yawn. A glance around the dormitory revealed that the other 3 occupants were similarly affected. One might ponder who devised the concept of an 8 a.m. start. It torments both teachers and students alike. Indeed, this question had lingered in Han Yi's mind since his elementary school days. Why couldn't classes commence a tad later and conclude a bit later as well? Rising early in the morning leaves one utterly exhausted, deprived of sleep, rendering effective learning nearly impossible. Schools ought to standardize a start time of 10 a.m. and dismiss students around 6 or 7 p.m., ensuring ample rest without compromising education. As they grumbled, the 4 of them donned their attire and washed up, taking about 10 minutes to groom their appearances before heading to class. The lesson that day was held in a small classroom, presided over by a rather strict teacher. The 4 students promptly took their seats, maintaining decorum throughout the morning, enduring the class until it finally concluded. In the afternoon, another major class awaited them, leading the group to the cafeteria for a meal before they returned to the classroom. Thus, the day wore on, and by 5 p.m., fatigue had set in for each of them, Han Yi included. Upon returning to the dormitory, they collapsed onto their beds, utterly disinclined to move, let alone engage in gaming. The sole source of solace for Han Yi was the realization that his accumulated questioning points had reached 285, permitting him 2 lottery draws. With a flick of his fingers, he accessed the lottery interface and decisively initiated a double draw. Once he grasped the rewards granted by the system, a wave of joy washed over his face. Undoubtedly, receiving a superior monitor was far more valuable than any mouse or keyboard. This was the lone consolation for Han Yi after a grueling day. Yet, a conundrum arose regarding the redemption of the monitor. Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. Upon answering, a middle-aged voice on the other end inquired, "Your package has arrived. Should I leave it at the school gate for you to collect, or shall I drop it at the Kainyao station?" Hearing these words ignited excitement within Han Yi, and he couldn't help but admire the system's efficiency. He hurriedly replied, "I'll head to the school gate now. Please wait for me a moment." After hanging up, he quickly dressed and dashed to the school entrance, where he spotted the Shun phone courier. After signing for his package, he cradled the monitor and returned to the dormitory. Once he unwrapped the monitor, it immediately caught Chu Hao's attention. "Wow, brother, where did you strike it rich? Is that monitor for me? Get lost. I haven't even used it myself yet." Assembling the monitor proved to be a straightforward task, with the system having thoughtfully provided all necessary components, including a screwdriver, notebook connectors, and a base, among others. With these tools at his disposal, Han Yi completed the assembly in a mere 10 minutes. The monitor, at a size of 24 inches, was precisely to his liking, not too large to overwhelm, yet ample enough to render distant adversaries visible. Upon successfully connecting the notebook, the monitor gradually displayed a picture. The imagery was soft and gentle, allowing Han Yi's eyes to feel not fatigued but rather comfortable. He mused that it was no surprise this was a product of the system. With such quality, it could easily surpass many renowned brands. After verifying that the monitor was functioning properly, Han Yi refrained from gaming and instead quietly closed his notebook, choosing to lie back on his bed. He had been exceedingly weary these past few days, and after a full day of classes, he simply lacked the energy for gaming. Opting for a brief respite instead, Chu Hao shared a similar fate. Typically the most addicted to gaming, he too lay sprawled on his bed, unwilling to rise. After expressing admiration for Han Yi's monitor, he lazily remained motionless. Han Yi adjusted into a more comfortable position, taking his phone to read some novels. Before long, drowsiness enveloped him, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. When he finally awoke, it was already 7 p.m. Assessing his physical state, he found himself unexpectedly rejuvenated. Han Yi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of school life. Such restorative sleep had never occurred at home, yet at school, regardless of the position he took, whether in class or the dormitory, waking up always left him feeling refreshingly revitalized. Surveying the darkened dormitory, he heard the rhythmic sounds of snoring. His roommates had stayed up too late the previous night and risen too early that morning, prompting them all to seek out sleep to replenish their energy. He tiptoed out of bed, dressed, and made his way to the cafeteria to order a serving of Huang Minji. After eating, he quietly returned to the dormitory, where the lights were now ablaze, and everyone had gradually awakened. Chu Hao, visibly revitalized, greeted Han Yi as he returned. "Took you long enough. Let's do OQ." After a brief exchange, the two successfully created a room and resumed their quest for ranking up. Originally challenged by gunplay, Han Yi, now equipped with his new monitor, regained his prowess, finishing 3 consecutive matches with scores of 155, 173, and 123, transforming into a harbinger of destruction overwhelming opponents with ease. The lower left corner of the screen periodically displayed a few. Han Yi found great pleasure in such moments. To him, being thrashed by opponents while not using cheats was a backhanded compliment to his skills. It was only those who relied on cheats who felt humiliated and enraged by defeat. Chapter 13. Trial training. The gaming session continued until around 10 p.m., at which point Han Yi paused his ranked journey to practice his shooting skills and complete his daily tasks. Now, Han Yi has gradually adapted to this lifestyle. After finishing his gun practice, the time approached midnight. Unusually, the members of his dormitory were not sleepy yet, likely due to their late-night routines. Han Yi stretched lazily and allocated a recent attribute point to his aiming skill, elevating it to 50 points. This time, akin to the familiar sensation he experienced when his aiming first reached 50 points, countless images began to flash before his eyes. These images were both familiar and strange. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all his past mistakes. Some errors stemmed from aiming too high, resulting in the first bullet missing the head. Others were due to aiming too low, while some were caused by slight misalignments. The myriad of ways to err was astonishing. As he observed these scenes, Han Yi gradually discerned some of his own issues and began to reflect deeply. Aiming slightly lower would be beneficial. He should not have aimed directly, but rather scanned to the right first. Unbeknownst to him, his state of mind began to improve, and he quickly absorbed a wealth of lessons from his failures. Just as he became immersed in this realization, a sudden cracking sound erupted, and the images before him shattered, fading into nothingness. Han Yi, taken aback by the abruptness of this occurrence, took a moment to regain his composure and muttered a curse at the system, which seemed to provide no opportunities for learning, epitomizing the notion of you get what you pay for. However, following this learning experience, Han Yi could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his abilities. Previously, he could barely contend with players at the gold and diamond levels using his mind-reading skill. Now, with his current prowess, he could reach that level even without it. The reason he had only managed to hold his own was due to two shortcomings: his understanding of maps and his tracking skill. To begin with, his comprehension of the map was relatively basic. On a scale of 100, he scored 76, which was deemed acceptable. Yet, his understanding of other maps was dismal. On train and office, he had pitiful scores of 19. The low scores were attributed to Han Yi's late entry into the game. The train map was on the verge of being retired, soon to be replaced by ancient ruins, and he had never witnessed competitive play on that map, resulting in a poor understanding. His playtime with friends amounted to fewer than 50 instances. As for office, the map structure at that time was vastly different from what it would later become, having undergone numerous alterations. Han Yi was only familiar with the version that would emerge after some time. The issue with tracking was more problematic. Currently, Han Yi's tracking attribute stood at a meager 32 points. Even if he allocated all his daily attribute points to improving tracking, it would take nearly a month to bring it to par with his aiming and positioning skills. Contemplating this, a bold idea suddenly struck Han Yi. Since his tracking was lagging behind, why not abandon it altogether? Typically, in gunfights, aiming would take precedence. But when an enemy occupied an unconventional position, the importance of positioning came into play. The ability to shift the crosshair onto the enemy and do so accurately became paramount. Only when both aspects failed would tracking become relevant. Hence, if he could maintain steady aiming and precise positioning, could he not render the tracking attribute less critical? In other words, if his aiming, positioning, and reaction skills reached 100 points, the absence of tracking would only show a disparity in situations where he faced multiple enemies or during rapid-fire engagements. In the usual one-on-one scenarios, tracking would not hold as much significance. Having realized this, Han Yi promptly reassessed his priorities for attribute allocation, deciding to first enhance his aiming and positioning, leaving tracking for last. 3 days passed swiftly, and Friday arrived. After 3 days of climbing ranks, Han Yi successfully reached the gold tier. Unlike before, when he had played alongside Chu Hao, who, upon reaching his rank, entered a self-imposed isolation and ceased to play with Han Yi. Now, Chu Hao's daily routine involved flaunting his rank screenshots in various groups and forums while engaging in internal matches. During this period in 2019, achieving a regular rank still held substantial value, unlike later when it became rampant with countless players. Thus, each time Chu Hao posted his screenshot, he garnered considerable admiration. In the absence of Chu Hao's assistance, Han Yi's climbing speed accelerated significantly, achieving 14 stars in gold within a single Friday, bringing him closer to the diamond tier. In addition to his rank progression, another event unfolded that day. Han Yi found himself contemplating a message from an account claiming to be Lion Kai. Lion Kai. Hey, I'm Lion Kai. I've been following you for a while and believe your commanding talent should not go unnoticed. Would you like to give it a try? I know a few people who can offer you an interview opportunity. Lion Kai. Please give me your phone number and I'll call you. Han Yi was aware of the attention he had received from Lion Kai. Yet he could hardly believe that a novice like himself would attract the interest of such a prominent streamer. Moreover, if what the individual claimed was genuine, he found himself uncertain about whether to accept the opportunity. Regarding this team, he harbored no fondness. Ever since their ascendance to prominence in 2018, they have enjoyed continued success, yet by the time of Han Yi's rebirth, their presence in major domestic competitions had become increasingly rare. Even when they did appear, they seldom advanced far, relegated to the ranks of second or third-tier teams domestically, let alone on the international stage. If given the choice, Han Yi undoubtedly favored those teams that were sufficiently renowned, yet currently lacked a commanding leader, such as, among others. However, after some contemplation, he realized that the teams he aspired to join might not necessarily welcome him. After a brief period of reflection, he resolved to engage in discussions with the other party. But for reasons of safety, he refrained from providing his phone number, opting instead to share an alternative contact method, which, unlike a phone number or WeChat, posed little risk even if obtained by a stranger. Chapter 14. Before long, Han Yi added the other party as a friend, yet he required one final confirmation before fully trusting them. He quietly opened a search for Liang Kai and sent a succinct message. 1. Following that, he composed another line. Li Go, I sent you a message. Could you reply with a 2? Upon receiving this message, Liang Kai was both amused and bewildered. He never anticipated that one day he would need to authenticate his identity online. Nevertheless, he complied with Han Yi's request and sent back a 2. In short order, he received another message from Han Yi. It truly is you, Li Go. After confirming each other's identities, they proceeded to earnestly discuss the feasibility of Han Yi joining the team. Liang Kai, who had been following Han Yi's progress for nearly 2 weeks, held a profound appreciation for his capabilities. Although Han Yi's current rank was merely gold, Liang Kai, having observed nearly all of Han Yi's performances, believed that with Han Yi's leadership skills, a higher rank would only enhance his gameplay, making the ascent to the Demon King a mere matter of time. This belief was indeed validated, as in lower ranks, there were occasional instances of teammates disregarding Han Yi's commands. However, as the ranks increased, more teammates were inclined to heed Han Yi's guidance, leading to victories becoming increasingly effortless. Nevertheless, whether Han Yi could officially embark on a professional journey was not solely up to Liang Kai. Ultimately, it was the club that would make the final decision. Thus, he inquired once more whether Han Yi was interested in a trial. Given his prior considerations, Han Yi readily agreed, but candidly stated his status as a student, hoping to transition the offline trial into an online one. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Liang Kai, as an online trial could not guarantee that Han Yi's performance would reflect his true capabilities. Moreover, even if the online trial proved successful, a subsequent offline trial would undoubtedly be required by the club to ensure that the candidates were indeed qualified. The club typically covered travel expenses, understanding that prospective trainees, being generally young and often students, might struggle to afford the costs of traveling for an offline trial. As for accommodation, that could be arranged within the club. After Liang Kai conveyed this information to Han Yi, any lingering doubts dissipated. Following an agreement to meet that evening, Han Yi began packing his belongings in preparation for his journey to the city. This action immediately captured Chu Hao's attention, who was somewhat puzzled. Are you going home? No, I plan to attend a trial. Really? Can someone with a gold rank go? Don't get scammed. Li Go recommended me, and it has been confirmed that it is indeed him. Besides, it's just the city, not the northern border of Myanmar. There's little danger. If I were to be deceived, I could at least consider it a trip. After all, I've saved some money during my time at university. A little travel wouldn't be a loss. All right, my friend, but if I had the money, I would certainly accompany you. Chu Hao shrugged. Though he was concerned about Han Yi traveling alone to the city, he knew that round-trip tickets would cost nearly 1,000. An expense he couldn't afford unless he went without food or drink for the month. That's fine, you can stay in the dormitory. In contrast to Chu Hao's worries, Han Yi felt considerably more confident, for the identity of the other party had already been confirmed. Surely, such a prominent streamer would not deceive a mere student like him. After packing his belongings, he booked a high-speed train ticket and set off with his luggage. His load was light, making it easy to carry. Upon arriving at the station, he discovered he had 20 minutes until the train's departure. So he occupied himself with his phone in the waiting area. When the train arrived, he swiftly boarded. The city was quite a distance from the province where Chu Hao resided, and the high-speed train journey would take about 1 to 2 hours. Throughout this time, he gazed out the window, captivated by the scenery. Before his rebirth, he had been confined to a demanding job, working tirelessly under a 996 schedule, and opportunities to travel beyond the province were exceedingly rare, making everything he saw during the journey feel novel. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the city. After disembarking, Han Yi dialed the number Liang Kai had provided. Hello? Hearing Liang Kai's voice on the other end of the line, Han Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, Li Gu, I've arrived. Where are you? I'm at the station entrance. Just come over. The manager is here as well. We'll take you to the club. Following Li Kai's directions, Han Yi soon spotted a black business vehicle at the entrance. The words on the vehicle confirmed its purpose. He opened the door to find two individuals inside, one of whom was Li Kai, whom he had seen numerous times online. The other was somewhat plump and introduced himself as the manager, asking Han Yi to call him Sugo. Three individuals were seated in the car, which began to move forward slowly. Throughout the journey, two of them engaged in a discussion to better understand Han Yi's family situation, to which Han Yi responded candidly. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the venue. Brother Su glanced at his wristwatch and noted that it was already 5 in the afternoon. With a hearty laugh, he patted Han Yi on the shoulder and assured him that there was no rush regarding the trial training. They would discuss it after dinner. He promised to arrange a trial session for Han Yi that evening, alleviating any concerns about fatigue from the long journey. He mentioned that after a good rest the next day, another trial would follow. Originally intended to last several days, the club had decided on a 2-day evaluation period. Considering Han Yi's status as a student, if he exhibited potential, he would undoubtedly be signed. Han Yi nodded, feeling a pang of hunger after the lengthy trip. Before entering the club, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The establishment appeared to be an independent 4-story building, reminiscent of a villa. Upon entering the first floor of the club, he noticed numerous frames of varying sizes adorned the walls, showcasing past competitors. Further in, he saw an array of accolades, including the Sydney semifinal, Shanghai runner-up, and other achievements, with the most recent honor dating back to early 2019. This indicated that since mid-2019, the team had struggled to secure various honors, with the peak generation having long since passed. The staircase led to the second floor, where the number of individuals increased significantly, roughly estimated to be around 30 to 40. Han Yi scanned the room and recognized that all the faces were unfamiliar. Sensing his confusion, Brother Su patiently explained that these were all youth training team members, with some being part of the main squad, although the primary players were not present. During the trial session, Han Yi would be compared against them. Chapter 15. Perhaps a desire to prove oneself, is this the youth training? Han Yi furrowed his brow, having expected to join the first team. Indeed, given your lack of experience. However, if you perform well in the youth training, you could be promoted to the first team in a few months. Brother Su clearly perceived Han Yi's thoughts and painted an optimistic picture for him. Yet the criteria for excelling in youth training were ultimately determined by the club. Understanding that competition for youth training spots was at play, Han Yi felt his enthusiasm wane. This was not due to a sense of arrogance. Rather, at 17 years of age, he was acutely aware that spending 1 or 2 years in youth training would delay his entry into professional play until he was 20. And by the time he reached his peak at 22, his professional career might not last long. Hence, Han Yi aspired to take the field as soon as possible, especially since, endowed with a unique ability to read minds, he could find his place in any team as a strategist. After all, there were instances where a single kill could lead to victory. Don't you agree, Hushin? Though Han Yi's current prowess might not match Hushan's, when it came to gambling and tactical targeting, he certainly surpassed him. Nevertheless, having come this far, Han Yi posed one final question. If I perform exceptionally well, can I directly join the first team? Certainly, if your shooting skills are exceptional, you can join the first team. However, I've heard from Kai Gu that you are a strategist, and your marksmanship is not particularly outstanding. You're not even close to being a formidable player. This eliminates the possibility of your promotion to the first team. As for taking on the role of strategist, it demands a wealth of experience, and I doubt you are ready for such a responsibility. After relaying this information, Brother Su nodded, confirming that he had indeed shared these sentiments, which served as an objective assessment of Han Yi. However, he added, I believe Han Yi's strategic abilities might warrant a direct entry into the first team, at least on map 2. Let's have dinner first. We can discuss this further afterward, Brother Su said, seemingly uninterested in continuing the topic. And he gestured for the two to proceed inside. The array of dishes was extensive, exceeding 10 varieties, reflecting the club's commendable attitude toward its youth training players. Han Yi selected several of his favorites, and, having been famished all day, quickly consumed them all. Following this, he accompanied Brother Su to the 3rd floor. This floor bore a striking resemblance to Han Yi's expectations of a club, with rows of computers lined up, nearly 40 in total, half of which were occupied by individuals engaged in training. Brother Su approached a central row of seats and pointed to one of them. You will sit in the front row here. This is designated for trial participants. Please configure your settings while the others are still dining and resting. We will commence at 7. Once seated, Han Yi opened the computer and noted that the time was 6:30 in the evening, providing him ample opportunity. He retrieved his own keyboard and mouse from his luggage, replacing the original ones, and proceeded to adjust the sensitivity and key bindings to suit his preferences, warming up in the process. Before he realized it, the clock struck 7, and the other youth training participants began to arrive. The 9 newcomers were all unfamiliar faces. None appeared to be acquaintances of Han Yi. The trial was divided into 2 teams, with Han Yi being elected as the captain of one team. Soon, both teams entered the map selection process, and it was evident that the captain of the opposing team had received intelligence from the manager, as he immediately banned Han Yi's preferred map 2, clearly intending to scrutinize his performance on other maps. For Han Yi, while his understanding of the other maps was not profound, he had observed enough competitive strategies to maintain a basic offensive approach. The absence of his most familiar map would have limited impact, but it was not fatal. Subsequently, Han Yi eliminated the maps of Mansion and Train, recognizing them as his true weaknesses, as he was not well versed in tactics for these older maps. The opposing team's captain grinned at this outcome and proceeded to ban Mirage and Town, granting Han Yi the choice between Death Park and another map. He was confident that Han Yi's decision to eliminate Mansion and Train stemmed from insufficient tactical preparation, as he could only rely on the old maps. Han Yi surveyed the remaining 2 maps, noting that his understanding of one was a mere 23 points, while his grasp of Death Park was slightly better at 24 points, both of which were dismally inadequate. However, the corners of his mouth began to rise, and he decisively clicked the confirmation button on the map of SWYLUN. Among all the maps combined, 2 is the one that requires the least in terms of command and strategy. In contrast, SWYLUN undoubtedly demands the most from its commanders and strategists. Even many renowned teams choose to ban this map when faced with it. The reason for HNY selection of this map is quite simple. It possesses a unique characteristic. The speed of transition between zones is exceptionally swift, making information crucial on this map. Sometimes, merely knowing the opponent's intentions for an assault ahead of time can secure victory on this map. After all, if the opposing team has acquired information, either side can organize a numerically advantageous attack or defense within mere seconds. This is precisely why he opted for this map. For HNY, acquiring information poses no risk whatsoever. Observers LINGKI and XG were evidently taken aback by HNY's choice, as they initially believed he would select a different map. Although that map is not without its complexities, executing a well-orchestrated strategy is not overly challenging. XG chuckled, glancing at LINGKI. He harbored ambitions of testing his command abilities, yet he doubted HNY could excel. After all, he was unfamiliar with the other 4 players on the team and made the hasty decision to choose SWYLUN. Perhaps he sought to prove himself. LINGKI considered the choice of SWYLUN a considerable risk. Nevertheless, as HNY was his favored candidate, he held a significant degree of confidence in his command skills, speculating that HNY's selection of this map aimed to demonstrate his tactical abilities, thus accelerating his ascent to the first team. Host faces scrutiny. HNY stared at the system prompt that appeared before him, somewhat bewildered. He had just completed his map selection. So why was there a sudden challenge? Was it possible that the earlier video of 2 had prompted the website to recommend it again? However, it seemed too abrupt for that, so HNY suppressed his confusion and focused on the impending match. To facilitate better command, he inquired, "What are your ranks? And how does your strength compare to the opponents? Also, what positions do you play?" MNGMing, 5300, typically plays defense in the zone as a breacher. URNZHSHing, 280, also a defender in the major zone, rifleman. MJU, I'm a perfect demon king with 89 stars. Haven T yet played 5, previously ranked 300, main zone, and this guy beside me is QNGFing, who is my partner. The last speaker sat next to HNY and gestured towards another individual. HNY glanced at him, a sun-kissed youth with a buzz cut, and nodded, indicating his understanding. Before listening as the youth continued, the overall strength of the opposing team is somewhat superior to ours, but we rarely engage in internal scrimmages. We usually practice against other teams since we share the same coach, making it difficult to identify flaws. Chapter 16. Command HNY diligently recorded this information, inhaling deeply as he felt a surge of pressure. In comparison to the others, his shooting skills and rank seemed somewhat lacking. Soon, the 10 players assembled and entered the game. As per his usual practice, HNY briefly surveyed the group of 10 to facilitate communication. Team, Commander, MNGMing, Zone, Breacher, URNZHSHing, Zone, Rifleman, QNGFing, Zone, Sniper, MJU, Zone, Freestyle, Opposing Team, YON, JNGJ. Suchio, following a fierce clash, HNY's team emerged victorious in the knife fight, earning the right to choose sides. Without hesitation, he locked in the position. The first round commenced, and HNY immediately began searching for the opposing commander's intentions. A poor performance would lead to elimination. Do we still have to play training matches? I just want to return to the dormitory. This game is always like this. Let us put in some effort. Who knows when the coach will allow me to join the first team? The opponents were unfamiliar, so he decided to start with a default strategy to test their defenses and see if he could catch anyone advancing for information before deciding on an attack. Before long, HNY precisely identified the enemy commander's intentions amidst the cacophony of sounds, gaining crucial insight. Though not a formal match, it was the closest he had come to a professional arena. With a serious expression, HNY formulated his commands after a brief contemplation. We will retreat to the rear point. I'll take the lead solo while the four of you occupy the second floor, ready to support me at any moment. No one is to advance for information or lose points. Upon hearing this command, the other four players were momentarily taken aback, and soon someone voiced their dissent. Information is crucial in the early stages on this map. Perhaps we should send someone to gather intel. If we encounter anyone, they can retreat immediately. HNY glanced at the speaker, the youth named QNGFing. Initially intending to explain, he noticed the timer had reached the last 3 seconds. With no time for elaboration, he firmly stated, "Just follow my orders. I am the commander." In response to his assertive words, HNY distinctly heard a scoff through his headset. Nevertheless, he observed that QNGFing complied with the deployment, standing at the point without stubbornly advancing for information. So he chose not to dwell on it. As young individuals, it was natural for them to challenge one another, but as long as they adhered to his commands, HNY did not place much emphasis on the rest. Sitting behind them, LINGKI and XG exchanged glances, frowning at the scene. XG leaned closer to LINGKI and whispered, "Isn't his demeanor a bit too domineering, and does he truly possess the ability to command on this map? His understanding of the game seems somewhat lacking, especially with the decision not to advance for information." Once a staunch supporter of Han, Liang Kai found it impossible to advocate for him this time, as he too was perplexed by Han Yi's recent commands. He could only echo Su Ji's words, suggesting that Han Yi must have his own considerations. Meanwhile, the bandits had commenced their advance, opting for the conventional default formation, namely 3-2. 2 bandits were dispatched to control the A site, while 1 remained near the mid-fountain to surveil the toilets and B site. The remaining 2 stayed at the construction site and the long pipe, stationed to gather information and observe whether the opponents would push forward. However, it was evident that due to Han Yi's orders, the team was compelled to retreat to the back point, denying the bandits any opportunity to advance. The team's commander, known in the game as Yao Yan, and by his real name Song Lang, was often addressed as Lang Gu by the players. Lang Gu remarked, "What does the opposing commander mean by this? Why are they all huddled in the back point? Are they truly that fearful of us? They are not gathering any information." Witnessing this scene, Song Lang felt a slight sense of relief. He initially thought Han Yi possessed some skill, but it appeared otherwise. He quickly reviewed the details of the match in his mind, confirming that Han Yi had indeed not dispatched anyone to gather information. With renewed confidence, he issued his final command, "They lack information. Let us regroup and prepare to execute a bomb rush. They cannot withstand it." Simultaneously, Han Yi delivered his final command for this round, "They will not engage. Come." Upon hearing this, the other 4 players looked at each other in confusion, glancing at the timer, which still indicated 40 seconds remaining. If there were only 10 or 20 seconds left, Han Yi's command would not have seemed strange. But with a full 40 seconds still on the clock, they all harbored doubts. Would the opponents truly not come? Nonetheless, as trainees, their fundamental professionalism had been instilled within them. Even if Han Yi's command appeared utterly absurd, they would still execute it, knowing that should they lose, the coach would review their performance and defend Han Yi. Soon, the 5 gathered in the designated area, which was entirely vacant. As time slipped away, reaching the 20-second mark, Song Lang initiated the full-scale assault. With a smoke grenade descending from above, landing beside the trash can in the area, the 4 teammates were left astounded. Unable to comprehend how Han Yi had predicted the enemy's intention to attack the site with such foresight and had them return to defend. However, there was no time for contemplation as the first bandit swiftly emerged from the toilet, immediately spotting Han Yi near the car position. Both sides fired almost simultaneously. But Han Yi's marksmanship appeared lacking, compounded by the fact that his position was rather conventional. Barely exchanging fire, he was swiftly eliminated by a single shot to the head followed by another to the torso. As the screen faded to black, Han Yi sighed. His skill now hovered between gold and diamond, relatively strong among average players, yet still falling short against these trainees. He accepted his inability to outgun the opponents. Knowing he had fulfilled all the responsibilities of a commander and could not expect to single-handedly eliminate the entire opposing team. As Jingji breached Han Yi's defense, the bandits erupted in excitement, flooding out from all directions of a site, the toilets, and B site. Yet, upon entering the bomb site, they were taken aback. The situation was not as they had anticipated. Nearly every cover concealed a defender, effectively transforming the site into a fortified police station. Even though their shooting skills and ranks surpassed Han Yi's team, facing bullets from all directions rendered them powerless. The upper right corner of the screen erupted with kill notifications, almost exclusively indicating bandit casualties. As the last bandit fell, the team erupted in jubilant cheers, proclaiming their invincibility and questioning the opposing commander's decisions. "How did they manage to crash into our defensive formation?" exclaimed a teammate. "Complete annihilation, we utterly crushed them." Clear Wind, standing beside Han, promptly patted him on the shoulder and fist-bumped him, saying, "Bro, I shouldn't have doubted you at the start. You predicted their lack of information perfectly. That was incredible." Chapter 17. He turned it around in a flurry of compliments. Han was enveloped in praise from his teammates, establishing a newfound trust in him amidst the cacophony of admiration. Outside the game, Su Gu and Liang Kai observed the unfolding scene and began to comment. "This kid is quite lucky," Su Gu remarked, to which Liang Kai shook his head in rebuttal. "He has always been like this." Having witnessed Han Yi's gameplay numerous times, he understood that such gambles were second nature to him. And what astonished him most was Han Yi's uncanny ability to predict correctly each time. Liang Kai had seen a similar style in another commander, yet unlike that player, Han Yi applied his strategic gambles with greater decisiveness and precision. Unbeknownst to them, the second round concluded, and with the bandits lacking sufficient economy, the team, under Han Yi's guidance, chose to play steadily, leveraging their firearm advantage to successfully secure the second point, achieving a 1-4-5 exchange while significantly boosting their economy with submachine guns. However, unlike a casual match, Song Lang opted for a conservative approach in the third round for a straightforward reason. The initial weaponry could not be maximized. Thus, he decided to allow the third round to pass before launching a counterattack in the fourth round. This time, his commands were issued without hesitation. Despite Han failing to gather effective information, the two players defaulting at the site successfully countered the bandits' pistol assault, resulting in a 2-4-4 exchange. The only downside was that the last bandit managed to plant the bomb. After eliminating the final bandit and successfully defusing the bomb, the score reached 3-0. Han Yi's team, aside from his own possession of a 9mm pistol, had all members equipped with full armor and optimal gear. On the bandit side, they too donned complete armor. Although they possessed sufficient funds for snipers after placing the bomb, the significance of the sniper on this map was not as pronounced as in Sand 2, rendering it somewhat optional based on tactical requirements. After suffering defeats in the first 3 rounds, Song Lang began to realize that Han was not the novice he had initially presumed, not to mention his command and unconventional strategies. His ability to grasp the dynamics of the game already marked him as a formidable opponent. He began to formulate a more comprehensive plan in his mind, instructing, "You advance to the main area, and the rest follow me. We will apply pressure from the front while flanking from behind." The young player from the training team nodded in agreement. As the strongest contender in the training division, the position of Freeman was typically reserved for him. Thus his responsibilities and stage were considerable. After assigning this task, Song Lang detailed the positions and equipment placements for the rest of the team, and the game commenced. Meanwhile, Han Yi, having deciphered the opponent's strategy, retained his Freeman, Mingyu, in the zone while he led the other 3 to the area. Under Han Yi's direction, they adopted a more conservative positioning strategy, with one positioned at long pipe and another underwater, while Han Yi himself opted for position 1, crossing paths with the underwater player to prevent enemies from emerging from the construction site. The bandits did not launch an immediate assault. Adhering to the cautious nature of professional teams, they initially chose to control the map, assessing any forward advances. After failing to catch any enemies at the forefront, they began to converge towards the construction site after approximately 40 seconds. Soon, they assembled, and with a smoke grenade from the second floor, a Molotov cocktail, and a flashbang, the bandits initiated their attack. At this juncture, the weaknesses of Han Yi's team on this map became evident, despite his awareness of the bandits' offensive tactics. His positioning was rather conventional due to a lack of familiarity with the map. With just 1 round of equipment deployment, they swiftly lost their capacity for resistance. The first to fall was the player at long pipe, followed by the bandit who charged from long pipe, collaborating with the construction site to eliminate the underwater player. Although Han managed to kill 1 enemy while flanking the construction site, armed only with a 9mm pistol, he could not secure a second kill and, in desperation, fell back to position 1 for safety. However, another piece of bad news arrived. Mingyu, stationed in the zone, was defeated in a gunfight, resulting in a sudden shift to a 2 versus 4 situation on the battlefield. Now, Han faced 2 choices. First, to turn back and deal with the flanking enemies, thereby losing the round but preserving 2 weapons. Second, to launch an immediate assault alongside his 2 upstairs teammates against the 3 in the zone. Han did not hastily make a decision. As a commander, he needed to exercise caution. He first assessed the economic situation. After winning 3 consecutive rounds, they still possessed a surplus, with most players holding between 3,000 to 4,000 credits. allowing for a normal purchase in the next round should they lose this one. Confirming this, Han Yi issued an offensive directive. I will throw a flashbang for you. You jump down from the second floor, and we will attack together. Understood. Qing Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Han Yi tossed a flashbang into the air, and under its cover, Qing Feng leaped from the second floor, immediately spotting a bandit clad in white underwater. He decisively shot and eliminated him, then quickly turned his gaze to the bomb site, spotting another bandit who had just emerged. He dispatched him with 2 shots, showcasing his shooting prowess, although his health was severely diminished in the process. Shortly thereafter, a grenade from Long Pipe landed near him, and after a deafening explosion, he fell in defeat. That one is at Long Pipe. Hearing his teammates call out, Han Yi surged from the smoke. However, the enemy opted for a more conservative strategy, retreating back to Long Pipe's rear to await the arrival of their teammates from the zone to flank Han Yi. Han Yi had no choice but to pick up a weapon from the ground, assess his remaining equipment, and decided to throw a Molotov cocktail at the construction site, followed by a smoke grenade at Long Pipe, then feigned a bomb defusal in hopes of luring the bandit out. Clearly, this amateurish ruse failed to entice the opponent. As time ticked away, Han Yi realized that further delays would equate to certain death. He gritted his teeth and charged towards Long Pipe, intent on confronting the enemy there before returning to deal with the foes in the zone. Just as Han Yi stepped out from the bomb site, his aim shifted instinctively toward the second floor. This scene was all too familiar to Han Yi, reminiscent of moments triggered by his innate talent. Without a moment to ponder, a bandit emerged from the second floor, perfectly aligning with Han Yi's crosshairs. All he needed to do was gently press the left mouse button. A precise bullet fired forth, instantly piercing the enemy's skull. As everyone marveled at Han Yi's extraordinary awareness and unparalleled pre-aim, his crosshairs swiftly pivoted to target an enemy near Long Pipe. Just as before, another bandit had appeared, and once again a bullet found its mark, ending his life. He's turned it around. Someone shouted over the microphone. In that moment, all present witnessed Han Yi's astonishing performance. Even Lian Kai and Su Gu were left speechless, stunned into silence for a while before regaining their composure. Su Gu, as if discovering a treasure, wore an uncontainable grin and playfully patted Lian Kai's shoulder, teasing, I almost let you fool me. Is this what you call average shooting skills? Observing the prowess of marksmanship and the capacity for serene contemplation, one could hardly expect an average performance. In the face of a 90-degree ambush, achieving such an outcome is a feat few can assure, even in youth training competitions. Upon hearing Su Ji's remarks, Lian Kai scratched his head, for it was his first encounter with the caliber of Han Yi's shooting skills, which left him profoundly astonished once more. With a swift rotation in place, he eliminated adversaries with remarkable efficiency. Witnessing this, Lian Kai even began to question his previous assessments, pondering whether Han Yi was not merely a gamble and prediction-oriented commander, but rather a sharpshooter at heart. Remarkable indeed, he could secure victory in such a dire situation. I miscalculated, believing this round would end in defeat. Fortunately, the commander held firm. With such marksmanship, one could excel as a breakthrough player or rifleman even without a commanding role. The one executing the breakthrough, I believe, surpasses you in skill. Enough of that. Amidst the chorus of accolades, Han Yi was the most astounded. The deaths of those 2 individuals were, to be precise, not directly his concern. Rather, his awareness had triggered twice in succession, culminating in the explosive display of marksmanship he had just exhibited. Regaining his composure, Han Yi cleared his throat and offered a brief acknowledgement to the crowd, yet internally, he was tumultuous, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, striving to calm his emotions to avoid impacting his subsequent performance. Little did Han Yi anticipate that, at such a critical juncture, this ability, which was typically inferior to mind reading, would prove to be his ally. In stark contrast to Han Yi's fortune, Song Lang watched in dismay as his 2 prominent players failed to breach the defenses of the opposing commander. His tactical deployment had reached its zenith, and even facing Han Yi's team of 4, they had achieved a commendable damage ratio. Yet, the conundrum remained. The opposing side's commander could not even manage a 2-on-1. To put it plainly, their team had been rendered entirely devoid of humanity. How could they perform so poorly? As a commander, even knowing it was not the opportune moment for reproach, he could not suppress his frustration. Upon hearing Song Lang's words, the 2 who had faltered could only remain silent. Their spirits dampened, leading to a noticeable decline in communication during the next round. Conversely, after Han Yi's astonishing victory in the critical situation, the morale of his entire team soared, and his teammates delivered performances exceeding expectations. Coupled with Han Yi's various tactical countermeasures, they secured the first round with relative ease. Han Yi's individual statistics reflected only 16 kills, 4 assists, and 13 deaths, yet his impact surpassed that of any other player. The score stood at 167, with Song Lang as the stronger side, managing a mere 7 points. 2 of which were earned solely through his players' shooting prowess. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far worse. After the match, Song Lang slumped back into his chair, cradling his head in frustration. The rest of his team mirrored his sentiments. Meanwhile, the other side presented a contrasting scene. Although the two teams had rarely engaged in practice matches, they were not strangers to competition. Under the previous captain's leadership, they had suffered numerous defeats at the hands of the opposing team, who, while not overtly mocking them, held them in low regard. The members of Song Lang's team were acutely aware of this reality, yet their inability to prevail left them with pent-up frustration over time. Now, with Han Yi leading them to victory over the opposing team, they had undeniably vented this long-held grievance. The very first to question Han Yi, Qing Feng, was also the first to approach him earnestly, suggesting, "Brother, why not stay with us? I believe that under your leadership, our team will soon be ready for formal competitions." However, Han Yi declined this proposition. He had no desire to start from the youth training level, participating in minor competitions. His aspirations lay in grand tournaments, with the goal of joining the first team, a pursuit he had never relinquished. He then directed his gaze towards Su Gu, his intentions unmistakable. Having observed the entirety of the match, Su Gu was genuinely impressed by Han Yi's talent. Beyond the earlier display of marksmanship, Han Yi's composed judgments and audacious risk-taking left a lasting impression on him. Yet, when Han Yi inquired about the possibility of joining the first team, Su Gu shook his head. As a club manager, he was acutely aware that the club's performance was directly tied to his own responsibilities. He could not gamble the first team's success on Han Yi. Witnessing this exchange, Han Yi felt a sense of resignation, though he understood the manager's rationale. With only one trial match conducted that day, and Song Lang's unstable mindset leading him to forego further competition, Han Yi likewise decided to cancel the remaining matches. He was escorted to a modest room on the 4th floor, sparsely furnished with 2 chairs, a bed, and neatly arranged bedding that bore a faint, pleasant fragrance, indicating it had been recently laundered. Lying on the bed, he began to contemplate his future earnestly. Currently, there was only one domestic club worth joining. The rest remained relatively obscure, offering only opportunities to participate in minor competitions. It seemed nearly impossible to secure a starting position in the domestic professional circuit, which had effectively closed off that path, leaving him with 2 alternatives, one leading to Europe, the other to America. Unlike the European teams that were dominating the American scene, though somewhat in decline, still boasted formidable contenders, such as the current 2nd-ranked team and the 4th-ranked Liquid, both hailing from America. However, after some reflection, Han Yi dismissed the notion of pursuing America, recognizing that it would soon become overshadowed by European teams, and, aside from that, the salary and benefits were not comparable to those in Europe. Joining a European club would best be achieved by competing on a European platform. Numerous prodigious youths have been unearthed on this platform, directly stepping into the realm of professional gaming. A quintessential example is Han Yi. If others can succeed, he too shall undoubtedly thrive, especially with the assistance of a systematic approach. Presently, his marksmanship falls between the ranks of gold and diamond, while not exceptionally formidable. It suffices within the competitive arena. Coupled with his strategic acumen, if he performs commendably, there exists a substantial likelihood of being scouted by elite European teams. After deciding to venture to Europe, faced 2 final dilemmas. The first being network latency, which must remain low. The second pertains to communication, as his proficiency in English is rather poor, necessitating immediate improvement. While fluency may be an ambitious goal, he must ensure basic communication is unimpeded. Chapter 19. The journey home the next morning, with his mind already elsewhere, arose early for breakfast before commencing the 2nd round of tryouts. The outcomes of this session mirrored those of the previous day, with 2 teams competing on a slightly modified map akin to Shire. On this map, led his team to a score of 16-10, demonstrating a commendable exchange of plays. Upon reaching the Shire map, where his familiarity shone, he exhibited precise tactical strikes against the opposition, deploying strategies that seemed inexhaustible, achieving an aesthetic elegance on a typically brute force map. However, the results did little to sway Su Gu's opinion. He promised that should he maintain this level of performance and achieve results in the youth training program, he could join the main team, a prospect that would take approximately 1 to 2 years. Such a timeline was far longer than had anticipated, prompting a rueful refusal. Despite the lack of consensus, the club honored their word, reimbursing for his travel expenses, ensuring this impoverished student would not suffer for the subsequent month. Upon departing the club and arriving at the station, boarded the high-speed train back to university, during which his WeChat notifications began to buzz incessantly. Upon inspection, he found messages from 2 individuals. One was Chu Hao, inquiring about the tryouts and whether could become a professional player. Merely replied with a non-committal "let's see," providing no further explanation, as the matter was complex and lengthy to articulate. The other message came from Liang Kai, who had recently parted ways with. His words were straightforward, expressing confidence in his talent and urging him not to give up if he truly wished to pursue a career in gaming. Felt gratitude towards. And although he had not joined the club, he sincerely thanked him via WeChat. As journeyed home, a gentle rain began to fall. Upon reaching the campus, the weather had improved. The rain had ceased, though the sky remained overcast. Entering his dormitory, he scanned the surroundings and noticed was absent, prompting him to send a message asking for his whereabouts. Simply replied, "Just wait." Took no offense, quickly tidying his belongings before heading off to freshen up. When he returned, was sprawled on his bed and noticed a new item on his own bed, a Logitech mouse. Casually remarked that he had purchased it for, initially intending to gift it in celebration of his success in the youth training program. Since it was relatively inexpensive, he had not anticipated it becoming a consolation prize for setback. Hearing this, dried his hands and responded without reservation. "No problem. I can accept it as a form of consolation. I'll gladly take it. Get lost. I bought you that mouse hoping you'd become a big star and reward me in return. Not much, just 100 signed mice, which I could sell for 2,000 each on Xianyu. Instead, you've become worthless, and my investment of over 100 yuan is a total loss. I might as well have bought a KFC meal. How could you feel touched by that? Are you really such a brother to me? I didn't sell you my used underwear, so consider yourself lucky." As the banter continued, the two engaged in playful wrestling until exhaustion set in, collapsing onto their beds. Gasping for air, the gloom resulting from his failed training began to dissipate, and a pang of hunger struck him. After resting for a while, they ventured to the cafeteria for a meal and subsequently returned to their dormitory. First, completed his daily tasks, earning some attribute points, before shutting down his computer and picking up his English book to study vocabulary. This scene did not escape notice, who perceived dedication as a challenge, leading to an outburst of exasperation. As he sat gaming, he appeared increasingly restless. It is often said that one fears their brother indulging in leisure more than one fears them secretly studying. After a couple of hours of struggle, reluctantly recognized the reality of the situation. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved his neglected English book from under his bed and began to memorize words as well. However, he couldn't help stealing glances at, his expression conveying a sense of envy that could feel even without looking. Ultimately, could no longer endure the weight of his gaze and explained, "I intend to try my luck on the European platform. You really don't need to follow me. No way. Seeing you study while I'm playing games makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. It's genuinely disgusting." Upon hearing this, a flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. After some contemplation, he decided that there was no harm in studying more, allowing to engage in his inner turmoil. Set a preliminary study goal of memorizing 20 words daily. Given his poor foundation in English and lack of good study habits, this objective posed a considerable challenge. Thus, when he finally committed the initial set of vocabulary to memory, for hours had elapsed. As day turned to night, had managed to master all the words and subsequently ordered a KFC meal for himself via Mate1. Upon the arrival of the takeout, a sip of icy cola swiftly dispelled the gloom that had enveloped him due to his studies. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he engaged in a review session, ensuring that he had committed all the vocabulary to memory. Subsequently, he opened a web page to download additional resources, realizing that mere rote memorization of words was insufficient. Thus, Han-E resolved to incorporate in-game terminology while playing. This dual approach promised to yield significantly better results, as mastering vocabulary relevant to gaming would undoubtedly enhance his ability to communicate swiftly. Thanks to the relatively decent internet connection at Han-Yi's school, he invested in a 1-month accelerator, maintaining latency between 80 and 90 milliseconds. While not exceptionally smooth, the connection was far from laggy. After a series of verifications, Han-E set his server location to Europe and commenced his first match. As anticipated, he easily triumphed over his opponent. His skills far exceeded those typical of this rank. Although he could not direct his teammates verbally, he was adept at learning their callouts and engaging in brief exchanges, allowing him to secure victory through sheer marksmanship. The second and third matches followed swiftly, and soon he completed all his placement games, ultimately earning a rank of level 4. On this platform, ranks are categorized from level 1 to level 10, with level 10 already showcasing the prowess of some second and third tier professional players. Level 9 approximates the skill of European youth training programs, while levels 8 and 9 correspond to domestic youth training and the Mo Wang tier. Of course, this is within the context of the European region. In the Asian region, the equivalent of level 10 would presumably be slightly inferior to that of Mo Wang. Chapter 20. The next video now at level 4. Han-E was nearly flawless. With his skill set, ascending a level each day was a breeze. As the night deepened, he stifled a yawn, set down his mouse, and closed his laptop, only then noticing that everyone around him had already retired for the night. Realizing that tomorrow was Monday, he quickly lay down, read a novel for a while, and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, he was awakened by Chu Hao. and they went out for a meal before heading to class. He did not forget his academic responsibilities. He downloaded an app to assist with his English practice and began memorizing vocabulary. This spectacle left Chu Hao in a state of astonishment. Regarding Han Yi with a peculiar gaze, unable to fathom that Han Yi was genuinely committed to mastering English. As he observed, a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. "Brother, you haven't been possessed by some academic genius, have you? You hardly resemble your former self." In response to Chu Hao's teasing, Han Yi retorted as usual. But his thoughts inevitably wandered back to his life before transmigration, recalling that mundane existence, and his resolve strengthened. Without the system, he would have settled for mediocrity. Now, with its support, he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the gaming world under the gaze of a global audience. He too would drive a Porsche 911 and become a car owner. After class, the two friends adhered to their routine of ordering a chicken pot dish near the school gate. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to their dormitory. Han Yi resumed his practice with firearms, allocating all the attribute points he had accrued in recent days to his rifle aim, successfully raising it to 52. Having already covered vocabulary earlier that morning, his academic burden was light. He contemplated not diving into ranked matches just yet, and instead opened the game. Lingering on the map selection screen. After nearly 2 weeks, the video platform had ceased to recommend him content related to 2, and his daily question value had stagnated, making it difficult to gain even a slight increase. It was time to release his second video. He decided to start with the familiar trio of maps, as they were his most well-acquainted. Currently, he had a score of 46 for Mi La Ji and 47 for Xiaozhan, nearly indistinguishable. Han Yi then began to contemplate from a different angle, focusing on the popularity of the maps. Among the trio, Mi La Ji undoubtedly commanded the highest popularity, followed by 2, Sha Air, and lastly Xiaozhan. A map's popularity directly correlates with the number of players searching for tutorial videos, which would naturally increase Han Yi's question value. Having grasped this concept, he decisively placed his cursor over Mi La Ji and clicked confirm. As a reborn individual, Han Yi was well aware of many strategies and tactics unrecognized in the current era, such as the significance of smoke grenades. The prevailing strategy still involved retreating to the first and second floors after planting the bomb, executing a cross-defense of the bomb site. Professional players might delve deeper into tactics, occasionally seizing control of a police spawn, yet few recognized the critical importance of the archway and its relevance to the terrorists. In subsequent matches, it became common to observe terrorists actively vying for control near the archway, rarely compressing themselves near the first floor. This shift was primarily driven by information. Once control of the archway was secured, one could glean the enemy's movements toward the supermarket and back. Previous matches often overlooked this, leading to a lack of emphasis on the archway, with players deeming the risk of losing an additional player for such intelligence too great to bear. However, in truth, occupying the area near the archway significantly decreased the difficulty of guarding the bomb site. Additionally, the map's exceedingly high difficulty and complexity contributed to its widespread appeal. At first glance, Mi La Ji appeared to be a more intricate version of Sha Air, featuring 3 paths and mid-map sniper duels, with strategies focusing on controlling the center while flanking. Yet, upon thorough examination, one would discover that it was anything but simple. Mi La Ji employed an extensive vertical structure, leading to a scenario where every item, position, and decision held profound significance. To illustrate with a small example, should bandits launch a feigned assault on a district, deceiving a small player into retreating through the archway, and the district subsequently comes under attack, that player would typically require 20 seconds to return and participate in the defense. This attribute is unique to this regular service map, as other maps lack such a characteristic. Furthermore, there exists the second floor balcony and the area beneath it, as well as the second floor and the bomb site, which are places where once one jumps down, returning incurs a considerable time cost. This map is replete with corners, a distinct contrast to Sha Air. When one is drawn out from point 1 without the aid of devices, they often find themselves confronting threats from numerous positions. Such threats can manifest anywhere on this map, for instance, facing danger from both the middle route and the archway, or simultaneously contending with threats from the small player and the bomb site on the second floor, or encountering danger from the jump platform and the police house on the second floor. Hence, the importance of equipment is paramount. The ability to deploy devices and coordinate effectively with teammates is crucial, which elucidates why the Academy faction excels on this map. Conversely, the second floor epitomizes the Muscle faction, where the layout is straightforward, with few pre-aimed positions and less emphasis on equipment, leading to outcomes dictated solely by marksmanship, accentuating a lack of strategy. The consequence is that players who exclusively play Sha Air are often looked down upon by those who frequent Mi La and Xiaozhan, mocked for their perceived lack of intellect, relying solely on their shooting skills. Upon deciding to create a tutorial for Mi La, Han Yi meticulously compiled all the throwing devices he was familiar with and made several improvements. For instance, he noted that the most popular smoke grenade currently was still the one thrown while running from the bandit spawn, which, despite its decent speed, had a high failure rate, leading to frequent misthrows. He opted to preserve the later popular spawn smoke without alteration, and he also refined the jump platform smoke and the smoke beneath the jump platform. Han E, of course, did not neglect his signature style in his videos, incorporating a fake smoke grenade among these devices to garner skepticism. Once he finished editing the video, it was time to craft a title. He pondered for a moment and slowly typed a line on the screen. First-person equipment tutorial, first release online. Daringly stolen from the training base, will be deleted after 24 hours. Chapter 21. Holiday in this day and age, clickbait remains remarkably effective. When Han E awoke the following day, he discovered that the view count for the video had soared to an astonishing 30,000 and was still climbing rapidly. As with his previous video, it attracted a plethora of derogatory comments while simultaneously garnering him numerous fans, raising his follower count to 6,000. How absurd this time. The trap was the smoke grenade thrown at 332 seconds. I truly studied each throwing device thoroughly, only to discover this one was useless? Oh. I wondered why this smoke always ended up resembling a drained smoke, only to realize the comments revealed the truth behind it. I stepped out, and the opposing sniper was aiming at me. What a predicament. I initially thought the smoke had been squeezed out, failing to consider the main issue. Reported. Everyone. Stop the insults. I suspect this person is a troll. Let us not give him satisfaction. After reading the audience's amicable feedback, Han E shifted his gaze to the system panel. His skepticism points had fermented overnight, reaching 340, and were rising at the rate of 12 points per minute. Roughly estimating, by the end of the day, it could approach around 600 points. Han E was not in a hurry to draw prizes. He planned to wait until evening to draw them all at once. During his gaming sessions, he often favored 5 or 10 consecutive draws. Even though he knew the odds were the same as a single draw, he still felt it might increase the likelihood of obtaining something valuable. Tuesday began with an early 8 o'clock class. After hastily washing up, Han E rushed to class. After a busy day, he returned to his dormitory as evening approached. Feeling weary. However, today was different. His fatigue was primarily physical, whereas mentally, he felt quite invigorated. The reason was that the rise in his skepticism points exceeded his expectations. Before the day concluded, the points had already reached 612, and by the end of the day, they were likely to approach the significant milestone of 700. This marked the highest accumulation of skepticism points since his rebirth, and he decided not to wait any longer, opting for a 5 draw to test his luck. Drawing prizes is a matter to be taken seriously. He first washed his hands in the restroom, then returned to his dormitory to offer a prayer, beseeching everyone from Buddha to God, prompting his nearby friend Chu how to wonder if Han E had been possessed, almost ready to use chopsticks to poke at his fingers. After completing this ritual, Han E initiated the prize draw, and soon 5 rewards were presented before him. Sniper Pre-Aim 1, Rifle Reflex 1, Submachine Gun Follow-Up 1. Talent. Robust Health, prevents the host from suffering various ailments. Map Understanding. Train 1. As Han E reviewed the items in order, he visibly brightened upon seeing the robust health talent. The reason was straightforward. Every professional player, after long hours seated before a computer, inevitably faces various health issues. With this new talent, he would no longer fear occupational ailments, undoubtedly extending his professional career. Moreover, Han E had previously experienced mild myopia, although not severe. Distant objects appeared slightly blurred. After acquiring this talent, his vision was restored, and the blurriness vanished completely. The benefits did not end there. After a grueling day of classes, his once fatigued body now brimmed with vitality, his energy seemingly boundless, significantly enhancing his learning efficiency. The study plan he had intended to postpone for the day was promptly resurrected. However, before formally embarking on his English studies, Han E first opened his computer to complete the daily tasks. In stark contrast, Chu Hao merely observed the scene quietly, although he yearned to practice shooting alongside others. The fatigue that enveloped both his body and mind compelled him to lie in bed, his lips moving slightly as he murmured, "Remarkable, they can still practice shooting. How effortless it seems. I need to rest." With those words, he turned his head towards the wall and fell into a deep slumber. Once Han E completed his shooting practice, he began to study English. By the time he had committed 20 words to memory, the clock had already struck past 9 in the evening, signaling that it was time to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. Nevertheless, Han E did not immediately rest. Noticing that Ho Zi and El Yang had not returned that day, he opted to continue playing solo. By this time, Chu Hao had already awakened and was unperturbed by the thought of disturbing Han Yi's rest. As the clock approached midnight, Han E had ascended to level 6, achieving a commendable rank. At this juncture, however, Han E found it increasingly difficult to maintain a winning streak, occasionally suffering a setback. Yet, under normal circumstances, he consistently led his teammates to victory. Over the span of 2 days, his spoken English had significantly improved. Although he could not yet converse fluently, he had become adept at articulating basic points. As night deepened, fatigue overtook Han, prompting him to shut his computer and succumb to a profound slumber. His days, filled with English lessons and shooting practice, had continued for over a month, swiftly ushering in January. With the conclusion of his final exams, Han exhaled in relief. The holiday began today, granting him ample time to devote to his studies. Throughout the past month, Han Yi's English proficiency had seen remarkable advancement, enabling him to communicate effortlessly during matches, even issuing commands to his teammates. However, daily conversations still posed challenges, necessitating the frequent use of translation software to comprehend less common vocabulary. In addition to his improvement in English, Han Yi's personal skills had also strengthened considerably. He allocated all his attribute points to aiming, ceasing only after enhancing his aim to 70 points. This was not due to reluctance to continue investing points, but rather because surpassing 70 points would require doubling the attribute points for further enhancement, rendering it impractical. Consequently, he redirected his attribute points to rifle positioning, which now stood at 67 points, just 3 points shy of the coveted 70. His rank had risen to level 9, and Han frequently encountered aspiring players. Reaching the pinnacle of level 10 was merely a matter of time. During this period, several European clubs had approached Han, yet they were primarily 3rd and 4th tier clubs, their world rankings languishing at around 30. Han dismissed them without a second thought, awaiting a more significant opportunity. Specifically, he sought to attain level 10 and see if any larger clubs would express interest. Presently, his most desired club was one where the former commanding player had departed for Lao Shu, with the new command being helmed by an individual whose leadership could only be described as lacking. Initially, they achieved some success, but over time, their inexperience led to disarray, leaving them unable to rectify the myriad errors in their strategy. Aside from this, the team's roster boasted notable talents such as Yu Shun, Lung Shun, and Olaf, leaving Han in awe. However, he understood that his aspirations were merely one-sided. After all, this team was founded solely on the acquisition of star players, with little room for exceptions. Currently, he found himself in a position of seeking alternatives, contemplating even second-tier teams capable of competing in world-class matches, despite lacking a first-tier roster. Upon exiting the examination hall, Han reviewed his current profile, preparing for future endeavors. Host name: Han age, 17, rifle, aiming, 70, third-tier professional player. Positioning: 67, reaction, 87, tracking, 32, sniper rifle, aiming, 59, positioning, 32, reaction, 93, tracking, 56, submachine gun, aiming, 40, positioning, 41, reaction, 82, tracking, 45. Map understanding: 2, 76 points, 23 points, Mi Laji, 46 points, Shaozhan, 47 points, Siwan Yulu Yuan, 24 points, Huiche, 20 points, Desha, 19 points. Skepticism points: 267. Extract talent cost: 100 skepticism points. Daily tasks: eliminate 1000. Gain 1 attribute point. Current: 01000. Talent: mind reading, awareness, physical robustness. Chapter 22. Han possessed few belongings. Upon returning to his dormitory, he quickly tidied up before bidding farewell to Chu Hao. His home was not far from the school, allowing him to take a bus back even without securing a high-speed train ticket. This bus differed from the city's public transport. It was a fully enclosed coach, with tickets significantly cheaper than those for high-speed trains. The nearly 100-kilometer journey cost just over 20 yuan. With few passengers aboard, Han placed his suitcase beside him and settled into a window seat. The bus stopped intermittently, and as weariness enveloped him, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he next opened his eyes, the bus had arrived at its destination. Returning to the city where he had grown up, Han navigated with familiarity. He hailed a taxi near the station, which soon brought him to his doorstep. After knocking on the door, he heard a voice from within exclaiming, "I'm here." As the door swung open, Han was momentarily taken aback by the youthful appearance of his mother. However, she beamed with joy upon seeing her long-absent son and hurried out of the room to help him with his luggage. "You must be tired. I knew you would return today, so I prepared some fruit for you. Please, step inside. I will bring it over shortly." "All right." Han took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Upon returning indoors and changing into comfortable attire, his mother brought in his favorite grapes and watermelon. He found the fruit to be exceptionally sweet. "Where's Dad?" he inquired. "He has gone to work and will likely return only in the evening." Han nodded in acknowledgement, but hesitated, his thoughts caught in his throat. If he were to broach the subject of pursuing a professional career with his parents, he would undoubtedly face opposition. It would be wiser to wait until he secured a place in a suitable club and began earning before discussing his ambitions with them. Regarding his studies, Han Yi planned to request a leave of absence. According to his university's regulations, he could return to continue his studies anytime within the 2 years following his hiatus. In this span, he was confident that he would carve out a name for himself. After all, with a year comprising 365 days, that equated to 365 attribute points, and over 2 years, it would amount to 730 points, which could nearly maximize all his attributes, even without considering the possibility of rewards from lotteries. At that juncture, not only would he contend for championships, but he was also certain he could surpass both his current self and the peak of the future, assembling a formidable force. With such terrifying strength, financial matters would become trivial. This situation mirrored a classic dilemma. Would you choose 7 million or a score of 700 on an exam? Only a child would choose the latter. An adult would invariably opt for the former. Moreover, Han Yi's university did not even offer a score of 700. His earnings from professional play would undoubtedly exceed 7 million. Even if everything unfolded according to the worst-case scenario, he could still reside comfortably at home, streaming online, proclaiming, "I can make it to Shanghai." Subsequently, he would quietly engage in his endeavors, likely amassing 1 to 2 million within a year. Presently, Han Yi required merely an opportunity to confide in his parents and then venture to Europe to pursue his professional career. He retrieved his computer from his suitcase and tested the home internet connection, discovering it to be even smoother than at school. The latency, which had previously fluctuated between 80 and 90 milliseconds, had stabilized in the 80s, occasionally dipping to 70. This revelation instilled great confidence in Han Yi. His skills were already commendable, and the previous struggles he faced were largely due to the internet speed. A latency of 70 milliseconds now felt remarkably fluid to him. After a brief respite, Han Yi commenced rigorous training, honing his shooting skills. He was merely 4 matches away from reaching level 10, and with a better performance, he could achieve it in 3. After practicing for nearly an hour and regaining his rhythm, he embarked on his official solo queue journey, striving to reach level 10. In no time, 2 hours had elapsed. Perhaps due to the improved latency or his favorable condition that day, Han Yi astonishingly secured a consecutive victory, clinching one of the matches. Now, he needed to win just one more game to ascend to level 10. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the matchmaking process. Far away in Sweden, after finishing dinner, the veteran player Zero settled back at his computer, rubbing his slightly weary eyes. Yet he had no intentions of halting his gaming endeavors and pressed the matchmaking button. As a seasoned competitor with 17 years of experience, he sensed that his skills had waned considerably. The glory of the Swedish dynasty was a distant memory. If he wished to remain in the competitive scene, his only recourse was to train even harder. However, he also had to admit that a decline in form could not merely be remedied through training, especially given the current state of his team, which was teetering on the brink of dissolution. Zero understood that this might be his last chance. If the team disbanded, his and Doghead's professional careers would likely come to an abrupt end. After all, few would invest in 2 35-year-old veterans and field them in matches. Having dedicated half his life to this game, when confronted with the prospect of retirement, Zero could not help but question, what would he do afterward? The answer left him somewhat bewildered, as it was painfully clear he would be left with nothing. Thanks to Sweden's generous welfare system, he might not starve, but his quality of life would undoubtedly plummet compared to his current situation. Both the team and he were in dire need of transformation. They required someone capable of leading them back to prominence. Yet, Zero felt lost. The individual who could steer them toward revival would undoubtedly be a young talent. But where could such a player be found willing to join their ranks? It was essential to note that while his current team had once been renowned, those days were long past. They were now merely a struggling second-tier team in Europe, with dwindling fans and a monthly salary budget that barely exceeded €5. Whenever he contemplated this, a frown creased Zero's brow. He yearned to save the team and alter their fate, yet hope appeared elusive. At that moment, an urgent voice interrupted Zero's thoughts. He glanced at the screen to see that he had successfully matched, decisively clicking the confirm button. As the 10 players gradually readied themselves, their teams appeared on either side of his screen. Map: Inferno Town, Team 1, 0, Team 2, 0. Scanned the roster, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise as he recognized a familiar name from the opposing team. Chapter 23. Dumplings, Happy New Year, to new players. This may seem somewhat unfamiliar. To understand who this individual is, one must recall a humorous anecdote shared by a commentator. The story dates back to a time before Feng Chuan, when he had just transitioned into the competitive scene. During that period, he was indeed at the zenith of his prowess, instilling fear in many merely by his presence. In addition to the newly crowned world #1 sharpshooter, they boast the former world #1 freestyler, Olaf, who takes on the role of Breacher and has acquired the title of Rain God, as well as Guardian, renowned as one of the 3 great snipers, often referred to as the Sniper Emperor. It was at this juncture that the moniker of the galactic battleship began to circulate. The captain of this formidable vessel remains the individual most familiar to fans, famously dubbed the longest river in history, known colloquially as Big Brother. What relation does all this bear? One must inevitably mention the lifelong nightmare, the Boston Massacre, of which he was one of the 5 architects. Undoubtedly, he is a veteran, and being a veteran signifies extensive experience, often assuming the pivotal role of commander in casual matches. It can be asserted that the concept of leadership in lower tiers contrasts starkly with that in higher tiers. The higher the rank, the more adept the commander, naturally leading to a greater likelihood of victory. Just as Sun Lin Gu contemplated whether to activate his microphone and direct his teammates, a youthful voice reached his ears. "Can you hear me? This is my promotion match. We cannot afford to lose. Follow my lead, and we will surely triumph. Trust me." Listening to the words, Zero revealed a barely perceptible smile. Could they truly achieve victory? He glanced at the speaker, a newcomer named Han Yi, whose name was unfamiliar to him. Indeed, the youth often tend to speak with overconfidence. In this rank, well-known commanders are typically well-versed, either being from prominent professional teams or seasoned veterans. Clearly, this individual did not belong to either category, and his English sounded somewhat unrefined. With this assessment, Zero formed a rough impression of Han Yi, likely a rookie fresh from some training program, unaware of the vastness of the competitive landscape. To confirm his suspicions, he navigated to the platform interface and clicked on Han Yi's profile, discovering he was indeed only level 9 and had never reached level 10, further solidifying his initial thoughts. However, as a veteran, Zero harbored a certain leniency towards these young players and had no intention of contesting Han Yi's claim to leadership. After all, in his eyes, it was merely a game. Since it was Han Yi's promotion match and he wished to lead, why not allow him to do so, thereby avoiding unnecessary disputes? The other teammates were initially reluctant about Han Yi taking charge. After all, they believed Zero should be the one to lead. Yet, upon observing that Zero did not voice any objections, they too chose to refrain from creating an unpleasant atmosphere from the onset. On the other hand, Han Yi was indeed aware of Zero's reputation and had heard of Sun Lin Ji's renown. However, having played extensively on domestic platforms, he failed to recognize that he had matched with the true Zero, or perhaps he underestimated the significance of the level 10 rank. After all, the Zero on domestic platforms had at least 8,000 points. Soon, all 10 players entered the game, and the match commenced. In a knife round, Han Yi's team found themselves at a disadvantage and was forced to play as terrorists. This caused Han Yi to furrow his brow, as playing as terrorists typically entails less communication and fewer discussions of complex strategies. The predominant thoughts revolve around guarding specific positions, and the only information Han Yi could gather was a rough idea of the enemy's formation, making it challenging to devise unconventional countermeasures against the terrorist setup. Nonetheless, Han Yi was not about to forego the opportunity to eavesdrop, as information gained without cost is always beneficial. However, what he overheard astonished him, for he realized that the opposing commander was unlike any he had encountered before, exhibiting a meticulousness that bordered on terrifying. Based on the insights he had gleaned from his recent experiences, commanders typically consider broad defensive formations like 3-2 or employ simpler tactics, such as taking side routes or throwing flashes during defenses. Yet, while eavesdropping on the thoughts of the opponent, he discerned a complete battle plan. Occupy the barn. I'll take a position beneath it. We can deploy on the second floor. Link up with another, and the front lines need not advance. Just hold the coffin and the 3 boxes. The commander was Zero. Han Yi had faced him on several occasions, knowing that Zero's team played conservatively, often making significant movements before attacking and avoiding silent engagements. Upon hearing the strategic deployment, Han Yi quickly formulated a plan. Everyone, come with me to the second floor. No need to rush. We'll walk out quietly. Walk out quietly. Han Yi's words were met with immediate skepticism, as this tactic was astonishingly unconventional. 5 players attempting to silently exit the second floor was something they had neither seen nor heard before. Han Yi responded simply, "Trust me." The others fell silent, uncertain whether to heed Han Yi's command. At that moment, the previously silent Zero spoke up, endorsing Han Yi's proposal. His endorsement was not born from faith in the tactic, which even he, with nearly 20 years of professional experience, found absurd. Proceeding without any intel while 5 players attempted to breach the second floor was tantamount to conceding the round. His motivation for speaking was singular. As a veteran facing a newcomer, he felt an obligation to extend a measure of trust. Of course, this trust was limited. Should Han Yi squander the pistol round and continue issuing unreasonable commands, Zero would undoubtedly reclaim leadership to prevent further folly. Zero's words carried considerable weight. Upon hearing the veteran's support, the teammates dispelled their doubts and rallied together, charging toward the side route at the onset of the round. Until this moment, Han Yi finally sensed something amiss. Upon opening the homepage of Zero and gazing at the seemingly endless array of medals, A singular thought echoed in his mind. Have I truly matched against the legendary Zero? In Chapter 24, Cooperation, Han Yi noticed that while watching the match, his opponent was not particularly active on the battlefield. Nonetheless, he had heard whispers of this legendary player, who, as one of the pioneers of the Swedish dynasty, undoubtedly commanded respect as an esteemed veteran. Yet, he had no time for pleasantries now. With the group advancing to the second floor, the battle was imminent. Knowing full well that no one would be stationed on the second floor, Han Yi boldly took the lead. As he stealthily emerged from the second floor, his first instinct was to glance towards the horse stable, where he swiftly spotted two adversaries. He aimed his crosshairs at the stable above, delivering a precise shot to the head, and the enemy fell. Without hesitation, he lowered his aim and fired again, dispatching another foe below. Fortuitously, the time gained from his teammate's demise afforded him the chance to pivot. However, despair washed over him upon realizing that, at the moment he fired, bandits began jumping down from the second floor in droves, and his vision was filled with enemies. In a flurry, he managed to take one shot before being swiftly hunted down. They have stealthily approached the second floor. After relaying the information to his teammates, he scratched his head in frustration. This was utterly absurd. How could they dare to move in such a manner? He never imagined that the opposing team would execute a flawless five-man stealth approach to the second floor without any synchronization, a strategy reminiscent of lower-ranked players. Yet it proved unexpectedly effective. Unbeknownst to him, the gravity of the situation eluded his comprehension. To him, it was merely a stroke of luck for Han Yi, who had identified a flaw in his defense. Meanwhile, Zero was rather forthright, praising Han Yi's command after the bandits took control of the area. Well done, he remarked. Han Yi's response was succinct. Thank you. Following their brief exchange, the three players on the opposing side decisively abandoned their defense, opting to secure the area instead. Han Yi chose not to eliminate them entirely. As the environment was complex, they had effectively seized the area with minimal losses, and their armor was intact. If they were to pursue the enemy, it could result in greater losses on their side, thus proving counterproductive. As the bandits gradually retreated through the side path, the first round of the pistol match was secured without further incident, allowing Han Yi a moment to greet Zero. Soon, the second round commenced. Thanks to their commendable performance in the first round, their economy was relatively stable. Zero donned full armor, while the other four equipped themselves with complete armor and a utility. This time, one side opted for rifles, employing half armor alongside various tools. After experiencing defeat in the previous round, they recognized their disadvantage in firepower and issued a strategy to pressure the bandit stronghold. In casual matches, this tactic is frequently employed. Simply put, it involves launching an assault from both the middle and banana paths to encircle the enemy stronghold. Given the commonality of this strategy, it required little meticulous planning and minimal communication. This lack of intricate discussion meant that Han Yi did not gain any useful intelligence. However, the abnormality of the situation sparked a flicker of suspicion within him. Thus, when his teammates inquired about their course of action, he issued a singular command. Let's proceed cautiously. Be wary of their advance. We must not reveal any weaknesses. Let us gather information at the 40-second mark. With Han Yi's guidance, the team quickly dispersed at the start. Yet, before they could fully proceed, as they approached the bandit stronghold, a grenade soared through the air, followed by a series of explosions. One careless bandit was sent flying. Without needing further clarification, the players at this rank immediately grasped the opposing team's tactic. Positioned towards the back, Han Yi had just exited the bandit house when he witnessed the unfolding chaos. He realized that they could not allow the bandit stronghold to remain under control, otherwise, they would be at a severe disadvantage. Thus, he quickly communicated, I will throw a flashbang. You all pull back. In the urgency of the moment, he struggled to convey his thoughts clearly, hoping his teammates would understand. After delivering this command, he tossed the flashbang high into the air. At that moment of hesitation, the experienced Zero grasped Han Yi's intention and charged out from the bandit stronghold. As anticipated by Zero, just a second before he exited, Han Yi's flashbang detonated in the middle, enabling him to escape while simultaneously catching three enemies rushing forward, blinded. Zero seized this rare opportunity, firing several rounds at the foremost adversary. With their vision obscured, the enemy was rendered powerless, flailing blindly while attempting to shoot. All Zero needed to do was aim and fire, effortlessly eliminating two foes. However, given Zero's advancing age, he struggled against the last opponent, firing numerous shots before finally securing the kill. Meanwhile, the remaining teammates swiftly eliminated the adversaries on the banana path. Han Yi's team achieved a remarkable 1-4-5 exchange, dismantling the opposing team's unconventional strategy. Impressive flash, remarked Zero, who was somewhat exhilarated. In such a frantic situation, Han Yi's quick thinking in tossing the flashbang and disrupting the opposition's synchronization in the middle made him seem less like a rookie and more akin to a seasoned veteran. prompting Zero to offer genuine praise. On the other hand, Han Yi felt that the recent collaboration was quite satisfying, with just a single phrase. His partner instantly understood his intent. Had it been anyone else, even with thorough communication, achieving such an outcome would have been exceedingly challenging. In the third round, with their economy depleted and lacking the capacity for resistance, under Zero's command, they opted for a high-stakes gamble. In response, Han Yi remarked that his opponent was still rather inexperienced when it came to gambling strategies, easily taking control of an unoccupied area. In the fourth round, instead of opting for a robust offensive, he chose the conventional strategy of 32, which led to Han Yi using his blow dryer to eliminate 3 opponents, thus securing the bomb site. Consequently, both teams arrived at the fifth round with a score of 4 o'clock. The attacking side had already amassed 4 points, a significant advantage. Throughout the scoring process, Han Yi's teammates exhibited a noticeable decrease in their initial reluctance to follow his directives and were increasingly willing to comply with his strategies. This allowed him to experiment with a broader range of tactical approaches. On the contrary, the opposing side found themselves in a difficult position. Although their leader was not from a professional team, he was nonetheless a seasoned veteran with an extensive repertoire of strategies. However, facing the commanding presence of Zero, he found the gameplay particularly challenging. He felt that regardless of how meticulously he devised his strategies, the opponent always seemed to counteract his moves. Unable to contain his frustration, he typed a message on the public screen. "Are you planning to change your commander?" Zero replied, "I feel like your leadership has improved today." To which the veteran responded, "It's not me. It's our new recruit who has been audacious and aggressive. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have acted in such a manner." Chapter 25. The door to misfortune. Upon hearing Zero's words, he suddenly realized that he was up against a newcomer. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. No wonder he had felt constrained at every turn. He had misjudged the enemy's leadership from the outset. With this newfound understanding, confidence surged within him. He believed that the previous defeats at the hands of Han Yi were merely due to an information disparity. Now that he recognized Zero was not the true commander, he felt his gameplay style would inevitably shift. If Han Yi intended to counter him as he had before, it would be utterly impossible. However, this was merely his own wishful thinking, as Han Yi was adept at adjusting his style based on the opponent's psychological state, something he could never have anticipated. After pondering for a moment and learning from his earlier mistakes, he deduced that Han Yi favored unconventional and risky strategies. Therefore, in this round, he decided to forego the default 32 strategy. After securing control of Banana, he swiftly transitioned to a dynamic defense of 14, which would render him less vulnerable to Han Yi's unorthodox tactics. This approach was a common tactic employed in matches and subtly indicated his respect for Han Yi's capabilities. Aware of this plan, Han Yi decisively discarded his blow dryer in favor of the 553. This weapon, which had already undergone a nerf since his rebirth, was now less favored due to its inferior performance at close range despite its advantages at a distance, coupled with its higher price. In Han Yi's recollection, this weapon was destined for another nerf, leading it to become obsolete. Especially following the weapon updates in version 2. It had become a relic of the past alongside the FAMAS. The 553 still had some utility, representing its last flicker of glory. After a brief contemplation, Han Yi devised the strategy for this round. Given that the opponent initiated with 3 players, he resolved to lead with 4, personally overseeing the rear while his teammates exerted pressure on the area. After the enemy's defense was established, he would instruct his teammates to regroup and counterattack. As he conveyed his orders, the round commenced, and with Han Yi's guidance, the assault on mid was exceptionally fierce. Right from the start, they deployed 2 flashbangs and a Molotov cocktail in mid, effectively thwarting the enemy's attempts to gather information near point 1 and connector. Subsequently, the attackers swiftly advanced to the mid-close point, leaving the entirety of Banana under Han Yi's solitary watch. At that moment, the true potential of his 553 was realized. Han Yi crouched at the terrorist's entrance, adjusting his scope to focus on the area near the stone slab and vehicle. He awaited the opportune moment to observe Banana before the smoke detonated at the entrance. Such an opportunity might not typically arise in professional matches, but in this casual scenario, the circumstances were somewhat unpredictable. A common flaw in casual matches is the lack of discipline. In this instance, the enemy had already used 3 grenades and 2 Molotov cocktails to secure control of Banana, and the prudent course of action would have been to throw another smoke at the entrance to solidify their hold. However, in casual matches, due to a lack of trust among teammates, even if they had lost their utilities, they often felt compelled to check Banana again to confirm that it was clear before sealing it off and retreating. Han Yi had purchased the 553 precisely to exploit this opportunity. With the aid of his scope, he aimed to eliminate any adversaries daring to emerge from Banana, thereby significantly reducing the difficulty of the task. Nevertheless, this plan was merely a unilateral desire of Han Yi, and its success hinged on the cooperation of the opposing side. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the flames of the two Molotov cocktails and banana blazed ever more intensely until they finally extinguished. At that moment, a smoke grenade fell from above, bouncing around inside banana before ultimately landing near the terrorist's entrance. Observing this, Han Yi sighed. The enemy had indeed chosen a conservative approach, opting to throw smoke for reconnaissance. Just as he prepared to lower his scope and withdraw, a head peeked out from behind the vehicle, curiously glancing towards the terrorist entrance. Upon noticing this, a smile spread across Han Yi's face. He had not anticipated such a twist at the last moment. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot forth from the 5.53, instantly piercing the head of his target. With the opponent's demise, the smoke grenade erupted, obscuring his position. The remaining two members of the opposing team swiftly retreated, desperate to reclaim their lost advantage. A barrage of bullets rained down towards the smoke. But Han Yi was far from foolish. He had already made his escape. With the loss of a key player, the opposing team was thrown into disarray, compounded by the fierce assault from Han Yi's side, which was already short-staffed. They were left with no choice but to make a bold decision. We have 4. Let us fall back. As we leave, let us throw a smoke. And with 2 members having slipped past, I refuse to believe they dare to engage us. On the other side, Han Yi's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. He surveyed the equipment he possessed, 1 grenade, 1 firebomb, and 2 flashbangs, all intact. Even if the adversary left a single person to defend, these tools were sufficient to seize the territory. With this realization, Han Yi promptly issued his command. Attack. Deploy all your equipment against the territory, leaving none behind. In an instant, the offensive tools rained down upon the area like a torrential downpour, reinforcing his conviction in his judgment. Hurry back, they are attacking. Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals in the territory, wary of delays, swiftly turned and ran towards the Jing family. Little did they know that barely had they departed, a shadowy figure emerged from the smoke, brandishing a 553, relaying crucial intelligence to his teammates. Empty. Prepared for a decisive battle against the bandits, he awaited their assault, but after several tense seconds, the attack abruptly ceased. This sensation was akin to watching a beloved film only to have it interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Before he could comprehend the situation, the sound of a bomb being planted echoed in his earpiece. Realizing his command had been compromised once more, he felt a surge of irritation. What is going on? Did the territory not deploy smoke before leaving? As the 2 individuals braced themselves for blame, they hastily explained, "We did, just before we left. We provided the smoke to the bandits. I acted immediately. I saw their perspective and confirmed it. But how could they respond so swiftly?" Acknowledging the seasoned strategist's prowess, he reflected on Han Yi's entire tactical framework. From the outset, Han Yi's intention had never been to assault the territory. It had always been a feint, with the territory merely serving as a diversion. At this realization, he involuntarily drew a sharp breath. How extraordinarily cunning. How could this young commander possess such tactical acumen? Could he possibly be a smurf account, deliberately challenging me? He immediately pondered over contemporary renowned commanders, but shook his head. If one were to consider a world-class strategist with such a distinctive style, he could only think of one. Yet, could this gambling king exhibit such meticulous detail and strategy? He found it hard to believe. With a deep sigh, he had to concede that after several rounds of confrontation, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Han Yi's elusive command. More significantly, the opponent might merely be a novice, likely only 16 or 17 years of age. It was as if he glimpsed a rising star, a future world-class commander. In Chapter 26, while feeling somewhat vexed by his defeats, Han Yi and his team celebrated their resounding victory, receiving accolades from teammates. A gentle deception, and they were all gone. Truly, the command is formidable. Whether with long guns or sidearms, the opposition could not withstand us. I have never won so effortlessly. I anticipated a fierce battle. Amidst the jubilant exclamations, as the bomb detonated, the score reached 5 o'clock. In the next round, Han Yi decisively launched a rapid assault through the center. This time, the opposing team, unable to withstand Han Yi's fierce onslaught, was easily breached. As his eager teammates sought to assist, Han Yi, employing his reading skills, anticipated the intent and swiftly eliminated him amidst the smoke. The successive defeats undeniably dealt a severe blow to the team's confidence. He began to question whether his command truly lacked merit. As time passed, the score gap widened. 7-1, 9-2, 11-2. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 13-2. This score unequivocally declared Han Yi's victory, while the opposing side nearly surrendered in their resistance, which he could sense from their dwindling morale. As the second half commenced with a pistol round, Han Yi established a pocket formation of 4, leading the mini bandits to crash in, thus signaling the definitive end of the match. The final score settled at 16-3 on everyone's computer screens. Han Yi exited the game, gazing at his 10th level, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a friend request notification in the upper right corner caught his attention. Zero requests to add you as a friend. Without hesitation, Han E accepted. Soon after, he received an invitation for a duo match from Zero, and they played together for 2 to 3 hours until the evening deepened, at which point Zero expressed a desire to team up again next time. During their time together, they encountered no other professional players and, with their seamless coordination, amassed a significant score. Naturally, Han E accepted Zero's invitation, and they exchanged emails. After completing this, Han E stretched his limbs, invigorating his body. Due to his robust health, he felt no discomfort. It was merely a habit of his to alleviate any stiffness from prolonged postures. As he observed Zero's avatar turn gray, his enthusiasm for continuing the game began to wane. Just then, he heard the sound of the front door opening. Stepping out of his room, he was greeted by the sight of his father, Han Fu, returning home. "You're back?" "Yes." The father-son relationship was amicable, though they did not converse much. After a brief exchange, the family gathered at the table for dinner. With 2 weeks remaining until the Spring Festival, after their meal, Han Fu and Han Mu deliberated on gifts to bring for relatives. Seeing that he could not contribute to the conversation, Han E quietly retreated to his room, embarking on his solo queue journey. Soon, after 5 matches, he achieved 3 victories and 2 defeats. Without Zero by his side, many teammates doubted his command. As the ranks escalated, with everyone being skilled players, Han Yi's victories became increasingly arduous. He continued playing until around 10 o'clock when he finally logged off and commenced his shooting practice for the day. Upon the completion of his daily tasks, he allocated the attribute points he had recently acquired to the positioning skill, elevating it to 68. Subsequently, Han E succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke the following day, he noticed reminders in his email urging him to log into the game. The messages read, "I just woke up. Send me a message when you're awake. It's already 9 o'clock in China. Why are you still asleep? I need you. Hurry up. My teammates are utterly incompetent. Their performance is worse than that of a 35-year-old veteran." It was evident that after their collaboration the previous day, Zero's attitude had transformed into one of genuine admiration. Han E quickly freshened up and had a meal before replying succinctly to the emails, logging in. Thus, 2 days passed in succession, during which the duo of Zero and Han E truly carved out a niche for themselves. Originally, a score of 2,000 was the benchmark for the 10th level, though some skilled players could still strive for higher. The saying, "I can reach level 10 because it is only level 10, now equally applied to Han E and Zero. After 2 days of play, their score had risen to 2,500 points. Due to the early stage of the season, some junior training players had become scarce, replaced instead by second-tier professionals, all of whom were on par with Zero's level. Han E faced immense pressure in gunfights, often being outperformed with scores like 510 and 412. Nevertheless, through his adept command and synergy with Zero, their overall win rate remained at a commendable 70. Occasionally, Zero would invite another legendary veteran known as Doghead to form a trio, which significantly boosted their win rate to an impressive 80. Naturally, this formidable win rate attracted the attention of several second-tier teams towards Han E, yet none had presented a proposal compelling enough to entice him. In the club, Zero was engaged in final negotiations with the management. "We cannot afford to lose him." After duo queuing with him for several days, "I have discerned that he is a player of great potential. It is difficult to predict the heights he may achieve, but I am certain that he is the finest commander we can find. With my experience and his leadership, we may have the opportunity to return to the Premier League and secure a better ranking in the upcoming Melbourne competition." The manager, a portly middle-aged man with a bushy beard, a bald head, and spectacles, as a professional club manager, naturally believed in Zero's judgment. However, when the topic of transfers arose, a hint of bitterness crossed his face. "We lack the funds to cover the transfer fee, and you are aware of our performance. To be frank, after paying your salaries, we are left with merely 2,000 euros each month. Do you think 2,000 euros can secure a player you deem so promising?" Upon hearing the manager's words, Zero and Han E seemed to have anticipated this, exchanging glances before responding. "Currently, each of us earns a monthly salary of 5,000 euros. We are willing to reduce our salaries by 2,000 euros each, totaling 6,000 euros to secure him, provided the club can bring him in." Zero's declaration was resolute, while Doghead opted to remain silent, willing to support his old friend's judgment. Witnessing this scene, the manager fell into deep contemplation, eventually speaking after a prolonged silence. "We can only sustain the club for 6 months. If we are unable to secure a place in the league within that time, we will have to disband. As for the negotiations on that front, I will handle it personally. If 6,000 euros fails to entice them, that cannot be held against me." Chapter 27. Visa. Upon hearing the manager relent, Zero let out a sigh of relief. After finalizing various details, Zero and Han E exited the manager's office. After walking a short distance, he turned to Zero and could not help but inquire, Do you truly believe he can lead us to success? Zero did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Have you not witnessed his command over the past 2 days? Besides, what other new players can we find to join us now? But he is Chinese. No international team has ever achieved success with a Chinese player. You have cost me 2,000 euros. Do you still care about those 2,000 euros? No, compared to that amount, I desire results more. Then it is settled. Our goals are aligned. Trust me, I sense he is exceptional. Regarding Han Yi's inclusion, the two were not as united as they appeared before the manager. They were reluctant to have Han Yi join, primarily because, as stated, he was Chinese, and historically, no international team had ever secured a championship with a Chinese player. Thus, the moment Han Yi was confirmed as the commander, they believed the team's potential was inevitably limited. Although they were currently a second-tier team, Doghead still held on to a glimmer of hope. Despite their age, he and Zero had still played at the top tier just last year, and a strong push this year might yield favorable results. Setting aside these factors, they acknowledged Han Yi's command abilities. Had Han Yi been Swedish, Doghead would have undoubtedly supported his inclusion just as Zero did. Noticing Doghead's lingering hesitation, Zero patted him on the shoulder. We have already won the championships we were meant to. There are no regrets. Trust me this time. Let us strive once more. Doghead offered no response. His presence in the manager's office that day already spoke volumes. The manager also honored his word shortly after their departure, drafting an invitation letter outlining the basic terms of the contract. Firstly, the letter invited Han Yi to Sweden for an in-person interview, and considering Han Yi's financial situation, the club was willing to cover all expenses for his round-trip airfare. Secondly, Han Yi must ensure that his skills are unequivocally genuine, maintaining a minimum standard of level 10 once he transitions to the offline arena. This requirement is not particularly daunting for Han Yi, who possesses a remarkable score of 2,500, but it serves as a precautionary measure to deter any potential dishonesty on his part. After all, recruiting a player who relies on unfair advantages for an interview while incurring the costs of round-trip airfare would indeed be a regrettable loss. Thirdly, the invitation explicitly states that Han Yi will assume the role of commander, accompanied by a base salary of 4,000 euros, along with an additional 2,000 euros contingent upon performance. Specifically, he must not rank among the last 2 competitors to secure the full amount. Moreover, should he successfully advance, he stands to gain a bonus of 15,000 euros. The following day, upon awakening and discovering the invitation, Han Yi was utterly astonished. Although he had received offers from several notable second-tier clubs in the past, none could compare to this illustrious opportunity, which also offered a salary that was merely half of what was presented here. While 6,000 euros may not seem substantial at first glance, it is essential to consider that the average income in Italy hovers around 1,800 euros pre-tax. In reality, a typical Italian citizen would be fortunate to earn 1,500 euros monthly. As for the venerable nations of France, the average monthly income similarly stands at 2,500 euros. Thus, offering a newcomer a monthly base salary of 4,000 euros reflects a significant investment in his potential. If he manages to secure a full month's salary, it amounts to a remarkable 6,000 euros. Given the exchange rate of 2020, this translates to approximately 50,000 yuan per month. While this figure may not seem particularly impressive when viewed in isolation, over the span of a year, it totals an impressive 600,000 yuan. This salary places him well above 99% of the population in China, firmly establishing him in the elite class. Furthermore, should the club provide accommodation and meals, Han Yi's actual earnings would exceed this amount. As for concerns regarding his performance, Han Yi did not dwell on such matters. With teammates like Sunlin Guo and Go Tu Run, alongside the support of the system, and considering his current limitations in competing primarily in second-tier events with occasional opportunities in first-tier competitions, it was nearly inconceivable for him to be ousted in the first round. If that were to occur, he might as well return home to raise pigs. After reflecting on the situation, Han Yi sent a message to the club inquiring about visa matters while also expressing his acceptance of the salary offered. He found no compelling reason to refuse, as the terms were exceedingly generous. Had he remained in his previous life, accumulating 600,000 yuan would have been an unattainable dream. Now, he could achieve this goal within a single year. Soon, he received a reply, which included a letter of employment that would facilitate the visa application process. Given the European Union's framework, where sports and esports are intertwined, Han Yi's employment would classify him as a sports talent, eliminating any rationale for visa complications. Han Yi meticulously stored the letter and informed his mother of his impending outing. He then went to the local police station to apply for a passport, completing all necessary identification documentation. By the time he had gathered all required materials, it was already afternoon. Regarding the Swedish visa, Han Yi discovered online that it could not be processed at the embassy, but required a visit to the consulate in the city, which was quite a distance from his hometown. Considering the approaching new year and the risk of delays potentially extending beyond the winter break, He checked his WeChat balance and found it to be a little over 800 yuan, sufficient for a round-trip ticket. Resolutely, he purchased a ticket to the city. After 4 hours of travel, as dusk fell, Han successfully arrived at the consulate just before it closed. The subsequent process was notably smoother. Armed with the employment letter and his English proficiency sufficient for daily communication, he encountered few obstacles, and the interviewer readily approved his visa. By the time Han returned home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Upon entering, he was met with a wave of maternal reproach regarding his late return. He could only smile awkwardly and assure her it would not happen again. After placating his mother, Han hurried back to his computer, eager to complete his daily tasks. As he did not wish to miss out on any attribute points. With just an hour left in the day, he was determined to achieve his target of 1,000. Chapter 28. Enhancement. Thanks to Han Yi's recent improvements in marksmanship, his shooting speed had markedly increased. Just before midnight, he managed to complete 2,000 kills and allocated the acquired attribute points towards his aiming skill, bringing it to 70 points. As before, a flood of gaming experience surged into his mind, rapidly elevating his skill level. Once Han fully comprehended the experience bestowed by the system, he appeared more confident. Evaluating his rifle attributes, his aim and positioning had each reached 70 points, while his reaction time was at 87 points, with a dismal 32 points for gun handling. Aside from the lamentable gun handling, his aim and positioning had already attained the standard of third-tier professional players. Han contemplated that further enhancing his aim and positioning now required 2 attribute points, making forced upgrades somewhat impractical. He resolved to first elevate his gun handling to 40 points, ensuring at least a basic proficiency, before fully focusing on improving his aim to 80 points, which appeared to be a reasonable approach. Additionally, it was time to prioritize the training at Lianyu Town, as he was on the cusp of embarking on a professional journey. His inherent talent remained somewhat lacking, with only mind reading and awareness available for use during matches. While mind reading could consistently deliver results, awareness often failed to trigger reliably. Thus, Han resolved to test his luck, hoping to draw a third talent that could be utilized in matches, preferably one that would enhance his marksmanship and awareness. The process of creating the video was similar to previous occasions. He compiled various props into a collection and inserted an erroneous item. After uploading the video to the website, Han, exhausted beyond measure, soon succumbed to slumber upon lying in bed. Upon waking the next day, it was already noon. He opened the system panel and glanced at the screen, discovering that his doubt value had surged to 715 points. Meanwhile, his followers on Douyin had experienced a remarkable rise, totaling 12, with slightly over 10,000 on the platform. Various insults followed in quick succession. However, Han had grown accustomed to such disparagement. Feeling an inexplicable thrill, the more his fans criticized him, the greater his accumulation of doubt value. With over 700 points of doubt value at hand, he decisively opted for a quintuple draw to test his fortune. Rifle aiming 1, current, 33. Rifle pre-aiming 1, current, 71. Sniper pre-aiming 1, current, 60. Understanding of Death Amusement Park Map 1, current, 25. Understanding of Town Map 1, current, 48. Observing the results before him, Han frowned. His luck in this lottery was decidedly poor. Aside from the commendable rifle pre-aiming, the rest were rather lackluster, with not a single talent to be found. Unwilling to concede defeat, he glanced at the remaining 200 points of doubt value and resolutely initiated another draw. As the roulette wheel gradually came to a halt, Han gazed at the talent displayed and let out a sigh of relief. His efforts had not been in vain. Talent drawn, fiery sensation. Until you eliminate your first enemy, the fiery sensation will persist. After reading the explanation of this talent, a flicker of doubt arose within Han. The system's description was ambiguous, much like the notion of awareness. What precisely did fiery sensation entail? He would have to experiment further. With this thought, Han rose, opened his computer, and quickly matched into a game. 2 hours later, having played 3 matches, Han grasped the capability of this talent, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He discovered that this talent was far more effective than the system had suggested. Simply put, upon encountering his first enemy, he was guaranteed to land a headshot. This was the case in all 3 matches without exception. This marked the first talent that could tangibly enhance Han Yi's marksmanship. Equipped with it, he could undoubtedly assume the role of an infiltrator in pistol rounds. Moreover, this talent was remarkably stable, akin to a mind-reading ability. Triggering as soon as the game commenced, Han was exceedingly satisfied. His prowess had seen significant improvement over the past 2 days. The only regret was that he could not release instructional videos too frequently. If he were to do so daily, many fans would grow accustomed to the content, realizing that aspects of the videos may be fabricated, thereby diminishing his doubt value. Thus, he needed to extend the frequency of updates, allowing fans to forget before serendipitously encountering the videos, subsequently discovering the errors and props, enabling him to harvest doubt value effectively. At that moment, Han Yi's parents entered the room, addressing him. We are heading back to our hometown for the new year. Pack your things, we leave at noon. Upon hearing this, memories began to resurface in Han Yi's mind. It seemed that their return to the hometown was indeed earlier than in previous years, due to a distant relative's poor health necessitating an earlier visit. Although Han Yi was not familiar with this relative, familial ties dictated that he must make the trip. This development disrupted Han Yi's plans. His hometown was located in a rural area with poor internet connectivity, and with numerous relatives gathered at the ancestral home. His parents would undoubtedly prevent him from playing games. Undeniably, his path to improvement would need to be paused for a while. He would not be able to reconnect with the online world until after the new year. Fortunately, this period would not be excessively long, at most, just over 10 days. By the time he returned, his visa would likely be processed as well. Han Yi contemplated sending an email to Zero, explaining his recent circumstances that had hindered communication, alongside the visa situation. Essentially, he informed that he would be traveling to Sweden in early next month. Having clarified all matters, he followed his parents back to their hometown for the new year. The festive atmosphere was akin to previous years, as everyone gathered to chat about trivial matters in life. Since Han Yi entered university, no one seemed to care about his academic performance, and being relatively young, he was spared the pressure of marriage proposals, allowing him to enjoy a pleasant new year. It was not until the end of January, after the 5th day of the new year, that Han Yi returned home with his parents. After spending a few more days at home, he received a call from the consulate informing him that his visa had been successfully processed and inquired whether he preferred to collect it in person or have it mailed. Naturally, Han Yi opted for the latter, knowing the post office was reliable. The following morning, he received a call from them. As he opened the package to examine his visa, he realized it was time to confide in his parents. He intended to pursue a professional gaming career, seeking the spotlight like countless professional players before him. Chapter 29, Confession Mom. I want to become a professional player. What profession? You don't strike me as one. As expected, the moment Han Yi uttered these words, his mother immediately interrupted him. Sitting on the sofa, she did not even spare him a glance, clearly believing he was joking. Undeterred by the rejection, Han Yi earnestly reiterated, "Mom, I want to become a professional player." Only then did his mother lift her gaze towards him, her tone growing stern. "During the festive season, do not compel me to reprimand you. Attend your classes diligently. Indulging in video games occasionally is one thing, but do not entertain daydreams. Indeed, I have seen the club's conditions, and I have also secretly obtained my visa. Now, all that remains is your consent." After speaking, Han Yi presented the visa he had just received to Han Mu. Upon seeing the visa, Han Mu realized that Han Yi was not merely speaking idly, and she appeared somewhat flustered, hastily calling for Han Fu. "This child has been deceived by someone. You must come and see." When Han Fu arrived at the sound of her voice, the two of them sat at the table, scrutinizing the visa meticulously. "I have never been abroad. Is this document truly so easy to acquire? I do not know." They pondered over it for quite some time without arriving at any conclusions. Both were rather straightforward individuals. While they had heard that there were ample opportunities for wealth in Europe and America, the idea of working abroad had never crossed their minds, let alone sending Han Yi overseas. Ultimately, Han Fu sat down in front of Han Yi and began a serious conversation. "I do not oppose your desire to venture out, but at the very least, you must complete your studies. Education can wait. If I enter this profession, I will be too old to be sought after. But surely the earnings must be substantial? I have heard of this. A classmate's son mentioned he earned only 3,000 per month playing that game, whatever it is. I am not being overly cautious, but with that meager amount, why would you go so far as to Sweden? If you fancy it, why not find a job domestically?" Han Yi shook his head, correcting Han Fu's statements. "It is not 3,000. It is 4,000 euros plus an additional 2,000 euros in bonuses, which translates to approximately 50,000 yuan. So much." Han Fu was taken aback, as Han Yi's salary exceeded his expectations. He turned to Han Mu, who remained silent, simply watching him and evidently awaiting his decision. After contemplating for a moment, he gazed at Han Yi. "What if I do not permit you to go?" Hearing this, Han Yi was initially taken aback, but his expression quickly hardened with determination. "I will go secretly. Then there is nothing more to discuss. You may go." For a moment, Han Yi thought he had misheard, his face reflecting disbelief as if to say, "Is it really this easy to gain your consent?" Han Fu, however, understood clearly, and he continued to articulate his reasoning. "You are of age now, and I cannot control your decisions. Sweden is in Europe, not Southeast Asia. It is not as perilous. If I refuse you and you go secretly, that could pose greater risks. It would be better to let you see for yourself. If it does not work out, you can always return." Han Yi then turned his gaze to his mother, who similarly nodded in agreement with Han Fu's perspective. With his parents' approval, he finally felt a sense of relief and let out a long sigh. Since his rebirth, his aspiration to become a professional player had faced the greatest obstacles not from his skill, but rather from his parents. After all, with the system's assistance, he could endlessly enhance his abilities, The true impediment was gaining his parents' approval. In China, families that allow their children to pursue esports are exceedingly rare, perhaps less than 1 in 1,000. Thus, persuading his parents to consent was paramount, and fortunately, he had succeeded. Now, with a visa in hand and parental support secured, he stood on the brink of becoming a professional player. The final step remained: to travel to Sweden and join this legendary club. Many may not immediately recognize its name, but mention DN, and it evokes memories. Indeed, it is the fabled DN, where countless legendary players have served, including the illustrious trio of 9, who all hail from this establishment. There are also numerous players familiar to new audiences, such as De Biao Gu and Sunya, among others. This is a team that has never lacked legendary players, both past and present. This is why, when Han Yi received the invitation along with its generous remuneration, he did not hesitate to accept. The simplistic view is that the club has a long-standing reputation and stability. The more nuanced perspective is that he has harbored a dream of joining a prestigious team since childhood. After confirming his journey to Sweden, he and his parents booked a flight, which, under the strong insistence of Han Fu and Han Mu, was moved from the evening Han Yi preferred to the next morning. The family then dined together and engaged in conversation until dawn. The following morning, they rose early to head to the airport. As Han Yi boarded the flight to Sweden, he felt an indescribable excitement. Becoming a professional player was merely the first step toward realizing his dreams. He intended to achieve grand victories one step at a time, ultimately reaching the pinnacle and claiming the championship. The flight was lengthy, nearly 10 hours, and due to the time difference, the outside world quickly darkened. To avoid being lethargic upon landing, Han Yi decided to take a brief nap. After an undetermined duration, he was stirred awake by the flight attendant's announcement to fasten seatbelts as the plane prepared for landing. The descent was remarkably smooth, without any incidents. As Han Yi glanced out the window, he realized he was in a foreign land. After navigating a series of security checks, he successfully set foot on Swedish soil, promptly calling the club to inform them of his arrival. He learned that they were en route to meet him. 10 minutes later, once in the vehicle, Han Yi could not help but marvel at Sweden's reputation as a Nordic nation. The cold was more intense than he had anticipated. Since exiting the airport, he had been enveloped by a chilling breeze that permeated his entire being. This sensation was unlike the dry cold of the north or the damp chill of the south. It was a dual assault of northern temperatures combined with southern humidity. The ground was a mixture of rain and melting snow, and the air was damp. Upon stepping out of the airport, frost began to form on his clothing. It was only upon entering the car that he finally began to feel warmth return to his body. Inside the car, Zero personally greeted him. Even though he was aware that HNY was quite young, he was still astonished upon seeing HNY's visage, embodying the adage that heroes emerge from youth. "Is it very cold?" "Somewhat," HNY replied. "I had already donned several layers before arriving, having anticipated the climate here. Yet I was still taken aback by the chill." Chapter 30. The training match. The two conversed in English, their proficiency not quite adept, managing only to grasp the essence of each other's words. After approximately half an hour of dialogue, they arrived at a villa, where a figure awaited them at the entrance. "We have arrived," Zero remarked, and HNY nodded, following the two out of the vehicle. The villa was modest, significantly smaller than the club, and as they entered, the decor differed from what HNY had envisioned for a club. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a vast living area. At the center stood a sofa ample enough to accommodate 6 or 7 individuals reclining simultaneously. Opposite the sofa loomed an enormous television, flanked by 6 computers. The villa also featured a second floor, accessible straight ahead from the entrance. "It's a bit cramped, but our financial situation leaves us no choice," the manager admitted, scratching his head, aware that their living conditions could not be compared to those of larger clubs. "That is inconsequential," HNY replied, displaying indifference to such matters. He felt content merely to have the opportunity to compete. "Do you plan to rest for a moment or commence the trial training directly?" "Let us begin immediately." "Very well. I shall call them down." Given HNY's current physical condition, he required no respite. He swiftly organized his belongings, retrieving his frequently used mouse and keyboard, and, under the guidance of the veteran Zero, seated himself in the center position, the privilege befitting a commander. Soon thereafter, the others descended from the upper floor. Observing the trio before him, HNY experienced the opulence of this Swedish ensemble for the first time. Aside from the well-known Doghead, one of the other two was a legendary veteran, while opinions about the third varied. The veteran among them was renowned as the King of Banana Road, achieving notable ranks in November 2013 and 2014. Like Doghead and Forest Brother, he was a player whose accolades seemed boundless. The other player, however, was famously associated with the inception of the caregiver virus, a nightmare for countless frontline snipers. Anyone infected would inexplicably begin to misfire. Yet, there was no cause for concern, for during this period, the virus had not yet manifested in the individual, making him a competent teammate. HNY exchanged brief greetings with the two, who displayed neither excessive warmth nor outright resistance. They were aware of HNY's arrival, but, unlike Doghead and Zero, who were willing to support him, they were reluctant to endorse a newcomer as commander. They preferred to appoint another seasoned Swedish veteran, forming a purely Swedish team. Nevertheless, they did not voice any explicit objections to HNY's presence, recognizing that this decision had been proposed by Forest Brother and Doghead. Direct opposition could create discord within the team. If they truly wished to reject HNY, it would be more prudent to wait until after the training match. Should he perform poorly, they could express their dissent without damaging camaraderie. Conversely, if he excelled, there would be no necessity for him to assume the role of commander, as their primary concern was the benefit of the team, with other matters being secondary. With this mindset, they arranged a training match against a third-tier team called a local Finnish squad composed of relatively unknown players, primarily engaging in casual competitions. The main reason for selecting them was their moderate skill level, making them an ideal practice opponent. After all, HNY had just arrived, and facing a top-tier team would not accurately reflect his capabilities if he were to be overwhelmed. The match commenced promptly, with all 10 participants situated in Northern Europe, utilizing a server in the region, resulting in low latency of around 20 milliseconds. This sudden shift from high latency thrilled HNY, who had grown accustomed to such delays. After a brief skirmish, they were compelled to assume the role of attackers. HNY regarded this trial training with utmost seriousness. Right from the outset, he unleashed his full firepower, capitalizing on his exceptional dexterity to execute a decisive breakthrough. In this map, he swiftly eliminated an opponent positioned on the third floor, prompting his teammates to surge through the yellow room, effortlessly claiming victory in the pistol round. Subsequent events saw HNY consistently targeting the opponent's most vulnerable positions, aware that this was their first time collaborating and that they were not communicating in their native language. He took care to articulate each tactical deployment clearly, allowing a full 30 seconds for his teammates to digest his strategies before issuing the command to advance. While this approach reduced his attacking time, HNY was unconcerned, as the opponents were not formidable. As long as his teammates adhered to his directives, victory was assured. During the training match, the club manager presented HNY with a thick notebook whose pages were slightly yellowed, indicating its age. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that the handwriting belonged to multiple authors. The manager explained in his halting English, "This contains strategies left by our club's past commanders. Approximately 7 or 8 individuals. You may find some tactics applicable. Some strategies are outdated. I have marked them with different colored pens. Green indicates those still in use by teams. Yellow denotes strategies that have better alternatives, and red signifies those unsuitable for the current environment. In addition to this, our club's salary is insufficient to hire a coach, so you will need to oversee and arrange some tactical practices." Upon hearing the manager's words, Han-E did not feel disheartened. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The absence of a coach meant that he had considerable autonomy in his command, unrestrained by any limitations, allowing him to implement some avant-garde strategies without impediment. Furthermore, the tactical content could effectively address his current shortcomings in both detail and overall perspective. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had elapsed, during which 5 practice matches were played, all resulting in significant victories. Under Han-Yi's guidance, coupled with the fact that the team's marksmanship surpassed that of their opponents, they utterly dominated the mediocre third-tier team. Throughout this time, the team gradually began to acknowledge Han-Yi's leadership, transitioning from initial astonishment to a growing familiarity, ultimately developing a degree of admiration for his audacious gamble on tactics. Most notably, Han-Yi consistently managed to make the right calls, his luck seemingly akin to that of a favored child of fortune. Chapter 31. The low-level closed qualifiers soon. The team arrived at the final voting phase. At this juncture, the process felt somewhat redundant. Han-Yi's remarkable performance was evident to all, and no one could fathom a reason to reject his inclusion. Thus, with unanimous consent, Han-Yi successfully secured his first position. He signed a short-term contract lasting 6 months, during which the manager clearly communicated the club's current financial status and the potential dissolution should they fail to advance. Han-Yi was already quite satisfied with his new role and had no intention of relinquishing the opportunity, leading to a formal agreement on both sides. After signing the contract, the team escorted him to the second floor, where a narrow corridor allowed only 2 people to pass side by side. Along both sides of the corridor were 6 rooms. 5 bore names on plaques beside the doors, while the unnamed room at the end of the corridor was evidently reserved for him. This arrangement suited Han-Yi well. Upon entering the room, he felt a pleasant warmth, with underfloor heating maintaining a comfortable temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius. Once he organized his belongings, his new life commenced in earnest. As the evening progressed, Han-Yi decided to lie down and soon fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, It was already midday the following day. Upon exiting his room, he noticed a lively commotion on the first floor. Descending the stairs, he discovered the team busily engaged in the kitchen. Upon seeing Han Yi, they greeted him warmly. "We are preparing a welcome ceremony for you. Do you need any assistance?" "No, just find a place to stay and don't cause any trouble," he replied, declining their offer for help. Given his prior research on Nordic personalities, he understood that most individuals were straightforward, and their insistence on not needing assistance was likely genuine. After 30 to 40 minutes, the team completed their tasks and emerged from the kitchen with an array of delectable dishes. Once the food was set on the table, they beckoned Han Yi to join them. The manager, wearing a pink apron, presented a rather comical sight. "We are somewhat remote here, with the airport being a 30-minute drive away. However, the nearest town is over an hour away. Under normal circumstances, we would dine out, but with the recent cold and icy roads, we decided to cook at home. Please give it a try." Han Yi glanced at the table, noting the presence of cake, sandwiches, and various desserts, along with a dish resembling Chinese chicken stir-fry, clearly prepared with care. Under the watchful eyes of the team, he took a bite of the cake. Admittedly, it was a bit greasy and sweet, but it was the thought that counted, and he nodded approvingly. "Delicious." The team erupted in cheers, and the manager extended his hand, a smile adorning his face. "Welcome to the team." After the manager shook hands with Han Yi, the others followed suit, offering him friendly glances. Following the welcome gathering, the team resumed their training while simultaneously announcing Han Yi's addition to the roster. The club's Twitter account boasted nearly 10,000 followers, the majority of whom were inactive accounts. Only a few hundred could be considered engaged fans. And when they encountered the news, their disbelief prompted a flurry of inquiries. "Who is this? Why is he a Chinese player? We have a new recruit. Hopefully, he performs well." Most of these fans were locals from Sweden, supporters of both Zero and the Doghead team. After their initial confusion, encouragement swiftly followed. For these fans, the identity of the newcomer mattered little. What truly counted was the continued presence of Zero and the Doghead team on the battlefield. After all, it was unrealistic to expect a soon-to-retire veteran to put forth an all-out effort for results. They had long adopted a laid-back attitude, content as long as the newcomer remained cooperative and did not stir up any trouble. As time passed, several days flew by, bringing them to February 10th. During this period, Han Yi diligently enhanced his aim attribute through daily tasks, finally achieving a score of 40, marking a commendable yet average level of proficiency. Although it still paled in comparison to his pre-aiming and positioning skills, it was acceptable. Moreover, an important event was on the horizon. Han Yi's first offline competition was approaching. Brazilian Rio de Janeiro low-level closed qualifiers. This was the sole pathway to advancement, featuring a total of 16 teams, with 8 poised to progress. The competition would take place in a closed offline format, necessitating their assembly for travel to Ukraine for the matches. Due to the recent addition of Han Yi, the team's world ranking has experienced a decline, slipping from the 44th to the 57th position, placing them 5th from the bottom among the 16 teams in this grouping. According to the competition rules, the team with the highest points faces off against the team with the lowest points, the second highest against the second lowest, and so forth. Thus, Han Yi's team will be contending against the team ranked 5th from the top. Upon learning the identity of their opponents, Han Yi furrowed his brow. This team, currently ranked 16th in the world, is formidable, boasting several star players, and on paper, their strength far surpasses that of Han Yi's team. In recent days, Han Yi has watched numerous matches and conducted a preliminary analysis of this team. Firstly, the commander is a well-known champion, nicknamed Li Shun or Little Li. The breacher, known as Yuan Zhang, is notorious for having the highest kill count, but often finds himself inexplicably removed from the team. The rifleman is a legendary French veteran, a 2-time champion with titles in 2013, 2014, and 2015. In addition to these 3-star players, there are also a sniper and a free agent. The overall strength of these 5 players is commendable. In terms of direct firepower, the combination of Yuan Zhang and the sniper undoubtedly surpasses the aging Doghead and Zero. Even if the sniper's performance is mediocre, he remains superior to the inexperienced Guardian. When it comes to leadership, Little Li has faced criticism during this phase, often defaulting to a standard opening and having the 5 players rush a single location, which falls far short of the caliber displayed when they later claimed the championship. In a nutshell, he is regarded as an unremarkable commander, possessing the skills of a frontline leader but lacking any standout qualities. Conversely, Han Yi's situation is not significantly better. He has no experience commanding in offline matches, compounded by insufficient synergy with his team, even with the advantage of mind-reading tactics. This upcoming battle against Little Li is bound to be a fierce contest. Overall, it can be stated that their paper strength is comprehensively inferior. Chapter 32. The battle. Sweden is not far from Ukraine. After a 3-hour flight, the team successfully arrived in Bukovy. This city is relatively small, not even listed on Baidu Baiki, with a population of merely around 100,000. Exiting the airport, they settled into a hotel with a reasonably pleasant environment. Although the Russo-Ukrainian war has yet to erupt, the unfamiliarity of the surroundings warranted a precautionary measure. Thus, they opted for a two-person room arrangement, with Han E naturally sharing a room with the veteran, Zero. Once their accommodations were settled, the team gathered to conduct final practice sessions for shooting and map navigation, during which Han E began to strategize. The maps they practiced most frequently were Mi La Ji and 2. As for the other maps, Han E adopted a casual approach, intending to focus only on those they could manage effectively. The primary reason for this approach was their relatively short time of formation. Honing skills across too many maps could lead to a detrimental outcome of being mediocre in all. Consequently, Han E had to prioritize 2 maps for practice. Mi La Ji is the most developed map in later years, and Han E is familiar with numerous strategies for it, hence his choice. 2 is the map he comprehends best, as it is straightforward and facilitates command and communication. The team practiced late into the night, expanding their tactical repertoire by 3 or 4 additional strategies before returning to their rooms for rest. After a refreshing sleep until noon, the team gathered their energy and, under the guidance of their manager, proceeded to the venue. The space was not particularly large, approximately a hall capable of accommodating 40 to 50 individuals. The back half of the hall had been partitioned into 2 small dark rooms, from which various communication sounds occasionally emerged, indicating ongoing matches. The front half of the hall was furnished with several chairs, and in front of these chairs was a screen labeled stage. There were no spectators present, only 7 or 8 staff members, and some competitors seated in the chairs, whispering among themselves, clearly attempting to keep their discussions discreet. It remained uncertain whether they were strategizing or discussing topics meant to remain unheard by others. Han E and his teammates chose a row of connected seats, awaiting the match to commence, during which they maintained silence, each evidently harboring some anxiety about the impending competition. Although the tournament employed a double elimination format with winner and loser brackets, no one wished to find themselves in the loser's bracket from the outset. Han E recognized the critical importance of the first round for their team. They could not rely on consistently returning from the depths of defeat. Shortly after they took their seats, the remaining team members gradually arrived and settled into chairs nearby. In stark contrast to Han Yi's team, they appeared relaxed and jovial, exhibiting their confidence as the stronger side, seemingly dismissive of Han Yi's team. After some time, it became evident that the ongoing match in the venue was nearing its conclusion. The referees summoned both commanders for the pre-match map selection process. Truth be told, Han E was not particularly familiar with the current team's strategies. All information had been gleaned from recent encounters. The only known detail was that the opposing team avoided the Desya map, which helped Han E eliminate one map he was unaccustomed to. Quickly, both teams tossed a coin, with Han E taking the first turn to ban maps. The match format required him to eliminate 2 maps first. After a moment of contemplation, he opted to ban Huiche and Desya, leaving Mi La Ji, Siwang Yulu Yuan, Sha Air, Xiao Zhen, and Desya remaining. Anticipating that the opposing team would ban Desya, Han E felt assured that he could contend on any of the 4 maps left. As he expected, Little Li first banned Desya, followed by Xiao Zhen, and ultimately Siwang Yulu Yuan, leaving 2 and Mi La Ji for Han E to choose from. The intention behind the 2 maps, a straightforward one and a more intricate one requiring command and tactics, was quite evident. The former was retained due to its superior hard power, while the latter was chosen because Xiao Li's commanding style resonated well with Mi La Ji. Han E scrutinized the 2 maps before him. Although they had only practiced these 2 before the match, he found himself in a bit of a quandary when it came to making a choice. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately opted for the second map. The rationale was simple. Having viewed Mi La Ji countless times before his rebirth, he was reluctant to engage in a command contest with Xiao Li on this particular map. Despite their extensive practice, Han E was acutely aware that, in terms of default handling, he could not surpass Xiao Li, even though the latter's current commanding skills were considerably less polished than they once were. Regrettably, Han Yi's own capabilities were comparatively inferior. Once the final map was confirmed, Han E exchanged a friendly handshake with Xiao Li. This gesture marked the first moment it truly dawned on Han E that he was actually standing on the competitive arena, no longer just a university student seated in front of a computer, watching the match unfold. After the handshake, Han E turned to regroup with his team. Upon informing his teammates that they would be playing on the second map, he cast a meaningful glance at the support player, silently conveying the importance of this game. It's up to you. The opponents aren't particularly formidable. As long as you can outshine him, we stand a chance. Given that this was a map where snipers could easily excel, Han E hoped fervently that the support player would waste fewer shots and perform better than expected. If so, victory could be within their grasp. Admittedly, Han E had to concede that, at present, the support player might indeed be the strongest member of their team. The support player nodded, indicating his commitment to give his best effort. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, the commentator known as Wan Ji sat at his computer, observing the barrage of comments and the 3-minute countdown to the match's commencement, explaining the team dynamics to the audience. He noted that the team Diyan had acquired a new commander, a Chinese individual. Old Zero had dedicated his entire life to the Swedish team and, at the twilight of his career, was now faced with a Chinese commander. What an ironic twist of fate. It remained uncertain how formidable this new commander would be, as Wan Ji had never encountered him in the past. He recalled having heard about this individual from Lian Kai, who had introduced him. Yet it seemed that the commander had not remained in the previous setup. Now, he found himself facing the commander in the Diyan team. As a fellow Chinese, Wan Ji naturally felt a degree of bias toward Diyan during this match, but he also recognized that their current performance was not particularly impressive, compounded by their low world ranking, thus limiting his support to mere enthusiasm. Any sentiments or grand proclamations of strength were, at this point, unrealistic. As the match commenced, the first round began with the attackers losing the knife round. In the preparation phase for the pistol round, Han Yi focused intently, distinguishing Xiao Li's voice amidst the cacophony of sounds. Soon, he managed to isolate the desired command, but he was taken aback by its simplicity. The command was merely 2 words, default. This revelation left Han Yi somewhat at a loss. He had heard that Xiao Li favored a default approach, but he had not anticipated that this would be the actual command issued during the match. As the countdown neared its conclusion, Han Yi delayed in issuing a command, prompting Zero to clear his throat twice, signaling him to act. The implication was unmistakable. How are we proceeding with this round? With Zero's reminder, Han Yi recognized the need to issue a command. After a brief moment of contemplation, a bold idea took shape in his mind. Most likely, they're going to default. Pass me a 250, and you initiate a smoke flash. Everyone else will charge in. Are you sure about that? Isn't that for Zero? Upon hearing this command, they assumed it was merely a slip of the tongue from Han Yi and sought confirmation. After all, Han Yi's marksmanship was inferior even to their own, and utilizing a 250 in the pistol round seemed rather illogical. Han Yi offered no extensive explanation, simply confirming the order. Once he received affirmation, he promptly picked up a 250 and tossed it down at Han Yi's feet. The countdown had ended, and everyone, except for Han Yi, surged toward the designated passage. At that moment, Han Yi collected the 250 from the ground, crouching near the terrorist spawn's slope, directly aiming at the center entrance. The map had not undergone any modifications to the mid lane, and no additional obstructions had been placed in the underground passage, allowing Han Yi's position to effectively monitor the situation at the center entrance while also keeping an eye on the one, making it a relatively standard scouting position. However, Han Yi's intent was not merely to observe. He sought to eliminate adversaries. With the innate talent bestowed upon him by the system, he aimed to dispatch the first enemy who crossed the threshold, thereby aiding his teammates in gaining an early advantage. As he remained fully concentrated, a figure leapt from the terrorist spawn to the sandy area outside. Yet, Han Yi refrained from firing. This was not due to any calm and calculated aiming or deeper rationale. Rather, it was simply a moment of delayed reaction. While his system-granted talent was indeed real, it had not provided him with the requisite reaction time. This miscalculation caused beads of sweat to form on his palms, heightening his focus. Typically, a default opening implied that he would have another opportunity. That second chance arrived swiftly. Upon spotting an opponent leaping into his crosshair, Han Yi sprang into action. His aim traced a graceful arc, landing squarely on the second assailant's head. With a resounding crack, a bullet swiftly traversed the mid lane, piercing the skull of the unwary enemy. In an instant, the mid lane was stained with blood, and this shot astonished everyone present, including the commentators watching from their computers. Using a 250 to achieve a headshot was not an unprecedented occurrence. Yet witnessing such a swift elimination of an opponent in mid lane with a 250 was a first for them all. Wan Ji was the first to react, exclaiming in excitement within the live broadcast. What kind of shooting technique is this? He leapt from the middle lane and instantly delivered a headshot. It is noteworthy that he had just finished his opening remarks, and a mere 10 seconds had elapsed since the game commenced. This situation has become quite difficult, as they have already begun a swift counter-defense. However, the attack on their side has also commenced, charging forward with only one player remaining in the area. He is utterly incapable of resisting the relentless onslaught of 4 players, and with a smoke grenade thrown at the entrance, the pistol round has concluded. In just 10 seconds from the start, the match was decisively ended in the middle lane. Amid the astonished exclamations from the spectators, the 3 players from Fong have ceased their counter-defense and have stealthily begun to retreat to fortify their position. The barrage of comments from the audience also reflects their astonishment at Han Yi's remarkable play. What kind of divine shooting is this? Is this how you kill? My friend, I am utterly stunned. I have never seen such a method of killing. I ended a pistol round in just 10 seconds in a competitive match. Why don't you try it too? Is this a steel gun type of command? amidst the various expressions of amazement in the comments. With the sound of an explosion, the first round of the pistol game concluded, and the score moved to 1 o'clock. Sitting next to Hani, Zero immediately reached out to celebrate, followed by another player who extended his hand as well, jokingly remarking, "How come we didn't know you had such shooting skills and strategies hidden away? Indeed, did he shoot against you?" "No, he allowed me to shoot him when he crossed." Upon hearing Han Yi's words, the two initially thought he was joking. However, upon seeing Han Yi's serious expression, they realized he was indeed telling the truth, leaving them further astounded. "I need to take a good look at your shot when I get back." "So do I." During their conversation, the second round commenced. Xiao Lizi, who had 3 pieces of armor, chose not to follow the default strategy this time, but he also refrained from taking aggressive actions. Instead, he invested in several pistols and a few items to mount a heavy defense. Han Yi, on the other hand, executed a classic 3-2 flank. He himself took the lead from the main entrance, with Zero and La Chong following, while the duo of He and Gu took on the smaller entrance. Without adequate weaponry, the weak defense was naturally unable to withstand this flanking maneuver, and they were easily overwhelmed by Han Yi and his team. In the third round, Xiao Lizi finally completed his economic buildup and welcomed his first long gun round. Unsurprisingly, he opted for the default strategy. After all, in Xiao Lizi's view, any unconventional approach carries risks. His command style aims to eliminate these risks and ensure a steady progression of events. Yet, this very approach afforded Han Yi the opportunity to maneuver. Presently, he was not afraid of the opponent's default strategy. Rather, he feared the opponent deploying tactics that were less easily countered, which could lead to a chaotic scramble for control. Once the scramble began, Han Yi glanced at the support players and the 3 veterans beside him, and it was evident that their chances of victory were slim. After some contemplation, he issued a command to seize control of the middle lane, preparing for a tactical explosion in a flanking maneuver. Han Yi intended to employ the dual smoke grenades he had envisioned in his mind, utilizing this extraordinary tool to create a strategic upheaval. Chapter 34. Reciprocity. This tactical setup had been rehearsed extensively by the team and was thus familiar to all. Soon, each player assumed their respective roles. Conversely, due to their reliance on default strategies, their responses to the evolving battlefield conditions appeared somewhat sluggish, rendering them ill-equipped to handle certain unexpected situations. It was only when the explosions began in the middle lane and an observer noted the 2 smoke grenades that he realized something was amiss. Promptly reporting to Xiao Lizi, "They have thrown a smoke grenade that I cannot decipher, sealing off the police side, while the outer side is also blocked. How are they supposed to exit?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yi promptly instructed him on how to navigate through the smoke. In the middle lane, he and Sun Linggu had already utilized the 2 smoke grenades to emerge through the central door, confirming that the vicinity was clear. The two positioned themselves near the outer smoke. As Han Yi deployed a flashbang, they simultaneously activated their maneuver, emerging from the outer smoke. The observer had never witnessed such a tactic before and was completely unprepared, first being blinded by the flashbang, and then being overwhelmed by the 2 players, who easily secured the kill. With 1 player down, it was evident that the remaining defenders were struggling to hold their ground. Even though he quickly assessed that he needed to support one side and rushed towards the passage, the doghead man and the support player were already on high alert, executing a crossfire against the emerging players. Unfortunately, the disparity in skill was apparent, and despite their efforts, they lost 1 player. Killed with a 44 headshot. Killed with a 47. Following a brief exchange of casualties, the 4 attackers successfully regained control of the area. At this moment, Xiao Lizi had just returned to the police side, while the remaining 2 players were pressing back from the larger entrance, making their way towards position 1. Glancing at the minimap, Xiao Lizi quickly realized that a successful counter-defense was impossible at this point. Considering that the doghead man had secured a kill at position 2, attempting to seize position 2 also carried risks, leading him to reluctantly issue a command to save their weapons. Han Yi similarly refrained from pursuing, as the game had just begun, and their economy was not yet robust enough to squander resources. Losing even a single weapon could be devastating for them. Under the cover of the doghead man, the players retreated sequentially from the passage, and with the sound of an explosion, the score reached 3 o'clock. This score was something many, including the commentators, had not anticipated prior to the match. However, as a commentator, he maintained a broader perspective than the audience. "Brothers, that smoke was well thrown. It allowed for an immediate expansion from the central door. This team clearly has put in the practice." Xiao Lizi's side needed to devise a strategy, or they would remain too passive. Han Yi's commanding presence had indeed caught the commentator's attention, as just 3 rounds in, he had displayed 3 distinctly different styles of play and tactics, clearly indicating thorough preparation. In contrast to the commentator's perspective, Xiao Lizi, as Han Yi's opponent, felt this pressure more acutely, as beads of perspiration unconsciously trickled down his forehead, He felt the palpable pressure exerted by Han Yi during their initial 3 rounds of confrontation. Deviating entirely from conventional strategies, Han Yi employed tactics that were unfamiliar to him, continuously amplifying the threat level posed by Han Yi. Brothers, we must take this seriously. Our opponents appear formidable. Let us adopt an unconventional approach this round. We'll deploy a smoke grenade to obscure the path to Heaven's Road. And then we shall surge through the middle, foregoing tactical maneuvers and relying on our marksmanship to vanquish them. The players, having overheard this directive, readily acquiesced. Han Yi, too, discerned their strategy through the whispers of Xiao Lizi, opting for a 4-man heavy middle approach while employing the doghead man to flank from behind. However, he was unprepared for the stark disparity in marksmanship. The 4-on-5 engagement in the middle should have favored the defense, with numerous advantageous angles for the defenders. Yet, the current caliber of riflemen exhibited an unrestrained display of shooting prowess, resulting in Han Yi and the medic being eliminated in an instant. Meanwhile, although the Forest brother managed to inflict damage during the ensuing exchange, he ultimately succumbed alongside his comrades near the bandits' stronghold. By the time the doghead man arrived at position 1, the front line had already collapsed. Subsequently, upon confirming the absence of bandits, they began to search for the doghead man, eventually discovering and eliminating him on the 2nd floor. This unreasonable display of marksmanship undeniably dampened the morale of the defenders, a sentiment that Han Yi, as the commander, could keenly perceive. He astutely recognized that the current approach could not persist, prompting him to unveil a hidden strategy. He called for a timeout and began outlining the new plan. In this round, we shall employ all rifles and ammunition, excluding snipers. Initially, we will deploy a grenade at the middle entrance to prevent them from advancing. Save the flashbangs for later, when I initiate my ultimate move. You will assist by throwing a smoke grenade near the major turn. Ensure that it detonates in close proximity. Meanwhile, you will remain on the 2nd floor as a pivot. If we are unable to execute our big play, or if I fall, you must engage. Additionally, control the mid-range area and collaborate with me to throw a flashbang, ensuring that it blinds anyone in the pit or on the stairs. With the tasks meticulously delineated, the timeout concluded, and the team took a few moments to assimilate the strategy before the 5th round commenced. Xiao Lizi attempted to replicate his previous tactics, only to be thwarted by fire as he approached the middle entrance, forcing him to alter their formation to a 3-2 setup. The defenders, adhering to Han Yi's plan, began to methodically control the map, with Han Yi himself positioning within the doorway. As the clock approached the 50-second mark, both sides initiated their first test of aggression. Han Yi decided to launch an assault at this juncture. Under his command, flashbangs were deployed sequentially from 2 different angles, effectively covering all potential positions. Xiao Lizi, stationed in the pit, attempted to dodge but was caught off guard by the all-encompassing nature of the flashbangs and was forced to retreat into the pit. Seizing this moment, Han Yi swiftly emerged from the doorway, disregarding any points of interest and focusing solely on advancing. The director, noticing this unfolding scene, shifted the perspective to Han Yi. Observers were left pondering his sanity as they foresaw his impending demise. Once Xiao Lizi regained his senses from the flashbang, it would be too late for him. As Xiao Lizi slowly opened his eyes, the image of Han Yi being struck dead by a bullet materialized before the onlookers. However, in the next moment, a smoke grenade descended, perfectly concealing Han Yi's figure. Recovering from the blinding flash, Xiao Lizi could only perceive a thick cloud of smoke, rendering him oblivious to Han Yi's presence. Approaching the vicinity of the large blue vehicle to assist, he noticed the unsettling silence from Xiao Lizi's position and paused. Is anyone coming out? No, you can return and keep watch. All right. After a brief exchange, he resumed his advance towards the platform. Amidst the smoke, Han Yi, akin to a specter, emerged stealthily, observing their backs without hesitation. He unleashed a volley of bullets with precision, eliminating the unsuspecting foes. Witnessing the sudden downfall of his teammates, a look of bewilderment crossed Xiao Lizi's face as he struggled to comprehend the situation until the death notification appeared in the upper right corner. Without time for reproach, he urgently called out, "He-s in the smoke." Yet, even without his warning, Xiao Lizi had already realized the gravity of the situation, swiftly aligning his crosshairs towards the smoke. As Han Yi, having secured the kills, turned back to face Xiao Lizi in the pit, their eyes locked, and both fired simultaneously. Despite Han Yi's reputation for poor shooting, in this context, his skill was adequate. After a thrilling exchange of gunfire, Han Yi emerged victorious, eliminating Xiao Lizi in the pit. Having confirmed the absence of any remaining threats, Han Yi finally felt a sense of relief. Secretly thankful that Xiao Lizi's marksmanship was notoriously lackluster, had it been another professional player, the earlier outcome might have been his own demise. After Han Yi executed a breakthrough, the members of De Yin swiftly sprang into action. Initially, they provided a smoke grenade, and subsequently, everyone, except for the dog-headed man, climbed onto the platform, collaborating with Han E to seize control of the area and secure a significant package. Han E retreated near the door to ensure that no enemies would approach. The others held their positions momentarily, and upon realizing that the opposition showed no intent to advance, they commenced the disarmament operation under Han Yi's guidance. The dog-headed man from the opposing team remained absent from the central and second routes, indicating that the remaining 3 opponents were likely holed up, safeguarding their weapons in the designated zone. Aware of the enemy's location, the breakthrough player led the charge, transitioning from the lower area to the outside, where he quickly spotted an observer in the dog hole, demonstrating his sharpshooting skills. He landed a headshot followed by a body shot, eliminating the target. Seizing this opportunity, Player 0 executed a significant pull, finishing off an enemy attempting to flee after the kill. Following this, Player 0, alongside the medic, launched a high flashbang and collaborated with the dog-headed man for a 3-pronged assault. The 3 opponents, unable to effectively counter the 3-pronged attack, were successfully caught in a crossfire, resulting in a 2-4-2 exchange, leaving only the dog-headed man alive. The score stood at 4-1. Although the final disarmament may not have seemed advantageous, all spectators noted a critical detail. The enemy's economy had reached its nadir. They could only afford one last long gun round, and a defeat in this round would lead to a consecutive 2-point loss, bringing the score to 7-1, which was utterly unacceptable. The situation appeared grim, and even the commentator, playing the machine, began to waver regarding the ultimate victor of this round. Xiao Lizi acknowledged that his tactical approach had been thoroughly exploited, particularly by the innovative smoke strategy at mid and the late flashing from the double position, a tactic he had never witnessed before. This was genuinely alarming, characterized by chaotic movements and unpredictable maneuvers. Old Zero might be on the verge of a career renaissance. Should Yin triumph, their chances of advancing would greatly increase, as they undoubtedly rank among the formidable teams. Although the truly elite teams were absent, their prowess was undeniable. The sentiments expressed by the commentator resonated with the audience, who unanimously agreed that Han Yi's tactics were refreshingly novel, opening a new realm of strategic possibilities. The strategic variations involving the middle smoke and back door were indeed plentiful. And while these tactics extended from existing strategies, their applicability to the map of 2 showcased a remarkable level of ingenuity. The offensive maneuvers of Yin were truly a sight to behold, and it felt as though a shift in command style had transformed the entire approach. The audience was thoroughly entertained, though concerns arose regarding Yin's reluctance to engage in direct confrontations. Xiao Lizi, realizing the gravity of the situation, found himself in a quandary, struggling to devise a solution. He recognized a harsh truth. In terms of tactics, they could not outmatch Han Yi. Although the match had only progressed to the 6th round, the opposition had unveiled 2 unprecedented strategies and 3 distinct offensive approaches. The exact number of tactics remaining for them was uncertain, but what was clear was that continuing down this path would lead to inevitable failure. His previous strategy involved an unconventional approach, advancing through the middle to engage the enemy in a battle of firepower, exploiting their age-related weaknesses. However, this method had been swiftly countered after only one successful round, forcing him to rethink his strategy. As the next round approached, he reluctantly signaled to his coach for a tactical pause, seeking any insights the coach might offer. Meanwhile, Han Yi was also engaged in a mental exercise. Perceiving the current situation as remarkably straightforward, it had devolved into a battle of wits between himself and Xiao Lizi. Xiao Lizi aimed to shift the match into a chaotic skirmish, while Han Yi's objective was to avoid such confrontations, allowing his team to gain an advantage through continuous tactical maneuvers. This interplay of command represented the essence of strategic leadership, maximizing one's strengths while diligently navigating around weaknesses. After a brief intermission, Xiao Lizi and his coach devised a plan that was more of a makeshift solution than a true strategy. Since they could not outmaneuver Han Yi tactically, they decided to engage in frequent confrontations to gather information, thereby neutralizing Han Yi's tactical execution. On the other hand, Han Yi planned for Yin to actively avoid combat, maintaining their formation while implementing subtle tactics to secure victory. Under Han Yi's direction, the general offensive formation of the bandits remained unchanged, with Han Yi and the medic controlling the area near the door, leaving the second zone to the dog-headed man. While the most perilous central route was defended by Player 0 and 2 seasoned veterans, the members of Yin could palpably sense the pressure within the match, most notably marked by the intermittent sounds of flashes and footsteps resonating from the middle. Fortunately, the 2 seasoned players were adept at survival. Regardless of the number of enemy flashes thrown their way, they consistently maintained control of the central information, only experiencing slight positional compression. Meanwhile, the door area remained highly aggressive, with a smoke grenade thrown deep into the entrance, followed by a flashbang that meticulously cleared the interior. Had Han E and the medic not prudently positioned themselves near the side of the door closest to the bandit area, they may have been caught off guard by an incoming assault. It could be said that apart from the second zone, the small passage, middle door, and vicinity were all in a state of compromised visibility, a scenario that undoubtedly posed significant challenges for the bandits in their forthcoming offensive and tactical execution, though it was not without its silver linings. Due to the limited props available, under such immense pressure, the opponent's resources could not possibly last long. As the round timer reached 40 seconds, Han E estimated that the opponent's props were nearly depleted and decisively issued a counterclearance command, instructing Zero and the others to firmly seize the small area while he himself positioned close to the door. With the cover of a flashbang thrown by the support player, he successfully rushed through the door, yet found no enemies in sight. Han E did not dare to relax. He quickly took cover behind a box near the door and requested a second instant flashbang from the support player near the yellow car. As the flash went off, Han E pulled back out from the door. He first glanced towards the large pit on his right, but spotted no enemies, and then immediately turned back. Noticing a foe hiding behind the door, I shielded, whom he expertly eliminated with a single shot. Little did he expect Han E to be so cautious, meticulously clearing each step with precision. At such moments, making a decision was particularly challenging. Aiming a weapon made one vulnerable to a swift clearance, risking an instant flashbang, while not aiming raised the fear of an enemy suddenly emerging. Moreover, Xiao Lizzie had already used his props earlier, now facing the consequences of his own actions, lacking any means of counteraction. While Han E celebrated his successful maneuver, the situation for the duo in the middle was rather bleak. Although Zero and the others cleared the area with great caution, an unexpected incident occurred during their approach. The guard of the small area was also a seasoned veteran, who keenly sensed their movements and requested a counter-clearance flash from the platform. Utilizing this flash, he managed to eliminate Zero near the small area, disrupting the synchronized assault of the larger group and the small one. After being killed, Zero felt immense regret, but Han E did not blame them. He had another backup plan, relying on the still-hidden dog-headed man in Area 2. You take over their position at small. We'll throw props to create the illusion that everyone is engaged in battle. Move cautiously, and do not fall. A 3-2 formation was quite a common attacking strategy. And since the dog-headed man had not revealed his position earlier, it easily fostered the illusion that he was in the large area. Thus, Han E intended to use the dog-headed man as a surprise element. If Xiao Lizzie did not anticipate his position, the dog-headed man's approach could deliver a critical blow. Han E soon gleaned from Xiao Lizzie's thoughts that the opponent indeed did not foresee the dog-headed man's location. As for the two opponents, one has a flash, and the other is drawn out. You go check the middle. If there's any movement in the large area, abandon the middle and assist Zero and the others. You can handle it alone. Regarding the last opponent, given that they had lost two without any cover fire, it was highly probable that the remaining one was also in the large area. Upon learning the opponent's tactical deployment, Han E initially considered changing his position, but after glancing at the 30-second countdown, he abandoned this thought. If they began to shift, Xiao Lizzie would likely do the same. And with insufficient time to execute a gradual approach, their chances of victory would further diminish. Thus, it was better to take a bold risk. With 2 smoke grenades deployed, Han E officially launched an assault on the area. Following Xiao Lizzie's plan, he promptly abandoned the police house and middle, positioning himself behind the smoke recently deployed by the bandits. Meanwhile, the small area was left for him to defend alone, standing on the platform to cover the smoke and attempting to delay Han Yi's advance. Yet Han E understood he could not afford to be stalled any longer. Disregarding the threat posed by the defensive smoke, he relentlessly pressed forward, drawing the weapon line for the support player. He quickly approached the sloped area of the platform, and before he could mount any resistance against the defensive smoke, he was swiftly taken down using its protective advantage. However, the support player immediately retaliated, eliminating the exposed enemy on the platform. Just as the support player intended to rush onto the platform to plant the bomb, he suddenly heard Han Yi's voice. Do not plant on the platform. Turn around and cover the police house. An enemy is about to emerge. The small area is also keeping an eye on you. Although the support player was unsure how Han Yi had foreseen the imminent threat, he instinctively obeyed Han Yi's command, halting on the slope and turning to cover the police house. As Han Yi had anticipated, a figure stealthily emerged from the police house, and the support player wasted no time, swiftly eliminating him with a shot. Seizing the opportunity, the dog-headed man also launched an attack, taking down an enemy near the ninja position. The fallen enemies were clearly at a loss. They had not anticipated the dog-headed man flanking from the small area, nor did they expect the support player to turn back to cover the police house. The previously favorable situation crumbled in an instant, turning into a 1 versus 2 scenario, with the support player planting a small bomb and securing the small area alongside the dog-headed man. They effectively declared victory for this round. Ultimately, The last opponent arrived too late, unable to turn the tide, and was eliminated by the support player at the slope near the police house. Xiao Lizzy, having lost this round, rubbed his head in frustration, realizing that they had clearly held an advantage for a brief period, yet had allowed the opposing team to recover at a critical moment. Chapter 37. Victory in stark contrast. The team that had triumphed in the 3 versus 4 scenario began to celebrate exuberantly, their cheers echoing through the isolation barrier and reaching the ears of their opponents, further darkening their already grim expressions. More importantly, the team was now out of funds, and it would take at least 2 rounds to replenish their resources. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Lizzy had no choice but to grit his teeth and announce the situation. In the subsequent 2 rounds, the opposing team unleashed their full firepower against them, while the morale of Xiao Lizzy's team plummeted, leading even the strongest players to make frequent mistakes. The victory drew ever closer, and before long, the score had reached an unexpected 11-4. This score was something no one had anticipated prior to the match. Not even the winning team. As the dynamics of both teams shifted, Han Yi, now on defense, executed a 4-2 strategy, with 2 players in each area, effortlessly dismantling Xiao Lizzy's encirclement. After this round, everyone had come to terms with the reality of impending defeat, their spirits dampened, and they offered little in terms of resistance thereafter. The final score settled at 16-7. As the last player fell, the team stood up in unison, exulting in their hard-won victory. Han Yi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. To triumph over a formidable second-tier team in the inaugural match underscored the significance of his strategic guidance. However, Han Yi was acutely aware that these tactics could only be employed once. Should they face the same opponent again, the element of surprise would be lost, and they would undoubtedly struggle without the advantage of their initial ruse. Slowly rising, Han Yi made his way to the room, shaking hands with his teammates in succession. As he passed by Xiao Lizzy, the latter whispered, "Well played. I learned so much from you. These little tactics are incredibly useful." Surprised, Han Yi looked up at Xiao Lizzy's eager expression, pondering whether he had unintentionally ignited the latter's latent leadership talent. Yet this thought was fleeting, and he soon shook his head. "I don't believe you can master it. A person's tactical style is notoriously difficult to alter. It would be wiser for you to seek a coach who aligns more closely with your own style." "Who?" Xiao Lizzy inquired. "If I get the chance, I'll definitely try to collaborate with you." After their brief exchange, they parted ways, and Han Yi led the team back to the competition room to gather their belongings. Upon exiting the venue, his phone rang. The screen displayed the name Chu Hao, and he swiped to answer the call, greeted by a familiar voice. "What is happening? Why did you go to Dian? You didn't even tell me you were going pro. Are you even my brother?" Realizing his oversight and not informing Chu Hao of his professional endeavors, Han Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I meant to surprise you. Besides, it's just a second-tier event. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. I genuinely had no idea. If I hadn't seen the live stream, I would have been baffled on the day you released the sticker, wondering how a professional player was in your league. You really are something. Are you coming back when school starts?" "Probably not. I plan to apply for a leave of absence from school when the term begins." "Then it's just me left?" Chu Hao's realization brought a sense of melancholy, akin to losing one's closest friend to a different school or a sudden departure. After a moment of disappointment, he encouraged Han Yi. "I watched your match. You were amazing. I always knew you could do it. Not going to school might be for the best. If I could play professionally, I wouldn't attend school either. Good luck. Once your sticker is released, I'll definitely buy one to put on my favorite floating life as a dream." "Come on, with your floating life as a dream. You'll miss a dozen or so shots in a single match. If you put my sticker on, I'm afraid it might rub off on me and make me worse." "Shut up. I need to head back to the hotel when I have time. I'll help you rank up." "All right." After hanging up, Zero gazed at Han Yi with keen curiosity. "Was that a family member?" "Yeah, my son." "You have a son at such a young age?" "Where I'm from, we tend to have a few by the time we enter college." Zero appeared perplexed by Han Yi's words, but refrained from probing further, assuming it was a cultural nuance. Later, the group found a local restaurant in Ukraine, had a meal, and returned to their lodging. Han Yi's room was a double, with his bed adjacent to the window and Zero's bed to his left, closer to the door. As Zero lay on his bed, he reflected on the events of the day, disbelief etched on his face. "Did we really win?" In response, Han Yi simply smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, we triumphed. However, the road ahead may prove challenging. We exposed many tactics in shy air, and this map might not see any opponents daring to challenge us for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Zero fell into a brief silence, contemplating the pros and cons. After a while, he spoke. "That is not necessarily a bad thing. We still have some surprises up our sleeves. This is our trump card. In future matches, even if we lose once, it won't matter since we're in the winner's bracket. We just need to win again to advance." As their conversation unfolded, the first round of matches concluded, and the opponents for the second round were revealed. following the same matchmaking rules as the bottom team in the winner S bracket. They were set to face the current world number 4. While victory was conceivable, a win seemed utterly unattainable against such a formidable opponent. Ranking just below the likes of Team Liquid, the world's 4th-ranked team boasted an intimidating strength that was nothing short of terrifying, firmly established as a top-tier squad. Composed of 5 Swedish players, both seasoned veterans and newcomers alike were familiar with their names. Leading the team was a veteran Swedish captain, whose individual accolades were scarce. Yet under his guidance, the team had experienced a renaissance, gradually evoking memories of the 2015 Cosmic team. The sniper's role was self-evident, as the tales of the 3 prominent snipers had become somewhat tiresome for many players. The entry fragger and rifleman were equally legendary, rivaling the likes of Zero in skill. Among them, a historical debate surrounded one player, who in 2014 was awarded the title of the best, though the majority of the community believed another's performance warranted the honor. This controversy served as an early testament to the competitive landscape. As for the final player, he was well known for his erratic exchanges between 60 Zimbabwean dollars and 60 euros. Upon encountering this lineup, he found himself sighing in despair even before the battle commenced, lamenting the fact that none of the bottom 4 teams had managed to pull off a surprise upset. Had there been even one unexpected twist, they might not have had to face such a challenge. Despite his lack of confidence, he had no intention of surrendering outright. He resolved to lead his team, in practicing several strategies the following morning, aiming to engage without revealing their trump cards. If they could secure a victory, that would be splendid. If not, it would merely serve as valuable training. Having settled on his plans for the morrow, opened Perfect to review the day's match outcomes. Upon entering the homepage, he stumbled upon an article concerning himself, titled Genius Commander Emerges, leading Yen to victory. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it and discovered a detailed report on Yen's triumph. It was apparent that the writer had watched the entire match. Yet the interest in both teams was rather lukewarm, as evidenced by the modest viewership and the sparse comments, totaling only a few dozen. Most comments praised Yen's performance, with a handful even mentioning which brought him a moment of private satisfaction. After exiting the article, he perused the match details, taking note of his own statistics. In that game, he had secured 13 kills but had also succumbed 17 times, resulting in a negative score of -0.85. Nevertheless, due to his commendable command and notable contributions, the audience had rated him quite highly, 1 point above the caregiver, who had achieved 20 kills with 14 deaths, landing a score of 98. Following him were scores of 97 for the caregiver, 95 for Zero, and 94 for another player. The majority of comments were encouraging, with few malicious low ratings at that point. Subsequently, examined the match details of other competitions to gain insight into the current state of each team, striving for a thorough understanding of both his own and his opponent's capabilities. He then retrieved the notebook that his manager had previously handed him, flipping to the last pages to jot down his own notes. Most of the content revolved around various teams' combat styles and command habits, alongside strategies he had devised to counter their tactics, ensuring that he would not have to reorganize his thoughts when facing these teams again. In the midst of this, time slipped away, and before he knew it, it was late at night. Glancing at Zero, he found that the latter had already fallen asleep. Feeling fatigued himself, he turned off the light and lay down, quickly succumbing to slumber. The next morning, awoke to find it was already 8 o'clock. He inquired at the hotel about nearby takeout options and selected a burger joint. The taste was quite satisfactory, comparable to those back home, while Zero opted for dumplings. These dumplings were a local Ukrainian specialty, larger than those in China, resembling small buns. They were decent enough, though not as delightful as Yi's burger. After satisfying their appetites, they commenced target practice. A couple of hours later, having completed their daily tasks, gathered everyone for a final tactical consolidation, ensuring each member knew their role during the upcoming match. Despite being the youngest among them, even the caregiver was a year older, his teammates showed him no lack of respect, diligently absorbing the tasks he assigned. As afternoon approached, the time for the match drew near, and the team traveled to the venue. Much to Yi's delight, unlike the previous day's somber mood, the team was lively and animated, sharing laughter and banter, embracing a mentality of winning if possible, or treating it as a practice match if not. Upon arrival, they settled beside their opponents, who were all Swedish and long familiar to Yi. Despite some past grievances, they maintained a cordial relationship, particularly in this era marked by Sweden's decline, fostering a sense of shared empathy among them. While he was unable to join in the conversation among the 9 Swedes, Yi was not one to force himself into the fray. Instead, he withdrew his headphones from his pocket and immersed himself in music. After about 10 minutes, the referee summoned Yi. Both teams proceeded to the map selection phase, where the team that won the coin toss opted to ban maps first, leaving the subsequent bans to Yi. Despite being fellow Swedish teams, there was no leniency. They swiftly banned the map Sha Air, where Yen had excelled the previous day, followed by a map they typically avoided. The remaining maps included Shaozhen, Milaji, Siwang Yu Lu Yuan, Desha, and Huache. Among these, Desha and Huache were not Han Yi's strong suits, prompting him to prioritize their ban. For the final ban, he chose Shaozhen, allowing Milaji and Siwang Yu Lu Yuan to remain. Observing this outcome brought a smile to his face as he decisively banned Milaji and opted for the more challenging Siwang Yu Lu Yuan. Han Yi could only sigh in resignation. Their strength was already inferior, and now they were set to compete on an unfamiliar map. The outcome was all too predictable. Returning to his seat, he relayed this news to his teammates, who surprisingly appeared unfazed. If we lose, so be it. We've already won against the 5th-place team. We truly believe that among these 8 spots, at least one belongs to us. Their attitude was clear. If they could win, they would. If not, it was of little consequence. Han Yi understood that his teammates were trying to alleviate the pressure on him, and a warm feeling spread within him. Soon, they took the stage for the knife round, emerging victorious and thus securing the choice of attack. As was his custom, Han Yi employed his mind-reading technique to eavesdrop on their thoughts. A command swiftly came through. Let's gather up, Baolon, smoke the 2nd floor, and throw a long flash. We will charge together. Their marksmanship won't hold against us. Hearing this, Han Yi issued the directive for this round. Everyone, let us go. The 2nd floor is unoccupied. Let us gamble. Understood. The crowd did not inquire as to why. Bolstered by their previous victory, they had complete faith in Han Yi's command. The group quickly arranged themselves in a line, seeking refuge wherever possible. Underwater, behind iron barrels, around columns, along long pipes, and on platforms. Every available space was occupied. Chapter 39, Single File. After feigning an attack in the vicinity of the zone, the 5 members gathered nearby. Employing no intricate tactics, 3 on the construction site and 2 along the long pipes. They charged in under the cover of smoke from the 2nd floor and a high flash. The group immediately heard the sound of their footsteps and, after a brief communication, sprang into action, resulting in a chaotic exchange of fire. Yet, they remained undaunted, confronted with such numerous adversaries. The first emerged from the construction site and swiftly eliminated the enemy hiding behind the column, followed by another shot that dispatched someone dragged out from behind the barrel. As he prepared to target a 3rd adversary, a player from the underwater slope emerged, ultimately taking him down. However, the defensive line on their side began to crumble. The guard at the long pipe was replaced, and then killed. Subsequently, those rushing from the pipes coordinated with the remaining members from the construction site to eliminate the last adversary at the slope. In the blink of an eye, Han Yi was left in a dire situation, facing 3 opponents alone. Despite his talent for sharpshooting, he could only manage to eliminate 1 rushing from the construction site. Faced with the remaining 2, he found himself unable to prevail, ultimately being hunted down and killed near the first area. Gazing at the large 01 on the screen, Han Yi shook his head with a wry smile. He had anticipated a significant disparity in strength between the 2 teams before the match. Yet he never imagined that 5 individuals could not withstand an assault on a single point. In the second match, Han Yi refrained from forcing an issue and opted for a gamble, only to have the others successfully discern that the zone was unoccupied. After leaving behind a single corpse, the rest swiftly seized control of the area. It was not until the 3rd round that Han Yi's team, under his guidance, managed to gather weapons and items. This time, Han Yi sought to initiate change, actively engaging in a counter-push through the center, eliminating an opponent near the spawn point. However, when it came to the subsequent exchange of fire, the group once again suffered a thorough defeat. Such scenes continued to unfold throughout the first half. Rendering Han Yi's efforts futile, the gap in the team's raw strength could no longer be bridged by strategic command. Soon, half an hour had passed, and the score of 5-16 revealed the mutual resignation in the eyes of the members. Han Yi took it in stride, as he had not truly expected to win. Especially on a map that was not their forte, losing was a natural outcome. Leading the group into a room for a handshake, Han Yi's participation in the day's events came to a close. After the match, the group did not rush to leave the venue. Instead, they remained seated to watch other matches and ascertain who their next opponents would be. With the current standings in disarray, it would only be after the conclusion of matches that they would discover who they were to face. At that moment, Han Yi's phone suddenly rang. Initially assuming it was a call from Chu Hao, he was surprised to find the caller ID displaying only the character Mom. Upon answering, he heard his mother's voice on the line. "Are you alright? I'm fine. Life here is good, and my teammates are taking good care of me. No, I called to check on your mood after the match. We don't know where we could watch your game, so I had a kid from Aunt Zhao's shop downstairs help us out. Your dad and I watched the whole thing. Although we didn't understand it, we saw your character keep falling, which made us both quite sad." Hearing his mother's words, a lump formed in Han Yi's throat, and he reassured her, "It's okay. Dying is part of the game. It's not like I actually died. I understand." but it is still a bit disheartening to see your character fall. As long as you're okay over there. If you feel tired, take a break. Don't just sit at the computer playing games all the time. Alright, I will. And if you run out of money, make sure to tell me. Don't borrow excessively. Okay. After hanging up, Han-E let out a long sigh. Competing abroad still made his mother a bit anxious. However, he quickly regained his focus and began to analyze the upcoming matches diligently. Han-E understood that only by rising higher and advancing further in his professional journey could he provide a better life for his mother. Until the conclusion of all matches, the identity of the next opponent for the group became clear. Compared to before, they found some hope in this challenger. Han-E immediately began contemplating strategies for victory. Aside from the formidable Turkish player, the others were not particularly strong. He simply needed to devise a way to counter the Turkish player, thereby simplifying the match. Conversely, if the opposing team began to rampage, it would present significant challenges. Lost in thought, he returned to the hotel with the group. Han-E sat before his computer, racking his brain but failing to devise any particularly effective strategies. After all, the opposing team's strength surpassed even that of the director, and they had already struggled against them, let alone against the Turkish player. After much contemplation, he resolved to engage in a tutorial for the fourth map, hoping to draw a lucky card the following day to acquire a new talent to counter the Turkish player. Otherwise, the outcome would hinge solely on the performance of that day. This time, he selected the map Yuming building, for which he lacked any groundbreaking strategies or insights. After all, during his time watching matches, the building map had undergone numerous revisions, rendering it vastly different from the current version. He was not well acquainted with the available items, so he began to learn online while producing tutorial videos. Once he completed the video, he assessed its quality and found it lacking, akin to the many tutorial videos online. Utterly incomparable to his previous 3 installments. Han-E felt a sense of helplessness regarding this. He had already produced tutorial videos for the 3 maps he understood best. Although there are still maps like SWNYLUN that offer some new items, they cannot compare to the advanced tools and map comprehension of the previous 3. The reason for selecting the DSH map is straightforward. HNY recalls that it is soon due for an update. Hence, he plans to produce a tutorial based on the current items from this map. And once it is revised, he will create another one. The opportunity to collect taxes twice is one he naturally would not overlook. As for the slightly lower quality of the video, some viewers might take issue with it, but HNY believes that the majority will not mind. After all, his previous videos were not strictly instructional, but also infused with an element of entertainment. He retained the familiar title style for the video. She New York ZH who teaches you DSH projectiles. Even machines praise it having completed all of this. He contentedly clicked send. The hotel's internet was rather slow, taking a full half-hour to finish uploading. HNY glanced at the time. It was 7 in the evening, still early for bed, so he embarked on a solo rank journey. Chapter 40. After so many days, HNY's score on the platform had approached 3,000 points, nearly reaching a bottleneck. In this score bracket, his shooting skills were utterly crushed. However, thanks to his exceptional command, he was not dragging his teammates down and was even gradually gaining a reputation of his own. The matchmaking at higher ranks was slow, so he opened the browser to watch some anime. Unfortunately, the top-rated anime had yet to air, which diminished some of HNY's enjoyment. After watching for about 10 minutes, an urgent notification sounded in his headphones, prompting him to sit up quickly and click the confirmation button on the newly appeared pop-up. With the match successfully paired, both teams appeared on the computer screen. Map, Li NR Shi Oz and Team 1, Team 2, 1. Upon seeing the 10 players, HNY was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in curses. Was the system merely matching him to witness his suffering? After venting his frustration, he clicked on the first player on his team to check their statistics. 155, 163. Indeed, as expected from a rank 2. He then looked at the opposing player's data, which was equally formidable. 159, 167. Having reviewed the terrifying statistics of both players, HNY felt the stark contrast in their strengths. Currently, he was about 500 points lower than both, barely maintaining a rank of 0. 90. While they were comfortably at 0. 92. In contrast, the pinnacle of their ranking appeared as a pond for them. Showcasing performances that HNY could only dream of during his own peak, it was truly alarming. Aside from these two, HNY examined the other players' statistics. Excluding the retired player, the worst performance among the remaining 6 was around 12, while the best was nearing those 2, reaching 133. However, their true capabilities were likely even greater. HNY's current performance was hampered by his role as a commander, which had adversely affected his shooting accuracy. He remembered that once he relinquished the command position, his situation would improve significantly, with his shooting skills showing signs of revival. While HNY was assessing everyone's performance panels, the others exhibited curiosity towards this newcomer and clicked into his profile. However, upon seeing his score of 0-9. They couldn't help but look down on him. This was particularly evident in one player, whose lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Another noob. Is there truly no formidable opponent? I initially thought this game might be interesting, but with such a glaring flaw on the opposing side, it seems pointless to play. The teammates who were in the voice chat with him nodded in agreement, confirming the sentiment. Indeed, as the two exchanged banter, the fans in the live stream were somewhat unfazed by the unfolding events. The player's temper had been notoriously volatile for quite some time, and his penchant for trash talk was well known. However, the fans did not mind, relishing this flamboyant personality. Soon, all 10 players entered the game, and the match commenced. After a knife fight, as the winning side, HNY and his team chose to initiate the game. Upon entering, HNY heard someone enthusiastically greet him. "We watched your match, you commanded well." Surprised by the unsolicited compliment, HNY glanced towards the bottom left corner of the screen and noticed a player's name displayed there. Then came the second and third players, who were also praising him. "That was a brilliant tactic by SHR, and we appreciated it immensely. Indeed, they gave you high marks, especially for your dazzling flash strategy. It aligns with some of his thoughts, and he admires you greatly. Who could argue otherwise? It seems we found a rising star." Hearing their praises, HNY felt a tinge of guilt. As the best commander in rank 2, he had indeed learned and emulated aspects of D-by-OG's command style, even employing several of D-by-OG's future tactics in advance. Now, with the two acknowledging him, he felt as though he had been caught red-handed for borrowing someone else's ideas and could only smile sheepishly. "I've learned a great deal from D-by-OG. I should thank him someday." "Sounds good." Listening to the chatter, someone interjected with a question. "Do you know him?" Although he didn't personally know D-by-OG, he was aware of him, so the question was directed towards him. Upon hearing the confusion in their voices, astonishment nearly spilled out of the screen. "Did you not watch that match?" SHR's strategy was incredible. In their view, HNY had executed two tactics never before seen in previous competitions. As a commander, he should have been familiar with them. Even if he hadn't watched, his coach and manager should have urged him to do so. Upon hearing this, HNY's mind raced back to the coach's words from earlier that morning. "You should take a look at SHR. Their understanding of this map has likely surpassed that of our team." But this statement was dismissed as mere background noise, unheard and unheeded, leading to an amusing predicament. He steadied his mind, as if attempting to justify himself. "I will check it out after this round. I have been exceedingly busy lately." This remark did not elicit any response from the others, as the game had officially commenced. Since the team unanimously agreed that Han-ES leadership was commendable, he had no intention of contesting the commander's position and chose instead to assume the role of deputy commander. "Let us hold the area together. I'll let those three take the other side." "Very well." Han Wang nodded in agreement. The opponents were not inept, and to secure victory, one must take the game seriously. He was tasked with defending the small area during the match, and thus he was more than willing to do the same in the latter matches, relinquishing the other side to he and Han-E. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han-E began devising the defensive layout. "You go play near the second floor, do as you wish, and you take position 1. I will oversee the connection." With the simple formation established, the countdown concluded, and the 5 members of the police swiftly scattered. On the other side, they opted not to appoint a commander. Given the earlier brash remarks, it felt inappropriate to lead again. Their strategy was simply to dismantle the opposition with superior marksmanship from the outset, rendering the absence of a commander irrelevant. Their goal was to locate Han-ES' primary defensive position and relentlessly assault it, believing that the defense would inevitably crumble. As the others sought out Han-E, whom they perceived as an easy target, he had already begun to stir, emboldened by the heat of the moment. Rather than retreating to the connection to scout, he boldly advanced to the middle lane, choosing to confront the enemies directly at their entry point. Chapter 41. A strong defense before long. A bandit bounded out from the entry point, displaying commendable awareness by executing an unconventional jump pull. However, under Han-Yi's current state, this tactic proved utterly ineffective, and the outcome for the opponent was already sealed. With a single gunshot, a bullet swiftly exited Han-Yi's chamber, piercing through the adversary's head. Immediately after, Han-Yi retreated to the vicinity of the connection, ensuring his safety before he had a moment to glance at the kill notification in the upper right corner. Achieved a headshot kill on 1. As he watched his character slowly collapse, his mouth fell open in astonishment, particularly when he realized that his killer was the very Han-Yi he had previously looked down upon. His surprise swiftly morphed into fury, and he slammed his fist on the table, immediately commanding his teammates. "Connect, attack the connection." The other 4 did not contest his orders and quickly gathered towards the area, tossing a smoke grenade at position 1 to obscure the vision from that side and prevent any assistance to Han-Yi. Unbeknownst to them, Han-Yi had already called for a teammate heading towards position 1 and executed a defensive swap. The second floor was now cleared, and after confirming its emptiness, he began to advance towards the side path. Han Yi observed this development, but chose not to comment. For such astute individuals, granting them a measure of freedom was the optimal approach to command. Soon, the vengeful bandit arrived near the middle lane, opting not to wait for a flashbang, but rather charging forward directly. Unfortunately for him, the guardian at the connection was not the soft target he had envisioned. A mere click of the mouse dispatched him with ease. The remaining 3 bandits halted abruptly, retreating slightly to find the right angle to throw a flashbang to assist the other 2. However, this maneuver was meticulously observed by Han Yi, who had just emerged from the second floor. As the flashbang was about to be deployed, he swiftly eliminated the thrower with a single shot. The bandits' offensive crumbled instantaneously, leaving them bewildered in the middle lane. Their fate was already sealed. Han Wang had surged forth from the banana path, while he and the connection were poised to strike. In position 1, deemed the easiest point of breach, had been obscured by their own smoke grenade. 5 seconds later, all preparations were complete, and they launched a coordinated assault, executing a comprehensive strike against the 2. In a pistol round, they achieved a remarkable 0 for 5 exchange, and with no losses on their side. Han Yi could not help but marvel at the allure of numerical superiority. He had scarcely lifted a finger, yet his teammates had dispatched everyone. If every match featured such teammates, Han Yi could easily secure the top position while reclining. In the second round, with the bandits devoid of resources, they quickly capitulated, and Han Yi seized the opportunity to claim 2 more kills, escalating his tally to 30. By the time the third round commenced, the bandits encountered their first long gun round. This time, they did not alter their strategy and continued to challenge Han Yi at the connection. Han Yi adopted a notably cautious stance, persistently maneuvering within the connection's south middle lane. Leading the charge, he wielded his weapon from the entry point directly to the vicinity of the middle lane, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Han Yi. However, Han Yi was exceedingly careful, barely drawing back, and the shot merely grazed his arm. Upon realizing the enemy's approach, Han Yi had no intention of engaging in a direct firefight. He promptly hurled a Molotov cocktail at the middle ground between the connection and the middle lane, preventing any pursuit by the adversaries, and took refuge within the connection. Witnessing the flames, the enemy hesitated to advance, particularly since the area at position 1 remained a blind spot. As they hesitated, a smoke grenade thrown from position 1 completely obscured the middle lane. Additionally, Han Yi, who had learned from he that the enemy remained inside, resumed his position. Just as the smoke was about to dissipate, he tossed another grenade, effectively keeping the bandits trapped near the middle lane. The bandits, left with no choice, lined up in the middle lane, awaiting the dispersal of the second smoke grenade. To their dismay, just as they anticipated the first smoke to clear, another was deployed. With an alarming trio of smoke grenades, the frustration grew palpable, and he immediately took to the microphone to assertively command his team. They had exhausted all their smoke grenades, and once the last one dissipated, we would launch our attack. However, due to his status and position, the others withheld their thoughts, choosing instead to silently execute his commands. While the bandits deliberated on how to initiate their offensive, Han Yi began to call out orders. After you 2 clear the banana path, stay behind to observe. You will return to assist. Upon hearing Han Yi's instructions, the duo promptly commenced their actions. With the aid of a well-timed flashbang, they successfully completed the clearing of the banana path and quickly relayed the information that the area was unoccupied, returning to defend at the first opportunity. The bandits, as the aggressors, naturally heard the sound of the flashbang exploding and realized they could no longer afford to delay. Even the novice players understood that after an opponent had cleared a zone, they would either flank from behind or return to defend. This indicated that the pressure on the bandits to attack was immense. They had to make a swift decision, or they would be rendered entirely reactive. As the final smoke grenade in the mid lane began to disperse, the bandits prepared to launch their offensive. However, at the moment the smoke cleared, 2 incendiary grenades fell into the mid lane, one after the other. Observing this, one gritted his teeth and threw a smoke grenade, instantly extinguishing the flames. A flash followed, and upon hearing it, a momentary flashbang was deployed, allowing the team to emerge. Han Yi had already anticipated the extinguishing of the enemy's smoke grenade, retreating into the connection area, denying them any chance to eliminate him. Those stationed in the barn, tasked with alleviating pressure for Han Yi, could not evade the flash and endured its effects, resulting in a complete whiteout. Yet, there was another player positioned on the second floor of the boiler room. Upon hearing the mid lane's flashbang, he decisively exited the boiler room, catching the opponent off guard as they emerged from the smoke and turned their back towards him. He swiftly fired 3 shots, eliminating them, but was subsequently taken down by another. At that moment, however, Han Yi had recovered from the effects of the flashbang and emerged from the connection area, joining forces to eliminate the last opponent, achieving a remarkable 1-for-3 trade and stifling the bandits' advance in the mid lane. Throughout this round, Han Yi exhibited flawless defense, prompting even the onlookers to commend him on his performance. The defense at the connection was commendable. It can be said that Han Yi's defensive maneuvers throughout these 3 rounds truly surprised everyone, including both teammates and adversaries alike. Chapter 42. In response to the praise, Han Yi offered no elaborate remarks, merely casting a glance at the 2 survivors from the opposing team, noting that only they remained. He simply stated, "Follow me." The player who had just arrived at the connection did not hesitate to fall in line behind Han Yi. The 3 of them executed a flawless gunplay counter without utilizing any equipment. As for why they refrained from using items, Han Yi had his reasons. He had grown weary of playing with his elder and was eager to relish the sensation of dominating others with sheer marksmanship, especially now that he had a competent teammate. It was akin to having piloted a quantum battleship for too long and suddenly engaging in a game of Big Black Tower, where one would first reminisce about their previous experiences and then be overwhelmed by an exhilarating rush. Alternatively, consider someone who always plays top lane champions like Angel or Doghead. After a long time, they might develop a psychological complex, feeling inferior when playing in the top lane. Only upon inadvertently clicking on a nearby character with white fur and twin ponytails would they realize their own strength. Or, when one has long been the formidable warrior Guan Yu, finally decides to give themselves a leg up, hearing the battle cry of their horse trampling across the mountains. They might find themselves chuckling at the absurdity of the game's harsh critiques. After the bandits lost yet again, they reluctantly chose to regroup. Thanks to Han Yi's commendable performance, they opted not to attack the same zone again, but instead focused on a different area. At this time, the opponent was not the traditional expert of the banana path, but rather appeared somewhat inexperienced, allowing for an opportunity to be capitalized upon. Fortunately, another teammate was present. Although his performance had been inconsistent during the earlier rounds, he managed to hold off the bandits' advance with just a pistol until Han Yi returned to assist. And together they cleared the banana path, eliminating the remaining bandits. Unbeknownst to them, the score had silently escalated to 5 o'clock. Observing this score, Han Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction, encapsulated in one word: exhilarating. In a scenario where he had always been overwhelmed by numbers and had to meticulously consider every detail, the current situation was a refreshing change. He merely had to issue a command, and everyone would efficiently handle the task at hand. As the new round of long gun gameplay commenced, the bandits recognized that they could no longer afford to lose and finally began to solicit opinions. "Shall I take command?" Without a moment's hesitation, the others unanimously agreed. After all, aside from the retired veteran, none had the capability to lead. At this point, the commander was not the Green Dragon, but rather another skilled rifleman. Once consent was granted, he began strategizing for this round. Having experienced several unsuccessful attacks in the previous rounds, each more costly than the last, he had noticed Han Wang's lack of experience during the banana path assault and decided to exploit this weakness. "First, we will secure control of the map. Observe the enemy's positioning and assess how many are in the area. If it's still the same setup, we'll prepare to attack." Pausing for a moment as if recalling something, he continued, "Be cautious of that bothersome enemy on the second floor." With this warning, the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Han Yi was undertaking a bold maneuver, diverging from his usual tactics by opting for a direct confrontation on the banana path. He entrusted the 4 items in his possession to the recently deceased HNW Ng, while arming himself with a formidable sniper rifle, directing his focus towards the banana path. This tactical approach was rather conventional, lacking in novelty. However, HNY believed that even the most rudimentary strategies could yield advantages against such numerical anomalies, provided an opportunity arose. As the game commenced, the players swiftly dispersed. Upon HNY's arrival near the connection point, a gunshot echoed from the banana path. He looked up to discover that the killing had already begun, confirming the establishment of a strategic advantage. He promptly deployed a smoke grenade in the mid lane to preempt any immediate assault from the opposing side upon their realization of the area. In fact, the bandits' intentions aligned with HNY's expectations. They began advancing towards the region as soon as they became aware of its existence. Yet, after only a few steps, they encountered HNY's mid-lane smoke grenade. Observing this situation, their leader made a swift decision, commanding everyone to initiate an assault on the second floor. However, the first to leap from the side path staircase was met by the waiting landlord. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, executing the jumper on the balcony. Following this, he threw a fire grenade to thwart any pursuers, effortlessly escaping from the second floor, exemplifying the calm demeanor of a true landlord. The fallen player wore an embarrassed expression, having just cautioned his companions, only to find himself eliminated by his adversary. Little did he realize that it was precisely this type of player who posed the greatest challenge. The bandits continued to lose points, affecting everyone's morale, particularly for one who had initially viewed the match as a mere slaughter, only to find himself contradicted by his own earlier bravado. As the saying goes, haste leads to errors. He turned to his teammate on the microphone. Throw me a flashbang. I'll pull out from the mid lane smoke. Alright. He tossed a flashbang towards the upper mid lane, simultaneously moving out of the smoke. Yet he failed to notice that the flashbang had yet to detonate. Consequently, the moment he emerged, a blinding light enveloped his vision. HNY, having been aware of the unfolding events, was astonished by this stroke of fortune and decisively fired 5 shots, eliminating him near the mid lane. Witnessing his own demise once more, especially at the hands of the player he had so underestimated, he finally erupted in frustration. Yet, his ire was not directed at the one who had thrown the flashbang, nor at HNY, but rather at himself. Viewers in the live stream saw him angrily slam his mouse, his face reddening with indignation. After a deep breath, he attempted to calm his emotions, only to discover that his mouse was unresponsive. Realizing the predicament, he clicked the left mouse button furiously while shaking the mouse. Yet it remained inert. He was compelled to accept a grim reality. It seems my mouse is broken. What bad luck. He grumbled in the team voice chat before rising and exiting the camera's view. A few minutes later, he returned, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Apologies. It seems I have no mouse at home. My spare is at the club. Feeling increasingly frustrated with the game, he decided to quit. Observing this turn of events, the remaining players felt somewhat helpless. They were already at a disadvantage, and now, with the loss of their key player, victory seemed unattainable. In contrast, the atmosphere among HNY's team was markedly more jovial. They chatted and laughed, thoroughly enjoying the game, and even made plans to play together again, exchanging friend requests. Ultimately, the score settled at 16-5, with the 5 points being a mere consolation for HNY's side, who had relaxed upon realizing their victory was assured. After the match, HNY stood up to stretch, prompting Zero to glance curiously at his screen. Upon seeing the 10 players displayed, he expressed surprise. Wow, we actually won. You know the opposing team lacks teamwork. They are simply a pressure monster and a slacker. HNY, having gleaned insights from the thoughts of the opposing players, articulated the reasons for their defeat. Zero nodded in agreement. HNY's prowess was indisputable, yet his temperament was notoriously abrasive within the community. It must be said that while his character endeared him to some, it also alienated others. Chapter 43. New ability. Upon waking the next day, HNY's first action was to access his system panel to check his YWNZH. 617. The points awarded this time were slightly fewer than those from the previous video, yet sufficient for a 5-fold draw, with a high probability of acquiring a new talent. Without hesitation, HNY summoned the lottery panel and pressed the draw button, quickly revealing 5 prizes before him. Map understanding, Train 2, Submachine Gun Pre-Aim 2, Rifle Follow-Up 2. Talent, Second Aim, failed? Just try again. Rifle Reaction 1. HNY examined the new talent, scratching his head, as the system's explanation was exceedingly brief, forcing him to deduce its meaning from the literal context. It likely represented an ability to re-aim after a misfire while targeting. Naturally, acquiring a new ability necessitated testing. Thus, HNY opened the training camp and commenced his shooting practice. However, after completing 1,000 rounds, he felt no noticeable enhancement from the system. Considering the upcoming competition, he resolved to have a meal before returning to further his studies. Breakfast consisted of yesterday's hamburger. He was not fond of experimentation. Once he discovered a delightful dish at a restaurant, he would continue to order it repeatedly until he grew weary, only then seeking out another establishment. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he glanced at the time. There were still 3 hours until the competition. He decisively initiated a solo match to regain his touch. This solo endeavor did not present him with formidable opponents, and under Han Yi's leadership, his team swiftly vanquished their adversaries. However, after achieving victory, Han Yi stared at the computer screen, his emotions tumultuous and excitement evident in his eyes. He had recently uncovered the true utility of his talent. Its ability was not merely to facilitate a literal second aiming, but rather, when he was outgunned and killed, the system would rewind time to just before the encounter, granting him another chance to aim anew. Yet, this sensation was not akin to a reversal of time. It felt more like the system forewarned him of his impending demise, presenting a vivid replay of his death in his mind. What was even more remarkable was that this talent was not a one-time boon like the fiery touch. It had a cooldown period of approximately 20 minutes, allowing for an average of 2 activations per game. Through his exploration during this time, Han Yi had discerned that the talents bestowed by the system varied in strength. For instance, the mind-reading ability he had initially drawn was classified as a top-tier talent, unrestricted and effortlessly activated. The slightly inferior tier talents were robust physique and fiery touch, both of which could be reliably triggered but did not significantly influence the outcome of battles. As for the final talent concerning awareness, it likely ranked as a mid-tier ability, attributed to its lack of stability. Therefore, the consistency of a talent's activation had become a crucial criterion in Han Yi's evaluation of its strength. The second aiming talent undoubtedly belonged to the realm of exceptionally powerful abilities. Aside from being slightly inferior to mind reading, no other talent could compare. It is a simple truth that when one struggles against an enemy, it often stems from misjudgments in pre-aiming and positioning. However, when granted a second chance, with knowledge of the enemy's location, the likelihood of overcoming them greatly increases. This is one of the reasons Han Yi regarded this talent as formidable. It equated to having an opportunity to correct mistakes every 20 minutes, significantly enhancing his margin for error. Of course, this talent had its shortcomings. It lacked the consistency of fiery touch, which could assure Han Yi a kill in every match, as there remained a possibility that he might fall to an opponent with a single life while possessing two. This might explain why the second aiming could be utilized multiple times within a match. Observing Han Yi's exhilarated expression, Zero approached him and gently patted his shoulder, questioning whether he was truly that excited over winning a game. Haha, I merely recalled something joyful. Zero, summon everyone. Today's match is unlike the usual. I wish to convene a meeting. I shall call them. Zero nodded in agreement and exited the room. Left alone, Han Yi connected his laptop to the large television in the hotel room, and soon the screen mirrored the computer's display. After a brief interval, once everyone had gathered, the first operational meeting commenced. Han Yi retrieved his notebook, flipping to the relevant page, and displayed the information regarding their rival team before the group. Currently ranked 26th in the world, they were undoubtedly a second-tier team, yet possessed the potential to challenge first-tier squads. Among the 5 players, aside from the previously mentioned Turkish powerhouse, the remaining 4 were German. The most notable was the team's commander, followed by the sniper, rifleman, and one. In their prime, the prowess of these 4 Germans could place them in the mid-range of first-tier teams, but presently, they had yet to reach their pinnacle, their strength aligning with their ranking as a second-tier squad, primarily supported by the Turkish powerhouse, especially for a team of this lower second-tier caliber. The Turkish powerhouse's statistics were exceedingly high, to the point that it caused Han Yi some distress. However, he was not without countermeasures. The maps they frequently played included 3 familiar ones, the well-known classics, Town, 2, and Garbage. Among these, their best performance was on Town, which Han Yi was certain to avoid. As for 2, having learned from past experiences, he was unlikely to challenge with the big eye there. Considering that the opponents seldom played Train or rarely engaged in the mansion map, the situation became much simpler. Han Yi merely needed to win the coin toss, choose to go second, and ban both Garbage and Town. If the opponents opted to ban Train and 2 first, they would likely reserve their final ban for the mansion. This would lead to the map being set to Garbage, which the Big Eye and the others had been practicing diligently. Han Yi would then proceed to unveil his prepared strategies, rendering victory a feasible outcome. This way, they could successfully carve a path through and advance, sparing the club from disbandment. Chapter 44. The battle. Upon hearing Han Yi's analysis, the eyes of the others lit up, realizing that if they followed his strategic insights, they had a considerable chance of overcoming the odds and advancing. Han Yi then elaborated on several strategies, most of which they had practiced, designed to help solidify their understanding. With some new ideas he had conceived, he passionately discussed them, and soon, a multitude of strategies was confirmed. During moments of disagreement, the group engaged in discussions, and Han Yi welcomed the seasoned players' insights. After we explode the bomb, Zero, and you must find a way to secure the area near the archway. During this time, you should coordinate from mid to long range, while you remain close to 1, keeping an eye on the rear. I will take charge of securing the police's house. Upon hearing Han Yi's directives, Zero contemplated before proposing a suggestion. The significance of Jingjia cannot be overstated. Thus, one might ponder whether to allow someone to accompany you. Han Yi did not decline outright, but rather remarked, I will summon him when I require his assistance. If I do not call, let it be as it is. Regarding whether the caregiver should contend for Jingjia alongside him, Han Yi's thoughts were rather straightforward, primarily contingent upon the specific circumstances. After all, with one side of the arch occupied, Jingjia's presence became somewhat superfluous. Should he feel overwhelmed or unable to secure Jingjia, it would not be too late to summon the caregiver. In contrast to the second match, the most notable difference lay in the victory attained in the 16th round, which resulted in a remarkably high margin for error, affording the team opportunities to experiment until they discovered a suitable strategy to combat their adversaries. Time swiftly passed, accumulating to over an hour as various tactics were discussed. Only when the participants began to feel somewhat dizzy did Han Yi cease the discussions, instructing everyone to return to their rooms to prepare for the forthcoming competition. Subsequently, the group embarked on a vehicle journey to the competition venue. During this transit, they inevitably fell into a somber atmosphere reminiscent of their initial encounter, rendering the cabin exceedingly oppressive. While they verbally expressed confidence in their advancement and the potential for victory, each individual understood the underlying truth. A tangible disparity in strength existed, making triumph a formidable challenge. Upon their arrival at the venue, they discovered that their opponents had already taken their positions. The newcomers, with their piercing gazes, appeared less than amicable. Unlike the victorious group from the previous day, no one today wished to return home. This was destined to be a brutal, blood-soaked battle. As the match approached its conclusion, Han Yi and his counterpart were summoned to the stage by the referee, who stood between them and slowly produced a coin from his waist. He looked at Han Yi and inquired, heads or tails? Although Han Yi may not have fully comprehended the implications of this, he had analyzed the situation thoroughly and understood that whether the newcomers had the capacity to contend rested upon the outcome of this toss. He swallowed nervously, cleared his throat, and resolved to seize control of his fate, stating with difficulty, "I choose heads." Upon hearing Han Yi's declaration, the referee glanced at him and waved dismissively, indicating indifference. Heads or tails, the referee reiterated before tossing the coin high into the air. The coin spun continuously before landing on the back of the referee's hand, which he then covered with the other hand. When the referee finally lifted his hand to reveal the result, Han Yi exhaled deeply. The coin displayed heads. "I choose to go second and ban the use of certain tactics." With everything settled, both parties officially entered the next phase. The ensuing events unfolded as Han Yi had foreseen prior to the match, first banning the train map, and the second map that had yielded favorable results for the newcomers. When it was Han Yi's turn, he opted to ban Death Amusement Park and Small Town, leaving Big Mansion and Trash Map for his opponents to choose between. Although Han Yi had little experience with Big Mansion, he was completely unaware of the chaos that enveloped his opponent's understanding of the map. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to eliminate Big Mansion, locking in Trash Map as the battlefield. Upon witnessing this selection, the newcomers could hardly restrain their jubilation. Even with great effort, they could not conceal their delight. Their extensive practice on Trash Map was finally set to bear fruit. When Han Yi returned to his companions, they regarded him as a hero. Observing this scene, even the most obtuse among them grasped the situation, and a twinge of regret crept into their hearts, pondering whether their choice of Big Mansion might have been more advantageous. However, it was too late to reconsider. Before long, they took to the stage, and the competition commenced. During the knife fight opening phase, the team united to secure the defensive position. As the offensive leader, Han Yi employed mind-reading tactics to probe the adversary's strategy at the outset. Perhaps due to the nature of this match, they did not adopt any aggressive tactics during the pistol round, instead opting for a more conservative default opening. Han Yi had previously studied the default strategy for this map, which typically featured one player in the sewer and another at mid-range, along with two players at two different points. Following their initial placements, two variations could emerge. The first involved the player from position 2 joining forces with those at the sewer and mid to execute a three-pronged assault. The second saw the sewer and mid-range players ascend to the archway, coordinating with positions 1 and 2 to simultaneously attack the zone, while the enemies on the second floor would stealthily maneuver to flank from the supermarket. Both variations shared a common characteristic. Control of the mid was paramount. To execute any strategy effectively, one must dominate this central area. Had the match progressed for some time, Han Yi might have found the control of mid to be challenging. However, at the match's inception, with his full state of readiness, he boldly declared that should the opponents dare approach mid, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, demonstrating what it means to be a commanding presence. "I will guard mid. You take my place at small." Understood. Following this brief exchange, the two dispersed, with Han Yi opting to breach through the dog hole, positioning himself at the direct approach to the terrorists, as mid was the focal point. The player tasked with controlling it was none other than the renowned Turkish player, a formidable force. In the 66-57 live broadcast, the commentator, who had just settled after a brief interlude, observed the unfolding scene. "Welcome, everyone, to this match. I am your commentator, Wanjiki. The map is Trash Map. We can see that both sides have adopted a default strategy, and intriguing enough, they have chosen to control mid. However, the player controlling mid is a fierce competitor. Pitting your command against such a skilled player may prove to be quite challenging." As Wanjiki spoke, the formidable player had already positioned himself at the corner near the terrorist spawn, preparing to unleash his signature move. It is fair to say that within this game, he occupies a unique tier, having bested countless professional players with this tactic, earning him the title of instructor. Should you dare occupy a conventional position, he would swiftly demonstrate his prowess, regardless of whether you were a terrorist or a counter-terrorist. At this moment, Han Yi found himself positioned in an exceptionally conventional spot. Observing this scene, the commentator, eager to capture the ensuing thrilling maneuvers, hastened to provide commentary. It seemed he had envisioned a successful shot that would eliminate Han Yi, leading to his demise. Under the commentator's watchful eye, action finally commenced. Witnessing this, the commentator's voice brimmed with excitement and fervor. The moment had arrived. Would they launch an aggressive attack? Yet before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out, striking down a mere fraction of a head, causing it to collapse near the enemy's position. The disparity between expectation and reality left the commentator momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming that there were indeed skilled players within this server. Chapter 45. Consciousness. After eliminating the opponent in the mid lane, Han Yi did not retreat. Instead, he leapt into the fray, diving headfirst into the sewer. 3 seconds later, a shadowy figure appeared at the edge of Han Yi's crosshairs. Han Yi swiftly dispatched this adversary with another shot, achieving a double kill, and then turned to sprint towards the archway, intent on maintaining their numerical advantage. However, just as he approached the archway, a gunshot echoed from the enemy's position, and he felt a jolt as his health plummeted to 11 points. Reacting with remarkable speed, Han Yi quickly discerned the enemy's location and decisively turned to fire back. Alas, it was too late. In his haste, his aim faltered, and his shot ricocheted off the wall behind the enemy. The adversary seized the moment, unleashing a second bullet from the Glock. As Han Yi watched his character slowly succumb, the screen before him blurred. When he finally regained clarity, he found himself still standing before the sewer, the earlier moment of his demise seeming like a mere illusion. Realizing that the second opponent was not on the second floor, but had followed him to the enemy's position, Han Yi resolutely aimed his crosshairs towards that vicinity. The enemy, still cautiously advancing, believed he had seized a remarkable opportunity, only to be met with a precisely aimed bullet. Headshot kill, headshot kill, headshot kill. Han Yi's barrage of eliminations left many viewers questioning their eyes, yet the commentator's voice affirmed they were witnessing an extraordinary performance. While eliminating foes, Han Yi had also dispatched an enemy who had ventured alone into the sewer, and even more impressively, he had perceived the distant adversary. What an astounding awareness. It was evident that the opponent had been exceedingly cautious. At the moment a teammate fell, he refrained from emerging to retaliate, aiming to secure a side shot. However, this player was too astute, providing no opportunity for a surprise attack. He executed the eliminations seamlessly, leaving even his teammates bewildered by the unfolding events. Brothers, I have witnessed this scene before, in a recent match where it took merely 10 seconds to achieve victory. However, this time was perhaps different. It had taken around 20 seconds to secure the win, yet the outcome remained unchanged. How could this player's shooting be so precise? It felt as though his pistol and rifle belonged to entirely different realms of skill. The barrage of comments speculated whether he was the king of Chinese pistols, seemingly unparalleled in prowess. Amidst the commentators' praises, the remaining players wore expressions of despair. One was positioned at one location while the other was at the second. Facing a 2 versus 5 situation, compounded by the threat of a flank from the archway, the odds were dauntingly high. The two exchanged glances, each embodying a spirit of defiance. The first player initiated the advance, and the enemy sharpshooter quickly detected him, opting to fire. However, his aim faltered slightly, requiring 5 or 6 shots before he managed to secure the kill using the advantage of cover. As for the player who leapt to the second floor, his experience proved less perilous. The moment he emerged, he efficiently eliminated his target with a steady shot. The score reached 10, having lost the pistol round. The coach immediately called for a tactical pause to soothe the team's morale. Rubbing his head in frustration, he reflected on how the previous round's defeat was largely his responsibility. On this map, the offensive side's control of the mid lane hinged on the performance of the distant players. As long as they maintained their position, the sewer players could launch unimpeded attacks on the archway. Conversely, should the distant players fall or be forced back, the sewer players would find themselves trapped, unable to advance. Such situations were commonplace in casual matches, with countless players colliding headfirst into enemy fire while attempting to navigate the sewer. After their demise, they would realize that their teammates had failed to exert pressure on the mid lane, allowing enemies to operate with impunity near the sewer. The prior pistol round had mirrored such circumstances. With a heavy sigh, the coach acknowledged his mistake. It was my error. I underestimated them. It's just one lost round. We are the stronger team. Let us calm our minds. They cannot maintain this level of accuracy indefinitely. The team rallied together, their spirits swiftly restored, and a new directive was issued. The instruction was singular. Those who could charge in must do so without hesitation, and upon entry, they were to plant the bomb immediately. The formation remained unchanged, still positioned with the sharpshooter guarding the area, while the only alteration involved Han Yi and the support players' roles. This time, Han Yi had been assigned to the mid lane, while the support player took on the secondary role. For this round, Han Yi opted for the classic 5 pistols, granting him a firepower advantage while also allowing for economic accumulation. As the game commenced, both teams moved simultaneously. Han Yi shattered the supermarket window and hastily made his way forward. As he arrived near the small area, he heard the distinct sound of rapid footsteps from the second floor. They were engaging in combat. Han Yi promptly communicated with his team leader, who, seasoned by numerous battles, decisively threw a grenade towards the second floor, then followed up with a second explosive to ensure effectiveness. Since it is so, preparations have naturally been made here. and a single fireball will not obstruct the path. Soon, a cloud of smoke extinguishes it, and the 5 individuals charge out from within the haze. The dog-headed man hastily climbs atop a white vehicle, unleashing a torrent of fire that eliminates the 2 foremost bandits. However, this firearm, the 9, is notably lacking in sustained killing capability, and after dispatching the 2 foes, his magazine is depleted. Seizing the opportunity to burst forth from the smoke, the dog-headed man, now defenseless due to lack of ammunition, finds no mercy from his adversary, who shoots him 3 times in the head, resulting in his demise. Han Yi's position does not afford assistance to the dog-headed man. Thus he refrains from revealing himself, pressing himself against the wall beneath the 2nd floor. Entirely unaware of Han Yi's presence, without any caution, he leaps from the 2nd floor window, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire as he lands. Observing his fallen form, he can only shout in panic, claiming he is beneath the 2nd floor. Han Yi, having dispatched the dog-headed man, does not remain idle. He swiftly turns his gaze toward the 2nd floor and, just in time, spots another bandit, firing the 9 once more to eliminate him. Shortly thereafter, Han Yi encounters a predicament similar to that of the dog-headed man. His ammunition is running low. Without hesitation, he switches firearms. Yet this provides an opportunity for the remaining bandit to fire. As the last bandit, he decisively jumps down from the 2nd floor, confronting Han Yi, who has temporarily lost the ability to resist. The bandit unleashes a series of shots, but he is no ruthless killer after expending several rounds. Only 1 bullet strikes Han Yi's head. Unfortunately, the Glock lacks the firepower of the 9, and with Han Yi donning headgear, a single bullet proves insufficient to finish him off. Just as the bandit prepares to fire a few more rounds, Han Yi's lips curl into a smirk as he finally draws his weapon, decisively pulling the trigger, with one side clad in armor and the other unprotected. The outcome is already determined. A series of gunshots echoes, and the bandit collapses before Han Yi. Chapter 46. The 3rd Assault. Han Yi's prowess, having claimed 6 lives in 2 rounds, astonishes the viewers in the live stream, prompting a flurry of comments. Who are you? Huh? Is it really possible to kill 3 like that? Impressive. If he had planted a bomb, would the next round have seen him obliterated? This is the true value of a unique god. Amidst the barrage of praise, the commentary team also commenced their formulaic compliments. This pivotal moment indeed held great significance, as the Turkish bandits appeared somewhat dazed after these 2 rounds. They had not anticipated that the diminutive Han Yi had already positioned himself beneath the 2nd floor. Had they known, they would certainly have refrained from such a reckless descent. It can only be said that Han Yi demonstrated remarkable cleverness in this match, not merely due to his marksmanship, but rather because of his innate intuition as a player. Amidst the accolades from the commentary team and the comments, the competition reached its first long-range firearm round. Instead of opting for a conservative approach, a minimal number of items were gathered alongside 4 weapons and a single hairdryer, which naturally belonged to the commanding officer. In contrast, apart from the recently fallen members, the others remained equipped with the 9, with no changes made. This round began under default conditions, yet due to insufficient items, they refrained from establishing an aggressive stance, each standing in a retracted position to avoid being caught by the glaring eyes of their opponents. However, this left them at a disadvantage in gathering intelligence on their adversaries, rendering them nearly blind. Unfortunately, Han Yi was unable to capitalize on this slight edge in this round. The short firearms of the opposing team were far too numerous, and in a more open confrontation, it would only be they who suffered. Therefore, Han Yi refrained from aggressive maneuvers or unconventional directives, choosing instead a more cautious default strategy. He resolved to await confirmation of the enemy's targeted area before issuing commands to retreat. Thus, neither side made a move, and even the use of items was scarce, leading to a peculiar stalemate in the match. This deadlock persisted for approximately 50 seconds before orders were given for an offensive. Simultaneously, Han Yi's defensive commands were also disseminated. In an extraordinary turn of events, both sides began advancing toward the designated area, as if an invisible force drew them all in. Soon, the comment section was flooded with question marks, as this scene was remarkably bizarre, with many viewers having never witnessed such a phenomenon over the years. As both teams assembled, the assault commenced. Classic smoke grenades were deployed to obscure the area and the jump platform, while the 1st and 2nd teams, along with the archway, launched a synchronized attack. Meanwhile, aside from the dog-headed man positioned slightly farther away, the others had returned to the area, including the smaller Han Yi, who arrived first. Those who had returned to the area would not passively observe its occupation. They swiftly executed a countermeasure, tossing 3 incendiary devices at the 1st, 2nd, and archway, thwarting the assault. Nevertheless, the advancing team had no intention of halting. Taking advantage of the flames, which were not yet fully damaging, they charged through the fire, swiftly eliminating the defender positioned at the archway. Witnessing the fall of his comrade, Han Yi sought to rush out and finish the job, but his footsteps were audible. Opting instead for a direct charge, the two adversaries collided. Due to the proximity of their confrontation, Han Yi's reaction was slightly delayed against a competitor of a higher caliber. With a resounding gunshot, Han Yi fell victim to his opponent, who subsequently emerged from the flames and dispatched the Zero, who had attempted to flank him from behind, achieving a triple kill in retaliation for Han Yi's earlier performance. In an instant, the area defense was breached by a single individual. Realizing his mistake, Han Yi could only let out a resigned sigh and opted to conserve his weapon. As for his current position in the police station, escape seemed impossible. However, it mattered little, for he was armed with only a 9, and his demise would bear no significant consequence. The unfolding narrative aligned seamlessly with Han Yi's expectations. As the dog-headed man approached the two, only to be discovered and slain by the marauders during their retreat to the supermarket. With a resounding explosion, the score elevated to 21. As a commander, Han Yi incessantly reflected on the previous round's missteps, ultimately identifying the root of his failure. Primarily, he had underestimated the caliber of the opponents, compounded by his relatively short tenure in professional gaming, resulting in a lack of discipline. A superior strategy would have entailed deploying a grenade. As long as the adversary was slowed by the blast, coupled with the ensuing flames, their demise would be inevitable, eliminating the need for direct confrontation. On a tactical level, the advantage of mind reading did not pose any issues. He had swiftly mobilized all available personnel. Yet who could have anticipated that a fierce opponent would eliminate 3 of his team? He could not afford to initiate a 5-player formation while the adversary remained unengaged. Should they choose to attack, he would find himself utterly blindsided. Having discerned the issues, Han Yi endeavored to minimize errors in future encounters while secretly envying the opposing team's formidable statistics, which allowed them to dispatch 3 of his comrades without justification. As the new round commenced, Han Yi decisively called for the first tactical timeout of the match, having discerned the pivotal role of the central lane through previous skirmishes. It was time to prepare a delightful surprise for his team. Everyone raised their weapons, opting for the standard 4, conserving their resources. You don't die? Go to the archway and deploy a smoke grenade near the central lane, and prepare a concealed smoke flash. Synchronize with me, he instructed. Upon hearing Han Yi's commands, the 2 players exchanged glances filled with excitement. Are we going to engage them? Han Yi merely responded with a gentle, yes. Once the strategy was laid out. As the timeout concluded, Han Yi sprinted towards the supermarket, breaking through the window and darting towards the small area, a sequence of actions that could only be described as a race against time. As he reached the vicinity of the small area, the sound of the smoke grenade detonating at the archway reached his ears. He recognized this as a signal prepared by his teammate. Without hesitation, he commanded, attack. Following his words, he charged boldly from the small area. While the 2 teammates at the archway also sprang into action, one emerging from the smoke, the other opting to push from the larger flank. In an instant, players from the archway and the small area surged forth, executing a flawless 3-pronged assault. This was the grand gift Han Yi had orchestrated. If 3 against 1 was insufficient, then a 3-on-1 engagement would suffice. This was their spirited combination technique. However, Han Yi was taken aback by an unexpected stroke of fortune near the mid-range bandit position. 2 marauders were attempting to shield their eyes and conceal themselves behind sandbags. The trio's firepower rendered any hope of escape futile, as the relentless gunfire from player 4 echoed, staining the ground with the blood of the 2 assailants. Witnessing this synchronized assault revitalized the perceptions of the players. While the second team had devised a new strategy, they were wholly unprepared for Han Yi to unveil fresh tactics on the map known as. It is worth noting that this map, having never been retired, was widely believed to have exhausted its potential for new strategies. Yet, Han Yi demonstrated through action that they were gravely mistaken. He could indeed innovate on this map. Evidently, this newly devised strategy was exceptionally effective, with simultaneous attacks from 3 locations, augmented by smoke defenses that left no room for evasion. How could one possibly contest the central lane against such odds? After a prolonged period of contemplation, the player known as finally spoke, offering critique on Han Yi's strategy. What is this, my friends? This tactic clearly indicates extensive practice. With this strategy in play, I cannot conceive how to contest the central lane. Do we dare to compete with him in terms of equipment? The 3 players in the central lane can deploy so many flashbangs. If I do not utilize the archway's concealed smoke flash, a small instantaneous explosion could just as easily suffice. Today was clearly a day of preparation, and one could only commend the commander's vivid imagination, as he consistently generated new strategies. In light of praise, the opposing team, having lost 2 players at the outset, noticeably diminished their combat capability. They promptly ceased their offensive, retreating to the second floor. On the surface, this appeared to be a tactical retreat to safeguard their weapons. But in truth, they were deliberating on how to counter Han Yi's recently showcased 3-pronged tactic. In a fleeting minute, Time elapsed, and the score stood at 31. During the preparation phase, silence enveloped the team, prompting the coach to call for a second timeout. According to the competition rules, only during tactical pauses could the coach speak. So he rushed to the point. "Have you devised a counter-strategy?" he inquired. Shaking his head, the player acknowledged that the central lane was their most vital tactical foundation. Should they fail to secure it, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a disadvantageous position, rendering many strategies unusable. "Do you have any viable plans?" The coach's expression reflected a hint of embarrassment. Given more time, he was confident he could formulate a countermeasure. However, this was a match. And with only 30 seconds for the tactical pause, combined with the previous minute spent safeguarding weapons, they had a mere 1 minute and 30 seconds to devise a solution to Han Yi's formidable tactic, a daunting task indeed. Noticing the coach's prolonged silence, the player understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from pressing further. As the match neared its final seconds, he issued a new command. "In this round, we will forcefully engage. Let us attempt the conventional flashbang approach in the central lane. This time, all three of you go and contest the central lane." Understood. The three players nodded in unison, engaging in a brief discussion to assign their respective roles. On the other side, Han Yi maintained his tactical approach. Since the opponent was determined to engage directly, he had confidence that his current strategy would not falter against them. As the pause concluded, both teams advanced towards the center. While Han Yi continued to divide his forces into three. Zero executed the plan by deploying a smoke grenade in front of the archway, then concealed himself behind the smoke, awaiting Han Yi's signal at the small position. The strategy on this side underwent a slight alteration. They first deployed a smoke grenade, followed by a series of flashbangs thrown from the terrorist spawn, aiming to disrupt their setup. However, the three-man assault was not deterred by a mere smoke screen. Han Yi had already devised a secondary tactic, as he leaped downwards, landing safely below. Logically, the position of the support player was quite precarious. Should the terrorists charge out from their spawn, escape would be impossible. Yet, the smoke grenade previously thrown by Zero effectively concealed the support player, allowing him to hide behind the smoke while facing away, thus guarding against any intrusions from the sewer. As the players engaged in a battle of utilities, Han Yi finally reached the small position, observing that everyone was in place. Zero's concealed smoke flash was deployed decisively. As the flashbang detonated, a stunning scene unfolded. The audience noticed that Zero had no intention of advancing, with both the support player and Han Yi remaining stationary. Just as confusion arose among the onlookers, a flashbang from the small position erupted, clarifying the situation. With the explosion occurring above the center, the three members of the opposing team finally sprang into action. On the other side, having previously suffered from a concealed smoke flash, they were now wary when advancing mid-range, consciously evading until they heard the flash detonate, prompting them to glance towards the center. However, upon a fleeting glance, despair washed over him as he realized there was not a single enemy in sight. Aware he had fallen into a trap, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A flashbang, thrown from deep within the small position, exploded above the center, leaving him no time to dodge, resulting in a blinding white flash. Amidst the chaos, he heard his teammates shouting in his ears, "We've been spotted. Help me." The center descended into disarray as he moved, relying on memory, towards the sandbags. To his relief, the screen did not display his death notification. A few seconds later, estimating he had reached the sandbags, he released his grip on the keyboard, anticipating the recovery from the flashbang. After another couple of seconds, the scene began to materialize before him, but once he comprehended the content, elation was swiftly replaced by despair. Observing the raging fire beneath him, he soon realized escape was impossible. At that moment, his character model gradually collapsed. With his demise came the conclusion of that round. Han Yi had no intention of sparing the remaining adversaries. He led Zero and the support player in relentless pursuit, ultimately locating the two at point 1. Following a fierce exchange of gunfire, Han Yi sacrificed himself to enable the support player to achieve a double kill. The economy of the opposing team was reset to 0, forcing them to respawn. In the terrorist spawn, the 5 players exchanged glances before one initiated conversation. Their center is formidable, and their strategies are endless. I'm uncertain how many more tactics they have. Perhaps we should attack from both sides. Nodding in agreement also implied an admission of their inferiority to Han Yi's strategies. He could not fathom where Han Yi derived such clever tactics. Having witnessed the earlier round, he believed he had seen the extent of Han Yi's ingenuity. Little did he know, Han Yi would lead him to experience a sense of helplessness on this map, much like a certain player named Shaoli, Chapter 48, the crucial round. Among those sharing the same sentiment was the commentator, Wang Jiqi. As a neutral analyst, he assisted the audience in comprehending the current situation. It seems futile to contend for the center any longer. Their strategy is simply too potent. At this point, you cannot hope to prevail. In Wang Jiqi's perspective, The opposing team had entirely lost the initiative. If their leading player could not quickly regain the rhythm of the game, it would be challenging for the offensive side to mount an effective assault. Just as Han E had analyzed before the match, this team, lacking their star player, resembled an ordinary second-tier team. Thus, the immediate priority was to devise a strategy after failing to seize the center, allowing them to exploit their shooting prowess as much as possible. The match continued without any suspense as Han E employed a simple default strategy to effortlessly dismantle the opponent's unconventional play. Soon, they transitioned into a new long gun round. This time, the opposing team had learned from past experiences. They opted for a direct default opening, cautiously testing both points, ready to switch based on where they gained ground. Although this seemingly lackadaisical maneuver inadvertently struck at Han Yi's weak point, he could not meticulously direct both points simultaneously. Without Han Yi's guidance, the opposing team, already outmatched in skill, stumbled into an unexpected advantage. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 10-5. This score was beyond anyone's expectations before the match. The opposing team managed to maintain a lead and even boasted a 5-point margin. In the era of 2, a 5-point difference would have effectively secured victory for them. But regrettably, this was a different age, and they would need to win 6 more rounds to advance. Nevertheless, even in this situation, the players exchanged excited glances, fully aware that winning the remaining 6 rounds would prove exceedingly difficult. While they could previously restrict Han Yi's performance through the center, doing so would be far more challenging once they assumed the role of terrorists. Consequently, the pistol round became crucial. Winning it would delay the opposing team's ability to fire until the 3rd round. Thus, the score stood at 13-5, indicating that Diyen had effectively placed 1 foot into victory. Conversely, had they triumphed in the pistol round, the score would have shifted to 10-7. On the map Milad G, such a score gap could be deemed negligible, especially considering the skill levels of both teams at that moment. Diyen's path to advancement seemed perilously narrow. Han E exhibited utmost caution, proactively communicating with the referee to call for a tactical pause. However, rather than devising a strategy, he attentively focused on deciphering the sentiments of the opposing team. This round was crucial. They needed to maintain a stable position, perhaps holding a 32, conceding the mid lane to their adversaries, while he prepared to distribute dual pistols, positioning one player closer to the zone for defense. The tension was palpable. They could not afford to lose. Remaining composed, he reminded himself to aim carefully, resolute not to falter again. His performance in the first half had been subpar, and his current gameplay felt lackluster. Should he encourage his teammates at this juncture? Once Han E had absorbed the thoughts of the opposition, a general battle plan began to form in his mind. This time, they would be audacious. Instead of deploying smoke, they would directly use a smoke grenade at the archway, with 2 players on the small side and 3 on the 2. As for the choice for the mid lane, he instructed one to go with 0, reminding them to throw a smoke, while the remaining players would follow his lead. A flicker of concern crossed his face regarding this arrangement. Would their decision to forego smoke cover in the middle yield consequences? Han E refrained from explaining that the enemy would not approach. Moreover, he could not articulate it clearly. Instead, he feigned slight hesitation before stating, "If they do go, we will regroup and attack 2 together." Once there were no objections, the game officially commenced. The bandits divided into 2 paths, with Han E leading the charge on the 2nd floor. He advanced while continuously monitoring the positions of Zero and the caretaker on the minimap. Soon, he observed the 2 exiting from the bandit entrance, deploying a smoke grenade at the archway before rushing towards the small area. In response, Han E slowed his pace, ensuring synchronization among his team. Estimating that they could launch a simultaneous attack, he resumed his advance. Throughout the journey, they encountered no enemies, and everyone sensed that the opposition was intentionally allowing them to approach. Han E, fully aware of the enemy's tactics, leaped to the left as he neared the exit of the 2nd floor, vaulting downwards. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings, seeing no one else. He swiftly headed towards the white vehicle, attempting to locate the enemy's position while reminding his teammates, "I see no one in the bomb site. The enemy should be near the 2nd balcony, so be cautious." As Han E maneuvered quickly, the 2nd player also arrived at the exit of the 2nd floor. Yet he chose not to follow Han E out the window, opting instead for the balcony. Despite Han Yi's warning, he reacted decisively, swiftly eliminating the opponent at the balcony exit. Before the victor could revel in his success, Han E, having detected the gunfire immediately, executed a swift headshot, reducing the enemy's health to a mere sliver. True to his rank, the opponent's reflexes were remarkably swift. Upon realizing Han E was behind him, he quickly turned and fired a shot. However, his aim faltered, striking Han Yi's chest and diminishing his health by 18. Having missed the opportunity for a swift kill, he would not have another chance. Han Yi's subsequent shot sealed the fate of the opponent on the 2nd floor balcony. As Han E breathed a sigh of relief after the successful elimination, the small-scale assault faced a setback. The secondary player opted not to stand with the group in the bomb site, but chose instead to position himself at the small front point. Although Zero and the caretaker had been vigilant about this position, they were caught in a protracted struggle, allowing the opponent to burst through the smoke and eliminate both. Consequently, even though Han Yi's team had advanced into the zone, they found themselves in a dire 2 versus 4 situation. Without hesitation, he planted the bomb, ensuring that they would have funds for weapons in the next round, should they lose. Han Yi then scrutinized various angles, seeking any opportunity to draw out the enemy and engage in a firefight. However, it became evident that his opponents were far more cautious than he had anticipated. In a match where losing a round meant elimination, none were willing to take unnecessary risks. Everyone awaited the others to regroup, intending to pounce on Han Yi together. As they completed their assembly, a flashbang was hurled from the supermarket window, instantly blinding Han Yi, accompanied by the roar of the enemy. I eliminated one. There are still 2 in the supermarket, and 1 more small. Chapter 49. After all, reality seldom unfolds according to the most ideal script. Hearing the enemy's report, Han Yi, despite his eagerness to rush out for a follow-up shot, was thwarted by the blinding flash. He had no choice but to momentarily seek refuge behind the sofa, preserving his life. As he regained his vision from the flashbang, the sounds of enemy footsteps surrounded him, and his hand trembled slightly on the mouse. A thought flickered through his mind. This might be a lost cause. Clenching his teeth, Han Yi chose not to resign himself to defeat. He understood that in a 1 versus 3 scenario, he must actively seek opportunities. Should he allow the enemy to wait for him, only a dead end awaited. He decisively emerged from behind the sofa, confronting the small enemy directly. Yet, his opponents were a professional team, unwilling to grant him the luxury of a one-on-one opportunity. When he noticed the small area was devoid of enemies, despair washed over his face. In the next moment, an enemy suddenly charged forth, and a bullet took him down. Following Han Yi's elimination, the enemy immediately bent down to defuse the bomb. Watching his character slowly collapse, Han Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He ultimately lacked the ability to turn the tide and secure that pivotal round. At that moment, Zero placed a hand on Han Yi's shoulder. No worries. You did your best. After all, reality rarely unfolds according to the most ideal script, does it? Han Yi remained silent, listening to the sound of the bomb being defused. A hint of self-reproach evident in his tone. Perhaps I should have contemplated further. As he uttered these words, someone sitting at a distance picked up the conversation. We secured the package, no losses incurred. We can still play in the next round. Then came the sound of camaraderie. The strategy had no flaws. It was simply that our elder's marksmanship had not kept pace. Indeed, you ought to have one. Look at how our little commander feels guilty now. The 2 chuckled, trying to lift Han Yi's spirits, while also teasing him. Listening to the elder's banter, a smile inadvertently crept onto Han Yi's lips, his mood noticeably improving, dissipating some of the earlier gloom. Reinvigorated, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he signaled to the referee, calling for the final tactical timeout of the match. Thanks to the previous round's successful package placement, the bandits' finances were still decent. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Yi made a bold decision. He equipped a curry gun for Zero, handed another curry to the other, and took a blow dryer for himself, using the remaining funds to purchase full equipment. Consequently, the bandits now boasted 2 curry guns, 2 blow dryers, and 1 Desert Eagle in their arsenal. Han Yi resolved to place complete trust in Zero and the others for this round. If they could turn the tide in the second match, they could certainly plunge their opponents into despair. Conversely, the opposing team also had their reasons for not wanting to lose. After celebrating their victory in the pistol round, they quickly regained their composure, with all eyes now focused on their leader. Seizing the opportunity presented by the tactical timeout, he engaged in prolonged contemplation, ensuring that his team could capitalize on their advantages in this round. Considering that the opponents might attempt a strong push, yet due to the cost of their weapons, they could not assemble a formidable arsenal like the bandits. Thus, he opted for a close-range defensive strategy, completely neglecting the middle, guarding the archway, positions 1, 2, as well as the balcony and the small dark room nearby. This was a decision made after careful consideration. He aimed to fully exploit the capabilities of 9, utilizing their agility to counter the bandits. Friends who frequently engage in the game know that when wielding rifles or pistols, one is particularly vulnerable to an enemy charging in with a submachine gun for close-quarters combat. The rationale is straightforward. Most players experience a decline in mouse sensitivity as the game progresses, as the speed of mouse movement slows. Facing an enemy charging at full speed makes it increasingly challenging to maintain aim. This explains why some players excel at static targets, but struggle to hit moving ones, often failing to outgun an opponent with a submachine gun. He pondered this, uncertain if Han Yi would indeed make a strong push. Yet this strategy seemed to be the best he could devise. If the opposing team did not initiate a strong push, 9 could still capitalize on their pistol to generate some economy. If they did push with rifles, it would effectively shorten the engagement distance, thus minimizing their weapon disadvantage. Upon realizing the opponent's thoughtful considerations, Han Yi felt a sense of astonishment, refreshing his internal perspective. It appeared that regardless of their fame, every Tier 1 and Tier 2 commander possessed some degree of competence. After some reflection, he issued the orders for this round. We will execute the most traditional explosive strategy. I will stay at the back to throw flashes while you two with blow dryers go out first to establish the line of fire. You will take the upper floor alone and do not die. As for Zero, just play normally and remember to cover the shots. Han Yi's strategy was straightforward. Counter the submachine guns with submachine guns, creating space for rifles. As long as they could eliminate the enemies up close. With 2 rifles on their side, the opponent's counterattack would become exceedingly difficult. The team maintained their unwavering trust in Han Yi. They understood that in such crucial moments, regardless of the commands he issued, they would unconditionally comply. After all, Han Yi was the commander they had chosen. The game commenced, and the 5 attackers swiftly converged towards the designated area. Han Yi positioned himself in the classic bomb planting spot, while Zero also took his position, standing at the forefront to prevent any enemy incursions from position 1. Upon reaching the close range at position 2, Han Yi decisively commanded explosive deployment. At the moment his order was given, 3 smoke grenades soared into the air, landing strategically at the police base, the jump platform, and beneath the jump platform. After deploying their equipment, they quickly advanced, all pressing towards position 1, with Han Yi lingering slightly behind. Once everyone was prepared, he tossed a flashbang into the air, executing a conventional flash at position 1. As the flashbang detonated, they charged out from position 1, spotting an enemy pressed against the left wall, who was shielding his eyes and dared not move. Without hesitation, the 2 opened fire, eliminating him. However, while all attention was directed towards that individual, an enemy from the lower level seized the opportunity, ambushing the 2 as they emerged. A rapid spray of bullets left them severely wounded. Following this, a grenade launched from the jump platform sent them both soaring. Yet their position had been revealed. The DYN team would not allow the enemy to escape. Han Yi decisively pursued, and a fire from the lower level forced the enemy out, allowing Zero to land a precise shot, killing him. The 2 sides had just exchanged blows, resulting in a 2-4-2 trade, the bloodshed reaching a fever pitch. Seeing this outcome, Han Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. With the enemy's strongest player eliminated, their chances of victory had undeniably increased. Subsequently, under Han Yi's cover, Zero planted a package at position 1. Rather than returning to join Han Yi, he opted to take a position inside the site. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the 3 opponents had already approached the vicinity. Due to Han Yi's swift offensive tactics in this round, the adversary's equipment remained fully stocked. After a brief exchange of communication, they launched a fire grenade followed by a smoke grenade, effectively sealing off Han Yi's position. The trio then opted for a synchronized count, stealthily advancing into the zone. At this moment, even a battle-hardened veteran like Han Yi could not escape a tinge of anxiety. Trapped in his position, he had to devise a strategy to navigate this dire predicament. With the sound of footsteps nearing, he resolved to take the initiative, pulling himself out from his dead point. However, he was taken aback to find that the enemy had anticipated this move. As he emerged, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him, transforming him into a mere target. Yet, Han Yi's sacrifice was not in vain. The caretaker on the 2nd floor seized this opportunity to act alongside him. In the fleeting moment Han Yi had created, the caretaker executed a perfect spray of fire, successfully eliminating 2 opponents, thus justifying the weapon bestowed upon him by his teammate. However, when confronted with the last remaining adversary, the caretaker's aim faltered, leading to his demise on the 2nd floor balcony. The match had culminated in a one-on-one standoff, with both remaining players serving as commanders. Picking up the curry gun that Han Yi had dropped, he assessed the location of the package and deduced that Han Yi was likely concealed behind the smoke. Noticing he still possessed a fire grenade, a sudden plan formed in his mind. He tossed the incendiary device into the depths and lowered his head, pretending to defuse it. However, he did not genuinely dismantle it. Instead, he released it, anticipating Han Yi's reaction. Hearing the sound of the supposed defusal, Han Yi instinctively engaged his mind-reading ability to gauge the opponent's thoughts. Yet, at that moment, his focus was solely on aiming, leaving no room for contemplation. Previous decisions had been instinctual responses of a seasoned player. He listened intently to the collective thoughts of his adversaries, but all were focused, holding their breath without distraction. Han Yi was deprived of any useful information, his gaze fixed on the smoke and flames before him. If he were in their shoes, he would undoubtedly charge forth. However, recognizing the low probability of success, he opted to remain still. This seemingly timid choice, in fact, proved to be the wisest decision. Time passed swiftly, 5 seconds, then 10. The smoke and fire gradually dissipated, and the sound of the bomb grew increasingly urgent. Realizing he could no longer deceive Han Yi, He lowered his head again, but this time, he chose to genuinely defuse. As the familiar 10-second countdown echoed in his ears, Han-E understood this was a serious moment. With no alternative, victory required him to confront his opponent. Lacking armor, he refrained from picking up the blow dryer on the ground, placing all his hopes for victory on the Desert Eagle in his hand. He had only one shot. As he swiftly emerged from his position, the gun fired, and the bullet was released. Yet, it veered slightly off target, striking the nearby crate instead. Regaining his composure, he released the bomb and began to retaliate. A flurry of bullets surged toward Han-E, causing his screen to shake violently as his character fell once more. Witnessing this familiar scene, Han-E felt a surge of frustration from losing 2 consecutive endgames. Just as he thought defeat was imminent, a familiar sensation washed over him. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself facing the wall. Having progressed from the first half to the second, he was now poised for another shot, the opportunity granted by fate. With unwavering focus, he emerged from his position once more. The scene mirrored the previous encounter, yet the outcome would differ. A bullet was fired, and this time, the Desert Eagle did not misfire. Before the opponent could react, a single shot found its mark, resulting in a decisive headshot. Cheers erupted in Han-Yi's headset as his teammates celebrated. Well done. That shot was incredible. I adore you. Do you know that? What does it matter if you have a long gun? One bullet is all it takes to make a kill. Observing the jubilant reactions of his teammates, Han-E exhaled a sigh of relief. He had succeeded this time. Outside the arena, the spectators witnessed this pivotal shot and became ecstatic at having witnessed a remarkable moment. Could Han-E truly make that shot? He emerged, and he hit the target. Seizing the opportunity in this one-on-one situation, he did not let it slip away. This shot might have altered the course of the match, and now, with limited resources, they faced the prospect of losing. They needed to win 3 consecutive rounds. But after 3 rounds, the score stood at 146. Could they truly triumph? Unbelievable. He had actually led the team, including Lao Zero and Go-To Run, into victory. I never imagined I would see those 3 together again. As the fervor of the audience reached a fever pitch, the bullet screen expressed astonishment at this scene. I dislike plots where the police never win. It profoundly challenges my worldview. That shot was magnificent. It left quite an impression. Why hasn't my best buddy 6657 been commentating? I haven't seen his epic fish-catching skills in days. You'll understand once you reach the end. The more you stream, the more copyright issues arise. The more exhausting it becomes for the streamer. Is that big-eyed one going to release stickers again? In the subsequent 3 rounds, without any unforeseen events, the big-eyed player secured 3 points consecutively. Following Han-Yi's victory in that endgame, the morale of the team soared, with each member performing at their utmost potential. In the final moments of the game, although everyone was still putting forth their utmost effort, the outcome had long been predetermined. The score continued to rise, ultimately settling at 168. At the instant when the last player fell, Han-E could hear nothing but a singular voice echoing in his ears. We have advanced. We have advanced. We have advanced. The team erupted into jubilant shouts within the competition room, spontaneously embracing one another, each member celebrating the imminent journey to Rio. Han-E sat in his chair, observing the tightly knit group, a smile of contentment gracing his lips, as he realized that his professional path had taken a significant stride forward. Rio de Janeiro, here I come. What are you doing? Come here. Someone called out, teasingly insinuating he was being aloof. The moment the group noticed his absence, they eagerly beckoned him to join them. Although Han-E, often immersed in gaming, felt somewhat out of place in such an exuberant atmosphere, he succumbed to their warm invitations and rose to embrace them, joining in their exuberant celebration. The significance of this qualification was unique for each member of the team. For Zero, they had successfully produced their sticker once again, salvaging their professional careers and proving to the world that they were still capable of competing. Conversely, for the others, it marked the first time they had produced a sticker that belonged to them. To possess a sticker of one's own can be regarded as the ultimate dream for every player. It resembles a long staircase that countless individuals aspire to ascend. Yet only those who have produced a sticker can leave their mark, etching their footprints as evidence of their presence. Even 20 years hence, a player entirely unfamiliar with you could discover your footprint and glean insights into your former team and achievements. Perhaps one day, they may even become your fan, even if their only means of experiencing your gameplay is through recordings. Without a sticker, it would take mere time from your retirement for you to fade into obscurity. A sorrowful reality for countless players who cannot leave their imprint on the game they adore. Thus, this sticker held a distinct and unparalleled meaning for Han-E, symbolizing his inaugural mark within the game from that moment forward. In this instant, Han-E experienced a surreal sensation. As though everything was somewhat unreal, a feeling aptly aligned with the name of a weapon in the game. Life is but a dream. Chapter 51. Haters. Upon returning to the hotel, that dreamlike sensation lingered with him. Han-E stood before the window of his room, gazing at the bustling traffic outside. while his mind felt devoid of thoughts. Doesn't it feel like a dream? Zero inquired from the bed. Upon hearing this, he seemed to awaken, turning to Zero with a smile. I hope this dream never ends. But this is not a dream. After uttering this, Zero's voice quivered. Not only did he perceive everything before him as dreamlike, but Zero shared that sentiment. As a seasoned player, aged 35 and stepping back from the front line, he had never imagined he would grace the grand stage once more at the twilight of his career. Then, Zero continued, I have once again stood upon the stage. Without you, I would never have made it back to the main event. Thank you. He shook his head, gazing intently at Zero with utmost seriousness. It is I who should thank you. Were it not for you, I might still be struggling in casual matches, certainly not advancing to the main event so swiftly. Or perhaps, I should express my gratitude to everyone. If I were in your position, I would never allow someone without any commanding experience to lead you. Thank you. Though the team's overall skill was rather average, he often jested about the four of them, likening them to an old man and a caretaker. Yet, deep within, he felt immense gratitude towards them. Without their support, he was unsure of how far he could have progressed or when he would finally step onto the competitive stage. Regarding their current achievements, he was thoroughly satisfied. To demand more from a team that had already come so far would be somewhat unrealistic. Their next objective was simply to remain in the competition for as long as possible, striving not to be eliminated by 0-3. After expressing his gratitude to Zero, he reclined on his bed and glanced at his phone to review the day's performance and ratings. Upon opening the match details, he was greeted by an impressive score of 14-11. This performance was commendable, largely due to his trio of kills in the pistol round and another 3 kills in the second round, preventing a negative outcome. Moreover, he had achieved a positive rating of 108 for the first time, while his career rating now stood at 0.79. As for the reason behind such a low career rating, it was primarily due to a particularly poor performance that resulted in a rating of 0.44, rendering him hesitant to revisit the details of that match. He then swiped right to view the ratings page. Thanks to several pivotal moments in which he was recognized as a crucial player, along with commendable leadership and tactical acumen, he received feedback from 436 players, resulting in an astonishing score of 99. This was closely followed by Zero, who also achieved a score of 99, and then another player with a score of 98. The comments section was replete with accolades for him. However, a closer inspection revealed that many of those praising him were relatively older, and their comments predominantly revolved around Zero and the team. Thank you for allowing me to witness this match. I've been watching Zero and you since elementary school. It's wonderful to still see you both now that I'm almost working. That Desert Eagle truly terrified me. I silently wished for a shot in return, and it hit. How splendid. Handsome and skilled. Definitely deserves a perfect score. Bro, you truly have something special. Too, and me, you open my eyes. Report. Someone is impersonating you. Linked to current commander teaching you about throwing utilities. Even the machines say it's good. The brothers filled with hope gathered to confront this vile creature, who persistently disseminated worthless tools and tarnished reputations. Observing the drastic shift in the comment section, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his spine. A singular thought flashing through his mind. He must not allow this group to uncover his true identity. Swallowing hard, he cautiously logged into social media, casting a furtive glance at the individual beside him. Noticing that the person was oblivious to his presence, he exhaled in relief, directing his full attention to the screen. Thanks to the simultaneous release of 4 videos, his number of detractors surged significantly, with over 50,000 followers amongst those less numerous in their disdain. While Douyin presented a more severe situation, nearing 100,000. Moreover, he observed that some detractors had taken to the comment section to post screenshots of remarks, the subject of which was none other than himself, with the label reading the foremost vile creature. This designation incited a spark of anger within Han-E. Not because of the derogatory comments, but rather due to the fact that he was now tagged in this manner, raising questions about his credibility. He resolved to lodge a complaint with the platform, demanding the removal of this tagging feature. With determination, Han-E penned an extensive letter, exceeding 1,000 words, detailing his grievances regarding this functionality. Only upon dispatching this missive did he feel a sense of relief. As he regained his composure, he recognized a troubling reality. After being deceived 4 times, many detractors had heightened their vigilance and were actively publicizing his actions to prevent others from falling prey to similar deception. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before no one would be fooled again. Han-E knew he had to devise a strategy to address this predicament. As time passed, transitioning from day to night, Han-E, with a hamburger in one hand and a cold cola in the other, suddenly paused, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. After a day of contemplation, he finally conceived a plan. Since these detractors believed there were issues with the props featured in his videos and were vocally promoting this belief, he would counter their assertions by producing a video showcasing props that were entirely normal, inviting them to scrutinize it. Given their current mindset, they would undoubtedly scour the content for flaws, and if they failed to find any, their doubts would inevitably arise. With this realization, Han-E felt invigorated, the frustration caused by the detractors dissipating completely. Looking at their disparaging remarks and the antics of these small detractors, he found them strangely endearing. With a solution in mind, he finished the remaining hamburger and cola, contentedly retired for the night. Upon awakening the next morning, it was time for their journey back to Rue Dien. Unlike the anxious feelings that had accompanied their arrival, this time everyone felt relaxed and cheerful. Before departing, Zero bought a large bag of Ukrainian frozen dumplings, as he had developed a fondness for them and was uncertain when he would have the chance to return, so he decided to bring some back. Inspired by Zero's enthusiasm, Han-E also purchased a bag. Although he was not particularly fond of them, they were inexpensive, and bringing some home for his parents to taste seemed a worthwhile endeavor. The flight always felt interminable. Leaning back in his airplane seat, Han-E dozed off, only to awaken upon arrival at their destination. Stepping off the plane, he was immediately greeted by a biting cold wind, prompting him to complain about the dreadful weather, feeling the chill after just a few days away. Following the group, he boarded the manager's car, heading towards the familiar club. The main competition was set to commence in May, leaving them nearly 3 months to prepare, during which they aimed to practice various maps and strategies. Additionally, 2 tournaments awaited them in these 3 months, the most significant being the Invitational, while the other was the Flashpoint. Speaking of the Invitational, due to its location in the Nordic region, their opponents hailed from Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, with 4 notably strong teams, Team Bayshore, and the one led by Han-E. Among these, Han-E assessed their team's strength to be second only to Team, slightly surpassing Bayshore, while the other teams were largely inconsequential. In this competition, the top 2 teams would not receive cash rewards, but rather qualify for the spring tournament. This event boasted significantly greater prestige, with the champions and runners-up earning $37,500 and the opportunity to compete against teams from the CS and the Americas. In essence, this competition served as a stepping stone, albeit unfortunately, they had to start from the very bottom. Han-E could only lament the lack of a solid foundation, as competing in the tournament necessitated clawing their way up from the lowest tier, unlike those first-tier clubs that only needed to participate in the main event. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he was resolute in his determination to secure a spot in the Invitational, confident in his ability to achieve a top 2 finish and advance successfully. As for their potential ranking in the spring tournament, that would depend on the collective state of the team. While Han-E pondered these matters, the car had unknowingly arrived at the club. He retrieved his luggage and exited the vehicle, returning to the house. Observing the flickering flames of the newly kindled fireplace, he felt the chill gradually dissipate from his body. At that moment, a bottle of cola was handed to him, and he looked up to see Zero beaming at him. Indulging in a cold cola at such a moment was undeniably delightful. Han-E did not immediately take the drink, but instead inquired, "Coca-Cola or Pepsi?" "Coca-Cola mixed with Pepsi," came the reply. Hearing this, Han-E felt reassured. He reached for the cup from Zero's hand, took a generous sip, and leaned back against the sofa, a look of sheer enjoyment spreading across his face. Indeed, Coca-Cola mixed with Pepsi was the most delightful combination. Anything else was simply heretical. After a brief respite, Han-E called everyone together, preparing for the subsequent endeavors. Currently, their most significant shortcoming lay in the pool of maps. It could be said that besides Milaji and 2, they had nothing of substantial merit to showcase. Naturally, such a state would not suffice if they aspired to advance further. Han-E could not help but focus his gaze on the system panel. Reviewing his understanding of the maps, Xiaojin, 48 points, Siwang Yul Yuan, 25 points, Huacha, 22 points, Dasha, 19 points, and 23 points. The Huacha and Dasha maps were promptly eliminated from consideration. One was soon to be retired, while the other underwent too many frequent changes, rendering them unsuitable for practice. Among the remaining 3 maps, Xiaojin, akin to 2, and Milaji, was one where Han-E possessed an extraordinary understanding, making it illogical not to practice it. As for the other 2 maps, after some contemplation, Han-E made his selections. Thus, they had a total of 4 maps at their disposal, making the planning of strategies considerably easier. Concerning the remaining Siwang Yul Yuan, this map presented a rather elevated level of difficulty, and other teams performed inadequately on it. Should De Yin master Xiaojin and still have surplus time, Han-E would not hesitate to practice this map further. Otherwise, it would remain set aside for now. Upon sharing these thoughts with the group, he garnered unanimous agreement. Han-E then began to impart various advanced strategies regarding Xiaojin, leaving everyone enlightened, occasionally applauding in admiration. However, when the time came for execution, some issues arose. Due to insufficient understanding of the map, some of his tactics sounded rather innovative, yet when it came to specifics, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the team members were all experienced, Whenever Han-E proposed an idea, someone would begin refining it, ultimately transforming it into a feasible plan. During this process, Han-E was astonished to discover that his comprehension of the map had miraculously increased by 2 points, rising from 23 to 25. This was an unprecedented occurrence, but upon reflection, he understood the reason. Previously, the maps they had studied and practiced in the club were primarily 2 and Milaji. On these 2 maps, Han-Yi's understanding was naturally much higher, and the strategies he devised were part of a mature system. To the others, his ideas seemed like the musings of a genius, which led them to trust his words implicitly. Even when encountering some unreasonable aspects, they could rationalize them through their experience and would not challenge Han-E. With no one providing feedback, he naturally could not identify any inconsistencies, thus hindering his improvement. This state persisted until Han-E exposed his insufficient understanding of the map, prompting the team to recognize the gravity of the issue and begin assisting him in refining strategies. During this process, Han-E inadvertently acquired a wealth of knowledge, enhancing his understanding of the map. Realizing that he could learn from his teammates, Han-Yi's gaze toward them transformed, as if he beheld treasures glimmering with gold. This look made the 4 feel uncomfortable, yet they could not pinpoint why. In the days that followed, Han-E continuously sought counsel from the 4, mirroring the way he had taught them advanced tactics, and they offered him their knowledge without reservation. After several days, Han-Yi's understanding of this map had reached 30 points, a remarkable increase of 7 points from the outset, while his understanding of Xiaojin had only risen by 1 point. Additionally, they reviewed all 3 of their matches during this period, which also contributed to an improvement in Han-Yi's comprehension of Milaji, elevating it to 47 points. Furthermore, Han-E allocated all the attribute points he earned from daily tasks to his aim, raising that attribute to 75. However, upon reaching 75 points, the points required for upgrading increased further, now demanding 5 points for each upgrade. Fortunately, the system also issued him new tasks. Daily task: eliminate 5,000 enemies. Rewards: 2 attribute points. Observing the new daily task, Han-E did not rush to complete it immediately. Instead, he opened the competitive platform and initiated a solo match, deeming it the opportune moment to showcase the throwable items associated with this map. With the insights gained from his teammates, his understanding of this map had become quite substantial, even allowing him to learn a plethora of obscure items. As for how obscure, one could say that even online tutorials were difficult to find for them. Nevertheless, Han-E eagerly compiled them into a video. These lesser-known throwables had some utility, albeit minimal. After all, if they were completely useless, they would not have been developed. However, if one were to argue their efficacy, they truly offered little value. If they were genuinely useful, they would not be obscure throwables. They were akin to a half-hearted dish, neither enjoyable nor entirely dispensable. Han-Yi's intention in incorporating these throwables was straightforward: to increase the difficulty for his detractors, making them aware that being a critic came at a price. After several hours, he completed the recording and editing of various materials. Upon reviewing the final video, Han-E was astonished to find it lasted a full hour. He estimated that it would take his critics at least 2 to 3 hours to replicate and verify everything. And if they were to engage in repeated validation, it might stretch to half a day. The thought of these detractors wasting their time to generate doubt for him caused Han-Yi's expression to contort slightly, as if he were about to emit a sinister laugh. However, at that moment, he seemed to awaken the last vestige of his conscience, and his expression gradually returned to normal as he sighed softly. Ah. The struggle for validation has always been thus. My teaching is already an act of mercy. Next came his favorite time of naming, and after some contemplation, he finally typed a line on the keyboard. Serious instruction. Do you wish to know how far you are from becoming a professional? Upon clicking, one could master everything, achieving a professional level in projectile skills. No need to study if not pursuing a career. Observing the text before him, Han-E contentedly clicked send. He then proceeded to practice shooting, determined to complete the 5,000 tasks without delay. Unlike before, he aimed to finish this within an hour, treating it with the seriousness it deserved. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Han-E, satisfied with having achieved 5,000 kills, exited the game. Subsequently, he logged into his platform and Douyin account, where he noticed 99 notifications. Without hesitation, he clicked on them, and a stream of comments filled his screen. Why can't I find the pit this beast buried? How strange, it must exist. Newcomers, don't follow this. I've checked the earlier ones, they seem normal. I've tried the obscure ones, and it seems impossible to find. Could it truly be legitimate teaching? Let me enlighten the newcomers. This person is nicknamed the First Beast, mixing truth and falsehood in teaching projectiles. Newbies, don't believe this, otherwise, your teammates will scold you. Wait until us old fans find the buried pits in the video, and then you can learn about other tools. To those above, are you afraid we newbies will learn and use the tools against you? Such a kind soul is rare. I'll give you a thumbs up, toss a coin, and donate $5. hoping for your continued efforts. However, I'm not interested. I'm off to check out Shy Air's video. Supplement. Don't believe it, brothers. This is truly a beast. I've been scolded terribly. Refund my donation recently. As Han E perused the comments, he reveled in his joy. The haters were evidently at a loss against his strategy, and correspondingly, his credibility surged, gaining over 200 points in just 2 hours. By the end of the day, he anticipated surpassing 1,000, reaching a new pinnacle. This notion filled Han E with delight, humming a cheerful tune as he opened the platform. Upon opening, he was drawn to a notification in the top right corner. And upon clicking it, he was surprised by the information presented. Congratulations, you have qualified. Click here to fill out the information link. This pertained to a domestic ranking system, where only high-scoring players could participate, and the numbers were limited. Most competitors were professional players from various countries, with third-tier professionals numerous as cattle and second-tier players abundant. Even a single drop from a first-tier player could take out a couple of them, making their prowess far superior to the rank of 5. Han E glanced at his score of around 3,000, recognizing himself as a high-level player, though still lacking in comparison. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He stood and walked to the bathroom mirror, contemplating his reflection, a chilling notion rising from within. Could it be that his striking looks had captured the platform's attention? Exiting the restroom, Han E found the manager standing at his computer, scrutinizing the screen. Noticing Han Yi's return, the manager recounted the events leading to this moment. It seemed the application had reached the relevant authorities, who sent an invitation. According to their rules, entering would grant them a direct invitation, with no recent tournaments. The manager thought it prudent to maintain their skills. The manager's explanation alleviated Han Yi's confusion, yet he felt a twinge of disappointment at the revelation. Observing his expression, the manager scratched his head, unable to pinpoint any flaw in his earlier statements. Returning to his desk, Han E checked his friend's list, realizing he was alone. Thus emboldened, he embarked on his inaugural journey. Utilizing a different scoring system, he initially encountered only third-tier professionals or casual players, devoid of overly strong opponents yet not burdened by inept novices. As he engaged in the battles, Han E surprisingly discovered a sense of belonging. In typical matches, he faced predominantly second-tier players, including some sharpshooters. Here, however, everyone matched his skill level. With the system bestowing several enhancements, he gradually reclaimed the sensation of being a sharpshooter. Witnessing both teams exhibit skillful yet occasionally flawed marksmanship, Han E couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming in delight, "This is it. Only such adversaries are worthy of being my opponents. Everyone else, stand aside." Soon, he became fully immersed in the atmosphere, even neglecting to issue commands, simply relishing the shared expertise among the players. As night fell, Han E reluctantly shut down his computer, glancing at his system panel to find his credibility had soared to 1130. Chapter 54, Legacy. Seeing the impressive figure, Han E nodded in satisfaction. After washing his hands, he indulged in a moment of superstition before sitting at his computer to open the photos, pointing at one and declaring, "System, I want this. Just this. I'm not picky." After a fervent monologue lasting several minutes, he eagerly initiated his first 10 consecutive draws. Assault rifle aiming 1, submachine gun aiming 3, all positioning 1, submachine gun follow-up 3. Encouragement. When you verbally encourage teammates, their performance improves. Submachine gun follow-up 1, assault rifle follow-up 2, sniper rifle follow-up 1. All reactions 1, assault rifle follow-up 1. Upon reviewing the rewards, Han E noted that this time, the prizes differed from those he had previously received. He often found that the talents he acquired primarily benefited himself, bearing little relation to commanding. Even the mind-reading ability seemed more suited for a free agent. His marksmanship, however, was woefully inadequate, compelling him to reluctantly take on the role of commander to avoid becoming the infamous founder of a well-known meme. This time, however, the talent of encouragement appeared distinct from all his previous skills, manifesting as a genuine command-oriented ability. As he contemplated the description of the encouragement skill, which remained characteristically vague, he decided that instead of indulging in idle thoughts, it would be more prudent to enlist someone for a test. Yet, considering the hour, he glanced at the 4 vacant seats beside him and resolved to postpone until the following day. Upon rising early the next morning, Han E first checked downstairs, where the 4 seats remained empty. He then approached his door and politely knocked. "Let's duo Q. I have a new tactic that requires your expertise." After uttering this phrase, he distinctly heard some movement from behind the door. Approximately 20 to 30 seconds later, the door opened. Han E scanned the room and noticed crumpled papers strewn across the floor, prompting an expression of understanding to cross his face. "I'll wait for you downstairs." With that, he quietly turned and descended. 3 minutes later, his companion emerged from upstairs and sat beside Han E, inquiring about the tactic. "You'll know once you play." Han Yi's air of mystery sparked a glimmer of anticipation on his friend's face. Their ranks in the ladder were comparable, and they quickly found a match. Due to the passage of time and the inflation of seasonal scores, it had become increasingly challenging to match against formidable professional players. Their current scores were already sufficient to dominate at this level. Before long, a game concluded, and Han Yi's companion appeared invigorated, his demeanor noticeably improved. Even exuding a sense of elation, Han Yi discerned the general strength of the encouragement talent, without its influence. His companion's skill level was akin to that of a mid-tier player, among the five, the strongest yet still distant from elite snipers. Following Han Yi's encouragement, there was a clear enhancement in performance, inching closer to the threshold of elite sniping. In high-pressure scenarios, he averaged 12 misses out of 10 shots, a significant improvement from his previous 34 misses. However, this talent was not something that could be triggered at will. During one match, 2 glaring errors occurred consecutively, rendering Han Yi's praise ineffective, accompanied by a skeptical glance. The unspoken sentiment was palpable. You're praising me after such mistakes? Is something amiss? Furthermore, even after successfully encouraging him, if his companion were to be outmatched by an opponent's superior sniper, any wavering in confidence would nullify the effects of praise. In essence, the true power of this talent lay in fostering confidence among teammates, helping them maintain better rhythm and state, rather than forcibly enhancing their statistics. At first glance, this ability may seem modest, yet it was far from trivial. As long as the team maintained an advantageous position, Han Yi's encouragement would elevate the capabilities of his 4 teammates to a certain degree, compensating for the current limitations of their stats. Moreover, it is a well-known fact that aura-type skills rarely lack potency in any game. Having thoroughly tested the skill, Han Yi felt content and decided against continuing with duo queues. Instead, he retrieved the notebook previously given to him by the manager and called upon Zero for assistance in translating its contents. This choice proved fortuitous, as the notebook contained numerous tactical maps from an ancient era, which would be difficult for Han Yi to decipher alone. However, for Zero, as a fellow veteran from that time, these ancient tactics, marked with red circles, evoked a sense of nostalgia. Regardless of Han Yi's ability to apply them, Zero eagerly began elaborating from the start. Occasionally, as he discussed particularly exhilarating strategies, he would gesture animatedly, passionately recounting the incredible tactics born from a chaotic period. Given that their next primary practice map was included, Zero emphasized its significance, revealing insights that would astonish even Han Yi today. The most classic example involved a scenario where all 5 players began at a specific zone. Upon realizing no one was present to plant a bomb, they constructed a human ladder reaching the ceiling to dismantle the bomb from behind a wall. Additionally, he recounted the synchronized tactics of the yellow house and yellow door, which have persisted from the 16th iteration to the present, differing only slightly in detail. Throughout this process, Han Yi gradually deepened his understanding of various maps. By the end of the day's lessons, he opened his system panel and was astonished to discover that his comprehension of the map had once again improved, particularly noting that his score for this map had risen from 30 to 35. Furthermore, thanks to the training during this period, his overall marksmanship skills had also seen varying degrees of enhancement, with some attributes experiencing a natural increase. Host name, Han Yi. Age, 18. Rifle, pre-aim, 76. Positioning, 71. Reaction, 89. Follow-up, 45. Sniper rifle, pre-aim, 61. Positioning, 34. Reaction, 94. Follow-up, 60. Submachine gun, pre-aim, 46. Positioning, 43. Reaction, 83. Follow-up, 51. Map understanding, 2. 76 points, 35 points. Milaji, 47 points. Shaozhen, 48 points. Siwang Yulu Yuan, 25 points. Huiche, 22 points. Desha, 19 points. Doubt value, 286. Extract talent, cost, 100 points of doubt value. Daily task, eliminate 5,000 enemies to gain 2 attribute points. Current, 05000 talent, mind reading, awareness, robust body, fiery sensation, second aim, encouragement. Chapter 55, invitation tournament. Thus, another half-month slipped away, ushering in March. During this time, Han Yi took a leave of absence from the club to return home and attend to several matters. The first was to return to school to process his leave of absence, and he also met with Chu Hao for a meal. The second was to spend a brief period at home, where he conversed with his parents about his life abroad, as they frequently called with concern for his well-being. Now that they witnessed his freedom of movement, their worries somewhat alleviated. However, Han Yi was well aware of his parents' nature. As long as he remained overseas, their concerns would linger. The only remedy was to visit home more often. Naturally, he did not forget the specialties he brought back from Ukraine, but his parents did not particularly enjoy them, so he ultimately gifted them to the neighbors. During his time at home, apart from regular practice, Han Yi assisted with household chores. This return home served as a brief respite for him, allowing him to spend quality time with his parents. However, as the saying goes, reunions are often bittersweet. To Today he had to return to the club, as the invitation tournament was about to commence. He felt confident about this competition, believing that with the current strength of the team, they could at least secure a second place, if not first. This conviction stemmed from the fact that the participating teams possessed notably high stats. It was evident that the invitation tournament was a rich opportunity. Those accustomed to competition naturally did not regard this event lightly, which was why he had requested leave at this juncture. If he did not do so now, there would be no further opportunity to return home. Following the conclusion of the invitation tournament, the first season, known in Chinese as Shandian, would commence, with a championship prize of $1 million. This event comprised a collection of second-tier teams, presenting a significant opportunity for Dian to contend for the championship. Furthermore, the 5 of them would share this substantial prize, which, when converted to renminbi at the current exchange rate, would amount to approximately 1.4 million yuan for Yi, a fortune in his eyes. Afterward, the spring tournament would follow, leading to their recent qualification for Rio. Thus, Yi had meticulously planned the next 6 months, and the only time to request leave for personal matters was now. Upon returning to the club and setting down his luggage, he was warmly welcomed back by his teammates. They then began to diligently strategize for the upcoming matches, which would officially commence 7 days later. The tournament was divided into 2 groups, with straightforward rules, a bubble tournament format where the last place in each group would face the second to last, with the victor challenging the third last, climbing the ranks until the top of the group qualified. The competition would be conducted online, necessitating a draw to determine the groupings, with each group featuring a number 14 seed based on team points. Yi, benefiting from the contributions of 3 seasoned players, was assigned to seed number 2. This positioning meant that they needed to secure victory in just 2 matches to advance. Soon, the results of the group placements were unveiled, and their group was rather fortunate, avoiding the strongest competitors, thus not contending for limited slots. The 4 teams in their group were ranked accordingly. Today's match was a face-off, with the winners set to compete tomorrow. Realizing there were no matches today, the team members dispersed, while Yi continued his journey, maintaining a low score as he simply enjoyed the game. He played until the late hours, eventually yawning and returning to his bed, where he picked up his phone to read a novel he had recently been engrossed in. The protagonist bore a striking resemblance to him, even sharing his name. Yet there were numerous differences. For instance, in this novel, the main character was a cheat, refusing to acknowledge it. In contrast, Yi did not rely on any such advantages. Everything he had achieved stemmed from his own hard work and a touch of assistance from the system. From this perspective, he conducted himself with far greater integrity than the protagonist of the novel. Before long, lulled by this self-affirmation, he unknowingly drifted into slumber, mumbling softly, Yi, do not cheat. By the break of dawn, Yi was roused by the manager, prompting him to prepare for the day's competition. Due to the online nature of the event, they needed to install cameras and cover certain elements that should remain unseen by the audience. After this flurry of activity, the morning had slipped away, and the organizers notified them that the match was about to commence. For Yi, this being his first online competition, the experience felt less like a contest and more akin to a ladder climb or training session. Apart from the addition of a few cameras to prevent cheating, all other equipment is identical to what he typically trains with. If he felt any nervousness during the offline competition, it has completely dissipated now. He understands why the disparity between Hongxing's performance online and offline is so pronounced. As a team that seldom participates in offline tournaments, being suddenly thrust into a live event before thousands of spectators makes it exceedingly difficult to remain unaffected. This explains why some players seem to transform entirely when they step into offline competitions. Can you hear me? The voice of the referee echoed in Yi's headset. He opened his mouth and responded, yes. The referee's voice continued, stating that according to the tournament rules, the teams ranked higher could choose whether to go first or second. After a moment of contemplation, Yi opted for the second position, as their current map pool was still rather shallow, allowing them to ban maps they were less comfortable with. The competition format remains a single match rather than a best of 3, with their opponents being Beishur, who had triumphed over their adversaries the previous day. Once relegated, Beishur had devolved into a bottom-tier second-tier team, with the performances of several players comparable to those of the 3 veterans from Dian. Their victories were not due to exceptional strength, but rather the weakness of their opponents. Among the 5 players of Beishur, the most notable is the youngest champion, who, after leaving his team, has exhibited a noticeable decline in skill. Yi recalls that this player had recently joined a Chinese club, participating in some lower-tier competitions before being relegated due to poor performance. It is indeed lamentable that this once promising young player, who should be at the pinnacle of his career, is now subjected to disdain. The other 4 players are also noteworthy in their own right. Yi's pre-match analysis reveals that Beishur has 2 relatively weak maps, one being Mi La Ji and the other Trang. However, this weakness is only relative, if forced to play these maps, the team could still manage a decent performance. Unlike Han Yi, who is entirely unfamiliar with Train. Nonetheless, this vulnerability remains unknown to others, as the veterans in the team have led everyone to believe that they are proficient at Train, leaving the true weaknesses concealed. As the match commenced, all teams adhered to the same map selection rules. Gazing at the 7 available maps, Han Yi made a decisive choice to eliminate Mi La Ji and subsequently ban 2 others, not opting to ban Train, which he himself was less skilled at. The reasoning behind this choice lies in the fact that these 2 maps are perceived as rather formidable. Many believe that, based solely on these 2 maps, Han Yi's unpredictable strategies have already brought them to the threshold of elite teams, preferring to play maps they are less adept at rather than face off on these 2. Upon observing the opponent's selections, Han Yi felt a mix of surprise and understanding. The remaining maps include Train, X, Town, and Death Amusement Park. Without hesitation, he swiftly banned Train, X, and Death Amusement Park, leaving the Town map. Although not particularly strong, Bayshore is still a second-tier team that warrants careful consideration. After all, one must avoid the embarrassment of failing to even secure a fish pond, as even top-tier teams like those with the likes of Hai Zhe Wang have faced elimination. After a moment's thought, he chose X over Town, as Mi La Ji, Town, and X all share a grid-like structure. He feared that Han Yi might unveil some new tactics on Town. Hence, he selected a map that deviates from traditional designs. This map's unique structure consists of dual levels, a feature also present in Mi La Ji but distinct in its design philosophy, which permeates from the terrorist spawn to the bomb sites, including frequently contested positions. As the knife round concluded, the defeated team was compelled to start as the attacking side. Stationed at the terrorist spawn, the team exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Echoing the age-old adage, if you don't strive in the knife round, the terrorists are brothers. As the match commenced, Han Yi employed mind-reading tactics to gauge the opponent's intentions. Upon realizing they chose the most basic default strategy, he decided on a coordinated attack through the yellow door, instructing his first teammate to purchase a grenade and smoke for an explosive entry and smoke cover at the main entrance. Once the tactics were confirmed, the game began, and they executed their plan with practiced precision, each detail familiar to Han Yi, moving in tandem with his partner through the yellow room. 3 veterans prepared for an assault on the yellow door. As a grenade obliterated the yellow door, the attack was officially launched. The moment Han Yi stepped into the yellow room, he felt a noticeable decrease in mobility. Listening closely, he could hear gunfire from the 3rd floor. But due to perspective distortions, the enemy remained hidden. Left with no choice, Han Yi had to leap to evade the incoming fire, landing near the yellow door, albeit with only half his health remaining. As for those behind him, they chose to halt at the corner of the entrance to the Huangfang, awaiting synchronization with Han Yi to avoid being continuously deprived of health. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire emanated from the Huangmen, and Han Yi understood that action was imperative. He took a deep breath, surged forth from the Huangfang, and raised his weapon to fire, resulting in a headshot that sent an adversary tumbling from the 3rd floor. Following this, Han Yi swiftly emerged from the Huangfang, glancing at the Huangfang above and the main entrance, and he quickly spotted an enemy taking cover. He fired once more, claiming another kill. However, after eliminating 2 foes, Han Yi was suddenly struck down by a shot from a nearby 3rd floor position, collapsing to the ground. As no exchange of fire had occurred, his second aim lacked efficacy and did not trigger, sealing his fate. Following Han Yi's double kill, the area was left defenseless. Observing Han Yi's fall, the nurse promptly retaliated, eliminating the one who had just slain Han Yi on the 3rd floor. In subsequent defensive maneuvers, the team unleashed a barrage of firepower, decisively securing the handgun round. In the 2nd round, Han Yi's strategy was rather pedestrian, initiating with 5 blow dryers, which turned into a solid offensive. With the coordinated efforts of 5 players, they resembled a relentless beast spewing bullets, annihilating all who dared obstruct them, ultimately reaching the bomb site and successfully planting the explosives. As the bomb neared detonation, under Han Yi's leadership, they stormed the police's stronghold, executing a brutal massacre of the remaining opponents. The score stood at 2 o'clock. However, Bayshore opted not to mount a vigorous counterattack, continuing until the 4th round, when they finally unleashed their full arsenal, including a powerful sniper rifle. In the defensive framework, the sniper was inclined towards a free roll, with a command style akin to many snipers, frequently traversing the battlefield with the rifle, taking shots at the main entrance and iron plate, while also scouting the outer areas, showcasing a highly adaptable positioning. Thus, the introduction of a sniper was significantly crucial. The score now read 3 o'clock. At this juncture, the bandits' economy benefited from the blow dryer, allowing them to acquire longer-range firearms even after a loss in this round. Han Yi contemplated a more affluent strategy, opting to prepare 5 weapons for a synchronized assault on the inner sight and the main entrance. Originally, this synchronized tactic was to be executed by 0, But during the preparation phase of this round, Han Yi called out to Zero. Zero, you take my position this round. I will head to the outer area. Han Yi's original role was to lead the charge into the Huang Fong, serving as a sacrificial position. While Zero did not grasp Han Yi's intentions, he nodded in agreement. The rationale behind Han Yi's decision was straightforward. His talent for a second aim had yet to be triggered, and before it activated, he could still claim a minor advantage. Why not maximize this talent by targeting more crucial positions? Han Yi viewed this shift as a unique advantage. After all, his team lacked nothing but seasoned veterans. Placing these experienced players in any position might not guarantee exceptional performance, but at the very least, they would maintain a semblance of competence, which emboldened Han Yi to switch roles. As the game commenced, Han Yi swiftly ascended to the third floor, promptly igniting a fire at the Huang Fong, and then leaped toward the water tower, announcing, "I've ignited a fire at the Huang Fong. You all prepare to exit from Huang Fong and Huang Min simultaneously. Observe my position. I will jump down onto the main entrance." In the midst of his speech, Han Yi's figure leapt from the water tower, landing atop the main entrance. Immediately, upon hitting the ground, he was met with the swift reaction of a guard at the entrance, who turned to see Han Yi, just landed. Both men fired nearly simultaneously, but Han Yi narrowly lost, experiencing a moment of dizziness before reappearing atop the main entrance. Now aware of the enemy's position, Han Yi decisively leaped down again, taking advantage of their focus on the iron gate, firing first. The enemy's reaction was still swift, but alas, it was too late. Han Yi's health plummeted, and he fell, resigned to his fate. Just as he believed everything was concluded, the screen suddenly shifted, centering on the vicinity of the large warehouse. In the next moment, an enemy emerged from the warehouse, and Han Yi effortlessly dispatched him with a single shot, then continued without pause to the inner area. The guard on the third floor remained oblivious, as Han Yi had swiftly eliminated his comrades near the main entrance. In a matter of mere seconds, the entire area had been rendered devoid of life at Han Yi's hands, with the upper right corner of the screen continuously notifying the events that had just transpired. Used 47 to kill. Used 47 for a headshot kill. Used 47 for a headshot kill. Sitting before the computer, Ma Shishi watched this scene unfold, his face reflecting astonishment. Previously, the matches had commenced simultaneously on stage, and Ma Shishi's commentary typically focused on the more popular main stage. Thus, this was his first time commentating and witnessing a match where he had only heard whispers of a Chinese commander, but no one had mentioned just how formidable he was. Realizing the moment, he began narrating the astonishing events that had transpired in those fleeting seconds. With only 15 seconds elapsed in the game, had someone told me before that time that a player would massacre his way from the outer area to the main entrance, taking down 3 opponents in the process, I would have surely deemed it a jest. Yet now, reflecting on that moment, I remain incredulous. To eliminate foes at the main entrance while simultaneously dispatching one from the warehouse and ultimately slaying the third floor opponent. Achieving this in a mere 15 seconds seemed less a match and more a personal highlight reel. The athlete's explosive power is truly terrifying. He seems to possess an uncanny awareness of the guard stationed at the main entrance. Observe how this individual descends as if he had anticipated the shot, showcasing an alarming level of understanding of his opponent's capabilities. The instantaneous elimination of Datsong with that shot highlights his precision and steadiness. At this juncture, having collapsed at the main entrance and the outer field, those on the third floor find themselves inescapably doomed, left to await their fate. Can one truly fault the Beishir's defense? Absolutely not. This is solely attributable to the exceptional abilities of a single player. Following MXX's commentary on HNY's brilliant maneuvers, the discussion shifted towards strategic analysis of the round. It can be said that the player's individual skill is overwhelmingly strong. The strategy employed was a classic yellow house tactic, with simultaneous assaults from the yellow door and the main entrance. However, allowing one individual to breach from the main entrance renders tactical considerations less significant against such an explosively skilled opponent. In this instance, one might argue that the defense exhibited no major flaws, save for the oversight of the water tower in the outer field. Yet, can neglecting the water tower be classified as a grave error? Not particularly. In such scenarios, it is nearly impossible to accurately predict the opponent's initial point of attack. Datsong must prioritize the outer field's defense, while the main entrance is left to its own guards. The dilemma lies in the knowledge that one is aware of the impending assault, hence the rapid response to turn around. This is perhaps the most frustrating aspect. One knows the adversary is coming, yet is still unable to counteract effectively. As the two were awestruck by HNY's marksmanship, HNY himself found himself in a state of astonishment, realizing that each talent seemed to offer limited enhancement. However, when they synergistically activated, it appeared to engender a qualitative transformation within him. It was as if he had just executed a kill using his second aim, followed by a decisive strike against Datsong. ultimately seizing the opportunity for elimination. The mere combination of these two talents allowed him to reach such staggering heights. HNY dared not imagine the spectacle that would unfold should he acquire dozens of talents simultaneously. Would he become a veritable whirlwind upon the professional stage? After this defeat, the team once more found themselves ensnared in the plight of insufficient finances. Nevertheless, their defensive sniper remained intact, prompting a decision to mount a vigorous counterattack, culminating in HNY leading his teammates through yet another successful breach. With consecutive victories, the enthusiasm within the team flourished, allowing them to perform increasingly well. Time passed gradually, and the score gap widened considerably. Even as HNY's various advanced tactics remained in use, it was the most fundamental strategies, combined with the veterans' prowess, that ultimately led to their triumph over the opposing team. Chapter 58. A bold concept. The match concluded swiftly with a score of 16-9. Following the game, there was no post-match interview nor handshake. The only sight was that of three elderly players and a caretaker engaging in a somewhat formulaic celebration, having triumphed over Bayshore. Their next adversary was a team currently ranked 18th in the world. Although they had grazed the fringes of the top tier, their stability was in question as they were undergoing a significant downturn. Previously, they had bested a team of young Norwegian players only to suffer a dismal defeat at the hands of HSH's Copenhagen Fire, subsequently falling short against a veteran French squad, thus failing to qualify. Losing to Copenhagen Fire is hardly shameful, as at that time they were undoubtedly a formidable second-tier team, poised to ascend to first-tier status within the year. However, succumbing to a team that failed to qualify could certainly ignite the ire of the management. It is crucial to note that being ranked 76th globally places them among the lesser-known squads, and their entire roster's market value might not surpass that of a single standout player. As a club with a rich heritage, their defeat to such an obscure team clearly indicates internal issues within the squad. While they may not yet resemble the familiar team of yore, many players on the current roster are beginning to look recognizable. The commander is a veteran who cannot be deemed legendary. He has been active on the circuit since 2008. Akin to players of the same era as Zero, yet unlike the two elder players, he has never garnered significant accolades, having traversed various second-tier teams throughout his lengthy career, marking his first foray into a first-tier team. In addition to him, another individual in the team shares a similar tale of misfortune. He too has been shuffled between various second-tier squads. It seems that whenever a team encounters difficulties, he is the first to be removed, and this individual currently serves as their sniper. Beyond these two, there is another player well known to the audience, the infamous Serpent from the renowned Serpent and Rat duo. The origin of the Serpent and Rat moniker is rooted in their environment. Unlike other games, audiences in this realm despise internal strife and instead favor players who take matters into their own hands. Should one feel that their current teammates are inadequate, the solution is to depart rather than remain and privately lobby management to expel undesirable teammates. The actions of the Serpent and Rat duo were even more egregious. They not only ousted their former captain but also did not stay, opting instead to join another team. This is akin to an employee wishing to leave a company and, while being fervently pleaded with by management to stay, demanding that a fellow employee be terminated in exchange for their continued presence before ultimately leaving regardless. The troubling aspect lies in the fact that there was previously no conflict between the two, rendering such behavior utterly reprehensible. Aside from the aforementioned trio, the remaining two players are of slightly lesser renown, known as 0 and 3. Observing the current lineup, HNY felt that had it been during the Serpent and Rat period, he would certainly have been unable to prevail. However, in the face of the current team, he felt a glimmer of confidence. The current squad has yet to devise a dynamic defense capable of dismantling the dominance of the past, and the Serpent is not as formidable as he once was during the Serpent and Rat era. Furthermore, the inability to effectively command the current team means that, despite appearances of strength, it does not guarantee the realization of their full potential. In other words, if merely watching could lead to victory, one might assume there would already be 6 or 7 champions by now. Nonetheless, despite this, Han-E remained exceptionally diligent, convening a strategy meeting to avert any potential defeat. Once he gathered the elderly gentlemen together, Han-E meticulously analyzed the current map pool. Based on the data available, it was challenging to discern which maps to avoid. Even when they frequently encountered the most troublesome opponents, sometimes they would still select maps based on the opponent's choices. With no apparent weaknesses in the map pool, Han-E had no choice but to focus on the players. Although Dianzig possessed considerable fame, it was undeniable that his prowess was lacking. The current core strength was singular, and unlike the formidable opponents they had faced previously, this one was nearly on par with the director, but still fell short of being truly formidable. After pondering for a moment, Han-E devised several tactical approaches, intending to replicate everything that transpired with the formidable opponent. Unbeknownst to him, however, on the other side, another party was likewise conducting their research. They scrutinized the recent footage repeatedly, their brows furrowing tighter with each viewing. When did they become this formidable? The consecutive victories over both sides left the spectators astonished, particularly due to the unpredictable tactics and Han Yi's explosive shooting skills, which were sufficient to cause significant concern among the onlookers. Observing a player suddenly eliminate 2 or 3 opponents in a single round might seem trivial, yet in the game, such calculations were far more complex. In an era where economic rewards were generally scarce, any player's sudden surge could lead to the loss of 2 or 3 points. Specifically, in matches where both teams were locked in a tense 6-6 stalemate with no economic advantage, if one player erupted and eliminated 3 adversaries, it could secure victory for their team. Consequently, the losing side would have to regroup and attempt to take the next round with a short-range weapon. Should they lose both rounds, the score would inevitably reach the familiar 9-6. At this juncture, the team with 9 points would have a substantial advantage, which elucidated why a player's sudden outburst, even if only in a single round, could dramatically alter the outcome of the match. With a long sigh, Han Yi addressed the group. Do you have any suggestions? They have already lost their opportunity for advancement, and should they lose another spot, the management would undoubtedly target me. The commander, first. Thus, I must inquire with the rest of you for any collective insights. The other 4 exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, proposing a bold idea. I have conceived a strategy called dynamic defense. The execution is quite straightforward. During our turn, we should organize more personnel in the mid-game to conduct counter-clearing in a specific area, thereby exchanging intelligence with the opponent, and subsequently devise a 4-1 or 1-4 defense based on the information gathered. His words sparked interest among the group, but soon someone raised a concern. What if the opponent takes advantage of our dynamic clearing to attack our weak point? I have already considered that. We can afford to be somewhat evasive at our weak point, perhaps deploying smoke and fire to attempt to thwart the enemy's advance. After Dianzig finished speaking, a heavy silence descended upon the group. They were uncertain about whom to follow or what decisions to make. Ultimately, they directed their gaze toward Han Yi, aware that this match was crucial for their careers. After some contemplation, they nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest. To be frank, if we continue playing as we have been, I do not believe we can secure a victory. What do you all think? The others exchanged glances and nodded in consensus. This was a desperate measure. None wished to face defeat, yet under Han Yi's leadership and their own subpar performance, their only recourse was to experiment with new strategies. The concept of dynamic defense indeed sounded plausible, and given the slim chances of victory, it was prudent to explore it as a means to counter the unpredictable tactics they faced. However, their singular predicament was that only one day remained before the match commenced. Leaving scant time for training, they had to make the most of every moment to assimilate the proposed dynamic defense. The next day arrived swiftly, and Han Yi led the group to their computers, awaiting the commencement of the match. Their expressions remained relaxed and carefree, as if victory were already within their grasp. Han Yi had shared numerous strategies with them the previous day and conducted thorough analyses, combined with their habitual viewing of matches. They had developed a solid understanding of the existing strategies, resulting in their confident demeanor. As the referee called for the match to begin and the sides to select, Han Yi heard the voice in his earphones. I choose to play second, allowing them to make their selection first. Upon hearing this, Han Yi furrowed his brow slightly. But he was conscious of the camera trained on him, so he endeavored to mask his reaction. The match was to be conducted in a best-of-3 format, with slightly altered rules. Each side would ban one map, select one, and then ban another, leaving a final map. Thus, as the first player, Han Yi could only eliminate one map. After deliberation, he chose to ban the map de Shah. Although this map had been played only a few times, Han Yi had a deeper strategic purpose in mind. He intended to send a clear signal to the outside world. Their team was a typical 6-map team, with de Shah being the sole map they did not play, thereby misleading others and obscuring the fact that they were in reality a 4-map team. Seeing Han Yi ban de Shah, a smile crept across his lips. In his view, Da Zhong's assessment was indeed accurate. De Shah was the team's Achilles heel, one they could not master at all. By doing so, it effectively saved a slot for his side, and after some reflection, he decided to ban Mi La Ji, allowing the team to retain the previously impressive 2. The primary reason remains the insufficient positioning. Otherwise, both 2 and Mi would undoubtedly ascend to their rightful places. Currently, 5 maps remain: 2, Shaozhen, Huoche, and Siwang Yu Liyuan. Since 2 has been released, Han Yi, without hesitation, selected it. After some contemplation, they decided on the map of Lian Yu Shaozhen, not because they excelled in it, but because this map particularly suited the dynamic defense concept they intended to employ. Upon witnessing this outcome, Han Yi could not suppress his joy, remarking that he was at a loss as to how they might lose. Following a brief moment of reflection, he opted to ban the less familiar map, Siwang Yu Liyuan, while sparing Huoche from the ban. He understood the importance of concealing all their weaknesses. If they consistently banned 1 Desha and 2 Huache, it would be evident to the world that they struggled on those maps. Thus, with confidence in defeating their opponents on maps 1 and 2, he allowed Huache to remain in play, adhering to their own rhythm. He naturally chose Huache to ban, finalizing the 3 maps: Map 1, 2, Map 2, Lian Yu Shaozhan, Map 3, Huache. The third map did not include a knife fight segment. Rather, one side chose the map while the other selected the side. As 2 was chosen by his side, the choice of side fell to him. Without hesitation, he locked in the offensive side. During the warm-up phase, Han Yi gazed upon the familiar map, reminiscing about past events. Many may not know that, as the commander of the Little Bees, his counterpart, the legendary French veteran, once had his own graffiti. This graffiti was located in Sha Air, but not the current version. It belonged to an older iteration of Sha Air, positioned near the mid lane, depicting a bandit wielding for weapons. At this moment, someone might inquire if this bandit was indeed the infamous figure. However, it was not. He was the one who had been shot down by 4 snipers. As Han Yi's mind wandered, the first round of the game officially commenced. He closed his eyes to attune himself to the inner voices, and his expression momentarily faltered. How should we proceed? Hearing this question filled Han Yi with confusion. He almost blurted out, "Are you asking me?" Yet, he quickly realized that this statement was not directed at him. Glancing at his opponent, he pondered briefly before refocusing his thoughts. Chapter 60. Who taught you such killing skills? This time, the password was correct, and Han Yi finally heard the voice he longed for. Let's go with 0 on top. I will take a weapon, and I will position myself in mid lane. Let's maintain a 1-2-2 formation, and in the mid-game, we will clear out and gather information from mid lane. Listening to the tactical deployment, Han Yi glanced at their spawn point. He contemplated not targeting the opponent's strategy, but rather opted to employ what he was most adept at, instructing his teammates to each purchase a 250 and smoke grenades. He then chose the most conventional strategy, to seize control of the large area. However, Han Yi did not intend to rush in with his teammates. Instead, after aiding them in breaking through the door, he returned to a mid-range position, leveraging his innate talent to disrupt the enemy's defense and prevent them from gaining mid-lane information. In this era where one could not ascend from the police house's sloped boxes to the small area, as long as Han Yi remained near mid-range, the enemy's chances of regrouping were drastically diminished. As the game commenced, everyone swiftly converged on the large area, and the Doghead Man also arrived at the flashbang position. With 2 flashbangs detonating, they charged through the door, surveying the surroundings, yet no enemies were in sight. Upon hearing this, the others surged through the door, and 2 smoke grenades fell in succession, effectively blocking any possibility of an enemy presence near the police house. Witnessing the success of their plans, Han Yi felt a wave of relief, shifting his focus away from the larger area and venturing alone to mid-range, activating his mind-reading ability. Since he had entered the professional arena, he primarily utilized this ability to glean the commands of the opposing team. It was not that he did not wish to hear the voices of others, but rather that aside from the commander, the voices of his teammates were scarce. Generally, everyone else was intensely focused on aiming, and even when they occasionally spoke, their comments were fragmented and trivial, such as wondering where to safeguard their weapons or questioning whether they would be hit by a flashbang, making it nearly impossible to ascertain the enemy's precise location. Soon, he sensed another voice emerging, but today's whispers were different from those of the past. Yesterday's plan indicated that if the flashbang exploded, they would retreat. Should I wait for the flash? Awaiting orders, I will coordinate with Xiao to ensure mid lane is clear. Listening to these voices, Han Yi seemed to grasp something. Quickly glancing towards the mid lane's high ground, he noticed a small black dot rapidly ascending, and without hesitation, he turned around. Soon, the sound of a flashbang detonating echoed in his ears, prompting Han Yi to pivot his gaze back to mid lane. He spotted an enemy emerging from one, and without a moment's hesitation, his crosshair traced a graceful arc, landing a shot squarely on the enemy's head, causing the screen to jolt. Naturally, his aim was affected, and a bullet ricocheted off the wall behind him. Seizing the advantage of the Glock's rapid fire, he quickly fired a second bullet, effortlessly dispatching the foe with a headshot followed by a body shot. However, before he could revel in his success, he heard the rapid approach of footsteps, and another enemy appeared. For some reason, this one appeared exceedingly tense, almost shooting before fully stabilizing. This shot struck Han Yi's body, reducing his health to over 80 points. Han Yi reacted swiftly, immediately adjusting his aim towards the emerging Xiao and clicking the left mouse button. After half a month of consistent practice, Han Yi's attributes had seen significant improvement. His long-range aiming had reached 80 points, while his gun handling had attained 55 points, with his pistol attributes determined by his highest statistics. Even without the warm assistance of his instinct, this time, he still managed to land a shot on his opponent's head, leaving the adversary with but a sliver of health. The subsequent shot further diminished the opponent's vitality to a mere 60 points. Just as Han Yi lowered his crosshairs, preparing to deliver another blow, he caught a glimpse of another adversary emerging from the central door. Witnessing this, despair washed over Han Yi's face. He had intended to let his opponent feel the harshness of the game before the match commenced, aiming for a quick 3 kills, yet unexpectedly, it was he who became the target first. With the sound of a gunshot echoing from the central door, Han Yi's streak of good fortune came to an abrupt end as a bullet pierced through his skull, causing him to fall to the ground in frustration. The world around him blurred, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in the exact moment of his previous encounter with the opponent. Instinctively, Han Yi clicked the left mouse button, and with a gratifying sound of a headshot, the opponent trembled violently. Observing the opponent's critically low health, Han Yi chose not to pursue another shot, but instead shifted his aim towards the vicinity of the central door. He understood that while one more shot could potentially eliminate the opponent, it would not alter his own fate of demise. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy, confidently relocating his crosshairs to the central door area, preemptively guarding against the greatest threat that could strike him down in an instant. As anticipated, the adversary emerged from the central door once more. However, this time was different. Han Yi had ample time to aim and landed a shot squarely on the opponent's head, causing them to stagger. Without hesitation, he fired again, and the adversary fell lifelessly to the ground. With only 20 health points remaining, Han Yi elevated his aim and fired once more, taking down the opponent with a single shot. 3 lines of fire, deftly manipulated by Han Yi, had dismantled his foes. The voice of the commentator reverberated through the audience's headsets, expressing disbelief at the extraordinary display of skill. How could he, after delivering a shot to one opponent, swiftly eliminate another, then turn back to finish off the first? Such actions defied all logic. In all his experiences observing casual matches, he had never encountered a player as remarkable as Han Yi, who, after striking one opponent, seemed to anticipate the emergence of another, exhibiting an almost preternatural foresight. The commentator paused momentarily, reflecting on the bewildering nature of the play, before exclaiming that it was utterly incomprehensible. The audience echoed the sentiment, expressing their astonishment at Han Yi's performance, praising his stunning triple kill and his prowess with the pistol, which consistently showcased magnificent highlights in every match. As the spectators and commentators were left in awe of Han Yi's incredible display, he too felt a surge of exhilaration. Prior to the match, he had envisioned achieving a trio of kills akin to his previous triumphs, yet he had never anticipated that his 3 kills would unfold in such a spectacular manner. Gazing upon the 3 lifeless bodies before him, he couldn't help but smile. In the desolate valley, the cold wind blew, and the cicadas of autumn sang as the youth returned. This time, victory was his. After Han Yi's triumphant 3-on-1 confrontation in the mid lane, the coordinated assault by his team successfully overtook the zone, leaving the last remaining opponent cornered and mercilessly eliminated. The score stood at 1 o'clock. Securing the pistol round brought a sigh of relief to Han Yi as he observed the older players beside him begin to strategize. Let us go, brothers. Just a step away, and we will stand on the world stage. The opposing team is not formidable. It's time for the world to recognize us anew. Han Yi's words ignited a fervor among his teammates, but after his final statement, the expression on Player Zero's face shifted to one of confusion. He felt as though Han Yi's words were a compliment directed at him, yet upon reflection, something felt amiss, leading him into contemplation. However, the other 2 older players, being slightly younger, were inspired and became inexplicably focused. In the second round, Han Yi executed his signature double smoke maneuver in the mid lane, launching a rapid assault that overwhelmed the zone in just over 20 seconds. By the third round, armed with several 57s, he attempted an unconventional play, while Han Yi issued a directive that left the opponents with no opportunity to retaliate. The score quickly escalated to 3 o'clock. Finally, both teams faced off in the first long-range gun round, where Han Yi wielded a powerful sniper rifle. Having gleaned valuable insights from their previous defeats, they recognized that dynamic defense proved challenging, especially against Han Yi's aggressive command style. He eschewed information warfare, opting instead to rally his team and assault a single point with relentless force. Typically, such a commanding style might not be particularly effective. Yet Han Yi consistently exploited their vulnerabilities with devastating precision. This sensation was peculiar. They struggled to articulate it. Yet those familiar with the Chinese internet might liken it to a popular meme, kicking the crutch from beneath a limping opponent. The current dynamic defense has only just begun to take shape, and in a sense, it could be likened to a half-baked concept, a mere crutch. However, Han Yi has adeptly capitalized on this, denying the opposition any opportunity for a counterattack as he relentlessly led his team of DYN into various assaults. The pre-match predictions of delays proved to be futile. By the time they contemplated stalling, Han Yi had already thrust his weapon into their mouths. What remains uncertain is whether all of this was a deliberate ploy by Han Yi, having experienced the pinnacle of dynamic defense. he would not afford them the chance to exhibit even a rudimentary version of it. This scenario resembles those martial arts novels where the protagonist invariably masters extraordinary skills. The twist, however, is that Han Yi is the antagonist in this narrative. Consequently, he has opted to eliminate the protagonist the moment they acquire such divine abilities, thus preempting any potential complications. On the opposing side, the adversary is no fool. Realizing that dynamic defense would not suffice against Han Yi, he briefly pondered and surrendered command. It became evident that this tactic was failing and required further refinement. They would revert to conventional strategies. Upon hearing this, there was no verbal response, only a silent nod in acknowledgement. He bore no resentment, as the opponent's willingness to assist was already a significant act of kindness. Ultimately, it was his limited tactical repertoire that led to premature exits in various competitions, resulting in dissatisfaction from the management. After some contemplation, he issued a default command, opting for the standard 12-2 formation and concentrating more forces around the center to thwart Han Yi's signature dual smoke strategy. Meanwhile, Han Yi contemplated for a moment, casting a glance at his teammates wielding submachine guns. Despite knowing that the opposing team had a numerical advantage in that area, he still chose to advance into the attack zone. The rationale was straightforward. Their submachine guns were at a significant disadvantage, whether in close or range combat. His mind-reading abilities were indeed formidable, yet they could not enhance his marksmanship, and the talents that could have bolstered his shooting skills had already been depleted in previous rounds. Han Yi could only rely on the strength of his teammates to secure victory, although a few allies had received enhancements. Expecting them to triumph with submachine guns against Han Yi was somewhat unreasonable. This exemplified his seasoned experience, as he swiftly discerned the offensive direction, a clear display of strategy. However, Han Yi's approach was even more audacious than anticipated. Instead of opting for a middle flank, he ventured directly into the attack zone. As the game commenced, everyone surged toward point 2, with the lead player fully focused on the potential threats. The second player prepared a smoke grenade to extinguish any flames. Upon their arrival at point 2, a Molotov cocktail was hurled from the doorway, landing within and obstructing their path. Without hesitation, the lead player tossed out the smoke grenade, extinguishing the flames with a satisfying hiss. The group charged toward the smoke grenade, but the defender, witnessing his fire being snuffed out, quickly called for reinforcements. However, he soon realized it was too late. He leaped through the dog hole into the bomb site, taking aim at the attackers. The leading assailant had not yet assessed the situation when he was shot down, followed by another who fared slightly better but still provided crucial information. He was at the bomb site. The third player, Han Yi, executed a decisive jump and, in conjunction with the fourth player, successfully burst forth, unleashing a barrage of gunfire as directed by the doghead player. Although eliminating two opponents was becoming increasingly arduous, he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain control, ultimately taking down Han Yi with his final rounds, only to be swiftly dispatched by the fourth player. At this juncture, the second player and the one from the middle lane had returned to defend, intercepting the last player and, with a flashbang, eliminating the fourth player. The score stood at 3-1. After losing this round, Han Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. The submachine guns in the hands of his teammates had been akin to shackles, hindering the effective execution of his strategy. Now, liberated from these constraints, he was free to adopt bolder tactics. You go solo to the big site. I will provide a smoke screen, and the rest will follow me to the small site. Understood. On the other side, buoyed by securing a point in the previous round, the opposing player felt considerably more optimistic. After a moment's reflection, he decided to maintain the same tactics, at least until Han Yi revealed something new. The reasoning was simple. Although the current formation was somewhat vulnerable, it effectively countered Han Yi's dual smoke strategy, a crucial factor for the entire team. As the next round was about to commence, the referee called for a pause, followed by an explanation over Han Yi's headset. We are experiencing some technical difficulties with our live broadcast. Please remain calm. The director is currently addressing the issue, and we kindly ask for your patience for a few minutes. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Han Yi's face, though he felt somewhat powerless. With their current winning streak, a technical timeout provided the opposition with a much-needed breather. Yet, such is the nature of competition, where unexpected occurrences arise from time to time. As they waited idly, Han Yi glanced at his doubt value, which had risen back above 500 points after several days. His habit was to initiate a five-fold draw at the 500-point mark, so without further thought, he pressed the draw button. Lucky, to avoid becoming an unfortunate player in the game. Rifle pre-aim 1, submachine gun follow-up 2, submachine gun pre-aim 2, sniper rifle positioning 1. At the conclusion of the 5 draws, Han Yi acquired yet another talent. He observed this new ability, aptly named Luck, along with its description, which evoked memories of a renowned player from a previous era. This individual, naturally, was the legendary Dianzi Gu. As a formidable partner, no one doubted Dianzi Ji's prowess. Yet his luck was equally unquestionable. As a professional player, just how unfortunate could he truly be? Including but not limited to, player 2 was completely outmatched, then turned around and fired 2 shots, leading him to believe that the enemy was on the ceiling. Hand grenades were often caught by the electronic player using his head. A misstep led to the demise of the electronic player. A wild swing of a knife resulted in the electronic player's death. He was struck down by a Molotov cocktail, not burned to death. From the jump of a minor character to a small one. Such a seemingly ordinary maneuver that all professional players could easily accomplish. Yet when it came to the electronic player, he managed to be hit by a smoke grenade, falling below. Thus, player 2 suspected that there was an issue with his throw, and throughout the entire match, he refrained from tossing that smoke again, as they never considered that someone could be so unfortunate as to be struck down by smoke. Countless similar instances could be cited. Various improbable events frequently occurred around the electronic player, earning him the moniker of the unlucky one. Moreover, he was a player who every year had a compilation of mishaps, being the only one among player 2 to hold such a distinction. Upon this realization, he began to speculate. Could it be that the talent for luck spared him from encountering the same fate as the electronic player? The problem was, he himself was not particularly unlucky. He believed that while his luck was not extraordinary, it was certainly not as dire as that of the electronic player, leading him to conclude that this talent seemed rather useless. However, as they were currently in a match, he could not immediately test this theory and could only speculate aimlessly. After a few minutes, the referee's voice rang out again. The issue was resolved, and the game countdown resumed. As the countdown on the screen slowly approached 0, he promptly threw a smoke grenade to cover his teammates as they began their assault on the small area, while the dog-headed player went solo to control the larger map. At this stage, they had no eligibility to compete for control of the mid lane. So after threw a smoke grenade, he led his team effortlessly into the small area. The 4 players seemed to have conspired over something, as they stealthily advanced, ultimately stepping onto the stairs and positioning themselves just in front of the small box. Then, they exchanged glances, shaking their heads and moving their screens up and down, maintaining this stalemate for 4 to 5 seconds, until reluctantly stepped on the heads of the other 2. Upon witnessing this scene, the machine player immediately understood their intent. Were they attempting a double jump? One player stands on another's head, allowing both to move in a direction to increase the jumping distance and speed of the player on top. At that moment, the defender at the small area stood on a slope. Could he catch them? As the machine player commented, all 4 stood up simultaneously and moved together, with and another player soaring into the air. However, the 2 flew in slightly different directions, completing a rotational jump in midair and landing inside the police house, while flew straight out, heading towards the ninja position. In midair, quickly surveyed the entire area and naturally spotted player 3 hiding behind the slope. Simultaneously, player 3 noticed soaring through the air and fired at him, but the speed of Ye's movement rendered player 3's aim ineffective, causing the bullets to soar into the sky. Unperturbed in the air, chose to land steadily and took a quick shot at player 3, securing the kill. As he captured the area, there were also gains at the police house, where the defender in the mid lane had initially planned to support player 3 by throwing some items nearby to delay the assault from the opposing team. But he suddenly saw a figure spiraling down from the small area. By the time he realized what that figure was, it was too late, and a series of shots ended his life. Regrettably, after eliminating point player, he too could not survive, as he was shot dead by the deputy near the police house. The situation on the field became exceedingly chaotic, creating a scenario where each side was intertwined with the other. However, in Ye's perspective, the game was already concluded. He initially moved around the platform, discovering that the opponent was aiming at him, and simply uttered 2 words. Make your move. As Ye's words fell, a bandit figure suddenly appeared behind the larger player, the same free agent he had left by the door earlier. Seeing the unsuspecting target, he chose to strike decisively, sweeping at the back of the larger player. With the death of the larger player, the remaining 2 instantly lost their fighting spirit and reluctantly retreated from the mid lane to the back garden to safeguard their weapons. Considering that the game had just begun and their economy was poor, did not pursue, but instructed everyone to gradually withdraw from the larger area. With the sound of an explosion, they secured another point. The machine player, upon winning this round, commenced the routine of praise. This coordination by player 2 is truly unparalleled. This round was simply exceptional, all due to their extensive experience. It was not to say that Ye's command was lacking, but rather that these seasoned veterans had the experience. Had they emerged first, with the larger player dead, the bandits on the platform would have faced an onslaught from both the larger area and the police house. Furthermore, choosing not to jump to the ninja position with but instead opting for the police house was a testament to their rich experience. Had point player not been killed in such a manner, the outcome of this round would have been uncertain. This was not mere flattery, it was the truth, devoid of embellishments. Chapter 63. advancement in the subsequent rounds, the team could only feel helpless, and morale dipped somewhat. In contrast, Han Yi became increasingly animated, shouting and attempting to inspire the older players. That was incredibly impressive. Is this the combination of 1 plus 2? I swear your shooting skills seem to have rejuvenated by 20 years. No, you've wiped out the entire enemy team. What is left for the support to do? That shot even landed. You're remarkable. I almost thought I had a professional sitting beside me. Amidst such exuberant voices, the team's spirits soared, and the score widened, ultimately leading to a straightforward victory for Team 1 with a score of 16-8. This score, while expected, still felt surprising, since realizing that his immature dynamic defense could not withstand Han Yi's relentless onslaught, defeat had become inevitable. His tactical style seemed increasingly out of sync with the current state of play. Gazing at the glaring defeat notification on the screen, he sighed deeply and turned to the side. Let me command this time. Upon hearing these words, he was momentarily taken aback, fearing yet again that he was not trusted, and thus attempted to persuade. Why? This map, Shaozhan, is quite suitable for dynamic defense. Allow me to give it another try. Shaking his head, he was not devoid of trust. Despite their strained relationship and past frictions, merely remnants of in-game conflicts, he had moved past those grievances since the moment he had become willing to assist him. He had come to realize that perhaps the other was indeed correct. If he could master this dynamic defense, it might truly represent the future of strategy. Yet, it was all too late. Had he opened his heart sooner and learned dynamic defense earlier, they might have had a chance to triumph today. With this thought, a wave of despondency washed over him. It's too late. We cannot win. However, I can see your dynamic defense holds great potential. After this match, I suspect I will soon be demoted, and the management will likely choose you as the commander. He remained silent after hearing this, lost in contemplation. Soon, the next match commenced on the map of Shaozhan. Han Yi opted to take the defensive side. In the first round, everyone chose a strategy of 2 smokes and 2 flashes, only to be met with Han Yi's meticulously arranged 4-1 formation. They crashed into the police station, suffering considerable losses. In the ensuing long gun phase, they aimed to control the middle and banana paths, yet Han Yi played unpredictably, opting instead to employ a strategy that continually invaded their flanking routes. This rendered their efforts excruciating. Whenever they sought to establish control over the middle and banana paths, the flanking routes would allow Han Yi's team to infiltrate unnoticed. Conversely, if they dispatched personnel to control the flanking routes, the middle and banana paths would inevitably weaken, allowing Han Yi to unleash strategies they had never encountered before, thereby securing control over the middle or banana paths. Gradually, as they played, they discovered a troubling pattern. Han Yi's mid-game counter-clearing tactics seemed eerily familiar. They exchanged glances, each with a look of confusion. This is indeed what I had in mind. Yet I never shared it with anyone else. Upon hearing him say this, their doubts dissipated. It was likely a coincidence born from their similar understanding of the game. As they struggled under the relentless assault of Han Yi's myriad of strategies, they found themselves overwhelmed, their ranks shattered. In a mere 30 minutes, the match concluded. The score is staggering 7-16, even worse than the previous round. Gazing at the results screen, Han Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. This victory meant they had successfully advanced. The next opponents would no longer be the second-tier teams like Beishur, but rather genuine first-tier teams such as Tu, among others. Contemplating this, even Han Yi, who had accumulated some competitive experience, felt a twinge of nervousness. He had been reborn for nearly half a year, participating in numerous matches. Yet apart from one encounter, he had not faced any first-tier teams. In those matches, they had been swiftly defeated, akin to leaves swept away by an autumn breeze, with resistance proving exceedingly difficult. This left Han Yi with psychological scars, prompting him to occasionally wonder if he would suffer such a humiliating defeat against first-tier teams again. After all, both he and his team had made significant improvements during this time, and Han Yi was eager to challenge stronger teams. Finally, this opportunity had arrived. As a world-class competition, the level of attention it garnered far surpassed any previous encounters. This was also a stage for Han Yi to prove himself. If he could achieve commendable results in this setting, first-tier clubs in need of talent would undoubtedly prioritize him. Han Yi understood that although his current club was commendable and the team genuinely cared for him, their collective strength was limited, making it impossible to secure championship titles together. He harbored dreams of not spending his entire career in second-tier competitions. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to transfer to a first-tier club. He was candid with the other 4 about his ambitions. Some were reluctant to see him go, while the 3 veterans encouraged him to pursue his transfer boldly, including the club's management, who would understand his decision. Shall we celebrate with a meal? At that moment, Han Yi's shoulder was tapped, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to see the veterans changing clothes, the manager appearing notably generous. I just spoke with the boss and secured 1,000 euros. Let us go out for a nice meal to celebrate our advancement. Tomorrow and the day after, We will work on designing stickers. The designer has already been arranged. At that time, you can communicate your requirements to the designer. Then we prepare for the next challenge, as our upcoming opponents are formidable. Listening to these words, Han Yi was once more engulfed in reminiscence. This period was indeed marked by a plethora of strong teams, 4 of which appeared particularly daunting. The strongest among them was the team whose dynasty was teetering on the brink, yet even in decline, their 5 players together exuded an aura of formidable strength. Furthermore, there was the team reputed for their dominance over others, boasting a combination that already hinted at peak performance. The remaining 2 teams included the one led by 2, which had notably strengthened with the addition of a cousin, and the one commanded by the Galaxy Fleet. As for 1, although strong, they were absent from this spring tournament for various reasons. Chapter 64. Designing stickers after the meal. Everyone, including Han Yi, had indulged to the point of inebriation, and they were assisted back to the club. Compared to alcohol, Han Yi has a greater fondness for sugary beverages such as cola and milk tea. However, given the ambience, he is reluctant to be the one to disrupt it. Since Han Yi joined, everyone has been living quite joyfully. They initially stumbled into a semblance of a team, gradually beginning to take on the shape of a cohesive unit. Although they have yet to reach the heights of their peak, there is no doubt that this marks the pinnacle for the Dayin team in recent years. The number of fans has also increased significantly, from an initial 10,000 to now 40 or 50,000, many of whom are active supporters. The club has even established personal accounts, amassing 30,000 fans. Though Han Yi has never logged into that account, as it is typically managed by the club, akin to the Weibo accounts of certain celebrities. Upon waking the next day, Han Yi felt remarkably refreshed, devoid of any hangover. Upon reflection, he attributed this vigor to the system's enhancement of his physical constitution, while the body may experience intoxication. A mere night's rest restores it to full vitality. After stepping out of his room and freshening up, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already quite late, prompting him to rouse the others. In contrast to his demeanor, the faces of his companions appeared significantly worse for wear. Today, we will be designing stickers, so let us try to muster some energy, Han Yi urged. Upon hearing his words, regret flickered across everyone's faces. They lamented that they should have consumed less the previous day, as they felt dizzy and hoped it wouldn't hinder their design efforts later. No worries. If today doesn't satisfy, there's always tomorrow, he reassured them. We indulged a bit too much yesterday. I must say, your physical resilience is truly impressive. As they conversed, admiration crept into the gazes directed at Han Yi. They could not fathom why, despite sharing gaming sessions with them and abstaining from physical exercise, he maintained such robust health. In response, Han Yi resorted to fabricating a tale about his extraordinary constitution, eliciting a mix of skepticism and reluctant acceptance from his companions, who had no other evidence to dispute his claim. As one of the few companies in the world that allows one to earn while reclining, the design of stickers is not something the club would undertake personally. Each team must recruit their own designers, who will later have the players handwrite their signatures to circumvent font copyright issues. Thus, after a brief tidying up of their belongings, the group set off in a car toward a local design firm. The signatures must not only be aesthetically pleasing but also infused with artistic elements. This was the primary principle Han Yi intended to convey to the designers. The design company was not far, and after approximately an hour's drive, they arrived at their destination. The March weather was no longer frigid, instead offering a refreshing ambience. Han Yi stepped out of the car and surveyed his surroundings, discovering a quaint 4-story building illuminated from within, with the words Yomu C Advertising Company displayed prominently on the ground floor. The manager retrieved a fabric bag filled with various materials from the trunk of the car and led the group inside. Upon entering the advertising agency, Han Yi was surprised to find it bustling with activity. They were ushered by the front desk into a small room, and shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a suit approached them. He began with a self-introduction, rattling off a string of peculiar titles and accolades. But Han Yi could not grasp a single word. The only impression he retained was that this individual seemed quite formidable. Seeking assistance, Han Yi glanced at his companions, only to find that they too wore expressions of confusion. It was the manager who first reacted, producing various materials from the bag and presenting them to the designer, which included the pricing for this design and the contract. After reviewing the documents, the designer affirmed there were no issues and began recording their requests. Once everyone had articulated their ideas, he nodded and informed them to return the following day. As they exited the design company, disbelief washed over them. Everything had transpired so effortlessly. The manager, noticing their apprehension, patted their shoulders reassuringly. Rest assured, we've designed stickers here before, and the results were quite commendable. Moreover, if you're unsatisfied, you can provide feedback tomorrow. With the manager's assurance, they felt a weight lift from their shoulders. While they may not know the designer well, they were familiar with Dayin stickers, which are renowned for rivaling the likes of Hollow Titan. Their high price is merely one facet. as their aesthetic appeal is equally noteworthy, ranking among the top 5, if not the top 3, of all stickers in the game. With the manager's guarantee, they could finally relax. After another hour's journey, they returned to the club, and upon checking the time, Han-E realized it was only 2 in the afternoon. Contemplating his next move, he settled in front of his computer, ready to continue his journey. At that moment, a pop-up in the lower right corner caught his attention, and upon clicking it, he saw a simple message. Join? Sure. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the invitation. Upon entering the room, the two began their ranked duo journey. Due to his high ranking, Han-E opted to seek an anime-themed match. After several minutes, the system prompted a successful match. Observing the opposing teams, Han-E felt as though he had been transported back to a month prior, sighing in resignation at the realization that it was indeed challenging to rely on others. As soon as one matches, it is always against skilled opponents. Unlike the last time, this match paired him against formidable adversaries, and aside from his own vulnerabilities, there was another player whose shooting skills had been criticized during the second season. Little did they know, back when Copenhagen was thriving, he was even less adept, likely falling within the second or third tier, not far removed from Han-Yi's own skill level. Regarding this map, prior to the match, no inquiries were made about which terrain he preferred. Han-Yi, noticing it was the ranked ladder, felt disinclined to type a response, consequently matching up on a map he was not particularly familiar with, ch. However, this misfortune turned into a serendipitous opportunity, as he could learn how to command on this map. Chapter 65, let me play as a freestyle player. While Han-Yi held this thought, a voice echoed in his ear. Would you like to command? He glanced down and realized the voice belonged to. Clearly, after several months of professional competitions, Han-Yi had garnered some recognition, and everyone was aware of his role as a commander. Nonetheless, he certainly could not take on the command role in this match. Should he do so, how would he acquire new tactics? However, he refrained from outright stating he would not command, opting instead for a more modest approach. You can take command. I'm feeling a bit fatigued today, so I'll play freestyle. Upon hearing this, the other player accepted without doubt, nodding in agreement. All right, soon. All 10 players entered the game, and a knife fight commenced, during which greetings were exchanged with Han-Yi. You played well. I watched this match. Thank you. Han-Yi replied in a rather formulaic manner, as they were not well acquainted, leaving little room for further interaction. After a flurry of knife encounters, Han-Yi was compelled to start on the attacking side. Observing the familiar Glock, he could not help but doubt his own skills in knife fighting. Yet, he quickly halted his self-reflection, for the countdown ended, and the match commenced. The voice in his headset conveyed immediate instructions. In this round, you will control the green passage. See if you can sneak into the terrorist base and catch them off guard. We'll prepare to attack from the low slope and high platform. I will throw a smoke grenade. Listening intently, Han-Yi felt a moment of disorientation. He had forgotten the last time he had heard commands, experiencing an indescribable sensation. Nonetheless, his actions did not wane. While donning armor, his character sprinted toward the green passage. He did not enter directly, but halted near the terrorist corridor, positioning himself to ensure that the green passage could not advance without detection. Subsequently, he began to employ his intuition, determining which of the 5 opponents was guarding the corridor. Soon, he identified one individual. 2. No one around. Lately, playing in Europe has been quite dull. It feels far less exhilarating than competing in America. While 2 lamented, Han-Yi heard the sound of an assault command in his headset. With a smoke grenade exploding near the 3-way intersection, the attack on the area officially commenced. Simultaneously, 2's internal dialogue shifted. They have engaged. Should I fall back? Perhaps I should first confirm that the green passage is clear. I'll take a glance. Toss me a flashbang, and if it's clear, I'll return to the area. Listening to 2's complete thoughts, Han-Yi could not help but admire. The opponent was indeed a member of a top-tier team. Even in this ranked match, their strategic thinking was astoundingly meticulous, starkly contrasting with the second-tier teams he frequently encountered. Moreover, the Team Liquid was a North American squad, and their tactical details could only be described as mediocre, bordering on poor. If this had been a European top-tier team, they would likely have strategized even more thoroughly. Nevertheless, the more 2 contemplated, the stronger Han-Yi became. He listened to the increasingly approaching footsteps in his headset. Having already anticipated the opponent's intention, Han-Yi decisively chose to conceal himself, hiding in the recess of the terrorist corridor. As a flashbang detonated, 2 emerged from the green passage. He glanced toward the terrorist base, failing to spot Han-Yi concealed in the recess, mistakenly believing no one was present. He promptly turned and retreated to his base. Hearing the footsteps recede, Han-Yi exhaled in relief and stealthily trailed behind the 2 opponents. Had he revealed himself earlier, he might have eliminated 2, but undoubtedly, facing the supervisor throwing a flashbang from behind would have drained all his talent to secure that double kill. By choosing to flank, he might preserve his second shot talent for the next round. As for the frontal battlefield, With this formidable player holding the line, he felt no urgency to act, naturally aiming to maximize his gains. Even if he were to fall, there remained the young player Zero, who, despite being inexperienced in competitions, was undoubtedly a top-tier player in ranked matches. Han Yi traversed the bottom line, arriving at the police base, where he could already hear the cacophony of gunfire erupting from the three-way intersection. Simultaneously, casualties had already emerged on his side from the long-range firefight, and the losses suffered by his team had only managed to eliminate one opponent. It could be said that both sides were currently engaged in a 2 versus 4 scenario. However, as Han Yi transitioned from the police base to the connection platform, everything changed. He observed 4 opponents with their backs turned, selecting the one who appeared most vulnerable, and decisively fired a shot. With the aid of his keen reflexes, his bullet found its mark on the head of the last opponent, catching him off guard. He had not anticipated an enemy lurking behind him. Han Yi did not grant him the opportunity to retaliate, swiftly following up with a second bullet, effectively securing the kill. He then aimed at another opponent who was engaged in a firefight, firing once more. This time, lacking the advantage of surprise, and given the opponent's position, landing a headshot proved challenging. He only managed to strike the body. The suddenness of the encounter left no time for communication regarding the presence of additional adversaries, catching the opponent completely off guard, but he reacted swiftly. Turning immediately, he aimed to eliminate Han Yi. However, at that moment, Han Yi's second bullet found its target. Having made a slight adjustment to his aim, the bullet struck true, bringing down the opponent near the three-way intersection. As for the remaining 2, although they were not ambushed by Han Yi, their situation became precarious with his arrival. One was near the fuel truck, while the other was positioned at Sandao, facing off against Healing. Much like the deceased duo, they wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend why Han Yi had appeared behind them. Although El Tong had observed, Hiko had not. Yet could the bandits react so swiftly? Chapter 66. I sense your earnest desire to integrate into this team. However, Han Yi would not allow them to linger in their thoughts. He decisively advanced, simultaneously communicating with Healing and Zero through his earpiece. I am preparing to push forward. Keep an eye on my position. Eliminate Sandao before targeting the fuel truck. Upon hearing this, Healing and Zero understood Han Yi's intentions and took cover behind the front of the vehicle, retreating to avoid exposure. Meanwhile, Zero, positioned near the low slope, intensified his efforts, applying pressure around Sandao. Under duress, the supervisor dared not glance back to ascertain Han Yi's position, granting Han Yi the opportunity to launch a direct assault from the base of Sandao. By the time the supervisor realized he needed to address Han Yi, it was too late. Zero surged from the low slope, while Han Yi approached from behind Sandao, executing a coordinated strike that left the supervisor unable to defend himself from both ends. Ultimately, he was shot in the head by Han Yi in the midst of Sandao. In a fleeting moment, only the individual inside the fuel truck remained alive, and his fate was evidently sealed. Han Yi swiftly retrieved the supervisor's weapon from the ground and charged toward the fuel truck. As Zero attempted to assist, Han Yi halted him, stating, "I will handle this." The two complied without protest, positioning themselves to encircle the fuel truck. Meanwhile, the individual inside the fuel truck remained oblivious to the bandits' communication, his focus still on the opponent he had been firing at earlier. Upon realizing that his adversary had yet to emerge, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. However, this confusion dissipated as Han Yi's approach grew ever closer. He immediately turned to use the fuel truck as cover against Han Yi, but Han Yi was unfazed. He maneuvered from the base of Sandao all the way to the base of Yidao, his sights firmly trained on the fuel truck's exit. Confident that the opponent was trapped within the fuel truck and unable to maneuver freely, Han Yi fired, successfully eliminating the individual inside. As he watched the figure of Tu slowly collapse, Han Yi was not finished. He continued to fire at Tu's lifeless body, initiating an interaction. If Han Yi felt a moral burden about desecrating other players, he bore none when it came to Jiao Jiao, a professional player whose earlier provocations left him with a decidedly unfavorable impression. On the other side, having witnessed this scene, Zero, though puzzled by Han Yi's actions, followed suit and fired several rounds into Tu's corpse. It was only after the round concluded and the second match commenced that he inquired, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Han Yi's response was straightforward, "Not really. I just found him displeasing." During their exchange, Tu also sent a message. "Tu, no worries, your performance in the pistol round was commendable. Just taking a few shots at your corpse to maintain my rhythm. By the way, I assume you can understand my Chinese, right?" Upon reading Han Yi's blatant humiliation, Tu's expression darkened. Realizing Han Yi's intent was deliberate, he pondered before typing, "Tu, you'd better not die at my hands." As Tu's teammate, the supervisor could not remain silent, adding, "Just wait, we will retaliate." Observing the words on the screen, Han Yi uttered a remark that left the supervisor momentarily bewildered. "I sense your earnest desire to integrate into this team." The supervisor felt an inexplicable tremor upon reading those words, an unsettling sensation that made him commit this statement to memory. He harbored a premonition that he would soon find himself uttering those very words. The verbal sparring among the three came to an abrupt halt, not due to their magnanimity, but because the next round was commencing. After some contemplation, the strategy of attacking from Hiko, El Tong, and the red staircase was devised, creating a flanking maneuver. Han Yi was once again assigned to face two near El Tong. This time, he armed himself with a windbreaker, full armor, and various equipment. Upon reaching El Tong, he focused intently on listening for any threats, but soon furrowed his brow as he discerned multiple sources of danger, one of which originated from Zero. This time, if I eliminate him, I will immediately desecrate his corpse. Although he could not comprehend the entirety of their words, he gathered they were plotting against him, which unsettled him. He decided to adopt a more cautious position than in the previous round, taking refuge in the back alley, ensuring his weapon was ready. Both 0 and 2 remained vigilant in their preparations for revenge, cautiously advancing and, upon nearing the El Tong exit, deploying a flashbang. 2 ventured out for reconnaissance, but, as before, found no sign of the enemy. This time, 2, having reflected for some time, realized that Han Yi might have concealed himself around the corner of the bandit corridor. Thus, when he emerged from El Tong, he headed straight for the corner, firing a preemptive shot, unleashing a flurry of bullets from his 9mm. However, after discharging a dozen rounds, he noted the corner was devoid of Han Yi's presence. Confounded, 2 glanced toward the bandit's side, only to find no trace of any bandit. Perplexed, he returned to El Tong, continuing to communicate with the supervisor. He questioned whether he sprinted from the bandit's mouth to the finish line in one breath, asserting that he had not passed through the green passage at all and had not seen anyone. It seemed improbable, with such deep knowledge. He surely must have made some movement. Nodding in agreement, he returned to the area after retrieving the second from the green passage, while the second, confident that no one would come through the green passage in the short term, shifted his focus to the bandit's mouth. At that moment, the bandit and the red staircase were already positioned and had launched an assault. However, what Zhao Jiao and the director could not possibly anticipate was that, from the moment they turned back, Han Yi had stepped out from his protective position, rounded the corner, and quietly approached the green passage, now silently standing behind the second. Chapter 67. Gazing at the back of the second, Han Yi struck with his knife, and a kill notification appeared in the upper right corner. Killed the second using a knife. Suddenly finding himself deceased, the second trembled with fear, yet, being a professional player, he instinctively reacted immediately. He's behind me, he's coming. Hearing the second's warning, he swiftly turned around, but it was too late. Han Yi had already drawn his primary weapon. He unleashed a volley in that direction. And upon achieving a double kill, Han Yi chose not to assist his teammates on the front lines, but instead lowered his head to continue punishing the second's corpse. Winning was of little consequence to Han Yi. The opportunity to punish this banana man was of great significance. As a professional player hailing from Hong Kong, returning to compete in China, he felt a deep resentment towards the second, who had claimed that his lost bag was certainly stolen by a Chinese person without any evidence, leading the charge in such discriminatory rhetoric against the Chinese. Most crucially, the bag was later found and verified to have been misplaced by him. For someone like that, Han Yi felt no remorse in punishing him repeatedly. After the second's demise, as he spectated his teammates, the continuous gunfire echoing in his headset darkened his expression. On the front lines, the combination struggled to withstand Han Yi's 4 teammates, naturally ignoring Han Yi as he was busy punishing the corpse. The gunfire raged on for over 20 seconds before finally ceasing. It was not that Han Yi had stopped. Rather, he had run out of ammunition. And firing the Glock shot by shot became exceedingly tiresome. Ultimately, the frontline defense faltered, and under the command of the bandit, they successfully executed a 2-for-3 exchange. As the new round commenced, the other 3 players began to jest. This is too cruel. Don't punish me. I have a good relationship with Zero. The sound keeps ringing in my ears. Naturally, their banter remained just that. They did not genuinely believe Han Yi would punish them. As players who frequently competed in China, they were well aware of the disdain the second elicited from the Chinese. Thus they had no intention of participating in this conflict. Even though they were somewhat acquainted with the second, they still chose not to intervene. Moreover, if acquaintance implied a duty to assist, there were still friends among them. And they were also familiar. No choice. I need to maintain my rhythm. Zhao Zhao shouldn't he mind. Watching the incessant messages pop up on the screen, the second finally snapped, his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed down on the table, his face contorting into a grimace. This time, I must see you dead. Russell, this time we will push directly from the green passage. He is always in the green passage. You help me throw a flashbang. I must kill him. Listening to the second's furious voice, having faced defeat twice, he internally wished to abandon the pursuit of Han Yi in the green passage. Yet he could not bring himself to voice a refusal. All right, I'll throw a flash. While the two discussed their strategy for the green passage, Han Yi, who had already eliminated the second twice, realized he had thoroughly provoked him. This time, the opponent would likely clear the entire bandit corridor. However, a plan began to take shape in Han Yi's mind. Glancing at the situation, he recognized that he had relinquished command. Thus, out of respect, he inquired, "Can I have you assist me this time? Help me throw a flash." "Sure, let us take 2 through the green passage. We will assume the default here and see if you can gain any advantage." Having received permission, Han Yi first purchased a stun gun, and once the game commenced, he headed straight for the green passage. Along the way, he did not forget to communicate the battle plan. "When I tell you to throw a flashbang, it needs to explode near the entrance of the green passage. You throw it when I say so." "Understood." 10 seconds later, they took their positions. This time, Han Yi did not stand at the back. Instead, he equipped the stun gun and positioned himself near the bandit's home, waiting for the second to present himself. In fact, the second did not disappoint Han Yi. The sound of his footsteps soon echoed through the green passage. Hearing the footsteps draw nearer, Han Yi commanded, "Throw it." As the flashbang detonated at the entrance of the green passage, Han Yi pulled out the stun gun, ready to fire at Jiao Jiao. However, he soon realized he was still too far away. The distance was inadequate to land a hit. The second reacted swiftly, retreating the moment he was blinded. Firing his weapon while on the run, Han Yi gritted his teeth and chose to pursue, but after only a few steps, he was struck by the second's erratic gunfire, causing his speed to falter. Seeing the gap between himself and the second widen, Han Yi had no choice but to take a desperate shot, pressing the left mouse button, only to miss due to the insufficient distance. The next moment, a bullet struck Han Yi, depleting his last sliver of health. With a sigh of resignation, Han Yi realized that his plan to incapacitate the second had to be shelved. Just as he felt a twinge of despair, he suddenly found himself standing at the side of the green passage exit, the sound of the second's advancing footsteps still ringing in his ears. A thought surfaced in his mind. The stun gun was, after all, still a gun. Given a rare opportunity to start anew, Han Yi's gaze reflected an unusual seriousness. This time, he deliberately delayed by a full second compared to the last, ensuring that 2 was positioned close enough before issuing the command. "Throw flashbangs." The sounds echoed in his ears with remarkable speed, as both reacted swiftly. 2 flashbangs arrived at the green passage almost simultaneously, enveloping the area in a blinding white light. Han Yi and 2 shielded their eyes. Yet the crucial difference lay in Han Yi's clear awareness of 2's position, while 2 remained completely oblivious to Han Yi's whereabouts. He, watching from behind, witnessed the entire spectacle unfold, and before he could even draw his weapon to assist 2, he saw the blinding Han Yi, one hand shielding his eyes, the other brandishing a taser, rushing towards 2, accompanied by a somewhat comical yelp. All present understood that unless 2 could incapacitate Han Yi with the taser, his fate was sealed beneath Han Yi's foot. Chapter 68. Growing relations. After incapacitating 2, he belatedly drew his pistol and aimed it at Han Yi, who, engulfed in the blinding light, could not withstand the assault and collapsed beside 2, though lifeless. A smile graced Han Yi's face as he imagined the exasperated expression of Jiao Jiao on the other side of the screen. In truth, 2 was far more enraged than Han Yi anticipated, bloodshot eyes betraying his fury. Having been knifed once and electrocuted once in 3 rounds of play, such humiliation was difficult for even a professional player to bear. When he witnessed Han Yi's demise, his voice turned hoarse and strained. "Quickly, bring the whip back." He intended to advance, but he refrained from immediately attacking Han Yi's body, well aware that a flashbang-throwing bandit lurked behind. He planned to eliminate the opponent before exacting his vengeance. Meanwhile, the other combatant recognized the gravity of the situation. The battle ahead would determine who claimed ownership of Han Yi's corpse. Taking a deep breath, he did not retreat from the advancing threat, but instead met it head-on. Aligning his crosshairs with the green passage exit, he unleashed a hail of bullets the moment he spotted his target. The supervisor reacted promptly, firing back as well. But due to prior consecutive defeats and his need to retrieve an item, he was at a disadvantage this round. In the ensuing exchange, the supervisor was struck in the head, leaving him unable to resist, ultimately collapsing to the ground, burdened by Jiao Jiao's unfulfilled hopes. After securing victory at the green passage, they swiftly emerged, commanding the bandits at the red staircase and the entrance to execute a coordinated assault, successfully reclaiming the area. Han Yi's team enjoyed a string of victories. While 2's demeanor deteriorated, his performance hindered, resulting in erratic shooting. In subsequent exchanges, he struggled to best Han Yi, let alone retaliate effectively. Ultimately, the team prevailed in several rounds through sheer skill, sparing them from utter humiliation. However, the final score of 16-5 was a resounding slap to 2's face. Without uttering a word, 2 exited the game the moment it ended. 2 has exited the game. Observing the line of text on the screen, Han Yi scoffed, acknowledging that 2 had made a hasty retreat. Planning to continue with a duo queue after exiting the game, he received a message. Together? After confirming with he that he had no objections, he replied, "Sure." After a series of discussions and negotiations, a 5-player squad was formed, comprising Han Yi as the commander, along with others including Zero. The inclusion of Zero was due to Han Yi's invitation, initially reluctant. Zero promptly rose from his bed upon hearing about the team composition and seated himself beside Han Yi. Once the 5 gathered, they shared recent amusing anecdotes, significantly enhancing their camaraderie. With this formidable lineup, they naturally matched against numerous professional players. However, these opponents were no match for their relentless onslaught, as under Han Yi's guidance, he became a sharp blade, precisely penetrating the enemy defenses. Han Yi's commanding abilities garnered praise from his teammates, and as the night wore on, they reluctantly parted ways, agreeing to reconvene soon. Han Yi and Zero exchanged glances, both recognizing the fatigue in each other's eyes. After bidding farewell, Han Yi ascended to rest. The following morning, they drove to the design company once more. Upon arrival, they were ushered into the same room as the day before. After a brief wait, they were met by the designer from yesterday, who presented them with 5 sheets of paper, each bearing a signature corresponding to each individual. Han Yi examined his signature, pleasantly surprised by its aesthetic appeal, which incorporated artistic elements he had requested. The final letters resembled a small figure, while the preceding characters evoked the image of a long spear. He nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the others, noting that their signatures largely met their expectations, though some felt a touch too plain and requested further modifications. Observing this, the manager promptly settled the remaining balance and led the 4 upstairs to learn how to sign their names. Learning to sign was inherently a tedious task, and the prospect of incorporating Han Yi's original handwriting only added to the challenge. Over the next couple of hours, Han Yi spent his time adjusting the design, inching closer to the desired outcome until he felt on the brink of frustration, finally achieving a satisfactory version of the design. Upon exiting the design company, the group drove back to the club, preparing for the upcoming matters in London, with the competition commencing in 7 days. Aside from needing to return to the design company for signature practice the next day, everyone else had to maximize their training time. Han Yi assigned tasks to the remaining 3 individuals and elaborated on various strategies, also discussing the necessity of incorporating practice for the map Siwang Yul Yuan into their schedule. Ultimately, Han Yi unlocked a new perspective from the previous Hua Che Dy Zhan 2 ladder, stating, "I am not proficient with trains. Currently, the skyscraper has already placed us at a disadvantage. If we were to use trains, it would be akin to voluntarily exposing our weaknesses. We are not a formidable team to begin with. If other teams learn that we lack proficiency with skyscrapers and trains, our chances of victory in the 3rd match would be virtually non-existent. Therefore, he proposed, should the opposing team actively choose trains, you will command on this map while I take on the role of a free agent." Upon hearing this, the individual pointed to himself, seemingly questioning whether Han Yi had misspoken. Han Yi nodded firmly, reaffirming, "You, along with Zero and others, are veterans. You are far more familiar with this map than I am. To be frank, I lack confidence in my commanding abilities on this map." After a moment of contemplation, the individual eventually nodded in agreement. All right. He firmly believed in the principle that a good team should not place all the pressure on a single individual. Now that Han Yi had admitted his inability to command on the train map, it was time for him to step up. After finalizing the arrangements for the train map, Han Yi guided the others through the remaining maps, also practicing Siwang Yul Yuan, enhancing their understanding of it to 30 points. As for the train map, under his leadership, they became familiar with various strategies, and their understanding of it unknowingly reached 27 points. Thus, the 7 days swiftly passed, culminating in the commencement of the spring tournament in London. The team arrived the previous evening, and Han Yi's proficiency with firearms had been elevated to 64 points through the rewards from his daily tasks. Chapter 69. The group of Death. Han Yi gazed at his panel, realizing that with his current strength, he had surpassed the majority of 3rd-tier professional players, coming remarkably close to 2nd-tier status. Naturally, this strength was only in comparison to those proficient with firearms. If Han Yi's individual capabilities were assessed in terms of command, he was fully capable of competing at the 1st-tier level. After all, the commanders he had previously encountered, such as Xiao Lizi, who would soon join too, were of a similar caliber to Han Yi's current standing. He then opened his panel. Host name, Han Yi. Age, 18, rifle, aim, 81, 2nd-tier professional player. Positioning, 71, reaction, 89. Following, 64, sniper rifle, aim, 61, positioning, 35, reaction, 94. Following, 60, submachine gun, aim, 48, positioning, 43, reaction, 83. Following, 53, map understanding, 2, 76 points. Mi Laji, 47 points. Xiao Zhan, 48 points. Siwang Yul Yuan, 30 points. Hua Che, 27 points. The Shah, 19 points. Questioning value, 214. Extract talent, cost, 100 questioning. Value, daily task. Eliminate 5,000 opponents to earn 2 attribute points. Current, 05000. Talents, mind reading, awareness, strong physique, fiery touch, second aim, encouragement, luck. The following morning, the team set off for the venue to participate in the offline grouping session. Upon entering the venue, Han-E spotted numerous familiar faces, including those of his peers. Even two, with whom he had recently had a conflict, was present. Sensing the cold glare from his adversary, Han-E refused to back down and returned the stare defiantly. After all, should a physical confrontation arise, he could confidently assert that, thanks to his robust physique talent, he could take on 10 opponents. The tension in the air grew palpable, but ultimately, the anticipated confrontation with two did not materialize, as the Liquid personnel intervened and led two away. Han-E then redirected his gaze, and after a few minutes, the teams gathered, marking the commencement of the draw ceremony. This tournament was divided into 3 groups, each consisting of 4 teams, with the top 2 teams advancing. In simpler terms, defeating 2 teams within the same group would secure their place in the spring finals, which were reminiscent of the offline competitions everyone was accustomed to. At that moment, they would step onto the stage amid the cheers of countless spectators, basking in the attention of thousands. As the audience eagerly awaited, the host extracted the first ball from a sealed box. After opening it, a slip of paper fell out, which the host carefully unfolded, revealing the name of a team. Upon seeing this outcome, the teams present began to silently pray, hoping to avoid facing them. If all the teams in the world were combined, they might not be the strongest, but they would undoubtedly possess the most luxurious lineup. Even the current world-leading team hesitated to guarantee victory against them under the right circumstances. Next, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the host retrieved the second ball. Upon extracting the slip of paper, the mood regarding Group B became even more somber. The second team in Group B was the current 6th-ranked team in the world, commonly referred to as Liquid, who also belonged to 2 Squad. As the spectators marveled at Group B being the true group of death, the third draw quietly took place, revealing a team currently ranked 24th in the world. This team had seen a decline in ranking after losing their star player, now languishing in the lower tier of second-tier teams, yet still boasted several capable players, such as the Brazilian Godfather and others. The drawing of lots undoubtedly brought a collective sigh of relief, as only one spot remained in the group. Everyone was eager to discover who would be the unfortunate soul to stumble into the deadly group. In the tense atmosphere, the referees slowly retrieved the final ball from the box. As the ball was gently opened, the hearts of the spectators collectively paused, and when the name on the paper was revealed, the venue erupted in cheers. Thus, the 4 teams of this group were confirmed, Liquid and others. Han-E gazed at the groupings with a sense of resignation, truly fearing that what he dreaded had come to pass. His eyes scanned the crowd and fell upon the somewhat smug and slightly provocative face of Jiao Jiao. Han-E, never one to hold back, returned a friendly gesture before turning and departing the drawing venue with the others. On the way back, Han-E did not exude the carefree demeanor he had displayed in the venue. He was acutely aware that, given their current overall strength, their chances against Liquid were rather slim. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of helplessness, yet he found himself bereft of effective solutions. Upon returning to the hotel, he sequestered himself in his room, deep in thought, pondering strategies. Ultimately, he devised a plan that was not quite a solution. He gathered everyone together and unveiled his strategy. We need to gamble on a map. Gamble on a map? Confusion flickered across the faces of the group, as they clearly did not grasp Han-Yi's meaning. Indeed, we must utilize the remaining time to intensively practice a single map, developing various tactics to ensure that we can secure victory on that map, as it is our only glimmer of hope. He urged them to consider, if you were members of Liquid, which map would you choose? Upon hearing Han-Yi's words, the group began to ponder seriously and soon arrived at a consensus, Mirage. Hearing this answer, Han-Yi nodded in satisfaction, as it aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Without a doubt, Mirage was Liquid's strongest map. They had opted for it in 4 out of their last 5 matches, while their least favored map was Train. This fortunate circumstance effectively relieved Han-Yi of a map in which he was less proficient, while simultaneously narrowing the gap in strength between the 2 teams. If Liquid were to remain steadfast in their strategy and continue to select Mirage, they would inadvertently assist the team by choosing a map on which they excelled. Should they emerge victorious on this map, the only remaining task would be to select another map where they could also best Liquid. Thus, it became clear that they were not without a chance to triumph over Liquid. This was precisely why Han-Yi asserted that they had a sliver of hope. Their potential to defeat Liquid hinged on Mirage, and they had to dedicate their remaining time to honing their tactics on this map. It was a matter of win or lose. Chapter 70. Gazing at the stars, however, words are one thing, while execution is another matter altogether. To be prudent, Han meticulously devised 6 tactical strategies, nearly depleting half of his tactical repertoire. This included the default mid-control strategy from Coach 3 and the dual setups of 2's fast push and sewer control, among others. Yet for Han, securing a win against Liquid made these sacrifices worthwhile. Having been reborn for half a year, he had yet to experience a live match with an audience or feel the exhilaration of a stadium filled with cheers. He yearned for a grand offline event to validate his worth. More importantly, if Jiao Jiao were to triumph, Han feared he would be too agitated to sleep that night. As the remaining time unfolded, with each strategy articulated by Han, the expressions of the group transformed from shock to one of awe, as if they were gazing at a monster. Zero, who typically shared a close rapport with Han, found himself at a loss for words, unaware that Han harbored such an extensive array of strategies. However, a hint of sorrow soon flickered in his gaze. He believed that had he encountered Han sooner, even within 5 years, their team would undoubtedly have become the strongest in the world. Yet now, he observed the team's gradual decline in performance, with only Han visibly progressing, while the others showed little change. Time continued to pass, and it became evident that their team would only weaken further. Although unspoken, the group sensed their growing inadequacy in comparison to Han Yi's prowess. Han, oblivious to Zero's thoughts, concluded his presentation of the 6 strategies and turned to the group, inquiring, "Do you understand?" As professional players, their comprehension of the map was naturally profound, and even a cursory overview allowed them to grasp the essence of the strategies. Han nodded in satisfaction. But given the multitude of strategies, he instructed the manager to procure notebooks for the 4 team members to record the tactics for easy reference during the competition. The remaining time was spent in repeated tactical confirmations. While Han understood how to execute the strategies, he lacked knowledge on certain finer details. For instance, how to throw flashbangs and smoke grenades, as well as the timing of such actions, required hands-on practice. This necessity was why Han insisted on conducting multiple tactical drills with the team. As night fell, traces of fatigue mingled with excitement were evident in the eyes of the players, and now and then, someone would exclaim, "This strategy will undoubtedly astonish everyone." The control of the map by the opposing team seems slightly inferior to ours. I can hardly wait to see the opponent's reactions when we deploy this strategy. Before sleeping, let us replay these strategies in our minds. We must not forget them by morning. Understood. Han glanced at the time and noticed it was nearly midnight. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed everyone to return to their quarters for rest, planning to resume practice after a good night's sleep. With the impending battle, ensuring everyone's rest was paramount. The following morning, Han was awakened by Zero, who was eager to have breakfast. Having long heard of the culinary fame of England, he opted for a humble hamburger. As expected, this choice elicited a round of teasing from Zero. "Why do you always choose a hamburger? Embrace a spirit of adventure and try some local delicacies." Han cast a sidelong glance at Zero, but refrained from further comment, quietly recommending a dish called Yangwang Shinkong for him to enjoy. Naturally, Zero, who had just expressed such sentiments, could not refuse. After a brief search, he discovered a restaurant in London that served this dish and promptly placed an order. When the hamburger and Yangwang Shinkong arrived, Zero stared at the fish head before him in silence, only breaking it after Han had finished his meal. "Do you still have the number for that hamburger place? Please order me a meal similar to yours." Once both had satisfied their appetites, Han gathered everyone once more for a final pre-battle pep talk to uplift morale and help them recall strategies, reinforcing their memories. After the meeting concluded, they drove to the venue, ready to face their first match. Their opponents were not the Liquid team, but rather the one led by the Brazilian Godfather. The match against the Liquid team would take place after theirs. Han did not possess extensive knowledge of the opposing team, as he seldom followed South American squads. The only impression he had was that they had languished in obscurity for quite some time following the departure of their star player, struggling even to secure victories. He paid little heed to their current prowess, having conducted only a cursory study before the match. He noted that they performed well on maps like the Tower and Train, but seldom played on Mirage and Dust 2, indicating a mutual counterbalance in their map pool. The hotel where the team was staying was a mere short drive from the competition venue, and they arrived within minutes. Upon entering, they found themselves in a much larger space than before, featuring a lengthy corridor with rooms on either side. Each door bore 2 letters, accompanied by a signpost displaying the team name and match time. Han approached and, as anticipated, found that their designated match room was still the lesser-viewed secondary stage. He sighed in resignation. While they might not lack in fan numbers, the age demographic of Zero's followers skewed older, with many preoccupied with daily struggles. Moreover, Zero had spent a considerable time competing in various secondary tournaments, which further dwindled their original fanbase, while new audiences gravitated towards more prominent players. This confluence of factors resulted in their performance improving slightly, yet their fan growth remained languid, so it was not surprising they were allocated to the secondary stage once again. As they entered their room, they were greeted by 3 rows of chairs, with a massive 50-inch screen at the front displaying match footage. On either side of the screen were small compartments, which Han E surmised housed the competitors, though this time, the soundproofing was significantly better, rendering the players' communications and cheers inaudible. Chapter 71. Testing strength. Han E led the others to settle into a corner position, and they attentively watched the match, engaging in spirited discussions over impressive kills. This scene momentarily transported Han E back to times long past when he would sit and discuss matches with Chu Hao, debating who had performed admirably or who had faltered that day. The others arrived a bit later, taking over 10 minutes to reach the venue. Upon entering, they chose a seat closer to the front. With no common language, there were no moments of nostalgia or conflict. Each team simply focused on their own. As time passed, the match drew to a close, and the host called for both team captains and coaches to step forward. Unable to summon a coach, Han E decided he could not let their side's spirit wane and insisted their manager join him. Each side sent 2 representatives, but it was clear that Han E held the ultimate authority. The choice of sides was determined by a coin toss. This time, Han E was exceedingly polite, gesturing for the other party to proceed. He spoke in his somewhat halting English. "I choose heads." The referee, observing Han E's nod of affirmation, wasted no time, tossing the coin into the air where it spun before being caught securely in his hand, revealing heads. With the selection made, Han E could no longer dictate the choice. He glanced back at his coach, who was discussing strategies in a language Han E did not comprehend. After a brief deliberation of about 10 seconds, they reached a consensus. "I will select the second option." The referee nodded and retrieved a whiteboard displaying 7 maps, handing Han E a black pen to indicate his ban. As the match format was best of 3, Han E was permitted to eliminate 1 map initially. Without hesitation, he marked an X on the tower map. Next, it was the opposing team's turn, and after a moment's reflection, they chose to ban Dust 2, allowing Mirage to remain. Observing the remaining 5 maps, Han E opted against Mirage, deciding he would not play it before facing the Liquid team, and instead marked a check on Train, while the opposing side chose to ban Inferno. In the final round of selections, Han E eliminated the Death Amusement Park, while the other team banned Mirage, placing Town as the 3rd map. Once all decisions were finalized, Han E extended his hand for a handshake. Deep within his heart, he held a profound admiration for this veteran. The fact that the latter chose to utilize his hard-earned money to establish community servers and host competitions in Brazil, thereby fostering the development of the entire nation, was a testament to his passion, which alone warranted Han Yi's respect. Upon returning to the audience, Han E shared the map selection results with everyone, prompting them to recall the strategies for the 3 maps to avoid any errors during the match. Once the 2 teams concluded their gameplay, it was time for the spectators to take the stage. They entered the room, took their seats in order, and began to adjust their equipment. 10 minutes later, the first map officially commenced. Since this was a map selection, the team had been granted the privilege of choosing sides, which naturally led them to select the starting position. As the game began, Han E sensed the intentions of the opposing team and devised a rather daring strategy. 2 players on the outer field, 3 on the inner field, opting for an open iron plate. The rationale behind this choice stemmed from his extensive viewership of several videos that revealed the high win rate of the pistol rounds, coupled with Han Yi's extraordinary explosive potential and preference for inner field engagements. Thus, he decided to adopt a gamble for this round. Initially, Han E contemplated launching an all-out assault with 5 iron plates to breach the opponent's defenses, but he ultimately resolved to advance into the inner field. He yearned to gauge the current strength of their team against mid-tier rivals, preparing himself mentally for the upcoming Liquid match. The strategy for the inner field remained consistent: 2 yellow rooms, 2 yellow doors, and a single outer field ambush zone. As the players nodded in agreement, the countdown concluded, and everyone charged forth. However, apart from the player designated as Zero, the remaining 4 opted for stealth as they approached the terrorist's den, awaiting Zero's positioning in the outer field. Unfortunately, Zero, lacking Han Yi's innate talent, was swiftly discovered as he leaped onto the main entrance. The guard stationed in the outer field immediately alerted the team, resulting in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, Zero managed to land only a single headshot before succumbing at the main entrance. Observing the failure of the assault on the main door, Han E wasted no time and, seizing the moment while the outer field guard had not yet returned, launched a decisive attack. He charged out from the yellow room, this time aware of Han Yi's prowess, and chose a position on the 3rd floor. Yet, he could not evade Han Yi's marksmanship. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Han E emerged from the yellow room, his crosshairs sweeping across the entire 3rd floor before coming to rest upon his target's head. The sharp crack of the gunshot resonated through the ears of every spectator. The opponent reacted swiftly, crouching down to evade Han Yi's follow-up shot. Han E furrowed his brow, realizing he would need to ensure a 250 for himself next time to mitigate such occurrences. Although he remained unscathed, he could not afford to continue standing exposed. This predicament proved challenging for the occupant of the yellow room, who struggled to monitor both sides simultaneously. Without the cover of the third floor, Han Yi easily charged from the yellow room, eliminating him with ease. Meanwhile, the assault at the yellow door encountered difficulties. With Zero's demise eliminating the pivotal anchor at the main entrance, it became arduous for the remaining players to advance near the yellow door. They were compelled to retreat, circling back to the terrorist's den before re-emerging from the yellow room, inadvertently ceding control of the area surrounding the main entrance to their opponents. As the sound of the bomb being planted echoed, both teams found themselves in a precarious 4-on-4 scenario. Simultaneously, they maneuvered from the outer field to the terrorist's den, intending to execute a comprehensive ambush involving the terrorist's den, the third floor, and the main entrance. Han Yi, with no intention of remaining passive, commanded his team to charge towards the yellow room, aiming to reclaim control of the terrorist's den. At that moment, a stealthy adversary peered out from the third floor, attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, Han Yi had anticipated his intentions. As the opponent barely lifted his head, Han Yi dispatched him with a single shot. Chapter 72. Astonishment. Having neutralized the threat on the third floor, the defensive situation for the team became increasingly dire. Faced with the counteroffensive from the opponents in the terrorist's den, despite their explosive firepower, the player was merely lingering on low health, managing to achieve only a 1-for-1 exchange. If the defensive circumstances had previously been severe, the situation had now reached a breaking point with the fall of their teammate. Yet, they refused to concede, and the remaining two players initiated an assault near the main entrance. The outcome was inevitable. They could not escape their fate as the opposing team swiftly dispatched them. The ensuing narrative grew somewhat familiar. Following their loss in the pistol round, Han Yi led his team in a classic assault involving 3 yellow rooms and 2 iron doors. Equipped solely with pistols, the opponents were utterly overwhelmed, suffering a 5-for-2 exchange, while Han Yi's team enjoyed a significant economic boost. After establishing a 2 o'clock lead, they refrained from aggression, opting instead for a decisive combination of long-range rifles and equipment. In this round, Han Yi executed an outer-field explosive strategy, leaving the opponents devoid of resources as they helplessly watched Han Yi and his team charge into the first area, ultimately reaching the bomb site, while the remaining players fell one by one during their attempt to regroup. In the blink of an eye, the score escalated to 3 o'clock. The match then transitioned into the first long gun round, prompting Han Yi to call for the first time out of the game after a brief period of contemplation. However, he refrained from implementing any unconventional tactics, instead opting for the most fundamental default strategy. He intended to employ a contrarian mindset, cognizant that most teams possess a tendency to follow a non-standard approach immediately following a timeout. He aimed to exploit this psychological tendency, curious to see if Han Yi would exhibit any signs of anxiety and inadvertently reveal a flaw. Yet, as the perspective shifted to Han Yi's side, there was no indication of any vulnerability. He was engaged in a discussion with his teammates about what to eat for dinner that evening. Recognizing that winning the match and utilizing the club's funds for a celebratory meal was an essential aspect of their work. However, he had evidently underestimated the profound influence of the morning's stargazing. Upon hearing about the team dinner, Zero immediately shook his head, adamantly refusing to participate. As the architect of this gathering, Han Yi felt it was his duty to assist Zero in earnestly considering the merits of British cuisine, clearing his throat to speak. In truth, British cuisine consists of more than just stargazing. There are indeed delightful dishes to be savored. Upon hearing his words, Zero cast a somewhat doubtful glance towards Han Yi, who continued with utmost seriousness. For instance, French foie gras, Italian pasta, pizza, German sausages, pig's trotter, and so forth. There are so many delectable dishes that we could certainly try after the competition. Upon hearing this, Zero rolled his eyes. The implication unmistakable. Is there even a single British dish among all these? Though it seemed a jest, Han Yi was genuinely contemplating whether to visit a restaurant later. Before venturing abroad, he had heard a rumor that the finest French dining establishments in the world were located in England. The French restaurants in his homeland had long since been adapted to suit Chinese tastes. Thus, as a native Chinese, Han Yi remained quite curious about the authentic French cuisine he had heard so much about. As casual conversations flowed among the group, the game resumed, rendering Zero's self-assumed cleverness utterly ineffective before Han Yi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Yi opted for a strategic maneuver utilizing the mobility of a submachine gun to dismantle the defenses of the iron plate. The player defending the iron plate, possessing a wealth of experience, realized something was amiss when he observed the room filled with the silhouettes of bandits. He knew he had to act swiftly. Han Yi boldly surged forward, leaping down to the lower level of the iron plate, intending to use the cover of the package to shield himself from the onslaught. During his retreat, he deftly tossed a grenade, engulfing the entire iron plate slope in flames. Watching the inferno blaze before him, he exhaled with relief, reasoning that the others would find it difficult to pursue him in such chaos. He began to communicate the situation regarding the iron plate through voice chat. Upon learning of the assault on the iron plate, the team immediately sprang into action. Those on the third floor swiftly descended, while others returned to defend through the pipes. Han Yi, aware that time was of the essence, clenched his teeth, leaped into the flames, and pressed forward despite the intense damage. Just as his health was nearing depletion, he finally broke free from the flames, catching up with his comrades. The second player in line, more cautious, awaited the flames to subside before making his descent. Having retrieved a smoke grenade from his backpack to extinguish the fire. Below, Han Yi had already engaged in a fierce battle. His reckless behavior forced him to halt on the slope, turning back to intercept Han Yi and prevent him from gaining ground. At that moment, Han Yi heard the commotion but chose not to stop. Instead, he charged forward, sweeping the slope. However, his health was already critically low and armed only with a hairdryer. He managed to land a shot before collapsing to the ground. Nonetheless, Han Yi possessed a second life. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, he re-entered the fray, this time prepared. His bullets struck true, yet the hairdryer's damage was insufficient for an instant kill. The opponent, quick to react, shot Han Yi down once more, a rare occurrence where Han Yi found himself outmatched in his second attempt. Han Yi had anticipated this moment. After all, no matter how formidable the talents bestowed by the system, they could not alter the fundamental game mechanics. At the slope, the battle raged on. Thanks to Han Yi's delay tactics, his opponent found himself immobilized, armed with a genuine long gun. Once positioned, he swiftly secured 2 headshots. As his adversary fell, Han Yi's resounding encouragement echoed in his ears. Good shot. Charge. Absolutely incredible. If I were a judge, I would undoubtedly rank you among the top 20 this year. Amidst Han Yi's fervent cheers, an inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through him. What had seemed a mere routine kill now felt exhilarating, inspiring his teammates to rally in enthusiasm. Though the older players had their limitations, it was undeniable that they possessed remarkable potential. Under Han Yi's motivating praise, they felt rejuvenated. As he kicked open the door to prepare for defense, he barely had time to assess the situation within before a bullet shot forth from the package, landing a fatal headshot. Once again, Han Yi's astonishment resounded in the ears of the players. What on earth is this, Zero? You must be cheating. If this continues, I will have to report you. Chapter 73. The older players' kills appeared rather unremarkable, yet Han Yi's innovative encouragement kept their spirits high. Time passed, and the disparity in skill levels, initially negligible, began to diminish as the older players, bolstered by Han Yi's support, grew increasingly formidable. Unbeknownst to them, 2 matches concluded swiftly, with scores of 167 and 1610. Throughout this process, Han Yi discerned the upper limits of his current team, realizing they were nearing the threshold of the weakest first-tier teams, while their lower limits hovered around the mid-tier of the second tier. This newfound confidence bolstered Han Yi's resolve against Liquid. They were both champions, and he pondered what separated them from Liquid. As the victorious team, Han Yi led the older players to shake hands with their opponents before returning to his own quarters to gather his belongings. However, they did not rush to leave. Instead, they settled in to watch the ongoing match against Liquid. On the adjacent main stage, the battle against Liquid was fervently underway, the victor set to face the next contender. This match was of paramount importance to the group. While Han Yi watched intently, his phone vibrated. He retrieved it to find a familiar name flashing on the caller ID. Mom, he answered, and his mother's voice resonated through the phone. You won, right? Had a stroke of luck, winning the game against a relatively weak opponent. It was a relief, especially as the seasons transitioned from spring to summer, prompting a reminder from his mother to dress appropriately. Understanding her concerns, he reassured her that he was not a child anymore and had dressed adequately, albeit slightly less than in winter. His mother, while seemingly nagging, expressed her worries as if he would never grow up. Upon hearing his response, felt reassured and contemplated if she had forgotten any essential advice, ultimately asking if she would see him tomorrow. Initially taken aback, quickly grasped her meaning. He confirmed that he had not been eliminated and would indeed see her the next day. His mother, though not comprehending the intricacies of the competition, expressed her support. Shortly after hanging up, received another call from a familiar name. Chu Go. As he answered, the sound of barking erupted from the other end. Chu Hao, with a hint of disbelief, inquired if truly understood the level of competition he was engaging in and urged him not to let his team down. Amused by the barking, replied with a playful promise of future rewards, should he succeed. Chu Hao, initially skeptical, was intrigued by his claim of possibly sharing a luxury car with him. However, humorously pointed out that such a venture was beyond Chu Hao's capabilities, but suggested investing in a film project where Chu Hao could star, likening him to the leading actor. Intrigued, Chu Hao eagerly queried about the film's title, expressing his enthusiasm for various roles. Yet, in a critical tone, redirected Chu Hao's aspirations, suggesting a more fitting character for him. Frustrated at being teased once more, Chu Hao ended the call, while, with a mischievous smile, entertained the idea of one day fulfilling that promise. As the match against Liquid concluded with a decisive 2-0 victory, reflected on the coaching strategies, noting a lack of finesse compared to European teams. Despite this, he acknowledged that such straightforward tactics could effectively counter less detail-oriented teams from North and South America. With Liquid's defeat, the next opponent was confirmed, a formidable team with undeniable prowess, casting a shadow of apprehension over the group during their meal. The atmosphere lightened only when the seasoned players engaged the others, reminding them that this was their first experience in such a high-stakes competition, and that there was no shame in losing. They decided to toast to their journey, albeit with caution regarding their alcohol consumption, preferring non-alcoholic beverages. Ordered a unique blend of cola, showcasing his individuality. The next morning, groggily rose from his slumber, glancing at the clock, which read 9 o'clock. Concluding there were no tactical discussions needed, he refrained from waking his companion. The previous day's dining experience left an impression. The French cuisine was notably different from typical European fare, offering a lighter taste reminiscent of the contrast between Cantonese and Shandong dishes. However, found himself less fond of French cuisine, not due to its lack of flavor, but rather its incompatibility with his palate. Reflecting on past experiences before traveling abroad, he recalled how food bloggers often received compliments from foreigners, realizing that such praise might stem from politeness. After finishing his morning routine, opened his phone to search for nearby takeout options. After a while of contemplation, he began to sigh heavily, for he had encountered a significant dilemma. He had grown weary of hamburgers. He had to admit that they were indeed delicious. Yet the issue remained that consuming the same dish for an entire month would become monotonous. Consequently, Han Yi found himself rather perplexed. He was uncertain about what else he could savor in this foreign land. Fortunately, fate did not prove too cruel. Han Yi soon noticed a rather unique store, and upon seeing its name, his eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to enter without hesitation. Huaran Shangdian. Upon entering the store's interface, he immediately spotted instant noodles on the shelves. This provided a temporary solution to his immediate cravings. However, his favorite flavor, Lao Ten Suan Kai, was unavailable, leaving him to explore other options. After scanning the shelves, he ultimately chose a brand of spicy beef noodles, along with a sausage, an egg, and some beef jerky, not forgetting to purchase an electric pot. Approximately 40 minutes later, the delivery arrived. Han Yi filled the pot with water, and once it reached a boil, he promptly tossed in all his purchases, cracking the egg to allow its flavor to meld with the noodles. A few minutes later, a pot of instant noodles infused with the essence of beef and egg was ready. At this moment, the aroma roused his companion, who stood beside him, eagerly watching. Reluctantly, Han Yi shared a small portion with him. As he savored the final spoonful of broth, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. The addition of beef jerky had transformed the flavor, enriching the broth with a delightful beef essence. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 10 o'clock. After some thought, he scheduled a gathering for 12 o'clock, instructing everyone to assemble in his room for a pre-battle briefing. Once the briefing was complete, the afternoon arrived, and the competition was on the horizon. The group set off towards the venue. Upon arrival, Han Yi, adhering to the experience of the previous day, approached the two rooms to inspect them. Soon enough, he spotted the name on the main stage. After marveling at the undeniable popularity of the Galaxy battleship, excitement surged within him. Competing against such a renowned team would undoubtedly elevate his own reputation, and it could be said that this was his first opportunity to step into the spotlight before numerous spectators. When he returned to share the news of the main stage with the group, he could clearly see the thrill on their faces. As they entered the main stage room, they rolled up their sleeves, preparing for the impending competition. The room's arrangement was quite similar to that of the substage from yesterday, with no discernible differences. Under Han Yi's leadership, they once again settled into a corner, awaiting the referee's announcement to commence the match. A few minutes later, others pushed the door open. Han Yi looked up to see curious gazes all around him, and as he glanced in their direction, he met their eyes. One individual quickly abandoned several teammates to plop down beside Han Yi, patting his shoulder with a playful tone. "I wanted to call you on the day of team selection, but you left too quickly, and that's how we met." Despite having only crossed paths with Han Yi a few times during the continuous team practices, their bond had blossomed into a friendship. In response, Han Yi displayed a hint of helplessness and regret. "Unfortunately, I was already overwhelmed with my duo partner, so I hardly noticed you." Unfazed by such minor details, the other wore an expression of excitement akin to meeting an online friend, feigning maturity. After the match, "Regardless of who wins or loses, you must join me. I will take you to a fun place with Lung Shun, the three of us together." Observing his demeanor, even without him explicitly stating it, Han Yi could discern where the other intended to go, and he shook his head. I don't drink, so I will pass. Hearing this, the other looked visibly disappointed. All right, let me know when you want to go. Han Yi nodded, then hesitated, contemplating whether to advise him to spend less time at nightclubs and focus more on honing his shooting skills. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the other had already returned to his team. Noticing Han Yi's gaze, another acquaintance, Olaf, waved at him. Han Yi responded warmly, and the group proceeded to take their seats in the front row. Han Yi sat behind, watching the figures in front of him with a touch of regret. At that moment, he felt akin to countless spectators, believing that his future career would be long, and that one day he would claim the championship. Therefore, he felt no urgency and squandered significant time on trivial gaming endeavors, earning him the somewhat teasing moniker of Nightclub Prince. Yet, perhaps it was unimaginable even to him that this undisputed strongest rifleman, despite having ample time, would repeatedly miss the championship, becoming the most tragic hero of this game. Ultimately, what prevented him from claiming victory was precisely the time he once believed to be abundant. Chapter 75. The pistol match soon. The match on stage was nearing its conclusion. The referee summoned the commanders and coaches of both teams to convene, producing a somewhat familiar coin. However, this time, Han Yi was well acquainted with the opposing individual, who provocatively remarked, "You choose first. I hear that your side is all about ladies first." Not one to back down from Han Yi's mockery, he retorted, "I hope you don't end up crying after I defeat you. I'd hate to have to comfort you." Though their banter was laced with taunts, it bore no animosity, resembling the playful jests of friends. The referee glanced at the two, urging them to finalize their decision. Heads or tails, they nodded in agreement. And as the coin soared into the air and landed heavily on the ground, the result was revealed: tails. Without hesitation, Han Yi decisively opted for the second choice, a fleeting glimmer of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He had been playing alongside Han Yi for some time before the match commenced. It is precisely due to his extensive playtime that he has come to personally appreciate the formidable nature of Han Yi, his incisive command, and the myriad of peculiar and ingenious ideas that continuously reshape their understanding. Even the well-versed individuals, after spending a few days playing alongside Han Yi, cannot help but concede that, given a bit more time to accumulate experience from various competitions and to refine his skills and strategies, he may indeed surpass the #1 rank and become the most powerful commander in history. When he first heard such high praise directed at Han Yi, he was momentarily taken aback, but upon deeper reflection, he recognized the truth in the statement. Han Yi undeniably possesses the potential to become the world's premier commander. What is even more concerning is that, over the past couple of days, through observing the online activities of Han Yi and Zero, he has come to an unsettling realization that everyone seems to be preparing some sort of secret weapon. When he inquired about it, both Han Yi and Zero maintained a resolute silence, further intensifying his anxiety. He found himself worrying that the grand gift Han Yi was preparing might be intended for him. This apprehension is the source of his wary gaze. While he understands that Han Yi harbors a disdain for Zero, the reality is that defeating an opponent still allows for advancement, and there is no need to risk contention for the final slot. In truth, Han Yi is also contemplating a grand strategy, considering the feasibility of using an alternative approach to eliminate Liquid. However, he quickly shakes his head, realizing that the current Team's signature move does not involve the map Mila Ji. As long as they do not consciously select Mila Ji, his tactics would be rendered ineffective. With this thought, Han Yi reluctantly abandons that strategy and opts for a conventional confrontation, promptly discarding the map of the mansion. He then reflects and decides to ban the map Mila Ji. He senses that the opposing Team's secret weapon may be concealed within either the map 2 or Mila Ji, but he remains uncertain about which map it is. Thus, he chooses to eliminate the more complex map, Mila Ji, from consideration. When it comes to Han Yi's turn to select a map, he refrains from choosing map 2 or the other option, as neither is optimal. One is a gunman-esque map, which Han Yi knows he cannot win on given his current strength, and the other is the strongest map, which he anticipates the opponent will select. After careful contemplation, Han Yi settles on the map Xiaozhan. Following that, without any surprises, he makes his final selection. The results are confirmed. Map 1 is Inferno Town. Map 2 is Death Amusement Park, and Map 3 is also Death Amusement Park. The two teams shake hands amicably, and as the match concludes, it is their turn to enter the arena. Han Yi sits at his computer, feeling a surge of excitement. Before entering, he glances at the number of viewers across various live streams using his phone. A rough estimate reveals that around 200,000 to 300,000 people are watching this match solely within the Chinese internet. It is noteworthy that the daily active users in the year 2020 only reached around 500,000 to 600,000. Essentially, it can be said that nearly all Chinese players with free time are keenly following this match. Moreover, the platform Douyu has promptly updated their live stream title to Genius Commander Faces the World's Top Gunman. as they are selecting maps. They hold the privilege of choosing sides first, thereby securing one side. Once the warm-up phase concludes, the voice of the commentator, 1G, resonates in everyone's headphones. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's match between Yin and their opponents. I am your commentator, 1G. As the game begins, the support player sends Han a 250 and equips himself with a smoke grenade, indicating that the strategy for the pistol round centers around Han E. This approach is indeed valid, as Han E's prowess in pistol rounds is formidable. The real question is how the opponents will respond. Many viewers may not be aware that for quite some time now, he has been queuing with Han E, and both sides have developed a deep understanding of one another. As 1G narrates, the players spread out, with Han E opting for a strategy centered around the banana path, while the opponents choose a 23 opening. Han E leads the charge, relentlessly advancing toward the stone slab, positioning himself as the primary assailant. Meanwhile, the defending team consists of a master-student duo, whose positioning is meticulously calculated. They choose to stand in a forward position, constantly shifting to observe the information from both the stone slab and the banana path. They employ a combination of flashbangs and defensive tactics, with one player poised behind the coffin, ready to assist at a moment's notice. In the voice chat, reminders are exchanged. Be cautious when moving. The pistol round can be quite treacherous, especially in the first round. As a newly promoted rookie, his trust in his teammates is boundless. He nods in acknowledgement, taking heed of the advice, and subsequently minimizes his movements, barely exposing half of his head to gain a glimpse of the situation behind the stone slab. However, even in this cautious stance, he underestimates Han E. Suddenly, a figure darts out from behind the stone slab, moving with the speed of lightning, accompanied by an impeccably accurate bullet. This bullet swiftly pierces through his head, sending him crashing to the ground before he can even comprehend the situation. His fingers continue to press down on the keyboard in vain. Witnessing his teammate's demise, he hastily throws his flashbang, but it is too late. Han E resembles an unstoppable machine, charging forth, having already burst through the banana path to confront the enemy head-on. At that moment, the second flashbang is about to be deployed, only to reveal Han E charging recklessly forward. He could hardly fathom that such bravery existed in the world. Having dispatched the previous opponent, Han E does not pause for a moment, lacking any cover, and simply charges straight ahead. In a flurry, he attempts to evade, but Han E's reflexes are swift, and he fires a shot. Regrettably, the bullet grazes the scalp, failing to claim his life. They're attacking, come help me. I still have a flashbang, I'll throw it when you return. Having narrowly escaped death, he dared not linger, hastily descending from the coffin and retreating towards the church, intending to regroup with his teammates near the police station. Understanding his intentions, Han E contemplated briefly before deciding to take the initiative, veering right to head towards the other side of the church to set an ambush. However, well aware of the prowess of a pre-aim, he refrained from positioning himself directly at the church entrance for a head-on confrontation, instead opting for a somewhat shadowy spot by the flowerbed trees. This location allowed him to cover the church while avoiding gunfire from the vicinity of the police station, proving to be a commendable hiding spot. Exercising caution, Han E chose to crouch rather than stand, evading the pre-aim while camouflaging himself behind the trees, merging seamlessly with the foliage like a phantom tank. Yet, he felt this was still insufficient, directing his medic to deploy a smoke grenade. This was a tactical maneuver, utilizing the smoke to lower the enemy's vigilance, misleading them into believing that no one from the bandit side would advance, unaware that Han E had already moved out. As the smoke descended, those nearby returned to assist the police station's defense. Observing the situation near the church exit, he spotted the smoke grenade but failed to see any bandit figures, prompting him to communicate this. They deployed a smoke grenade, and I did not see anyone emerge from it. Upon hearing the report, even he could not escape the psychological suggestion that after deploying smoke, the enemy would refrain from pressing the police station, thereby diminishing their guard. Although instinct still compelled him to pre-aim at every potential enemy corner, his focus was not as sharp as at the beginning. As he approached the church's grand entrance, he noticed a bandit almost fused with the tree. Simultaneously, the bandit spotted him, and both fired simultaneously. However, Han Yi's reflexes were a fraction swifter, his bullet striking the bandit's head first, causing him to collapse and alerting Cold God. He has melded into the flowerbed trees. After reporting Han Yi's position, he murmured softly, pondering whether this individual had studied psychology, as such a dark tactic and positioning were quite ingenious. The police station's personnel dared not be careless. He had long heard descriptions from others regarding Han Yi's formidable pistol skills, so he refrained from acting impulsively, awaiting the support of Rain God and Olaf. Meanwhile, Han Yi was also awaiting his teammates' assistance. Under his command, the medic cautiously approached the vicinity of the 3 boxes, raising his last flashbang and tossing it into the smoke. As the concealed smoke flash detonated, Cold God was caught off guard, blinded and scrambling to find refuge in the church's recesses to evade Han Yi's line of fire. However, after scheming for so long, Han Yi would not allow him to succeed. He swiftly emerged from his cover, observing Cold God stumbling with his eyes covered, and decisively fired. Unfortunately, this shot was slightly miscalculated, striking Cold God in the neck and causing his head to lurch, yet the sound of a headshot was absent. Han Yi quickly adjusted his aim, and this time, a 250 bullet penetrated Cold God's skull, bringing him down. As he gazed upon the fallen body, Han Yi had scarcely relished his victory when two sets of footsteps echoed from the corridor, and he instantly discerned the opponent's positions within the police station's hallway. Han Yi did not remain passive. He chose to take the offensive. Thus far, he had claimed 3 lives, and with 2 more, he could achieve a pentakill. Naturally, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip through his fingers, especially since he had yet to unleash one of his talents. Neither side concealed their footsteps, and they encountered one another at the corridor's end, marking a contest of reflexes. In this regard, Han Yi was not outmatched by these frontline competitors, particularly as his adversaries were somewhat older. Predictably, Han Yi fired first, eliminating the one in front, then swiftly shifted his aim to the next opponent's head in pursuit of the pentakill. The falling adversary attempted a shot at Han Yi in that moment. However, facing such an unexpected situation, compounded by his recent inconsistent performance, this shot failed to find its mark. Han Yi then fired again, ending Olaf's life. Observing Olaf's slow descent, disbelief flickered in Han Yi's eyes. When he had seen Olaf and Rain God shoulder to shoulder, he had never imagined he could triumph. Yet the outcome now confirmed his success. He had just secured the first pentakill of his professional career. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the sounds of the machines shifted from monotony to exuberance, escalating to near shouts as Han Yi eliminated the final opponent. Could he truly achieve this pentakill against Rain God and Olaf? Rain God was the first to fall. Could Olaf retaliate? He faltered, and he too was slain by Han Yi. Pentakill. In this round, Han Yi dominated the field. Even amidst a constellation of stars, nothing could impede his forward momentum. It could be said that from the inception of Banana Road, he single-handedly continued to eliminate members. Whether it was the former world's #1 Freeman or the current Norwegian Pistol King, the finest rifleman globally could not prevent his carnage in the pistol round, rendering them mere background figures. He was, in essence, akin to a deity within the realm of pistols. Faced with this pentakill, the spectators exchanged resigned glances with their teammates, seeking comfort from one another, as one raised his hands in exasperation. I had warned you all, this individual is uncanny in the pistol round. It's not merely in the pistol round. He can exhibit such prowess in the second and third rounds as well, but eventually, it normalizes. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his earlier failure to secure a shot stemmed partly from personal reasons and also from the overwhelming pressure Han Yi exerted upon him. The mere thought of Han Yi's earlier ferocity, which seemed inhuman, rendered him somewhat anxious, ultimately leading to his shooting errors. Chapter 77. No regrets, however. Both OLF and D understood that HNY's current state could not be sustained for long. Once they surpassed the initial 3 rounds, everything would revert to normalcy. In other words, if HNY could wreak havoc in every round, there would be no need for them to compete. Surrender would be a more prudent choice. After some contemplation, he decided to place a bet of 5 and prepared several Desert Eagles and some equipment. For this team, the sniper rifle was somewhat superfluous. Thus, they could afford to invest economically after losing the pistol round to see if they could turn the tide. The rationale behind this phenomenon was primarily due to HNY's recent transition from rifleman to sniper, a shift to which he had not yet fully adapted. The rifle was far superior to his sniper rifle. Consequently, fans observed a peculiar trend. He often failed to secure kills with the sniper, but wreaked havoc with the rifle. While devising their battle strategy, HNY rallied his teammates, urging them to vanquish their opponents and send them to join the liquid. As they had witnessed in the previous pistol round, their adversaries posed little threat. Let us go. As HNY's voice resonated, the team rallied together, echoing his encouragement. Observing the fervor of his teammates, HNY felt a slight sense of relief, hoping this momentum would endure a bit longer. After all, this was not a solitary endeavor. He had only a few tricks up his sleeve. To truly overcome their foes, it depended on the performance of his teammates. If they faltered, he would be powerless. Fortunately, they had secured a commendable start. HNY utilized his mind-reading abilities to gauge his thoughts and, after a brief reflection, opted for a 3-2 formation. He led the dog-headed men to plant the bomb, while the remaining trio, consisting of L and Zero, held the front line to prevent chaos, ensuring they stayed within the bomb site. Naturally, he did not rush into the site. Such an approach would be illogical. Instead, he pretended to probe the banana route before gradually guiding the dog-headed men to the bomb site. With 20 seconds remaining on the bomb timer, they launched a surprise assault on the area. Shielded by 5 smoke grenades and an array of gadgets, Their opposition was utterly defenseless, resulting in a scene littered with corpses in mere seconds. Before long, the match progressed to the third round. The team that had just suffered a setback did not show remorse. Instead, they executed an unconventional tactic, opting for a banana and mid-route flank against the terrorists. HNY seized the opportunity for the dog-headed men to sneak around, successfully circumventing their foes, while the remaining players coordinated with them to obliterate the enemy once more. The score unwittingly escalated to 3 o'clock. From that point onward, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Once equipped with rifles, the disparity in marksmanship became glaringly evident. Regardless of whether they were outnumbered, upon breaching the site, only one or two of their team members would often remain. Faced with enemy counterattacks, they had no capacity to resist. At times, even two of them could dispatch all opponents in the area. Although HNY endeavored to maintain control over the situation, he could only watch as their advantage grew increasingly untenable, ultimately leading to their defeat in the first map. As they transitioned to the second map, they opted for the defensive side, yet their prospects appeared even bleaker. Due to HNY's performance in the pistol round, they managed a score of 8-16 in the first map. However, on this map, even with dual talents, HNY could only secure 2 kills in the pistol round. To triumph over such formidable adversaries, 2 kills were simply insufficient. After losing the pistol round, they were soundly defeated with a staggering score of 5-16 on this map. Gazing at the defeat notification on the monitor, HNY felt an unprecedented sense of calm, devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely participated in a casual match. The disparity in marksmanship was simply too vast. While he could compensate tactically, in this scenario, he found himself utterly helpless. Even when he transitioned to command, his shooting skills had diminished, yet the opponents remained the most formidable he had ever encountered. Often, a single adversary could eliminate 1 or 2 of his teammates, thwarting their offensive efforts single-handedly. As the match progressed, HNY was compelled to instruct his teammates to circumvent the guarded bomb sites, forcing counterattacks, which rendered the exchanges somewhat competitive. This defeat was unlike any he had experienced before. Having participated in numerous matches now, he was no longer the novice he once was. Instead, he had gained a wealth of insight. The most significant realization was that the path to victory appeared far more arduous than he had anticipated. Although the current team was undoubtedly among the most illustrious in the world, this grandeur stemmed more from the players' individual worth. In terms of genuine team strength, several teams surpassed them. Especially by the end of this year, as various teams consolidated, this disparity would only grow more pronounced. For instance, Team, the reigning champions of the last year, still without a first-tier player, had their duo and individual stars maturing. The Red Star, the pinnacle of their power. Team, the merger of the Snake and Rat brothers, bolstered by new talents, and others. Faced with such overwhelming competition, what would he do if he encountered Team again in the future? Among the 5 players, only one could be deemed elite, while Team boasted 5 of such caliber. 2 of them, even, if not one, were stronger than HNY. Even the seemingly unremarkable Red Star, appearing as a second or third-tier team, would possess 3 players capable of rivaling him by year-end. Contemplating this, HNY felt an immense weight on his shoulders, engulfed by a profound sense of crisis. He realized that he was still far too weak. The gap in strength was so vast that even losing matches did not elicit any feelings of regret. At that moment, his teammates entered the room, interrupting his thoughts as he rose to shake hands. The third member passing by HNY offered a compliment. Your command was impressive. Several times, I found myself completely outmaneuvered by you. There was no way around it. I still could not surpass you. Perhaps next time, the outcome may differ. After bidding farewell, he patted Han Yi's arm. The 5 kills were spectacular. Had I been able to seize those years, I would undoubtedly have designated you as the rising star, but alas, it seems that opportunity has eluded me. In response to Olaf's praise, Han Yi humbly acknowledged it. Who said that? If I were a judge, I would certainly grant you a score of 20. Upon hearing this, Olaf exhibited little reaction. Instead, he fell into nostalgia, feeling that those words seemed familiar. Chapter 78. Driven to the edge of a cliff as the handshake concluded. The group did not linger to watch the ensuing matches, but instead took a ride back to the hotel. Their sole focus regarding the Liquid versus Team was the result. Liquid triumphed with a score of 2 o'clock. At this juncture, a confrontation with Liquid was inevitable. Only one of the 2 teams could advance, while the other would regrettably cease to progress beyond the group stage, missing out on the spring finals. During their recent encounter, Han Yi again recognized the gap between himself and the top-tier teams. Given the current state of the group, defeating Liquid would undoubtedly pose a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze towards the hotel computer. Upon logging into the game, Han Yi began crafting a video once more. This time, he compiled all remaining maps into a single collection, integrating previous experiences. Some map props were genuine, while others were a blend of authenticity and deception. This approach significantly heightened the difficulty of testing the props, rendering it difficult to discern the real from the fake. Yet, this was not the end. In pursuit of greater questioning value, he devised a highly provocative title, "Warm Up for 3 Minutes to Learn Some Obscure Props." Roommate exclaims, "You're amazing." Having completed all of this, Han E clicked the send button. Watching the progress bar gradually advance to 100, he exhaled deeply, hoping for an abundance of questioning value the following day, ideally acquiring talents sufficient to rival Liquid. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 6 or 7 in the evening, and his stomach rumbled with hunger. This time, Han E ordered a pizza. After finishing his meal, he sat before the computer, pondering, and opted to start a live stream. His fan base on both platforms had surpassed 100,000, with Douyin nearing 200,000. It was time to go live. The dual purpose was to accumulate popularity and stabilize his fan base, while also drawing attention to the video he had just released. Once he downloaded the live stream software and an accelerator, Han E prepared to press the go live button. Merely seconds later, viewers began to arrive in droves. "You dare to go live? Having harmed so many, you still dare to stream. I respect you as a true man. Streamer, your props are impressive. But I dislike your character. Teaching harmful props. How could someone be so wicked?" As Han E scanned the barrage of comments, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he swiftly modified the title of his livestream. 11. Crush the commenters, win 100 meters. Indeed, after altering the title, his popularity surged, and within mere minutes, thousands of viewers had joined, clamoring to eliminate Han E and rid the world of evil. Yet, Han E remained unperturbed, to avoid exposing his identity. He could not interact with viewers using his own account. After a moment's thought, he called Chu Hao, and the call was promptly connected. Without any preamble, he spoke directly. "Do you want to achieve overnight fame?" "Of course, but let's leave out that last Chinese eunuch." "No, I mean becoming an internet celebrity. Though the reputation might be poor, you'll draw criticism." "How many people would criticize me?" "Approximately over 100,000. "Then I won't do it. There's no benefit in that. I'll gift you a butterfly knife." "All right, what shall we do?" Han E briefly explained the situation, and Chu Hao's first response was neither agreement nor refusal, but rather, "Wait. That person who taught the props is you? Return my 5 yuan donation." Taken aback, Han E had not anticipated that his adversary would be Chu Hao. Nevertheless, regarding the butterfly knife, he had no intention of refunding the money. "You want 5 yuan after receiving a butterfly knife?" After contemplating, Chu Hao conceded and dropped the matter, only requesting that Han E treat him to a bottle of cola. Once he obtained Chu Hao's account, Han E promptly logged in and reported his status to the fans in the livestream. Within mere seconds, his request list filled up. Fans, eager to chastise Han E while also earning rewards, enthusiastically signed up. Han E randomly selected the topmost fan, whose username was specialized in defeating the first, evidently a name tailored for this encounter. Regarding the insults directed at him, Han E internally sentenced the individual to death, then pressed the start button. Lunan, a university student, was an avid gamer. Unlike most players, he was a fervent strategy enthusiast, always seeking guides before playing any game. A few months prior, he had stumbled upon a video titled "The Fool's Prop Toss," a comprehensive overview. Pros exclaim it's life-altering. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on it, and upon witnessing the array of imaginative props and the unique insights into the game, he immediately recognized that the individual before him was undoubtedly a master. With this notion in mind, he failed to meticulously verify the usability of each projectile, merely jotting down a rough idea before eagerly diving into the game. When the time came to deploy the items, he glanced at the video again to reinforce his memory, and after tossing a few projectiles, he felt he could remember them quite well. However, during this process, an unexpected issue arose. Lunan noticed that the smoke bomb demonstrated in the video seemed to malfunction, failing to produce the effect showcased. Initially, he believed it to be his own fault, but after 5 or 6 attempts, he realized the video was at fault. Upon discovering he had been deceived, he sought to remedy the situation, but it was too late, and he found himself staring at the failure screen. At that moment, Lunan vowed to take revenge on the host. Little did he know, the opportunity would arrive sooner than expected. The instant he saw Han E start his broadcast, he swiftly changed his name, added a tag, and left a comment on the opponent's homepage. Perhaps fate took pity on him, as the first water friend selected by Han E happened to be him. A confident smile crept across Lunan's lips, and he envisioned Han E begging for mercy at his hands. Chapter 79. Tormenting a bullet-screen dog. The exhilarating sensation of crushing his enemy beneath his foot was intoxicating. This was not mere arrogance. It stemmed from his extensive training, having long attained a high rank. In this era of limited competition, he could confidently refer to himself as a master. Lunan even dared to assert that among the over 10,000 students in his school, few could surpass him in skill. With this mindset, he gradually entered the game, and as the warm-up countdown concluded, the duel commenced. Lu Nen chose a weapon that was undoubtedly the best pistol for this headshot-free matchup. Without hesitation, he emerged from cover, seeking Han E's position to impart a memorable lesson. Just then, the silhouette of Han E flashed across the screen. In the next moment, a clear sound of a headshot resonated in his headphones. Lu Nen had no time to react and was instantaneously eliminated. Watching his character slowly collapse, he felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. He repeatedly reassured himself that it was merely a fluke. He had underestimated his opponent. Soon, the second round arrived. This time, Lu Nen was more diligent. Instead of recklessly charging out as he had in the first round, he meticulously searched for Han E's figure. This strategy proved effective, as he was the first to spot Han E. Just as he prepared to strike a second time, he realized a crucial truth: fantasy and reality often diverge. When he dashed out of cover again, Han E was quicker, and another bullet struck his head. Undeterred, Lu Nen pressed on into the third round, followed by the fourth and fifth. Before long, 10 consecutive rounds had passed, and he had not even had a single fair exchange. He was merely shot down the moment he rushed out. Sweat dripped down Lu Nen's face, and his dismal performance triggered skepticism among the bullet screen viewers. Is this the actor you found, streamer? Indeed, he hasn't fired a single shot. I've never seen someone so inept. Even the worst should be able to kill once. This person's skill seems inferior to mine. There should at least be someone competent. Don't let just anyone go up there for the streamer's enjoyment. Bring in some skilled players for a serious challenge. As Lu Nen watched the comments flooding his screen, a bitter taste filled his mouth. At that moment, he simply wanted to shout, "What on earth is the opponent? Their strength is far beyond that of a normal human." Every encounter resulted in a headshot. Even if the first shot missed, the second invariably found its mark. Such marksmanship, in Lu Nen's eyes, bordered on professional caliber. Staring at the 10 o'clock score in the pistol rounds, he could scarcely believe that the revenge he had yearned for unfolded in such a manner. Yet, his torment did not cease with the pistol rounds. The long gun rounds followed. Han E wielded his weapon like a ruthless executioner, shattering Lu Nen's fantasies of revenge, while the taunts in the bullet screen further crushed his pride. Overwhelmed with frustration, he typed a message in the game chat, specially tormenting the first. You know in your heart whether you are cheating. After sending that message, Lu Nen decisively exited the game. Han E, observing the abrupt end of the match, scratched his head, clearly puzzled by the sudden emotional breakdown of his opponent. However, he did not dwell on it, instead sporting a radiant smile as he considered the system notifications before him. Viewers doubt the host's legitimacy. Doubt value 1. Viewers doubt the host's legitimacy. Doubt value 2. Lu Nen doubts the host's legitimacy. Doubt value 1. During this session, Han E accumulated 4 doubt points, an efficiency rivaling that of teaching videos. This revelation ignited a spark in Han E's mind, unveiling a new method to harvest doubt points. For the next few hours, he mingled with his fans, countless individuals arriving with high hopes only to depart in disgrace. Come, let us torment the next bullet screen dog. This phrase quickly became Han E's catchphrase for the night. As the London clock approached the late hours, he stifled a yawn and declared that he would continue tormenting bullet screen dogs the following day before logging off. That night, Han E experienced a bountiful harvest, with his questioning value soaring to over 200 points. It seemed likely that by the time he awoke the next day, after the video had gained traction, it could surpass 1,000 points, potentially allowing him to draw an additional talent. If fortune favored him, it was not inconceivable to acquire 2 talents. With this hopeful notion in mind, Han E quickly freshened up and drifted into a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening the following day, his bleary eyes immediately turned to the system panel to check his questioning value. To his astonishment, it had reached a staggering 1,200 points. Truly a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Han E pressed the lottery button, and as the wheel slowly spun, 10 rewards appeared before him, among which were indeed 2 talents. Submachine gun, pre-aim 2, submachine gun, reaction 1, sniper rifle, positioning 3, rifle, follow gun 2. Talent, sage points. When you make a self-sacrificial act to assist a teammate, you gain 1 point of all attribute enhancement. Stackable, lasting until the end of the match. Sniper rifle, reaction 1, talent, never give up. When you become the first player in your team to be eliminated, you gain 1 point of all attribute enhancement. Stackable, your attributes remain after you kill an enemy, but the talent becomes ineffective. Rifle, follow gun 2, submachine gun, positioning 2, sniper rifle, pre-aim 2. Following this 10 draw, Han Yi's attributes saw a significant enhancement once more. Most astonishingly, his sniper rifle reaction had reached an impressive 95 points. This led Han E to speculate that when his sniper rifle reaction grew to 100 points, it might signify that he had become the fastest sniper in the world, perhaps even surpassing the peak masters of the past. With this thought, a bold idea germinated in Han Yi's mind. Perhaps he should attempt a double sniper defense. His sniper rifle reaction was already swift, and he felt confident that holding certain positions would pose no significant challenge. The double sniper defense was undoubtedly viable, as exemplified by the memorable double sniper defense during the Shanghai finals, which almost showcased resilience to equalize against the Green Dragon, albeit falling just short. Additionally, the 25-year team was also a frequent practitioner of the double sniper defense. These teams had demonstrated remarkable defensive capabilities when facing opponents that exceeded their strength. Currently, the situation with Dian mirrored a confrontation against a stronger Liquid team. The double sniper strategy might indeed be their only avenue for success. However, contemplating a solution, time was not on their side. The match against Liquid was merely hours away, leaving little room for training. With this in mind, Han Yi hastily rose, freshened up, and gathered everyone together to convey the strategy. Several hours passed, during which the team appeared troubled and perplexed. Han Yi found himself lacking an effective resolution, as there were simply too many maps, each with its unique strategies and interpretations. Expecting to fully digest all this information in a single morning was preposterous. His primary objective was to provide a general impression, ensuring everyone understood the situation. Specifics and synergy were secondary. Consequently, Han Yi did not intend to employ the double sniper tactic right away, opting instead to play normally. Only when victory appeared unattainable would he resort to the double sniper strategy. In this manner, coordination and details became less significant, placing the entirety of their efforts upon the strategy itself. Naturally, they were not entirely devoid of coordination, as the double sniper tactic still needed to operate within a conventional tactical framework, allowing for some basic cooperation. As the time to depart arrived, the manager interrupted Han Yi's discourse. Noting the passage of time, Han Yi realized that it had transitioned from morning to afternoon, and recognizing that the team had not yet eaten. Having spent the entire morning listening to his explanations, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Apologizing for the oversight, he acknowledged that for his team of gaming enthusiasts, missing a meal was hardly a concern. Not to worry. If we win against Liquid, we can indulge in a celebratory feast, he reassured them. Following this, the team gathered their belongings and set off for the venue. Throughout the journey, Han Yi seized every opportunity to instill tactical knowledge, speaking incessantly until they arrived at the arena. This occasion differed from previous experiences, as the reduced number of matches that day resulted in an abundance of staff. To Han Yi's surprise, someone greeted them at the entrance. As the team disembarked, the staff promptly assisted them, marking the first time Han Yi enjoyed such services at an offline event. At that moment, another vehicle pulled up alongside theirs, and the first to emerge was none other than Tu, one of the few players Han Yi held in disdain. Upon seeing Han Yi, Tu's expression darkened, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Han Yi preemptively raised his middle finger. Incensed by Han Yi's gesture, Tu disregarded any semblance of decorum and unleashed a torrent of profanity. Not one to back down, Han Yi glanced at the nearby staff and promptly reported, "He is insulting me. You might not understand, but it's akin to your own." The staff, who had been helping with luggage and had not noticed Han Yi's actions, now turned to regard Tu with a frown upon hearing the complaint. Provocation is prohibited at offline events. This is a warning. Further infractions will result in fines. Confronted with this scene, Tu was taken aback by Han Yi's audacity, his face reddening in embarrassment. However, Han Yi would not easily let him go. Seizing the moment when the staff turned away, he silently mouthed a word to Tu. "Fool." Tu seemed to have grasped some evidence and hurriedly imitated Han Yi. Reporting to the staff, "He insulted me." "I did not. His previous gesture was an insult towards me. You have no evidence at all. It appears you harbor resentment against me and are deliberately fabricating reasons to slander me." Seeing Han Yi firmly deny the accusation, Tu's teeth ground together in frustration. Having already resolved to unleash his wrath on Han Yi, no matter how his teammates tried to persuade him otherwise, Han Yi, observing his demeanor, wore a satisfied smile and followed the others into the venue. His actions were not merely intended to provoke Tu, but to subtly influence his opponent's mindset. Friends who frequently engage in matches understand that after an argument with teammates or opponents, it is often challenging to maintain tranquility, as one tends to dwell on thoughts of retaliation and humiliation. In severe cases, this can adversely affect a player's performance. Han Yi aimed to exploit this psychological aspect to destabilize Tu's state, thereby enhancing their chances of victory. Meanwhile, the others gathered around Tu, striving to calm him down. The upcoming match was crucial, and none wished to be eliminated at such an early stage. Tu was not foolish. He recognized Han Yi's intentions. Yet the incident had left a thorn embedded deep within him. Once both teams entered the venue, they exchanged not a word, one seated in front, the other behind, silently awaiting the commencement of the game. This team, Liquid, had recently triumphed in the Intel Grand Slam last July. Their trio's prowess was formidable, aside from their own team. No one could rival Liquid last year. They ranked 4th in April 2019 and 7th in July 2019, with even the weakest among them placing 9th. Out of the 5 players, 3 were in the top 10 rankings, demonstrating their exceptional skill level. Although the situation had somewhat shifted this year, Liquid still retained the foundation of their Grand Slam team. Apart from the aforementioned trio, the remaining 2 players were Jiao Jiao and Captain America, Zero. These 2 could be considered the team's vulnerabilities. While Zero possessed solid commanding abilities, his individual performance was often questioned, frequently dragging down the trio. As for Jiao Jiao, he played a versatile role, appearing wherever Liquid needed assistance. Whether in breaching, supporting, sniping, or even freelancing, he could be likened to the team's jack of all trades. In summary, Liquid was undeniably strong, yet they were currently experiencing a decline. As the referee summoned both teams' coaches and captains to the stage, the match officially commenced. Han Yi successfully guessed the coin toss, thus earning the privilege to select the maps, allowing him to proceed first. Liquid's strategy aligned with Han Yi's anticipation. They immediately discarded their weakest map, Train. When it was Han Yi's turn, he similarly chose to drop overpass. In the initial round, both teams adhered to a fixed formula, discarding a map they were unfamiliar with before selecting one they believed they could win. Strong teams against weaker ones also followed a specific formula, choosing their strongest map rather than opting for the opponent's weaker one. Otherwise, Boston's match against Nine serves as a vivid example. Therefore, Zero's first choice was their strongest map, Mirage. Subsequently, it was Han Yi's turn to deliberate. The remaining maps were Dust 2, Town, and Death Park. He needed to carefully consider which of these maps would afford them the best chance of defeating Liquid. Han Yi envisioned a perfect scenario of employing their recently practiced tactics on Mirage to conquer their opponents. If they triumphed in either the first or second map, victory would be within reach. However, if they failed on either of those maps and the match proceeded to a third, given the disparity in strength, Han Yi was confident they would not be able to contend with Liquid. Thus, he approached the map selection with utmost caution. And even the manager beside him sensed Han Yi's hesitation, carefully prompting him. "Haven't you decided yet?" Han Yi furrowed his brow, already ruling out Death Park. Next, he considered Dust 2 and Town, but ultimately dismissed Dust 2, as its dominance in the outer area was overwhelming. With none on their side able to contend at that level, the outer area was crucial. Losing control there made it exceedingly difficult to mount an assault on the inner zones. Conversely, if the attacking side could secure the outer area, their tactics would diversify significantly, employing strategies such as coordinated attacks from the outer gates or flanking the third floor. On this map, there was no doubt they lacked the qualifications to contest the outer area against Liquid, forcing Han Yi to abandon it as well. Thus, only Dust 2 and Town remained. After further contemplation, Han Yi ultimately opted for Dust 2, as its sniping potential was exceptional, making it the most suitable choice for a double sniper setup. He then discarded Town, leaving Death Park for Han Yi. Without hesitation, Han Yi eliminated Death Park, retaining Dust 2. The final 3 maps were confirmed as Mi La Ji 2 and the first image served as the selection map, thus granting the privilege of choosing sides, resulting in the acquisition of one side. Subsequently, Han Yi returned to inform the group of the selection results. Seizing the opportunity, he elaborated on the dual sniper tactic employed by 2. Though the audience remained in a state of partial comprehension, Han Yi, unperturbed, encouraged them to jot down any questions they had, assuring them that after the first match, during the intermission, he would maximize his efforts to clarify their doubts. As the referee urged them on, Han Yi led the group into the designated small room for the match, commencing the equipment adjustments. After 10 minutes, the equipment was set up and the match officially began. Han Yi immediately focused, attuning himself to the thoughts of Team Liquid's 5 members. Unsurprisingly, only Zero was deeply contemplating tactics, while 2 was berating himself, and the thoughts of the other 3 were blank. Zero's strategy was rather straightforward: execute a swift attack and directly engage in the zone. This rapid approach was emblematic of Team Liquid's style during that period, favoring quick assaults and utilizing marksmanship to obliterate their opponents. Han Yi decisively devised a pocket formation of 4, instructing Zero to position himself on the second floor while he stationed himself at the police house. With gongmen and guarding the entrance, Han Yi instructed him to observe. Should the opposing team engage, he would maneuver around. Once the strategy was set, the game countdown concluded, and the group promptly moved towards the zone as per Han Yi's directives. Upon reaching their respective positions, Team Liquid initiated their offensive. A smoke grenade was thrown at the entrance, followed by a flashbang. Under the cover of the smoke and flash, the others rushed out from one without hesitation. Positioned at the police house, Han Yi was the first to spot the enemy and, confident in his ability to defeat Team Liquid on Mi La Ji, he did not place his hopes on the new talent. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the left key as 2 charged out, a bullet swiftly traversing the zone and piercing through 2's skull. However, Team Liquid remained undeterred by 2's demise, continuing their assault. The second player swiftly retaliated. landing a shot on Han Yi's head. Rather than stubbornly enduring the hit, Han Yi quickly retreated to the police house's telephone booth, allowing Team Liquid to advance. Meanwhile, Zero, hiding below the balcony, seized the opportunity to meticulously listen to the footsteps of Team Liquid, confirming that the remaining 4 were positioned at 1, and began to execute the plan to flank, while the others awaited Han Yi's command. Han Yi was eagerly anticipating a crucial piece of information from Zero. They have reached the sandwich. Upon hearing Zero's words, Han Yi decisively commanded, engage. With that, he burst forth from behind the police house telephone booth, encountering immediate resistance from those already positioned at the sandwich, who fired without hesitation. Han Yi retaliated, but after one shot, he fell to the ground. Moments later, he found himself disoriented, drawn back from the police house. This time, in the director's position, Han Yi's shot accurately struck the head of the opponent. Yet he could not escape death, as Zero, following closely behind the director, swiftly finished him off. Nevertheless, Han Yi had left his teammates with a 4-3 situation, indicating that victory in the pistol round was drawing near. Chapter 82, The Strategy of the Big Eye. Yet, Han Yi underestimated the explosive potential of the star players. After achieving a 1-4-2 headshot at the police house, Gongmin and the others prepared to seize the opportunity to coordinate with Zero, who remained on the second floor, for a 3-pronged ambush. However, as they revealed themselves, they were met with a swift shot, leaving no chance for the one on the jump platform to retaliate, who was instantly eliminated. The situation was slightly better for the other player, who managed to land a shot on Zero. Although he did not secure a kill, he slowed Zero down, allowing Zero to retaliate with a shot, eliminating the one who had approached the sandwich. On the other side, the second bullet arrived, delivering another shot without allowing a chance to retreat, resulting in 2 kills with 2 bullets, perfectly showcasing the prowess of North America's premier sharpshooter. It was precisely due to his recent formidable performance that many players in the community began to assert that he was currently the world's top sharpshooter. Particularly noteworthy was his recoil control, which had yet to be matched by any other professional player to the level of the peak performance of CSGO. The tides of battle can turn in an instant. What was once an advantageous position now teetered on the brink of collapse, with only Zero remaining on the second floor. Conversely, Team Liquid still boasted 2 players of high caliber. At this juncture, Zero issued a directive to proceed with caution. After all, Team Liquid remained unaware of their location and needed to tread carefully. In Zero's view, a steady and methodical approach would lead to victory. There was no need for haste, as locating their opponents was the optimal strategy for resolving the current predicament. Upon hearing Zero's command, the movements of Gongmin and the other 2 immediately slowed, as they began to set up their weapons, hoping to catch anyone who might inadvertently expose themselves. Zero sensed this shift in Team Liquid's attack, and without requiring Han Yi's guidance, he began to feign readiness to engage, compelling Team Liquid to focus most of their attention on him, while any remaining attention was directed towards the police house and the entrance. Unbeknownst to them, during this moment of hesitation, Zero had stealthily approached 1. This was not due to Team Liquid's unawareness of a possible flank, but rather their judgment that it was unlikely for anyone to arrive so swiftly. The zone had already progressed to 4, and surely someone would need to occupy it. The journey from the zone to the area would be lengthy, with the fastest estimate still requiring at least 10 seconds for arrival. In professional competitions, all players develop the habit of assuming that when a location is deemed temporarily unoccupied, no one would be watching that spot. This is to avoid redundant operations and minimize the chances of being caught by opponents. However, precisely because of this, it provided a stage for display. When he pulled one out, the back of 2 was exposed to his sight. Unlike the big brother, he confidently secured the kill with a steady shot. Yet, the subsequent scene left Han Yi drenched in cold sweat. Reacting swiftly, he turned back and, before firing his second shot, he managed to eliminate 2 with a single bullet. He then pivoted again, targeting Zero on the second floor, and fired once more. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and his shot went wide. Seizing the opportunity, Zero retaliated with precision, claiming the kill. Observing the final victorious scene, Han Yi sighed in relief, astonished that it had escalated to such an extent. Had luck favored them slightly more, their entire team might have been wiped out. The sounds of gameplay from the computer were tinged with awe and trepidation. The strategy employed was top-notch, immediately sealing off a zone, causing the opposing team to crash into the police station. Even those not within the zone were affected, leading to misjudgments from the opposing side, who had not anticipated such a swift response. Nevertheless, Ji-gun nearly eliminated the entire team. His explosive capabilities were formidable. Regarding this gamble, it was not difficult to deduce. The opposing team indeed favored aggressive play. Were I Han Yi, I would also choose to gamble, the rationale being rather simple. In a direct confrontation, you cannot expect to rival the opposing team's prowess. You cannot rely on a group of veterans to match individual capabilities, can you? Currently, The entire team lacked substantial statistics, with Zero and Han E standing out as relatively skilled riflemen and commanders within a secondary team. Yet they would pale in comparison within a primary team. Observing whether Zero would make a bold move after losing the pistol round, or opt for a long-range strategy, Han E, uncertain of Zero's intentions, issued a command for a defensive position, treating this round as a pause, while contemplating the next offensive strategy. After several seconds of deliberation, Zero finally issued instructions. We will commence the next round with the assumption of a default start, targeting a flanking maneuver during the mid-game. After outlining everything, the 5 members of the team gathered and charged towards one. Although they were all-star players, lacking armor, weapons, and without cover from equipment made it exceedingly difficult for them to withstand the crossfire, resulting in them falling one after another. The remaining players capitalized on their 5 9mm pistols, reaping a windfall of economy. Upon learning that the opposing team would assume a default start in the next round, Han E immediately commanded, "Let us establish a double position in the sewer. Zero, discard your 9 and acquire a 41. The others need not move their 9s. I will take the lead in the sewer, observing and ensuring survival." Han E had conducted thorough research on the opposing team. Currently, their default offensive strategy on the map was singular, first securing positions 1 and 2, then having 2 from the second floor descend into the sewer to support Zero from a mid-range attack. This team resembled those Han E had encountered previously, a squad that faltered without mid-control. He recalled that by the end of the year, their strategy would be thoroughly analyzed by other teams, leading them to seldom play on this map. As Han E prepared to execute his strategy, the chat erupted with comments. 41. Are you sure this is the right choice? What a peculiar weapon. Only those who use it understand its worth. Did Zero make a mistake? It's quite rare to see a 41, let alone in the third round. It was understandable that the audience reacted this way. At this juncture, the appearance rate of the 41 was lamentably low. Even after watching a year's worth of professional matches, one might never encounter this weapon, its usage rate even falling below that of some obscure submachine guns, such as the Chariot King or the 7. Thus, the chat naturally revolved around Zero's choice of the 41, with viewers speculating on the tactical approach he intended to employ. Chapter 83. Understanding from the future. As the audience engaged in discourse, the third round officially commenced, with both teams dispersing. Following Han Yi's layout, 3 players immediately rushed towards mid. They crouched at the sewer entrance, positioning themselves close to the interior, while Zero stood atop them, affording him a view of the enemies emerging from the terrorist spawn. Han E charged into the sewer, arriving near the terrorist's second floor, where he aimed to defend against 2. In the original tactic he emulated, this step did not exist. However, considering that the opposing team's rifleman was a big brother while theirs was Zero, a noticeable disparity in skill existed. Thus, Han E sought to provide Zero with a safer and more comfortable environment, allowing him to focus entirely on the confrontation. Meanwhile, the others prepared to seize mid. But their anticipation did not extend to the double position strategy in the sewer. Rather, they were bracing for the previously employed triple pull. Soon, 2 smoke grenades landed, one after the other, at the archway, followed by a flashbang detonating directly above the sandbag. Seizing this moment, Zero swiftly emerged from the terrorist spawn, only to realize something was amiss as soon as he stepped out. Glancing at the arch and then back, he failed to detect any enemy presence, and in his bewilderment, he fell. Following closely behind, another player emerged not to discover Zero's position but purely out of instinct. With the previous rifleman slain, as a fellow rifleman, one must charge out regardless of whether the shot could capitalize on the situation. Otherwise, the sacrifice of the teammate providing cover would be in vain. A quintessential act of betrayal. When confronted by the bandits and struck by bullets of unknown origin, he found himself utterly bewildered, standing at the mouth of danger in a state of confusion. As his health dwindled perilously close to depletion, he finally noticed a head peering at him from behind a small cover. Regrettably, it was too late. With the final shot hitting him, he fell to the ground, his face etched with resentment. The voice urging him not to let them escape echoed in his ears as he assessed the unfolding situation, now a 3 against 5. Their hopes for victory rested solely upon him. With 2 visible foes, if he could eliminate them, a 2-for-2 exchange would prove advantageous for the bandits. Resolute, he altered his course, opting not to ascend to the second floor, but instead heading directly down the stairs towards the sewer, intent on dispatching his adversaries. As he neared the sewer, he heard footsteps within, indicating the presence of others. Han E, situated in the sewer, also detected the sounds of his approach. Understanding that his marksmanship could not rival that of his opponent, he decided to deploy a smoke grenade, effectively severing the connection between himself and the intruder, thus adopting a strategy of evasion. Simultaneously, his comrades were able to retreat successfully from the sewer thanks to the cover of smoke. Upon witnessing the smoke grenade, anxiety gripped him, and after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to navigate through the smoke. Under normal circumstances, he might not have taken such a risk. But given the loss of two key players, he felt compelled to act boldly. The current state of affairs demanded it. Reluctantly accepting the possibility of a haphazard defeat, he committed himself to one final effort for victory, first tossing a concealed flashbang before charging through the smoke. However, Han Yi had anticipated this move. He had not positioned himself directly in the smoke, but instead aligned himself against its edge, allowing him to avoid the flash while gaining a clear line of sight as soon as his adversary emerged. As soon as he saw the figure burst forth, Han Yi fired decisively from the side, and before the opponent could react, he was swiftly eliminated within the confines of the sewer. In that moment, the outcome of the match was irrevocably sealed. The commentary on the match differed markedly from previous occasions, filled with astonishment. The strategy of exchanging 3 for 1 had proven remarkably successful. The exceptional capabilities of the weapon had been unveiled, showcasing an extraordinary application. Amidst the chaotic environment of the mid lane, the silencer of the weapon concealed gunfire, making it exceedingly difficult for Captain America and Ji-Ge to ascertain the position of their adversary. Had the weapon been a different model, the initial gunfire would have undoubtedly given away their location. Considering Ji-Ge's prowess, that weapon could have made a significant difference. The dynamics of the situation could have shifted dramatically. In summary, the commander displayed remarkable ingenuity, employing a myriad of strategies while maximizing the advantages of their weaponry, leading one to ponder if there was anything he did not know. Thus far, I had only witnessed such extraordinary capabilities in his presence. He truly was formidable. As the accolades for the commander echoed, the audience was equally astonished by the weapon's effectiveness. This weapon rendered the enemy's position nearly undetectable, eliciting laughter and curiosity among the spectators. As the match progressed, the remaining two members, one being him and the other, opted not to preserve their weapons. Instead, they deployed a smoke grenade from the jump pad, effectively sealing off one side of the archway before launching an aggressive assault on the area. Their opponent, unable to confront them directly, retreated to safeguard their territory, allowing the other to plant the bomb. Although reinforcements arrived and, after losing one member, managed to eliminate both assailants, the outcome was unchanged. The bomb's placement afforded a significant economic advantage to the team. Concealed in the dead end of the second-floor balcony, he hid behind the sofa. Choosing a direct confrontation, the second individual advanced first and immediately spotted him crouching behind the sofa. Both parties opened fire almost simultaneously, but after a single shot, a precise bullet struck him squarely in the head. The second individual successfully breached the area first. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily retreated from the balcony's dead end, but only managed to eliminate the foremost adversary. Faced with the remaining opponents, he found himself utterly defenseless and ultimately fell to their gunfire. In the blink of an eye, only Han Yi remained in the area, while 3 adversaries were still standing. Aware of their intention to breach from the second floor, Han Yi chose not to delve too deeply into the room, but instead positioned himself behind a small pillar. At this juncture, Han Yi faced 2 choices: to close in and utilize the advantage of his submachine gun to eliminate the liquid members, or to throw a device to delay their assault. Considering his lack of proficiency with the submachine gun, he opted for the more conservative approach of throwing a device. A firebomb, under his control, was hurled through the second-floor window, simultaneously exposing his location. The others did not rush in response, but patiently awaited the flames to extinguish. Seizing this opportunity, Han Yi urged his teammates to converge on the area while cautioning them to watch their backs. As the flames gradually died down, Han Yi launched a grenade. However, this time, the adversaries were not inclined to wait. They leapt from the second floor, absorbing the grenade's damage, and charged towards Han Yi's position. Gritting his teeth, Han Yi emerged from behind cover and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the forefront enemy, who collapsed instantly, unable to react. Yet, they would not grant Han Yi the chance to evade their fire. A precisely aimed shot struck him down. The area fell under siege, and even with 3 individuals defending, the Desert Eagle squad managed to breach their defenses. However, the ordeal was far from over. Realizing that they could not return to defend the area, Zero and another teammate, who had reached the vicinity of the supermarket, briefly conferred over voice chat and decided to retreat and safeguard their weapons. Taking advantage of this moment, an enemy had already arrived at the police station. Despite Han Yi's warnings, he was apprehended and shot down, yet he managed to withstand the pressure and executed a counterkill, finishing off the enemy despite sustaining 2 gunshot wounds. He swiftly picked up the fallen 41 from the ground and fled the area, ultimately managing to secure the weapon, thus averting the situation from spiraling into chaos. Frustrated after being overturned by the Liquid Squad with a Desert Eagle, Han Yi scratched his head in dismay, lamenting the outrageous skill levels of his opponents. In contrast to Han Yi's distress, Zero was exuberant. He had intended to test his luck and was already prepared for the next round with long guns. To his surprise, his gamble paid off. as they had managed to maintain a strong position. With their recent victory, the morale of the team soared. If they were not separated by different rooms, two would have been tempted to stand up and taunt Han Yi. Subsequently, the five of them armed themselves with long guns and assumed a default formation. Considering their team's economic constraints, Han Yi also opted for a half-buy strategy, replicating the previous duel setup tactic and assigning 4-0 while he continued to play solo. However, the same strategy proved ineffective against the Saint Seiya team, as their response speed was significantly more advanced than before, rendering the simple duel setup futile. Once again, they approached through the archway, deploying 2 smoke grenades, followed by an assault. Zero leapt off the head of his teammate and launched himself through the criminal's entrance. He opened fire immediately, but his speed was too swift for one, whose slower rate of fire could not keep pace. Seizing this opportunity, the enemy emerged from the criminal's entrance and shot Zero, effortlessly dismantling the duel setup strategy. With Zero down, the 41 fell into the hands of the enemy, who realized retreating into the sewers was not an option, as 2 was blocking the other end. Should he enter the sewers, he and Han Yi would be cornered by the Liquid squad. With determination, he chose to lunge out from the sewer entrance, confronting the 2 bandits at mid-range. Yet, in the eyes of the Liquid squad, this action was tantamount to a death sentence. A single shot claimed his life. After his demise, Han Yi found himself isolated in the sewers, surrounded and brutally killed by the Liquid squad. 2, satisfied, began to interact with Han Yi's corpse. The others then regrouped and launched an assault through the archway, successfully securing the entire area. The score reached 3-2. This round was crucial. Regardless of who won or lost, the opposing team's economy would collapse. The coach, clearly aware of this, called for the first tactical pause of the match. The coach and Zero briefly conferred, ultimately deciding to execute their most familiar strategy, Strategy 1, which they had practiced extensively, second only to their default approach. They had previously employed this tactic during a pistol round, and although they lost, they did not attribute the defeat to the strategy, but rather to a stroke of bad luck when they unexpectedly encountered the police station. This time, armed with the lessons learned from their previous experience, they resolved not to stumble in the same place twice. They believed that as long as they initiated their attack at a normal pace, given Liquid's strength, victory was inevitable. However, their confidence was misplaced. The tactical pause before Han Yi resembled nothing more than a loud conspiracy. After deliberation, Han Yi devised a plan, assigning a solo strategy to 4. Upon issuing his command, the game commenced. Both teams rushed toward the area, gathering their forces. The bandits positioned themselves at the explosive site, awaiting Zero's command to execute a rapid assault on the area. Under the command of Han Yi, the team had made meticulous preparations, occupying every advantageous position as if they were ensnaring their opponents in an elaborate web. Observing the tactical maneuvers from a godlike perspective, the commentator could hardly contain his astonishment. Once again, his prediction proved accurate. He had wagered on a swift offensive, and fate favored him, as he consistently discerned the attacking vector. Meanwhile, the opposing team, Zero, remained oblivious to the impending trap they were about to walk into. As the quick assault commenced, Liquid deployed their utility. Under the commentator's guidance, Liquid launched their devices, swiftly repositioning before the explosives detonated, charging forth from position 1 with the intent to catch their adversaries off guard. However, as they stepped out, they immediately sensed the peril. Gunfire erupted from every direction. In their attempt to retreat, a grenade struck deep within position 1, sealing the escape routes for players 0 and 2. They sought refuge atop the platform at position 1, hoping for a brief respite, but another grenade from behind engulfed the area in flames. Liquid's members were filled with despair. They had just begun to turn the tide, only to face imminent defeat once more. Regret served no purpose, and with flames encircling them, they found no sanctuary. In a desperate bid for survival, 0 and 2 attempted to carve a path to safety. But as they emerged from the platform, they found themselves under the relentless gaze of Han Yi and his team, who had emerged from the smoke of their offensive. The opposing firepower ensnared them, and in an instant, they fell. Witnessing the grim fate of his comrades, Player 2 resorted to a last-ditch effort, tossing a smoke grenade to extinguish the flames in a bid to preserve their lives. Yet, a series of grenades soon followed, shattering any hope of escape. Additionally, due to the nature of the swift assault, their equipment remained with Player 2, with a smoke grenade sealing off position 1. It was a resounding victory for Han Yi's team. The 2 remaining members of Liquid could only sigh in resignation as they regarded the smoke, retreating to the second floor to safeguard their weapons. In the following round, Liquid, bolstered by their remaining 2 heroes, managed to once again breach the enemy's defenses. However, it was not long before Han Yi, with his exceptional tactics, reclaimed the lead. The teams exchanged blows, ultimately culminating in a closely contested score of 8-7. Although they led by a single point, a closer inspection revealed that they were, in fact, at a disadvantage. In the context of the game, a mere point lead was insufficient for victory, and thus the upcoming pistol round would prove crucial. Maintaining their usual formation, Player 0 assumed the primary role, while a secondary player guarded the archway. Player 2, serving as Liquid's defensive sniper, operated without a fixed position, occasionally participating in offensive maneuvers. This flexibility was a hallmark of the team, with Player 2 often switching roles between offense and defense. Understanding Liquid's default setup, Han E felt no hesitation in deciding on an attacking strategy, knowing that the opposing team was formidable. Rather than attempting to penetrate their defenses directly, he focused on exploiting Player 0's vulnerabilities. Due to a lack of momentum, Han E opted not to acquire the usual equipment, but instead took matters into his own hands, arming himself with a smoke grenade and a flashbang, while assigning another set to his teammates. He then issued a command to initiate a mid-paced attack, instructing himself to remain at position 1 while Player 0 held a mid-range position. Leading the charge, he guided his team into the second floor of the enemy territory. With their roles clearly defined, they held their ground momentarily, and upon realizing their adversaries showed no inclination to advance, Han E decisively deployed a smoke grenade. He then burst forth from position 1. As movement ensued, Player 0 quickly coordinated with the team to apply pressure from the archway. In a pistol round, the significance of utility is paramount. Upon hearing his teammates report that the enemy had deployed smoke and that there was movement at position 1, Player 0 swiftly commanded a retreat to defend their territory. However, as he attempted to maneuver back through the archway, he encountered Player 0 from the opposing team. Caught off guard, Player 0 suffered a headshot and barely managed to escape, promptly relaying the intelligence regarding the enemy's positioning. In a brief moment, the opposing team had revealed 2 critical positions, both linked to the impending attack on the area, and with the prior utility deployment, Player 0 surmised that the main assault would focus on the area. Just as he contemplated a full retreat, a smoke grenade fell from above, perfectly blanketing the supermarket window. Confirming that they were no longer in close proximity, Han E led his remaining teammates into the assault on the area. Due to the necessity of deploying utility, he positioned the entry fragging player at the forefront. Player 0 was concealed within the package area, initially unaware of Han Yi's presence. The moment he heard the landing, he seized the opportunity to charge out, catching Han E off guard. A precise shot struck Han Yi's head, causing his model to collapse backward. Although his teammate rushed forward to capitalize on the moment, Han E intervened, commanding him to halt, demonstrating the discipline expected of a well-coordinated team. They awaited each other's arrival before commencing their offensive. Han E chose to leap through the window, establishing a firing line. Having prioritized utility over armor, he opted for self-sacrifice to create an advantage for his armored teammate. Meanwhile, another teammate emerged from the balcony, forming a crossfire with Han E. Caught in a flurry of uncertainty, Player 0 contemplated his next move, ultimately deciding to eliminate the enemy who had just leaped from the window. However, during this moment of hesitation, Han E had already gained the upper hand with his firearm. He swiftly pulled back from below the window and executed a perfect shot, eliminating Player 0 within the bomb site. Following this, Han E swiftly pivoted, and just as Player Xiao emerged, he found himself perfectly aligned with Han Yi's crosshair. Once again, Han E fired with precision, achieving a remarkable 180-degree double kill. This scene felt oddly familiar to both the players and the viewers in the livestream, who couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was him again. After dispatching Player 0, he swiftly turned and eliminated the nearly dead Xiao, completing yet another double kill. I had witnessed this before, but I never expected Han E to replicate it. This had become his signature moment, the 180-degree turnaround kill, a feat that few professional players could accomplish. Despite the minor information provided by Player 0, the turnaround was astonishing, and the pre-aiming was executed flawlessly, creating an illusion as if he had eyes in the back of his head. This player, while seemingly ordinary in regular matches, transformed under certain circumstances, as if he had unlocked a hidden potential, often delivering breathtaking plays that left spectators in awe. After achieving the double kill, Han E exhaled, then removed the bomb from his person and planted a small charge. From the moment the bomb was set, the team was destined for defeat. Even if they managed to eliminate Player 1, Player 0 had control of the midsection, and by the time they returned from the supermarket to defend, it would already be too late. If they did not eliminate their opponents, the looming threat would hinder their defense. Realizing this, Player 0 promptly decided to minimize losses. And under his command, the remaining 3 players collaborated to eliminate their target before retreating and fortifying their position nearby. Noticing that the enemy was not pursuing, Han E also directed his team to pull back from mid, successfully securing a crucial point in the pistol round. In the next round, Han E executed his classic 5 submachine gun strategy. From Player 0's insights, he deduced that the opposing side had a weak defense, so he employed a standard explosive tactic, easily securing a point against Liquid. Subsequently, as Liquid attempted a comeback with the Desert Eagle, Han E was prepared. Mimicking Liquid's strategy, he executed a pincer maneuver at the archway. Faced with a close-quarters assault from submachine guns, the opponents struggled to withstand the onslaught and faced another defeat. With 3 successive points secured, Liquid finally stabilized the situation, leading to the long gun round. The score had reached 11-7, with only 5 points separating them from victory. This score was entirely unexpected, as the team initially believed they were guaranteed a win, leaving them somewhat flustered. They endeavored to compose themselves. Yet the mounting score weighed heavily on their minds. At this juncture, Player Zero called for a tactical timeout, and the others hurried to inquire about his strategy. "What do you propose? Let us execute a 3-man push and catch them mid," he suggested. Before the match commenced, they had studied various strategies for the map, including Han ES 3-man push, which they had modified to better suit their style. Now, faced with a disadvantage, Player Zero sought to implement this strategy to prevent further control of mid. In his view, losing control of mid would severely limit their tactical options, regardless of their creativity. After considering Player Zero's proposal, Han E nodded in agreement. However, controlling mid would leave him without options, a mere wishful thinking on their part. Aware of Liquid's battle plan, Han E opted for a strategy previously employed by his team in Shanghai, utilizing the second floor as a starting point. This strategy was straightforward yet entirely different from contemporary tactics. Most offensive strategies at the time centered around the second floor, using the first floor as bait to draw enemy fire, while the second floor players would emerge according to the situation to eliminate enemies inside the bomb site or within the police station. Conversely, Han Yi's approach reversed this notion, sending players from the second floor first, while the 3 players on the first floor were tasked with deploying a comprehensive array of utilities. Once the second floor players secured control of the area, the first floor could then advance. This innovative thinking was unprecedented at the time, which is precisely why Han E was keen to employ this strategy. Although engine issues might cause some utilities to fail to deploy, the overall framework of the strategy had been thoroughly tested and proven sound. After discussing the plan with his teammates, the game commenced. In preparation for the 3-man push, only one defender remained in the area, opting for a bold defensive position on the second-floor balcony ledge. This position allowed him to bypass much of the tactical search sequence, providing him with an option to engage directly with any opponents on the second floor, even in the worst-case scenario. Aware of his potential difficulties in defending alone, he chose this daring position with multiple options. Meanwhile, the assault was significantly simpler, with Player 2 leading the charge while the other 3 prepared to deploy explosives from the first floor. As the opposing team aimed to seize control of the central lane, Han E wasted no time. Once everyone was in position, he promptly issued the command to initiate the assault. Swiftly, 3 smoke grenades descended from the sky, landing at the locations of the police station, the jump platform, and beneath it. Following this, a flashbang detonated above position 1. Observing all of this, he immediately communicated with his teammates, instructing them to fall back quickly, while also preparing to eliminate any enemies emerging from the second floor and seeking refuge within. However, contrary to his intentions, just as he was ready to act, a flashbang from the second floor engulfed him in blinding light. The combination of attacks continued, with 2 incendiary grenades hurled onto the balcony and beneath it, setting the area ablaze. Under the cover of various props, he dashed out from the second floor, racing into the vicinity without glancing at the recess on the second floor. Naturally, in his blinded state, he could do little more than rely on muscle memory to evade to safety beneath the balcony. Yet, during this frantic maneuver, another flashbang from position 1 was thrown, further compounding his disorientation. Upon reaching the designated area and surveying his surroundings without sighting any enemies, he relayed the situation to his teammates, advising them to refrain from throwing more flashes. Only then did he turn back to eliminate the enemy, who had been severely burned by the flames. This flawless strategy allowed them to secure the area with minimal resistance, without firing a single shot. Undoubtedly, Han E had once again redefined the spectator's understanding of the game with his tactics, revealing that the strategies for positions 1 and 2 could indeed take on different forms. The players exchanged glances, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Player 0 decisively commanded everyone to regroup and prepare for a counterattack. Utilizing their remaining equipment, they attempted to delay the advancing enemies, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Although they ultimately triumphed through superior marksmanship, they could not reverse their fate as the countdown for the 4th explosion reached its end. As the bomb detonated, the score climbed to 127, with victory within reach. The team's morale surged, and Han E took the opportunity to rally his teammates. In that moment, the older players regained their vigor, no longer at a disadvantage during skirmishes. Throughout this match, both team scores gradually increased, ultimately finalizing at 16-13, securing their victory on the map known as Milaji. Witnessing the outcome of this match, the players and coaches in attendance fell into a contemplative silence. Since Han Yi's emergence as a commander, his strategies had consistently shattered their perceptions. From the distant Mi-La-Ji triad to the recent dual setup with a two-pronged assault, each strategy had the potential to evolve into countless variants, making them acutely aware of Han Yi's potential. Particularly, the ability to triumph on a map they took pride in sparked a glimmer of desire in the eyes of many top-tier team coaches as they regarded Han Yi. Possessing exceptional command skills, capable of formulating strategies and occasionally exhibiting astonishing bursts of prowess, he epitomized the ideal commander in the hearts of every coach. More importantly, while the opposing team was undeniably affluent, their investment in this game was relatively modest, amounting to perhaps a few €100,000 annually, not including accommodation and travel expenses. In other words, Han Yi's current market value was not exorbitant, making it unlikely for them to offer him a significantly high salary. Consequently, this suggested that they might entice Han Yi with a substantial sum to join their team. With this in mind, several coaches from leading teams promptly contacted their respective owners or managers to position Han Yi as a target for transfer. Many were keenly interested, yet no one made an immediate offer to Han Yi. At this juncture, no team would replace their commander, even if dissatisfaction lingered. They would wait until after the Rio competition to reconsider such decisions. However, one thing was certain: once the dust settled, Han Yi would undoubtedly become a hot topic in the transfer market. Given the current financial investments and capabilities, it would be impossible to retain such an astonishing commander. Unbeknownst to Han Yi, who remained in the lounge, he had become a sought-after target among various teams. His mind was solely occupied with devising strategies and tactics for the upcoming matches, sharing his insights with his teammates. They were just one map away from the spring finals. In reflecting on their journey thus far, Han Yi was resolute in refusing to falter at this final step. The older players shared this conviction. As long as they could reach the spring finals, the points gained from this match could elevate their team's ranking into the top 20 globally, transforming them into a bona fide top-tier team. There was even a possibility of receiving direct invitations to major tournaments, representing a qualitative leap for a team that had long lingered in the second tier. On the other hand, there were equally compelling reasons for the opposing team not to lose. Having previously suffered defeat against a second-tier team was a severe blow to morale, potentially impacting their performance in Rio. Moreover, no one dreaded losing more than Player 2. Once celebrated on the Mi-La-Ji map, he had not anticipated being bested by Han Yi, and now, numerous voices online mocked him. Player 2 dreaded the thought of what would transpire if he lost the match. His already modest reputation would be further tarnished. More critically, while the higher-ups might not react immediately to a loss, they would undoubtedly take note. Should the team's performance continue to falter, he would be the first to be replaced, rather than any of the other 4 players. Chapter 88. Consecutive defeats. With differing thoughts swirling amongst the teams, the match commenced once more. Map 2 was selected, and with the advantage of choosing sides, they became the attacking team. In the warm-up phase, Han Yi gazed thoughtfully at his attribute panel. Although he had chosen this map himself, overcoming the opposition known as Yeti proved to be a daunting challenge. The reasons were quite straightforward. This map lacked intricate strategies, relying instead on a contest of marksmanship, an area in which he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Contemplating this, Han Yi's attention shifted to the 2 newly acquired talents. Saints points. When you sacrifice yourself to assist a teammate, you gain a point of all attribute enhancement. Stackable, lasting until the end of the match. Never give for free. When you are the first player on your team to be eliminated, you gain a point of all attribute enhancement. Stackable, attributes remain after you eliminate an enemy, but the talent becomes inactive. There are indeed ways to enhance one's shooting skills, and he now possessed 2 talents that could assist in this regard. However, utilizing these talents undoubtedly required him to embrace certain risks. Firstly, with the never give for free talent, he must ensure that he is the first to fall in each encounter, while also safeguarding his teammates' morale during his selfless acts. Otherwise, even if he manages to stack his attributes, he would be unable to prevail against the opposing 5 alone. As for the activation conditions of the Saints' points, Han Yi had surmised through exploration that normal actions, such as being the foremost player in a team to breach an area or assisting teammates in aiming, did not fulfill the criteria of a Saint. To meet this condition, the actions must be more stringent, such as relinquishing collected items to teammates or assisting them in retaining a powerful weapon at the cost of his own interests. Only such self-sacrificial acts would be recognized by the system as saintly. In summary, one talent allows for rapid stacking, yet comes with conditions, while the other stacks slowly but can be accumulated at any time. Soon, a plan began to form in Han Yi's mind. When the game commenced, he glanced at his spawn point, situated near the zone, and sensed Yeti's strategy for this round, which turned out to be a standard 2-1-2 formation. After careful consideration, he issued an order to advance towards the zone. Following these preparations, the game officially began. Han Yi boldly led the charge, positioning himself at the forefront of the team. In this round, He equipped himself with a standard combination of a 250 and smoke grenades. Within moments, he arrived near the tunnel, first tossing a decoy flashbang before decisively moving out. However, this standard flash was unlikely to disrupt Yeti's aim. The instant Han Yi stepped out of the tunnel, he was swiftly eliminated by a single bullet, his body collapsing backward as the system's notification echoed in his ears. Triggered talent never give for free. All attributes won. Upon his demise, Han Yi observed his teammates still pressing the attack and promptly reminded them. There's a smoke grenade and a 250 by my corpse. The team had no time to respond and instead rushed towards the zone. The defensive setup of the zone had undergone slight modifications. While the primary defender remained Captain America, 0, the secondary was not, but rather a 2, with the middle door being guarded. Thus, for the team to enter the zone, they needed to breach it before the defenders returned. Otherwise, the defensive capabilities would experience a qualitative leap, rendering any subsequent assault exceedingly difficult. With the loss of Han Yi, the superstar of the pistol round, their path to victory would inevitably be far more arduous than before. The second player in the lineup, having heard gunfire from the bomb site before Han Yi's death, made an educated guess about the enemy's location and prepared to take aim. He quickly spotted 2, who was perched atop a box at the bomb site, in a position to score a headshot, along with 0 hiding behind a large box in the zone. He decisively fired, landing a shot on 2's head. However, he too fell victim to enemy fire and collapsed to the ground. Following this, 0 and 2 exchanged shots, but they were only able to eliminate 2 and severely injure 0 before both succumbed. As time passed, the player positioned at the middle door had arrived, and the outcome was inevitable. Facing the enemy's marksmanship, they struggled to make any significant breakthroughs. The pistol round concluded with a score of 0-1. The team failed to secure the bomb, suffering considerable losses in the pistol round, having only claimed 1 enemy. Thus, Han Yi decisively chose to adopt a different strategy, instructing everyone to stand back. The rationale behind this was simple. It allowed him to be the first to sacrifice himself. As expected, under Han Yi's deliberate arrangement, he was the first to fall in round 1 to an ambush from the opposing team, after which he directed his teammates to initiate their assault on Yeti. The subsequent 3 rounds unfolded similarly, with Han Yi consistently offering himself as the first casualty, executing standard tactics. As a result, the score naturally escalated to 0-5. Han Yi's performance in these 5 rounds sparked considerable discussion among the spectators, with many jesting that he must have lost his touch, as he appeared a stark contrast to his former self. Even his teammates were influenced, displaying signs of impatience and anxiety. Whereas Han Yi had previously seemed acutely aware of the enemy's fortified positions and consistently countered their strategies, in these recent rounds, the dynamics appeared to have reversed. It seemed as though 0 had anticipated Han Yi's movements and dispatched players to target him, while Han Yi's approach became one of reckless abandon, repeatedly falling into 0's traps. The pattern persisted throughout these 5 rounds. Often, while the other 4 prepared their strategies, Han Yi inexplicably vanished from the field. As the match progressed into the 6th round, the long gun round commenced. Observing the score of 5-0, 2 felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. He had found his rhythm throughout these 6 rounds, and his confidence soared. He even perceived Han Yi as someone of little consequence. In this match, all tactics and sharpshooting skills on this map had vanished, leading to a crushing defeat for the opposing team. Chapter 89. Unbeknownst to him. While he was secretly reveling in his own delight, Han Yi was contemplating his attributes and had already resolved to commence harvesting. Having triggered the Never Give Up ability 5 times, his sniper rifle's reaction speed had reached an astounding 100 points. This was the limit displayed by the system, and Han Yi speculated that this figure might symbolize the peak of human capability. Aside from the sniper's reaction, his rifle's response had also surged to 94 points, with pre-aim and positioning soaring to 86 and 76 points respectively. Although slightly inferior to the rifle, it still boasted a respectable 73 points, qualifying him to compete with some second-tier sharpshooters. However, Han Yi had no intention of using the rifle. His objective for this map was singularly focused on utilizing the sniper to secure victory. Glancing at the economy, which remained robust due to a continuous series of victories, he noted that they had accumulated $5,800. He opened his mouth and spoke. "You should buy a sniper." Hearing Han Yi's words, there was little reaction from his teammate, who silently opted for a sniper rifle. However, another teammate was somewhat moved, never expecting that Han Yi would choose to trust him despite their team trailing by 5 points. He hurriedly purchased a sniper, preparing to exchange weapons shortly. Yet, Han Yi's subsequent actions left him perplexed. Han Yi was quick to swap his weapon for the sniper rifle, but instead of passing it to his teammate, he retained it for himself. Staring in disbelief, his teammate wanted to ask, "Aren't you going to give me the gun?" Yet, after a prolonged silence, he could not vocalize his inquiry, resorting instead to casting a somewhat resentful glance at Han Yi. Unperturbed by the gaze, Han Yi, Having learned from Zero that they would again employ a 2-1-2 formation, contemplated his strategy, and issued a directive for a default control of the map. Having tasted success in previous rounds, Zero anticipated that the opposing team might attempt some subtle maneuvers during the mid-game. Han Yi planned to wait until the mid-game to execute a tactical counter, and in the meantime, he wished to observe any changes in his sniper's performance now that the reaction speed had reached 100. As the game commenced, he took position with the sniper, standing at the sloped entrance of the terrorist side, directly targeting the center. Despite their substantial lead, he still adhered to crucial details, opting not to rush through the center, but instead tossing a smoke grenade to obscure the view. Observing the smoke, Han Yi relinquished his initial desire to secure an early kill in the center. It was worth noting that since the game began, he had yet to eliminate an opponent, and with his heightened reflexes, he could easily dispatch anyone who dared to appear in his line of sight. Upon realizing he could not eliminate an adversary in the center, Han Yi shifted his focus to the bomb site. A significant amount of time had elapsed since the game began, and he had maintained firm control over the area. After deploying a smoke grenade at the door, he concealed himself in a corner, peering only slightly above the edge, thus gaining a favorable angle in the gunfight. Consequently, all spectators and commentators recognized that exiting now would not be advisable, particularly in the absence of any intelligence near the door. Undeterred, Han Yi instructed his teammate to position themselves near the yellow car, requesting a flashbang to be thrown at the door while he intended to capitalize on the distraction. After acknowledging his instructions, he entered the door, awaiting the dispersal of the smoke. Moments later, as the smoke began to clear, he issued the command for the flashbang. The flashbang soared from the yellow car, tracing an elegant arc before exploding at the entrance without any warning. The adversaries had no time to evade, becoming completely blinded. Yet Han Yi, seasoned in experience, immediately crouched down. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped out from behind the door. First, he scanned for enemies behind the door, finding none. Then redirected his focus to the bomb site and surrounding areas. Although he was uncertain of the enemy's exact positions, he relied on his keen instincts to maneuver between targets. At that moment, having recovered from the flash, he devised an effective method to gather information, the instantaneous crouch and stand technique. This sudden movement was challenging even for professional players to react to. He aimed to gather intel before executing a counterflash to eliminate any emerging foes. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone. Originally, Han Yi's crosshair was centered on the bomb site, but as he rose, he reacted almost instantaneously, firing a shot that was both swift and precise. From the adversary's perspective, it seemed as though Han Yi had already fired the moment he stood up, making it appear as if they had rehearsed this moment in advance. "What was that?" exclaimed the player, his expression filled with disbelief as he processed the rapid shot. He felt an odd sensation that anyone, even the most skilled professional, would have succumbed to death from that shot. To encapsulate that terrifying instant in a single phrase, whoever showed up met their demise. Concurrently, the chat was inundated with question marks, as viewers struggled to comprehend the sheer speed of that shot. It was not only quick, but also accurate, leaving the audience bewildered, only aware that Han Yi had suddenly fired and an opponent had perished. Following the elimination, Han Yi promptly issued a command: "Let us push the bomb site. You all advance from the small." After articulating the strategy, he continued forward with the sniper, approaching the blue car. First, he glanced at the bomb site, confirming it was unoccupied, and then turned his attention to the police house. Han Yi had already confirmed that the opponent's defensive stronghold was indeed present. Yet he chose not to utilize a smoke screen. Instead, he opted for a rather antiquated technique of crouching and inching forward. This method was relatively common between 2017 and 2018, but as time progressed, the general skill level of players significantly improved, leading to a decline in the use of crouching tactics. The rationale behind this transformation is quite straightforward. In the earlier days, players generally lacked proficiency, and the disparity in skill among snipers was considerable. Many defensive snipers found themselves overwhelmed by attacking snipers, even when the latter approached in a crouched position. However, as more adept players emerged and the overall standard escalated, employing such a tactic became tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, Han Yi chose to revisit this technique, gradually advancing from a distance. At this juncture, the sniper known as 2 had now positioned himself to directly confront the stronghold. He was utterly engrossed in his aim, wary of even the slightest distraction. Soon enough, a figure emerged within his crosshairs, moving with excruciating slowness, inching ever closer. 2 refrained from hastily pulling the trigger. All he could see was the opponent's arm, and firing now would only result in a mere wound. He knew that once he fired, he would be left vulnerable, awaiting certain death, so he bided his time, waiting to secure a clear shot at the opponent's torso to ensure a lethal strike. Yet, an unforeseen circumstance unfolded. The moment he caught sight of Han Yi's chest, the latter's reaction was astonishingly swifter than that of the sniper, who had been aiming for so long. With a gunshot, 2 collapsed to the ground, as the audience was met with the mocking sound of the game announcer. In a twist of fate, he had executed a defensive sniper with the audacity of an attacking one, emerging from a crouch as if 2 were inconsequential. Chapter 90. All is lost for professional players. Being dispatched by an attacking sniper, regardless of the circumstances, is an exceedingly humiliating experience. However, 2 had no time to dwell on this. A singular thought consumed his mind. It was all over. His demise signified the crumbling of the entire defensive line. Only a solitary teammate remained in the area. While both Zero and another player were near the central door, devising a strategy to break through and regroup. They were utterly incapable of assisting the defense at this moment. "Be cautious of the upper area," 2 uttered, and as the words left his lips, he seemed to exhaust all his strength, collapsing backward. It was only then that he found the opportunity to reflect on the recent events. As memories flooded back, the moment of his execution became increasingly vivid, and he muttered, as if in a soliloquy or questioning another, "How could he be so fast?" This sentiment resonated with others. As one voice echoed with a tinge of grievance, "I had just raised my head, and in an instant, he eliminated me with a single shot." That reaction was indeed terrifying. However, in stark contrast, another voice, filled with self-reproach and doubt, lamented, "I had him in my sights with an advantageous position, yet I was still a fraction too slow." Although he was not renowned for his reflexes, being bested by Han E in such a humiliating manner was a blow he struggled to accept. While 2 grappled with his despondence, a third victim pondered how to salvage the situation. As he contemplated, Han E had already traversed from the upper area to the bomb site. Indeed, Han Yi's reflexes were remarkable, yet his other attributes paled in comparison. Thus, he opted for the most prudent approach, positioning his crosshairs near the lower area. Crouching and inching forward, his aim adjusting gradually. As Han E drew closer to the lower area, he initiated his own advance, decisively moving to gather further intelligence. However, the moment his arm extended beyond cover, a gunshot rang out, and he observed his health plummet to a mere 10 points. On the other side, upon realizing his opponent had not been eliminated, Han E quickly switched to his handgun, prepared for an imminent assault. Yet, with such low health, he dared not emerge. Having sustained a hit, he retreated in fear, yet he could not flee recklessly, given the bandits' tacit control of the situation. Retreating entirely to the lower area could leave him vulnerable to a flanking maneuver. Thus, he remained near the steps, clinging to survival. "When will you 2 be able to assist me?" he inquired, his tone tinged with urgency, for his predicament was indeed dire. He had not anticipated Han Yi's speed. He had made every effort to minimize exposure, revealing only a fraction of his arm, yet that was all it took for Han E to respond with lethal precision. Now, he finally grasped the gravity of the earlier remarks regarding Han Yi's extraordinary reflexes. Both Zero and another player recognized their own precarious situation. Yet they were oblivious to the information regarding the central area and could only proceed with caution, offering words of reassurance. "It's all right, just survive. We'll keep an eye on the center and help you out once we've cleared one in the mid-range." With the comfort of his teammates, a semblance of calm returned to his mind, yet he remained unaware that Han E, seeing him still sheltered, had switched back to his sniper rifle, advancing toward his location. At that moment, in the eyes of the spectators, Han E resembled an emotionless bulldozer. Any living being that fell within his crosshairs met an untimely end. As time elapsed, he drew ever closer. The player, sensing an imminent threat, opted for a similar tactic, crouching on the stairs before suddenly springing up for a surprise attack. However, such efforts proved futile. As he rose, a gunshot echoed, the bullet piercing his skull and striking the wall behind him. Another kill for Han E. The announcer's voice erupted in the ears of the audience, nearly reaching a crescendo of excitement. Triple kill. Han E transitioned from a massacre of the grand to the minute, annihilating the entire district. His reflexes were astonishingly swift, rendering the opposition utterly incapable of contending with him under such circumstances, while other teams were concealing their strategies. How could one possibly hide their weaponry? It is worth noting that since his debut, Han E had never employed a sniper rifle. Yet no one anticipated that his marksmanship could attain such remarkable speed. His performance in this round was undeniably flawless, concluding the round with a resounding abandonment of defense. The rapid succession of 3 shots momentarily halted the barrage of comments in the live stream, followed by an avalanche of astonished reactions. "No way, dude, are you serious? Why do I feel like you are faster than Bao? Damn, both swift and accurate. With that kill, I didn't even catch a glimpse of the target. That is utterly insane. If you keep this up, how can we play? I'm already at 2 and don't want to play anymore. Even crouching out, I can't compete. So what is the point of using a sniper?" With the detonation of a bomb, he finally secured the first point. His teammates immediately extended their hands to him, celebrating with high fives. Han Yi's spectacular display had undoubtedly invigorated the team, instilling a sense that the nearly omnipotent commander had returned. In stark contrast, the expressions of the others were no longer as favorable. The three individuals he had eliminated remained in a dazed state, clearly unable to recover from Han Yi's lightning-fast reflexes. Observing this, Zero was compelled to call for a tactical pause, allowing everyone to catch their breath and cool off Han Yi's momentum. 30 seconds swiftly elapsed, and as the tactical pause concluded, the team revitalized themselves. After careful deliberation, Zero issued a standard command. Unlike the previous round, Han Yi did not adhere to the default strategy. This time, his spawn point was positioned nearest to the Grand area. Thus, he intended to seize control of the Grand, leaving the bomb for he and Zero's trio, instructing them to capitalize on any opportunity to engage the small area, as he planned to execute a tactical maneuver of flanking the small from the Grand. Chapter 91, Desert Eagle. After issuing the commands, Han Yi contemplated and decided to acquire a Desert Eagle for himself. Due to his infrequent use of snipers, he lacked some finesse and detail, and it was only after failing to secure a kill with a single shot that he recognized the significance of a secondary weapon for a sniper. Concluding that it was relatively inexpensive, he opted to procure the Desert Eagle. As the game commenced, Han Yi surged towards the Grand, with his teammates promptly positioning themselves by the door, tossing flashbangs to cover his exit. Upon reaching the door, he smoothly pulled up his scope, executing the entire sequence with fluidity, his crosshairs settling on the corner where enemies might appear, biding his time for their approach. After a few seconds of waiting without any sign of adversaries, Han Yi stepped out, eliminating the enemy at the Grand, while simultaneously accounting for those emerging behind him. As the primary aggressor, he had experienced Han Yi's terrifying shot, opting for a more conservative defensive strategy this time and refraining from contesting the Grand, instead observing from the platform. Upon hearing the Grand flashbang, he immediately communicated with Zero. They were seizing the Grand. Zero glanced at the mini-map, learning from the previous encounter, and promptly organized a four-person counterattack through the mid, temporarily conceding the district. Upon receiving this intel, Han Yi quickly alerted the trio in the mid, informing them of the impending counterattack. At that moment, the mid trio was preparing to assault the small area, but upon hearing Han Yi's warning, they swiftly dispersed. However, in the process, their footsteps were audible, and with a flashbang thrown into the mid, Zero was the first to charge in. Yet, before he could assess the mid's condition, he was shot down by one, who exploited the cover advantage. Immediately following, Zero retaliated, eliminating the exposed target with 2 shots. Those retreating to mid-distance, as well as Zero, were not spared, as they were swiftly taken down. Although both sides had engaged in a 2-for-2 exchange in the mid, they had suffered a disadvantage in control. Currently, Tu and Xiao were positioned behind the mid-gate, while only one remained in mid-distance. Han Yi pondered and instructed the already emerged players to return to mid-distance, while he advanced further, preparing to continue the assault through the Grand area, ultimately converging with Xiao and the mid-distance duo. Upon reaching mid-distance, the situation had altered. Tu had abandoned the mid-confrontation and returned to the district, with the original defender now replaced by someone stationed in the district. Due to the hurried nature of the previous skirmish, the bomb had dropped at 1. Therefore, the primary responsibility of the mid-duo was to infiltrate 1, retrieve the bomb, and subsequently regroup with Xiao and Han Yi for the next district's package. The team was well aware of this strategy, yet they refrained from haste, patiently awaiting an opportune moment. He, adhering to the plan, stealthily advanced from mid-distance towards 1, inching closer. Finally, after several tense seconds, the duo successfully reached 1. Just as they were about to retrieve the bomb, the mid-duo opted to act, accompanied by a flashbang, with Xiao and the mid-gate launching a simultaneous assault. The two had anticipated this and swiftly eliminated Xiao, but a remarkable display of marksmanship ensued, with one headshot followed by a body shot that incapacitated the target, followed by a sweeping fire that left another opponent severely injured. Observing his dwindling health, he felt a surge of panic and hesitated to engage further, contemplating retreat. However, glancing at the time, he noted that with only 30 seconds remaining after such an extended confrontation, circumventing to the district from the bandits' base seemed impractical. As the situation evolved, the offensive had transformed from a multiple-choice scenario into a single option. He began moving towards 2 while communicating with Han Yi. "Come and assist. I'm pinned down by them and can't proceed." Han Yi, having approached the vicinity without sighting any opponents, readily agreed, recognizing that in the current circumstances, assisting the medic was indeed a prudent choice. Upon receiving Han Yi's consent, he ascended towards the second position, intending to await Han Yi's arrival to facilitate a coordinated attack. Observing the center lane but finding no one present, he refrained from pursuing further. He understood that should he perish, the center would be left entirely vulnerable, allowing the enemy to regroup and mount an assault from behind. Thus, he opted to position himself near the central gate. acting as a steadfast barrier to impede any return to the area. As for the vicinity, he placed complete trust in the formidable sniper held by the second player. Han Yi, seizing the moment, hastened towards the center lane. Upon confirming the presence of an adversary at the central gate, he cast a quick glance at the dog hole and the door, ensuring the second player was absent before stealthily inching forward towards the center. It was not that he yearned for a flamboyant display of marksmanship or harbored any peculiar predilections. Rather, he found himself incapable of achieving the precision expected of a conventional sniper. Currently, his sniper rifle, aside from its responsiveness, was rendered ineffective. He could merely keep the reticle aligned with the cover, moving cautiously. The instant an enemy appeared within his sights, he would fire, relying on his reflexes to compensate for his lack of positioning and tracking skills. As he drew closer to the central gate, a figure materialized within Han Yi's scope. Despite being on guard, the enemy noticed Han Yi first. However, it was futile. The enemy's reaction time could not rival Han Yi's. With a resounding shot, the earlier narrative unfolded once more, resulting in a swift demise, leaving the foe to collapse in frustration. He slammed his fist on the table, overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of defeat. How was one to contend with an opponent lurking in wait? With the fall of his ally, the situation deteriorated rapidly. But the time left was scant. At this critical juncture, he committed a grave error. Realizing the dwindling time, he abandoned his strategy of synchronizing with Han Yi and charged directly through the hole. Initially apprehensive of being flanked by the enemy and the second player, a smile spread across his face as he witnessed this unfold. Positioned at the bomb site, he raised his weapon and secured the kill, then descended to the area beneath the dog hole, intently listening for enemy movements. Han Yi glanced at the timer. Only 10 seconds remained. To triumph in this dire circumstance, he needed to act swiftly. Recognizing the urgency, he hesitated not, sprinting towards the dog hole, acutely aware that the second player awaited him below. Likewise, the second player heard Han Yi's footsteps and comprehended that Han Yi was directly above him. The distance between them narrowed. A deadly dance of snipers ensued. Han Yi emerged from the dog hole, faster than the second player, and fired a shot. Yet, it missed its mark. The second player, drenched in cold sweat, witnessed Han Yi's desperate attempt to escape and could not allow him to succeed. He retaliated with a shot that struck Han Yi near the dog hole. In the aftermath of his demise, Han Yi's vision blurred, and he found himself once more in the external area. This time, he did not rely on the sniper in his hands. Given the current circumstances, the sniper with a mere 42 in positioning had become a liability. With a leap, he propelled himself high into the air, clearing the perimeter wall and drawing the second player's attention. Seizing this opportunity, Han Yi emerged from the dog hole, wielding a Desert Eagle, and took advantage of the second player's distraction caused by the sniper, landing a shot squarely on his head. As the second player's form crumpled backward, the triumph of victory resonated loudly. He had once again bested the second player in this sniper duel, clinching the round. Although he lacked the dragon sniper, he replicated the dramatic descent reminiscent of a previous moment, coincidentally echoing a scene where the first player had executed a similar maneuver with the same backdrop of liquid. I am confident that this moment will be fervently shared across various platforms tomorrow. It is simply too iconic, with the second player reduced to a mere backdrop. No sniper was needed. A Desert Eagle sufficed. Truly, he embodied the legacy of Zero's direct disciple, exhibiting a profound understanding of the map and maintaining composure during critical moments. Chapter 92. Vanquishing Liquid. The second player gazed at the scene before him, lost in disbelief for an extended period. He could scarcely fathom that such a spectacle unfolded at his expense. Yet, this was not the end. He then beheld Han Yi retrieve the sniper from the ground, aiming it at his lifeless body. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The crack of the sniper echoed like a dagger piercing his heart. A visceral humiliation that should have ignited his fury. However, he found himself devoid of anger, having faced defeat twice in succession. Despair washed over him, leaving his countenance in ruins. As the next round commenced, the second player remained ensnared in the shadows of his prior defeat, or rather, none could escape the pall cast by failure. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the crowd erupted in cheers, their gazes irresistibly drawn to Han Yi, who sat centrally among them, voices clamoring in exuberance. The recent display had undeniably uplifted their spirits. Were it not for the ongoing match, they would have rushed to embrace Han Yi. Zero's eyes sparkled with excitement. Positioned closest to Han Yi, he patted him on the shoulder. I underestimated you. How could you possess such remarkable talent and not showcase it earlier? It was not only the commentators and spectators who were astonished by Han Yi's brilliant performance. The players were equally impressed. Until now, they had been unaware of Han Yi's hidden prowess as a sniper. It was astonishingly swift. Even when they scrutinized Han Yi's first-person perspective, the moment an enemy entered his sights and he pulled the trigger, they all realized they could not match his reaction speed. Especially Zero and the 3-season veterans, who had competed alongside peak-level players, found themselves acutely aware of Han Yi's formidable prowess. His reaction time surpassed that of even the finest in their prime. The trio once again lamented that Han Yi was born in the wrong era. Had they met and formed a team earlier, considering Han Yi's pursuit of breakthrough sniping, with the combined prowess of the 3-season veterans, it was undeniable that each of them would now boast at least 4 or 5 championship titles. As the next round commenced, their finances had dwindled to nothing. This time, they opted for a combination of 1M4 and 4 9mm pistols, with the sole long-range weapon entrusted to the player guarding the mid lane. In an attempt to conserve resources due to their financial constraints, they made a grave mistake by neglecting to smoke the middle entrance and leaping across it directly. This singular decision exacted a heavy toll on them. A gunshot rang out from the bandits. Just as Player Zero leaped into the air, his body suddenly twisted, plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground before Player 2's eyes. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the first thought that crossed Player 2's mind was that there were man-eating monsters in the mid lane. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, he hurriedly picked up the smoke grenade that Player Zero had dropped upon his demise, quickly deploying it for cover before daring to advance into the zone. On the other side, Han Yi, noticing the smoke in the mid lane, realized there was no opportunity to secure another kill and decisively stowed his weapon. His earlier success in eliminating Player Zero had indeed involved a stroke of luck. The opponent's jump had fortuitously aligned with his crosshair. Had the opponent been a fraction higher or lower, that shot might have missed entirely. Little did he know, that single shot had terrified Player 2 to the core. Even after entering the zone, Player 2's heart continued to race. Neglecting to smoke the mid lane was a gamble that some professional players could capitalize on to snatch kills. Yet few could truly execute such a feat as Player 2 was still shaken. A flashbang ricocheted from the corridor, followed by 2 bandits emerging simultaneously. Quick to react, Player 2 engaged in combat, managing to eliminate the foremost adversary with his 9mm, yet he was powerless against the remaining bandit, succumbing beneath Player Zero. The player guarding the mid lane attempted to assist, but was soon thwarted as a smoke grenade sealed the entrance, extinguishing any hope of a counterattack. Subsequently, Player Zero commanded the team to secure their weapons, only to encounter the last figure they wished to face around a major corner. Han Yi lay in wait, crouched behind the door, and with a single shot, he felled one of them instantly. The other 2 attempted to resist stubbornly, yet they too fell one by one as reinforcements arrived. By the end of this round, their economy had utterly collapsed, rendering them even less formidable in the subsequent round. The gap in scores widened, and by the conclusion of the first half, it had morphed into the classic score of 9-6. The reversal was so abrupt that many spectators had yet to grasp the unfolding events. Just moments prior, the score was 0-5, with Liquid holding a significant advantage. Upon returning from a brief intermission, they were astonished to see the lead had vanished. During the pistol round of the second half, both teams unleashed their most cunning strategies. Employing a 4-man rush and 2 players hanging back at the door, Han Yi chose a heavy weapon. Despite the fierce exchange, the collective strength of his team prevailed. Even though their heavy weapon could not hold the point, Han Yi was compelled to secure 2 successive rounds, bringing the score to a tie at 9-9. However, Han Yi's sniper once again rose to prominence, implementing a dual sniper strategy. He would serve as the secondary sniper covering the mid lane and sand, while the primary sniper needed only to keep an eye on the long corridor. This setup rendered their defense virtually impenetrable, as any attempt to breach would inevitably result in confrontation with the sniper's barrel. Ultimately, the score was fixed at 16-10, leading to their triumph over Liquid and securing second place in the group, thus advancing to the spring finals. As Han Yi eliminated the final adversary with a precise shot, his teammates instantly rose to embrace him. Their team had endured nearly 3 months of arduous training, culminating in this moment, and they had now secured a place in the spring finals. A fleeting daze washed over Han Yi as he reflected on the past 6 months since his rebirth. Recalling all the efforts he had invested in helping the team develop new strategies, practicing late into the night, and encouraging one another, they had finally reached this pivotal juncture. Though the spring finals might pale in comparison to traditional grand events, such as Katowice or Cologne, or even the global finals, it was undoubtedly a significant milestone in his professional journey. He finally had the chance to stand in the spotlight and hear the audience chant his name. In the ensuing fist bump segment, when it was Player 2 and Han Yi's turn, Player 2 gazed at Han Yi's face, opened his mouth, and uttered a few words. "Well played. You did well too." After their brief exchange, they parted ways. Han Yi tidied his keyboard and mouse, but before he could finish, his phone rang. Predictably, it was his mother's call. However, this time she did not want to discuss the match. Upon answering, he detected a hint of concern in her voice. "Son, have you seen the news? There's a flu outbreak abroad, particularly in America, infecting tens of thousands, with hundreds dying daily. Although you're in Europe, you must take precautions." Her words struck Han E like a heavy stone cast into a lake, stirring turbulent waves within him. The inevitable had arrived. Although he possessed the system's gifts and was not particularly fearful of the pandemic, his parents and grandparents in the countryside were another matter entirely. He recalled how much they had suffered from the pandemic prior to his rebirth. Drawing from his memories, he succinctly outlined the supplies and preparations they needed to stockpile, urging them to minimize outdoor activities. Initially skeptical, his parents eventually acquiesced after his earnest persuasion, agreeing to implement a series of protective measures. Concerned they might hesitate to spend money, he decided to order a batch of supplies online himself. Only after completing this did he finally feel at ease. As the crowd tidied their belongings and departed from the venue, they boarded the vehicle en route to the hotel. Throughout the journey, Han Yi's spirits were remarkably high. Winning the match was merely one facet of his elation. The other reason was that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be their final day in DNLN. The days of uncertainty regarding meals were finally drawing to a close, marking a double celebration. The other members of the club, brimming with joy, began to sing a Nordic folk song that resonated with grandeur. Unfortunately, Han E could neither comprehend the lyrics nor join in the melody, nor did he wish to partake in their revelry. As a youth prone to internet addiction and somewhat introverted, he preferred to quietly sit in the corner of the vehicle, observing the others revel in their happiness. Yet, the group had no intention of letting him off the hook. They pulled him into their midst, compelling him to join their choir. The singing continued for over 10 minutes until they finally arrived at the hotel entrance, where the group disembarked from the vehicle, backpacks in tow. At that moment, a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 30s, blocked their path. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he panted heavily. Upon seeing the group, he eagerly retrieved a notebook from his jacket and presented it to them. "Would you mind signing this? I've admired you for quite some time. And of course, your skills are commendable." This was Han Yi's first encounter with an offline fan, and it was evident that the man had sought them out deliberately. Without hesitation, they formed a line to sign the notebook, and soon 5 signatures were neatly inscribed, which Han E personally handed back to the man. The man glanced down at the notebook, gratitude flickering in his eyes as he uttered a thank you before swiftly turning to depart. Following this brief interlude, the group successfully entered the hotel. Unlike the 3 seasoned veterans, Han Yi's excitement was palpable. This marked their inaugural experience signing for someone else, even if that individual was not a fan in the traditional sense. Nevertheless, Han E harbored the belief that it would not be long before true fans would seek him out for autographs. Back in their hotel room, Han E reclined on the bed, relishing the rare moment of leisure. With their advancement, 2 months remained until the spring championship, during which only one competition was scheduled. Han E recalled this particular tournament, which had only been held once or twice before and was organized as a membership competition among several clubs. It lacked significant prestige and had been marred by trivial controversies, although the specifics eluded him. The advantage of this competition, however, lay in its generous prize money. Securing first place would yield substantial financial benefits for both the players and the club. Given their current prowess, participating in this tournament would be akin to fishing with dynamite. As Han E daydreamed about how to spend and invest the anticipated winnings, the manager knocked on their door, gathering the group. His expression was complex, and he opened with news that left everyone uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The Rio tournament, originally scheduled for May or June, would be moved up to April due to various reasons, leaving less than a month until the event. This meant that it would occur before the spring championship, compressing their holiday somewhat. For Han E, this news was not entirely disheartening. As long as it was not cancelled, he could accept the change. However, the sentiments among the group varied, with several voices expressing their discontent. Noticing the late hour, the manager urged them to rest, suggesting they discuss matters further on the flight the next day. Their flight was scheduled for 6 in the morning, so upon returning to his room, Han E turned off the lights and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, the group awoke and boarded the flight back to Sweden. Upon arriving at the club, it was already past 10 in the morning. Han E opened the refrigerator and prepared himself a unique cola, then settled onto the couch with the icy beverage in one hand and his phone in the other, sipping occasionally and displaying a look of satisfaction. Regrettably, the refrigerator lacked a 0-degree compartment. A cola adorned with floating ice shards would have been the epitome of perfection. Just then, a voice interrupted his tranquility. "Aren't you going to practice the map? It's coming up soon." For him, life's first experiences were always filled with zeal and boundless enthusiasm. He longed to commence training immediately and continue until the day before the main event. However, Han E had a different perspective. After an extended period of competition, the 3 veterans were undoubtedly fatigued, and he thought it best to grant everyone a break to enjoy themselves. Clearing his throat, he adopted a mock aristocratic London accent. "My dear sir, there is still a month left. There is no rush. Perhaps you might consider joining me for a drink, and you will discover that life still holds many pleasures." Upon hearing Han E's statement, The other individual wore a look of skepticism, but he quickly grasped the implication of Han Yi's words. As a rational person, he naturally rejected such outlandish notions and promptly shook his head. Forget it. I can drink Coke or Pepsi, but I will never indulge in such concoctions. And please, speak normally. We have only been in London for less than a week. I want to be influenced by the accent. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Yi had already risen to prepare a drink, exuding confidence as he encouraged the other to take a taste while imparting a piece of wisdom. The path to happiness lies within. Chapter 94. Invitation to a training match. Observing Han Yi's earnest demeanor, the other hesitantly accepted the cola and took a sip. Of course, there was no dramatic wardrobe malfunction. However, the beverage surpassed his expectations, offering a flavor superior to that of Coke, yet not as cloyingly sweet as Pepsi. After savoring the joy it brought, he held the cola and declared, "If we are in tea training, I'm heading upstairs." "Make sure to rest well," Han Yi replied. The other turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Han Yi undisturbed for some time as he lounged on the couch, engrossed in browsing Douyin. Unbeknownst to him, the Coca-Cola had run dry. He finished the last sip and rose to clean the cup. Ascending the stairs, he downloaded a 3-letter game on his mobile device. In this rebirth, he had endured relentless bullying, with everyone mocking him as the school's underdog, unable to comprehend the skills of the game. In this life, he vowed to become a great general, to restore the Han dynasty, and to make those who once looked down upon him pay the price. He played the game until nightfall, and only when fatigue set in did Han Yi rub his eyes and decide to take one last glance at the comments section. Yesterday, he had faced off against Liquid and achieved the highest score of his career, with a remarkable 13 kills, totaling an impressive 134 points. After recent competitions, his career score had also reached 103, no longer in the negatives. A total of 932 individuals had rated him, awarding him a score of 97 points. Securing victory in that match. The next day arrived swiftly. After a day of rest, everyone appeared noticeably revitalized. At Han Yi's behest, they began preparing for the upcoming challenges. He swiftly devised a series of detailed plans, reducing training time on the map Mi La Ji and reallocating that time to Si Wang Yu Lu Yuan and Mi La Ji. Having triumphed over Liquid, Han Yi felt that for the foreseeable future, no one would dare challenge them on the map Mi La Ji. Furthermore, he had nearly exhausted his tactical reserves for this map, finding it challenging to innovate further. After all, before his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary player who had never encountered a professional team, and the tactics he had learned were derived from watching matches. Showcasing more than 10 avant-garde strategies on a single map was already a remarkable feat. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in order to secure a good ranking, expanding their map pool, while temporarily setting aside Mi La Ji, was indeed a prudent choice. Once he had secured the consensus from his teammates, Han Yi continued to assign subsequent tasks, including, but not limited to, encouraging them to study the current mainstream strategies of strong teams regarding Huache and arranging training matches with top-tier teams worldwide. Following his victory over Liquid, there was no doubt he had become the fastest rising star. Although the rankings had yet to be updated, Han Yi estimated that once they were, their position would likely fall between 16-20 in the world rankings, akin to the level of teams he had encountered before his transmigration. Categorized as traditional formidable teams capable of sweeping various second-tier teams. Even when facing first-tier and super first-tier teams, they would still have a fighting chance on certain maps. After assigning all tasks, Han Yi transitioned into map training, practicing for another 4 to 5 hours. After lunch, he sent a message to his teammates who were online. "Training match? Let me ask." He said yes, but a bit later, in half an hour. "Just call me when it's time to play." After finalizing this arrangement, he informed the others, who eagerly began their warm-up routine. Defeating Liquid had instilled great confidence in the team, and they felt equally assured about facing Xiaomi Feng. If it weren't for their infrequent training matches against other teams, they might have even sought to challenge a squad. However, after 2 to 3 hours had passed, they looked at the scores from the 2 training matches and felt their confidence wane. In the first match, played on a selected map, they were bested by Xiaomi Feng with a score of 21-9, where one player alone achieved 54 kills, exemplifying overwhelming dominance. The second match, on the map Mi La Ji, saw their performance improve significantly compared to the first, with a final score of 17-13 and 43 kills. The primary reason for their losses stemmed from issues during firefights. While the other players from Xiaomi Feng may not have been remarkable, that one formidable player was sufficient. Han Yi attempted to counter him with a sniper, but it was nowhere near a match. After losing to Han Yi twice in firefights, that player chose an alternate approach. No longer fixed to one position, but instead challenging Han Yi from various angles. The map Mi La Ji was not as straightforward as others. It's complex. Multi-layered structure posed significant challenges for Han Yi, forcing him to selectively guard one point while often allowing enemies to slip through at another. Coupled with various angles and a lack of understanding, Despite his quicker reflexes, as time passed, he found himself outmatched once the opponent adapted to his reactions. In terms of tactics, the players from Xiaomi Foam, having watched competitive matches, mirrored and improved upon their strategies on this map. As the match progressed, Xiaomi Foam was able to replicate nearly all the tactics employed, and it wouldn't be long before they began to develop their own variants. Han Yi maintained a nonchalant attitude toward this development, having anticipated that the tactics he employed in matches would be eagerly imitated and studied by various teams. However, the reason these tactics proved effective in his hands was not solely due to their advancement over existing strategies, but also because he possessed a unique ability to read his opponent's minds, allowing him to execute counter-strategies effectively. He often managed to penetrate the opposition's defenses tactically, creating a scenario where 11 equaled 10. Absent this ability, merely relying on these tactics might yield a mere 11 equaling 3. While effective, such usage seldom matched the devastating outcomes he achieved during matches. After losing the 2 matches, Han Yi gathered the team for a review, particularly focusing on the map where he identified numerous shortcomings and guided them through improvements. It was not until nightfall that he allowed everyone to disperse, after which he entered a shooting practice mode, allocating the attribute points he had earned that day to his rifle, thereby elevating its attributes to a total of 70 points. Chapter 95. The rematch training match. Upon the dawn of the following day, Han Yi chose not to contact Xiaomi Foam this time, but instead sought out his friends, offering them a detailed account of the situation and inquiring if they were interested in participating in a training match. They, too, expressed their intent to consult before providing a response. The answer came swiftly, affirming that they were ready to play. Han Yi, filled with excitement, promptly relayed the news to the others, who immediately set aside their tasks and gathered in front of their computers to prepare for the competition. At this juncture, the opposing team was far stronger than Xiaomi Foam, ranking 4th in the world. They could be deemed the most formidable adversary Han Yi had encountered thus far. Most crucially, the commander of the opposing team was renowned for his prowess. The first commander, the longest river in command, the legendary sniper, and the best user worldwide. Each title sounded increasingly daunting. However, the current state of the team was not reflective of their future potential. They were still a somewhat disheartened veteran squad who had yet to secure a championship title, facing doubts regarding their commanding abilities, which ultimately led to their relegation. Nevertheless, Han Yi did not dare to underestimate them. When the training match officially commenced, he exerted every effort to compete. The 2 maps chosen were 2 and Xiaozhen. Han Yi opted for 2 primarily to test the current dual sniper system and to ascertain its efficacy against the combination of the opposing team. Soon, the 2 matches concluded, and the outcome on map 2 surpassed Han Yi's expectations. The score was a decisive 19-11 in their favor, showcasing a resounding victory. Furthermore, Han Yi discovered that his mind-reading ability proved particularly advantageous during the match. Not only did it provide him with a wealth of information, but it also allowed him to continuously strategize. With 2 individuals constantly supplying him with insights, Han Yi felt akin to possessing an omniscient eye, aware of any movements from the opponents. However, on the map Xiaozhen, they could not secure a win, with the final score resting at 13-17. The opposition was exceptionally formidable on the second floor. Had 2 known his precise location, they could have capitalized on it, rendering the theoretical tactics somewhat ineffective. Han Yi was aware of the opponent's presence on the second floor, yet each attempt to eliminate them came at a cost, either losing 1 or 2 team members or being immobilized on the second floor. Initially, Han Yi attempted to counter with strategy, but after a series of failures, he adopted a more pragmatic approach, opting to disregard the opponent unless he needed to clear them out when he ventured out. Although his mind-reading ability could pinpoint the enemy's exact location, it was of little use in a professional arena where everyone was aware of the adversary's stronghold. This realization led Han Yi to the conclusion that targeting such high-caliber players was often counterproductive. It was wiser to focus on softer targets. Ultimately, after 2 days of matches, the score for the opposing team was temporarily fixed at 13. Han Yi glanced at the time and, noting that it was still early, inquired if they could schedule another training match. Subsequently, Zero volunteered to arrange a match against the world-ranked 12th team and the 5th-ranked team. They played 2 maps, securing 1 win and 1 loss, losing on the train map while achieving victory on the mid-map. After reviewing all matches, it was already late into the night, and their training match results were not particularly encouraging, ending with a score of 2-6. This performance revealed numerous shortcomings, compelling them to make immediate improvements. On the 3rd day, after a day of rigorous training, the team decided to change their approach and scheduled matches against several second-tier teams, such as and Yozai. Although they had not previously engaged with these teams, a brief exchange revealed a surprisingly positive attitude from the opponents. Thus, a new round of training was spent battling these second-tier teams. On that day, their record was an impressive 5-1, with only a loss on the train map while achieving victories on all other maps. Han E was left in awe, affirming that the six-path sniper indeed lived up to its reputation. The subsequent month passed in a monotonous routine of training and practice, occasionally punctuated by Han E hosting live streams, where he would delight in challenging his audience and fans, thereby garnering some satisfaction. As April 1st arrived, the highly anticipated event in Rio was on the horizon, and the team packed their belongings, boarding a flight to Brazil. Upon landing, they checked into a hotel in close proximity to the competition venue, reserving 3 rooms, with Han E and Zero continuing to share accommodations. Reclining on his bed, Han E gazed at the screen before him. After a month of diligent effort, his attributes had seen substantial improvement. He primarily allocated points to rifle aiming, sniper aiming, and positioning. Notably, his rifle aiming had reached a commendable 82 points, while the crucial attributes of his sniper rifle had also risen to 70 points. He gradually progressed toward becoming a versatile player, including enhancing his previously weaker submachine gun skills, even without specifically allocating points to his attributes. The overall improvement in various skills naturally led to a significant increase in his submachine gun proficiency. In addition to this, his understanding of various maps had also improved significantly. This past month of training matches with numerous teams had proven to be immensely beneficial. Host name, HNY, age, 18, rifle, aim, 82, second-tier professional player, positioning, 71, reaction, 89, tracking, 70, sniper rifle, aim, 70, third-tier professional player, positioning, 70, reaction, 95, level, tracking, 60, submachine gun, aim, 52, positioning, 47, reaction, 84, tracking, 55, map understanding, 2, 78 points, smiley face, 40 points, MLJ, 51 points, Shio Zichin, 50 points, SWNYLUN, 32 points, HUCH, 30 points, DSH, 20 points, doubt value, 756. Extract talent, cost, 100 doubt value. Daily tasks, eliminate 5,000 enemies to earn 2 attribute points. Current, 05000. Talents, telepathy, awareness, robust physique, intense sensation, second aim, encouragement, luck, never in vain, sage points.